Chapter 301 lightning-based power was definitely the best power among all attributed elemental attacks, as it had a highly penetrative and wide-ranged attack. But before Yi Tianyun's defense power, it was all for naught. Lei Yun, who sensed that Yi Tianyun was walking towards him slowly, instantly activated all the divine runes on his body, letting the power of the divine runes go wild. Try whatever you can. Yi Tianyun saw that Lei Yun's combat power quickly rose after releasing his divine runes like that, but he hardly cared about it. Lei Yun quickly activated his Thunder God Bifall, and his combat power once again rose to 15 million. I won't lose. He quickly equipped his long spear and rushed forward to attack Yi Tianyun with his Thunder God Flash technique. Rayon Flash. His speed was enhanced beyond belief with that technique, and he quickly thought that there was no way that Yi Tianyun will be able to dodge his attack, and therefore Yi Tianyun would die in an instant. Die. Yi Tianyun didn't even move, although he knew that Lei Yun's attack would definitely head straight to him anyway. Game over. When he deemed that Lei Yun was close enough, he activated his Absorbing Star's great technique and quickly grabbed Lei Yun's spear in midair and absorbed every last power that Lei Yun had in the spear. What? Lei Yun was shocked to see the spiritual power imbued in his spear disappeared like that. He clearly saw that Yi Tianyun absorbed his attack into his own body. Lei Yun thought, how could a technique like that exist? It was clearly cheating. There was no way that any energy-based attack will work against Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun lifted the spear while Lei Yun was still holding onto it and quickly slammed Lei Yun's body toward the trees. Lei Yun was forced to let go of the spear and coughed badly from the impact that he received. Yi Tianyun quickly reached out to him and said, "Obediently follow me back to the sanctuary." Sensing his impending doom, Lei Yun quickly released all of the spiritual energy that he stored inside his divine rune around his body. Lei Yun hoped for a significant boost of power from doing so. Ye Qingxuan at the side shouted, "Tianyun!" Let go of Lei Yun's body. He is releasing all the power that he has been storing for a long time. Lei Yun's Thunderbolt Divine Rune was not only there to enhance his power, but also a way to store the tyrannical power of thunder that he compacted while cultivating. He could use it as his trump card, his ace in the hole when he seriously needed it. His combat power would rise up to the maximum after releasing the compacted power like that at the cost of serious damage to himself. Ye Qingxuan tried to run towards Yi Tianyun to drag him away. The people of the spirit race tried to hold on to her as to not let her get close to Lei Yun. Eventually, they were losing their grip on the thrashing Ye Qingxuan and shouted, "Qingxuan, don't come over." But as she came closer, the thunder suddenly disappeared. The effect that he searched for never happened. He was confused about why on earth that his lightning was suddenly gone like that. "Calm down, this puny thunder can't hurt me," Yi Tianyun said calmly. Lei Yun looked around and saw that Yi Tianyun was holding onto an orb while saying that he didn't want to kill Lei Yun as he had to answer Ye Qingxuan's question first. Lei Yun has seen that orb before, and finally he realized that it was a Heavenly Thunder Divine Pearl. It was mainly used to cultivate a lightning-based cultivation technique, but it could be used to store a huge amount of lightning-based energy too. Lei Yun was staring at the rare orb that Yi Tianyun possessed. It was all because of that orb. His lightning-based attack would never reach Yi Tianyun in the first place because of that orb. How could you have this orb? "Who are you actually?" Lei Yun asked Yi Tianyun in curiosity and fear. There was no way that a nobody would have something as rare as that Heavenly Thunder Divine Pearl. "I am no one. Are you interested in this stupid orb? This is just a rock that I coincidentally stumbled upon killing some old prick earlier. Maybe you know him by the name of Thunder Tyrant of Divine Runes Mansion. If I am not wrong, he was the old ancestor of that crumbled faction." Yi Tianyun said while smirking evilly. Chapter 302. Chapter 302. Impossible. Impossible. Lei Yun continuously shouted the word impossible as he angrily forced his divine runes to gather up spiritual energy, and suddenly thunder rumbled, and an electrical wave immediately approached Yi Tianyun and Lei Yun. Sanctus. Everyone from the spirit race could feel a terrifying power was coming and immediately shouted for Ye Qingxuan to return and run away from danger. Die. Lei Yun looked at Yi Tianyun with a sneer, but as the thunder approached, it quickly disappeared. Once again, it was absorbed by the Heavenly Thunder Divine Pearl. Yi Tianyun told Lei Yun that his effort was futile. If he wanted to attack Yi Tianyun with a thunder-based attack, at least he needed a thunder-based attack that was 10 times more powerful than he used just now. Lei Yun was shocked beyond belief that all of his attacks resulted in nothing before Yi Tianyun. The Heavenly Thunder Divine Pearl was too powerful. It had to be in Sacred Tool rank at the very least. Now, Lei Yun didn't have any power left to fight Yi Tianyun. All of his power was already absorbed into the Heavenly Thunder Divine Pearl. Impossible, impossible, impossible. He shouted once again and quickly rushed forward, trying to punch Yi Tianyun. His fist still exerted some of the thunder power that he once had, but it was definitely much weaker than before. Yi Tianyun released Lei Yun from his grip and said to Ye Qingxuan, "You should step back a few steps so you won't get caught up in the attack." Lei Yun quickly punched Yi Tianyun with all his might, but Yi Tianyun threw a faster punch than Lei Yun. As Yi Tianyun's punch landed on Lei Yun's chest, Lei Yun was once again flung towards the tree. He is very strong. Everyone was surprised for a moment seeing the scene that happened in front of them. They forgot for a moment that Yi Tianyun's power was too strong. He didn't really need the Heavenly Thunder Divine Pearl to deal with Lei Yun, he just found it more convenient to use it. Lei Yun tried to stand up once again regardless of the damage that he suffered, but Yi Tianyun was faster as he punched Lei Yun once again in his dantian, toppling Lei Yun once again to the ground. That last attack destroyed Lei Yun's dantian, destroying his cultivation, so to speak. Ugh. Lei Yun lay on the ground while coughing blood. He held the bottom of Yi Tianyun's pants, while seemingly shaken for having his dantian destroyed. While having the dantian destroyed was one of the greatest nightmares of a cultivator, it was still recoverable. It could be recovered by consuming the 5th grade medicinal pills, cultivation recovery pills. The price of that medicinal pill was sky high, and it must be consumed regularly for a certain period of time too. There was no way someone like Lei Yun could afford something like that. After destroying Lei Yun's dantian, Yi Tianyun threw him towards Ye Qingxuan as he still remembered his promise to her. Ye Qingxuan nodded to Yi Tianyun and quickly swung her whip and wrapped it around Lei Yun's neck. Lei Yun tried to reason with Ye Qingxuan by saying that if she killed him right now, the old ancestor would be killed too. Ye Qingxuan, who was visibly angered by Lei Yun's comment, quickly released him and whipped him like a cow instead. "You dare hit me, woman," Lei Yun said shamelessly. "Not killing you instantly was the biggest mercy that I can give you right now," Ye Qingxuan said while whipping Lei Yun relentlessly. After a few rounds of whipping, Ye Qingxuan immediately ordered several spirit race people who came with her to take Lei Yun's weakened body back towards the sanctuary and throw him into the dungeon. Now, they had to think of a way to free the old ancestor before it was too late. Dings successfully complete the 3rd step of Rescue the Spirit Race. Questline: repel the intruder from reaching the Spirit Race Sanctuary. Reward: 30,000 XP, 100,000 CPs, 5,000 SPs, 50 Spirit Race Favorability. Dings receive the 4th step of Rescue the Spirit Race. Questline: rescue the Spirit Race from the Netherworld Prison. Reward on completion: 50 W00000 CPs, 5 W00000, 5 W00 SPs, 50 Spirit Race Favorability. Yi Tianyun was satisfied with the reward that quest line gave and that the quest didn't require any special condition. With that kind of quest, he could complete it within a short amount of time, which was nice as he didn't have that much patience to wait for the quest to complete. The title of Spirit King was also quite near now. All he needed to do now has become the savior of the Spirit Race. Once they arrived back to the sanctuary, Spirit Race people were in shock seeing Lei Yun in such a condition and quickly looked towards Yi Tianyun in admiration. That was also the result of the increasing favorability from the completed quest. Chapter 303. Chapter 303 Lei Yun was scorned in his entire way towards the dungeon inside the Spirit Pagoda by the entire Spirit Race, who was there just to scorn him. Yi Tianyun could feel the hate emanated from them. Even though Lei Yun was of the same race as them, he was still the one who advocated the betrayal of many Spirit Race to the Netherworld Empire. Yi Tianyun had thought that he would have to kill all of the intruders that day, but it seemed Lei Yun had to be judged according to his crime, so Yi Tianyun let it slide. As Ye Qingxuan reached the Spirit Pagoda, she threw Lei Yun inside the hall and once again pushed him forcefully. The elders who were standing by on the Spirit Pagoda's hall saw Lei Yun with anger on their eyes. Elder Yan soon came forward and asked Lei Yun angrily while also activating his aura about the truth regarding their imprisoned people and the old ancestor. Lei Yun, who had his cultivation core destroyed, couldn't stand Elder Yan's pressuring spiritual energy, knelt on the floor in humiliation, but he surely wouldn't let them satisfied with anything. It's impossible. I don't know anything about what the Netherworld Empire had done to them in that prison, but I know that there will be nothing good happened inside the prison and that the old ancestor is probably already dead after so much interrogation and soul-searching technique that been done to him. The Spirit Race prison key isn't even inside that prison. General Long held it, Lei Yun said while laughing deliriously. Yet Qingxuan frowned after hearing Lei Yun's word. She knew that the weakest General Long would be 9th level core transformation stage, which meant some of them were even in the void spirit stage. She didn't have the power to beat someone like that. You have no power to fight against that kind of expert. Just give it up and join the Netherworld Empire. This would be your final opportunity, Lei Yun said while smiling crazily. If you didn't join them now after they learn of what happens today, the General Long would be coming here in no time. You all will burn with all your pride and stupidity, Lei Yun said while laughing out loud. The elder of the Spirit Race became scared as they were afraid that what Lei Yun said was real. But Yi Tianyun quickly slapped Lei Yun to shut him up and raised the morale of the Spirit Race. Would you mind if I injure him some more? Or maybe it was better to kill this trash, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. That wouldn't be necessary, Master Yi. We will imprison him within the ice boundary so that he could feel the freezing pain until his death, Ye Qingxuan said coldly. At the same time, Lei Yun's complexion had changed. It seemed that he knew the horror of that place, so Yi Tianyun chose to shut up for the time being. Lei Yun began to mumble and scream as the guards began to drag him to the ice boundary, as Ye Qingxuan requested. Lei Yun's struggle was a wasteful action as he didn't have his spiritual core any longer, which made him look like a struggling kid with no chance of escaping. You all will die. Spirit race would be destroyed after all this. I am the only one who can lead this cursed race to salvation. You're all making a big mistake, Lei Yun desperately said as he was being dragged to a deeper part of the spirit pagoda. Ye Qingxuan ignored Lei Yun's word as she knew that as long as the spirit race tried their hardest, there was no way the Netherworld Empire could destroy them. Saintus, we should fortify our defenses. The Netherworld Empire will definitely send many experts here as they don't receive any report after this attack, Elder Yan said seriously. We still had time to worry about those things. We need to make plans on saving the old ancestor first. They couldn't hold out any longer. How can we save them when we didn't have the key to save them? Ye Qingxuan said seriously. This key thing that you were talking about, I think I have it, Yi Tianyun said embarrassedly. Chapter 304, Chapter 304. What? Do you have the key? How? Elder Yan said with a shocked expression. Everyone else had the same expression as Elder Yan and also wanted to know how the hell Yi Tianyun could have the key to the prison. Yi Tianyun immediately told the story of when he was at the Gathering Dragon City and he must kill Changfeng. He found the spirit prison key among Changfeng's possession. Yi Tianyun purposely didn't tell them any of the detailed information regarding that matter as he still couldn't trust the people of the spirit race completely. You killed Changfeng? Are you really the one who destroyed the Netherworld Empire's mansion on the Gathering Dragon City? Are you the mysterious attacker that everyone was talking about? Yi Qingxuan said excitedly. Yi Tianyun nodded his head as a confirmation for Yi Qingxuan's question, and everyone in the room was very surprised by that revelation. Yi Tianyun has already killed 2 of Netherworld Empire's high-ranking minister and destroyed the Gathering City mansion at the same time. Yi Tianyun asked if there was any problem with that new information, to which Elder Yan quickly answered that there would be no problem as they had the same enemies, and now they knew for sure Yi Tianyun won't lie about that. Yi Tianyun quickly said, it was probably better to save the prisoner as soon as possible as the Netherworld Empire won't know anything that happened today. They all nodded in agreement. Their only problems before were the key and General Long. Now that they already had the key, the only thing that they need to do was a plan for the right time to attack so that they wouldn't encounter General Long inside the prison. Has young Master Yi already confirmed that the key was indeed the right key to open the Spirit Race prison? Elder Yan asked worriedly. No, as a matter of fact, I don't know if the key was really the key to open the cell that Spirit Race was detained in or not. This is also why I recommended a small unit to sneak into the prison. The less the people, the better, as a large unit would be harder to sneak in. Yi Tianyun said confidently. All right, how about I go with you? It is my responsibility to save my people after all, Ye Qingxuan said confidently. Ye Qingyun nodded in agreement, but Elder Yan and several other elders weren't sure of Ye Qingxuan's plan as she was the key to Spirit Race's future. They couldn't bear the thought of Ye Qingxuan being captured by the Netherworld Empire. Elder Yan tried to reason with Ye Qingxuan to make sure that she wouldn't participate in such a risky mission, but Ye Qingxuan shut him down every time. Ye Qingxuan said, I am indispensable for the mission to succeed. The Spirit Race prisoner won't trust Ye Tianyun to take them to the Spirit Race sanctuary just like that, and we won't have any more chance. Elder Yan finally relented and said, I will guard the Spirit Race sanctuary until my last breath, followed by many other elders and deacons who were there with them. Ye Qingxuan felt a little bit overwhelmed by her people's loyalty and said that she and Yi Tianyun would begin preparing for their departure. They will head towards the Netherworld prison as soon as possible. Everyone nodded and immediately returned to their post to make sure that their defenses were in top condition. While preparing for their departure, Ye Qingxuan said her thanks to Yi Tianyun as he has already saved her twice and that she didn't know how to repay Yi Tianyun's kindness. Yi Tianyun said, You don't have to repay me. You already gave me the Heavenly Eyes ability, and that ability was something way more valuable than money can buy. I even got the Divine Rune from Lei Yun and some other treasures from repelling the intruder earlier. Ye Qingxuan quickly said, I will crown you as the Spirit King. Because he already had Ye Qingxuan's innate ability, he will be accepted as the Spirit King quicker. As long as Yi Tianyun saved all of the imprisoned Spirit Race, the Spirit Race will have no problem giving Yi Tianyun the Spirit King's title. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised that Ye Qingxuan would suggest the Spirit King title herself. He knew that he was a foreign race among the Spirit Race. They wouldn't give the title that easily to a foreign race, wouldn't they? Yi Tianyun was confused about the sudden turn of the situation. The thought that he would have the Spirit King title from the system, and he will need to prove himself some more to make it adequate to the Spirit Race. Ye Qingxuan could feel Yi Tianyun's confusion. Reassured, I know under your leadership, Spirit Race will achieve glory. Ye Tianyun was startled once again from Ye Qingxuan's word and immediately asked the question to himself, was his command point value was too high or something? Ye Tianyun shook his head for the moment as he needed to focus on saving the imprisoned Spirit Race at the moment. Ye Qingxuan, on the side, said, I have to reward you for all your hard work. I don't know if you need anything? Ye Tianyun quickly said, I need some soul-accumulating grass that Spirit Race had. I really want that stuff as it will improve my cultivation faster. Chapter 305, Chapter 305, Soul Accumulating Grass. It should be no problem if you really want it. We have some of them in the storage house. We can give you some of it right now. Soul accumulating grass only grows on the Jade Water Deep Pool on this continent. Ye Qingxuan said casually. If you want to sell it, you will get a fortune for sure. Ye Qingxuan adds excitedly. Can I really have it right now? If it's possible, I want to make some medicinal pills out of it. Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Of course, I will go get it now. You can come with me if you want, Ye Qingxuan said casually. Have you ever thought of leaving this place as it was already compromised by the enemy and your safety is risked? Ye Tianyun asked Ye Qingxuan wonderingly while they were walking towards the storage house. We've already thought of this issue, but we can't give up this place. If we leave this place, the spirit race will eventually go extinct. The spirit race couldn't bear any child outside of this place, so we couldn't leave this place just like that, Ye Qingxuan said sadly. What? Is that a curse? Even if it was the male spirit race who was married to another race, the bride still couldn't bear any child? Yi Tianyun asked with a surprised look on his face. Yes, it doesn't matter if it was male or female. Once we leave this place, we would become infertile. I don't know if it was a curse or not, but I know that there was some special energy from below the ground that nourishes us and made us fertile. This has already been the case since the ancestors' generation. Unless you know how to solve this weird situation, we can't leave this place, Ye Qingxuan answered frustratedly. I am sorry, I'm not aware of this situation, Yi Tianyun said sadly. Don't you worry, we're already used to it, Ye Qingxuan said cheerily. They finally arrived at the storage house, and Ye Qingxuan immediately told the guard to open the door, and she immediately took a hefty amount of soul-accumulating grass and immediately gave it to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun noticed that the storage house was full of great items like 3rd to 4th grade medicinal pills, soul tools, and equipment. Yi Qingxuan asked Yi Tianyun if there was anything else he needed, and Yi Tianyun quickly answered that he didn't need anything else for the moment, as he really wanted to try his hands on refining that soul-accumulating grass into soul-accumulating pill for himself. Ye Qingxuan nodded and told the guard to lead Yi Tianyun to the pill refinery inside the spirit pagoda, as she needed to think of things that she needed to bring for her own preparation. In the spirit pagoda, Yi Tianyun was the only one inside the pill refinery and immediately took out his purple fire divine furnace and immediately threw all the ingredients that he possessed to refine the soul-accumulating pills inside the furnace and immediately activated his crazy mode to help him refine the medicinal pills that he needed. With the success rate reaching 80%, he kept refining soul-accumulating pills from the soul-accumulating grass that he got from Ye Qingxuan. The sweet fragrance was swirling inside the room from Ye Tianyun's pill refining process. The smell alone was raising Ye Tianyun's XP. He immediately realized that that pill was more powerful than what he originally thought. Ding successfully refines 5th grade medicinal pill soul-accumulating pill. Reward 500,000 XP, 5,000 pill refining proficiency point. The reward given by refining a high-grade medicinal pill wasn't bad, and that one was at the 3rd rank medicinal pills. Yi Tianyun quickly popped one pill into his mouth to see the effect that he would get. Ding successfully consumed soul-accumulating pill and get 10W00 XP. Yi Tianyun was shocked to see the amount of XP that he got from the pill. Please join Chapter 306. Chapter 306. This, Yi Tianyun was in shock, seeing how much XP he got from only one pill. If I am consuming a dozen of those pills, I will instantly level up. He now required 100 NR000 EXP to level up one level. Therefore, he needed 14 of the soul-accumulating pills to level up, but as of the moment, he only needed 5 more of those, since he only needed 60 000 EXP to level up to the 4th level of core transformation stage. Oh right, how much price the pill in system shop if I sell it? He checked how much the pill was worth if he sold it on the system shop. Yi Tianyun was shocked once more, but this time not in a good way after he learned that the pills were worthless to sell. The pill was only worth at 1 narrow 0000. Later, I must make a demand to Star Pavilion to search for the soul-accumulating grass. I know with Star Pavilion's connection outside of the Heavenly Border continent, they will find the grass eventually. He consumed 2 more pills after that and instantly received 20 to 0000 EXP from the pills. Yi Tianyun thought for a minute with the rest of the soul-accumulating grass that Ye Qingxuan gave earlier. If I am increasing the refinement grade, will the EXP also increase? He tried it to see the success rate and noticed that it quickly dropped from 80% to 40%. That was too low for his standard. He needed to make sure that he didn't waste any ingredient, especially that soul-accumulating grass because of their rarity. I will try with Luck Aura. Yi Tianyun's Luck Aura activated, and he saw that his success rate was raised by 30% and now at 70% chance of success. He deemed it acceptable enough and quickly tried to make the soul-accumulating pills at 5th grade refinement rank. Ding successfully refined soul-accumulating pill. Reward 600 EXP, 600 pill refining proficiency point. Yi Tianyun was satisfied that the refining didn't end up in failure, and he immediately popped the pill that he just made into his mouth to test the difference. Din's successfully consumed soul accumulating pill gained 15,000 XP. Yi Tianyun was surprised that it increased the XP gain by 50% with only increasing one rank of refinement grade. He quickly ate 2 more of those pills, and immediately a notification sound surprised him once more. Congratulations to the host for successfully breakthrough to 4th level of core transformation stage. Level up again. Although Yi Tianyun knew that his cultivation speed was already insanely fast, he realized that he wouldn't be this fast if it was not because of the soul accumulating pill. That pill was much more useful than defeating a bunch of monsters or meditating inside a place with concentrated spiritual power that he has done so far. After all that, Ye Qingshuan immediately came and asked, "Are you done with pills?" Because she saw that Yi Tianyun was sitting there while doing nothing. Yi Tianyun smiled and said, "I am done here. We can go as soon as you're ready." Ye Qingshuan then nodded her head and said, "I am ready. We must go as soon as possible." Ye Tianyun nodded, and he immediately stood up and followed Ye Qingshuan outside of the spirit pagoda. They knew that if they were to encounter a General Long inside the Netherworld prison, their chance of success would plummet. But the one thing that was different between the two was, Ye Qingshuan didn't know that Yi Tianyun had a trump card that he hasn't used in front of her, and that was the teleportation technique. When they arrived at the East Forest, Ye Waner has been waiting for them. Yi Waner immediately hugged her sister and said, "Both of you must to come back safely." Yi Tianyun smiled, seeing how close they were, and said, "We will succeed and will come back safely for sure." Both of them quickly left after the little exchange of words with Yi Waner towards the Netherworld prison. "You know that we can't fail this mission no matter what," Ye Qingshuan said seriously. "I know. Didn't I already say that we will definitely succeed as long as I am here?" Yi Tianyun said confidently. Chapter 307, Chapter 307. Using the Phoenix Wing, Yi Tianyun and Ye Qingshuan quickly arrived at the Netherworld continent, where Netherworld Empire resided. That continent was close to Heavenly Border Continent and only ruled by Netherworld Empire, unlike the Heavenly Border Continent, which had several factions in it. The prison of the spirit race wasn't located that far away from the Heavenly Border Continent, it was located close to the continental border of the Netherworld Empire. The Netherworld prison was one of the most guarded places in the Netherworld Empire, with the Netherworld Imperial City as the most guarded place in the Netherworld continent. In front of us is Netherworld prison, fly faster and higher to evade scout, well, Yi Qingshuan said. Yi Qingshuan said Yi Tianyun knew that he wouldn't be able to walk in from the front, and thus he needed a plan to get in. He couldn't break in through the wall as it was already reinforced with Divine Rune to make sure that it could withstand an attack from even the core transformation expert. Ye Qingshuan said, "Old Ancestor made all the divine runes engraved in that place of the spirit race, and now I can't believe that that place would be used to imprison our race." Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised to hear that. If he was sure that the Netherworld Empire was corrupted before, now he knew for sure that there was no saving that God has forsaken empire. Why would he help to engrave them? At first, we just informed that it was to detain criminals, so we just helped for the sake of peace. I understand we are going inside now. Yi Tianyun flew down near the west wall of the prison and took the lead to scout the area for any kind of information that he could use. He could see that the Netherworld prison was located in an open field, so if anyone tried to get close to the prison, they would be discovered almost instantly. After they encircled the place, Ye Qingshuan said there was no other way to enter the prison except the main gate in the front. Ye Tianyun nodded as he also arrived at the same conclusion. Ye Qingshuan said, "I know how to deactivate the divine rune inside so there will be no alarm ringing, but all of the spirit race that I sent to scout and break into the prison to save our people never came out again." Ye Qingshuan nodded once again. He was sure that with his key he would be able to save every spirit race that was trapped there. Yi Tianyun thought over for a while and concluded that he had to use teleportation there, but Ye Qingshuan, who still didn't know Yi Tianyun's ability, immediately said, "We should dig the ground and enter the prison after deactivating the divine rune on the wall and sneaked in that way." Yi Tianyun quickly shook his head and said, "You should wait and see. I already had a plan to enter the place." Yi Tianyun quickly used the heavenly eyes and looked around the wall to take a look inside. He quickly felt a strong resistance from the wall, meaning that the divine rune was made to block even the spiritual energy from outside. But as he concentrated on his heavenly eyes, he could see the weak point of the divine rune on the wall and detect the situation on the inside. But he couldn't see too far as the divine rune inside, and his ability wasn't at that level just yet. But it was enough. "I don't believe I can't do this." He soon discovered the weak divine rune that he could deactivate so that he could teleport into that place. There, he immediately put his hands over the weak divine rune and zapped it to deactivate the weak divine rune. Bang! Now that the divine rune has been deactivated, Yi Tianyun looked at Ye Qingshuan with a smile and said, "We go at any moment without any problem." Everything was ready, all he needed to do was grab Ye Qingshuan and teleported his way in. Chapter 308, Chapter 308. Ye Qingxuan only nodded her head in confusion. She didn't know what Yi Tianyun was doing, but because he said that all the preparation was complete and they could enter the prison, she trusted him and let him lead the way. We will start digging now. Ye Qingxuan also took out 2 hoes to digging the ground so they could enter the prison. These are holy tools. I know we are going to digging, so I already made preparation. One Yi Tianyun looked at Ye Qingxuan with a funny look on his eyes. He quickly patted Ye Qingxuan's head and said, "Girl, we don't need this." "What do you mean? Do you want to use a sword or your hand to dig?" She was extremely confused. Yi Tianyun laughed. "That's, of course, no. Do you believe it if I can instantly move both of us inside and that we don't need to break any divine rune? No, the wall is so strong and there are divine runes engraved on it. How can you enter instantly without being noticed? There was no way to move inside unnoticed." Yi Tianyun was amused by Ye Qingxuan's stubbornness and said, "If I can, I will do anything you want." Ye Qingxuan snorted. "That's it," Yi Tianyun smirked. "Now close your eyes, then open it after I give you instruction." Yi Qingxuan immediately ranted, "You better not do anything stupid to me while I close my eyes." Yi Tianyun smiled in amusement and immediately held Ye Qingxuan's shoulder and teleported inside the prison. He teleported into one of the guards' lounge. The room was small, and that place was deserted. He knew that they were safe inside that room. Yi Tianyun said, "Now open your eyes." Ye Qingxuan opened her eyes, and she did so quickly, she was surprised that she was no longer outside the prison, and was indeed already inside the prison without a hitch. She knew the structure inside the prison, as she also had come to work on several divine runes on the site while it was in construction, so she knew that they were really inside the Netherworld prison. Yi Tianyun smirked. "I already told you that I could do it, now you lost the bet, you must do anything I want." Yi Qingxuan, who was still shocked, ignored Yi Tianyun's smug look and immediately asked, "How did you do it?" Yi Tianyun immediately said, "It's my secret art. I need time before I can use it again." Ye Qingxuan quickly speculated all possibilities in her mind and immediately asked, "Teleportation?" Ye Tianyun thought for a while and said, "It was similar in a way and had many aspects of teleportation." Ye Tianyun knew that the teleportation that Ye Qingxuan said was a secret art that manipulated the spatial attributed spiritual energy, which was a very rare type of spiritual energy, and thus making the martial arts rarer than anything else. The storage ring was one of the examples of spatial attribute spiritual energy usage. It could open the space to create a pocket that could be used to store any items that they wanted. Ye Qingxuan immediately looked at Yi Tianyun with awe in her eyes. She quickly asked, "Do you have spatial body constitution?" Yi Tianyun shrugged and asked, "Did it matter?" Because he didn't have the slightest idea about what Ye Qingxuan just said. Ye Qingxuan snapped back to her original mood as she realized that they had to save the spirit race prisoner as fast as they could. She quickly took out 2 talismans while giving one to Yi Tianyun. She explained, "The talisman has a master-level divine rune engraved on it to hide the aura of the wearer and rendered the wearer invisible to the naked eye as long as they didn't move. At least the effect will be effective against even core transformation experts." Yi Tianyun quickly wore the talisman and immediately felt the effect as if he was going to disappear. Ye Qingxuan quickly told Yi Tianyun to follow her as she knew where to go from there. Yi Tianyun nodded and quickly followed Ye Qingxuan out of the lounge. "We are going to Spirit Forbidden Zone as it was the place strong enough to prevent Spirit Race from using their innate ability by making sure that they couldn't use any of their spiritual energy." Yi Tianyun nodded and asked, "If you are very familiar with this place, why you don't have any key?" Ye Qingxuan immediately said, "Spirit Race was only here to engrave the divine rune. We didn't build the cage. We don't have the right to hold on to the key. I never saw the real key, but since you got the key from Chung Feng, it's likely to be the real key." Yi Tianyun nodded once again and said, "Okay, let's hurry up before it's all too late." Yi Qingxuan nodded and hurriedly led the way to the Spirit Forbidden Zone. Chapter 309. Chapter 309. They successfully entered the prison and were currently walking in the prison passage unnoticed, and they haven't seen any guards so far. After walking for quite a while, they finally saw 5 guards walking towards them. Ye Qingxuan quickly told Yi Tianyun to stop and back down towards the wall. Immediately both of them seemed like fusing with the wall, invisible to the naked eye. Yi Tianyun thought that talisman was too fickle. It was better if he used his stealth ability, but it would be rude to Ye Qingxuan, for she already took her time to prepare all of this. But it proved to be effective. Even though that the guards who were walking towards them were spirit core cultivators, they still couldn't see Ye Qingxuan and Yi Tianyun near them. After they left the passage, Ye Qingxuan quickly pulled Yi Tianyun to say that they were safe for the time being. Ye Qingxuan then led Yi Tianyun towards an area where they could see a thick cage made of extremely hard material. They saw that every cage had a cultivator that was being shackled inside. The shackle itself wasn't any ordinary shackle either. It could limit the power of its wearer, therefore weakened them considerably. Ye Qingxuan and Yi Tianyun saw a guard walking in, and all the prisoners instantly roared to the guards to let them go. "You, the dog of the Netherworld Empire, quickly let us out. Let us out. Your Netherworld Empire will soon be destroyed." I beg you to let me go. I am willing to do everything for you. The guards kicked one of the cages. Shut up, or I will kill you. You are the one who will die. Dog. One of the prisoners leaped up towards the guards and banged on his cage. The guards looked amused and then said, Okay, then you will be my first kill. The guards then stabbed the brave prisoner with the spear on his hands on the prisoner's abdomen. The prisoner stared at the guard wide-eyed. The prisoner thought the guards shouldn't be allowed to kill any prisoner. The guard then shouted, I will kill anyone else who dare. They all remained silent until one prisoner said, I am willing to join the Netherworld Empire. I am willing to work for the Netherworld Empire. Then eat this. The guard then threw a medicinal pill inside the prisoner's cage. The prisoner then ate the pill without hesitation and began to scream while a black vein began to spread around the prisoner's body. The guard then opened the cage and dragged the prisoner's body out from his cage and fed him another medicinal pill. This is the detoxification pill that can temporarily relieve poison in your body. The prisoner's body stopped trembling after eating detoxification pill. The guard also said, the Netherworld Empire is the only one who had those pills. The guards then called another guard, bring him to the mining site. However, the prisoner said, I am blacksmith. I can make many weapons for the Netherworld Empire. The guard immediately said to other guards, okay, bring him to the refining room and see what he is capable of. If he can't make a weapon to our standard, throw him to the mining site. The prisoner knew that he would be treated better if he worked as a blacksmith than a miner, and therefore he chose to reveal his ability to forge a weapon. The guard then asked who else wanted to join the Netherworld Empire. Of course, none of you can leave without taking the pills. Yi Tianyun and Ye Qingxuan saw everything that the guards did. They didn't know that the Netherworld Empire coerced the prisoners to join them through that method. Yi Tianyun knew that the Netherworld Empire forced people to join them, like the one that he experienced himself in the Gathering Dragon City. Ye Qingxuan, on the side, felt angered by the situation in front of her. Netherworld Empire must be destroyed. I have a plan to save everyone from here. What is the plan? It's simple. Ye Tianyun quickly looked at Ye Qingxuan and told his plan to get everyone there out of their cage to cause rampant on the prison while they saved the spirit race in the middle of the chaos. Chapter 310 Ye Qingxuan was startled by Yi Tianyun's word to let everyone out of their cage. Yi Tianyun said it was necessary as it would ensure that the guards' eyes were distracted on the chaotic situation that would occur. We will have the time to let everyone out of prison, Ye Qingxuan questioned. It is cruel. The prisoner will be killed one by the Netherworld Empire. Yi Tianyun said, I understand your sympathy to the prisoners, but it was necessary to ensure all spirit race prisoners could escape the prison. With all of the prisoners out, the enemy of the Netherworld Empire will be increasing once again. With that many prisoners, he knew that the resentment towards the Netherworld Empire would be over the top for those prisoners, and therefore they would become a necessary piece on destroying the Netherworld Empire. Yi Tianyun told Ye Qingxuan to lead the way towards the Spirit Forbidden Zone so that he could assess the situation of the spirit race prisoner first. Once they were in the front of the Spirit Forbidden Zone, which was not too far from the previous cage area they were in, Ye Qingxuan and Yi Tianyun quickly sneaked carefully past the guards who were guarding the gate. When they thought that they were safe, a guard suddenly walked towards the gate, startling Ye Qingxuan, and she almost blew her cover because of it, so Yi Tianyun took the matter into his own hand. He quickly took out the crimson dagger and stabbed the guard's chest with it. Ding successfully killed Netherworld Prison's guard. Reward, 270D00 XP, 3400 CPs, 200 SPs, Demon Prison Claw Martial Art, Burst Chop Technique, Burst Sword, Recovery Medicinal Pill. Yi Tianyun quickly dragged the guard's lifeless body into a room near the gate and quickly closed it. He walked back towards Ye Qingxuan slowly and continued to walk deeper into the Spirit Forbidden Zone carefully. You are too skilled, Ye Qingxuan praised Yi Tianyun's assassination skill. Yi Tianyun quickly said, Not really, but for the level of the guards here, it won't be a problem even if we have to kill them all, but it surely will troublesome if we are against a Void Spirit stage cultivator. Let's go to the next area. I don't know how strong guard there. After walking further into the Spirit Forbidden Zone and killing many guards who almost exposed them, Yi Tianyun and Yi Qingxuan arrived at the next area inside the Spirit Forbidden Zone. Both of them heard screams coming from the next area. They walked inside carefully and immediately ran into the nasty smell of blood covering the place. They looked inside and saw that the cultivators were held and tortured with many torture instruments inside their cage. Yi Tianyun saw that area had many core transformation experts in it, so he asked, Does any of those prisoners belong to the spirit race? Ye Qingxuan shook his head as she didn't see any of her people there, but she recognized some of them, Netherworld Empire bastard. Those are Great Elder of Facing the Heavens Mansion, an Elder of Nirvana Mansion, and the Elder of Alchemy Mansion. Those elders were part of the mansions that had a good relationship with the spirit race. Ye Qingxuan has angered once again, seeing that the people who were once her ally, being tortured inside the Netherworld prison. Yi Tianyun knew what Ye Qingxuan felt after seeing all that, so he reassured Ye Qingxuan. Once we save the old ancestor in the spirit race, I will release all of those people and make sure that the Netherworld Empire won't be a problem to the spirit race again. Yeah, Ye Qingxuan nodded sadly at Yi Tianyun's word, and both of them immediately walked to the next area. The next area must be where the spirit race was being held. Yi Tianyun nodded and told her that both of them would save every spirit race people that were being held here. Chapter 311, Ding's Quest, Destroy the Netherworld Prison, Accept Reject. Yi Tianyun was a little bit startled that he got another side quest while trying to complete a quest. He quickly accepted the quest as he knew that the quest would reward him a good amount of XP. Ding successfully accepted the quest. Destroy the Netherworld Prison. Quest completion reward, 50W00 XP, 100W0 CPs, 10W0 TPs, 200 PPs, 100 command points. There was no item reward, but Yi Tianyun was still satisfied after seeing that the amount of XP and other points. Yi Tianyun muttered while smirking, "Even the system wants me to destroy that prison." At long last, Ye Qingxuan pointed her finger on the gate of the next area. "In front of us is the Spirit Forbidden Zone. That is the place where the spirit race people should be held captive. That place has the most spiritual energy dampener among all areas of the prison." Yi Tianyun nodded and asked, "Will we also get affected if we enter?" Yi Qingxuan said, "Only those inside the cage and those who wore the spiritual shackle were affected. There should be no effect to those who were outside of the cage." Yi Tianyun nodded once again. "I am ready." Then, both of them carefully made their way inside the next area of the Spirit Forbidden Zone. Inside, Yi Tianyun didn't feel any different than any previous areas they've been to, but he could see that the cage had some divine rune, which continuously absorbed the spiritual energy on anything inside the cage. That method was very lethal to spirit race because the spirit race treated spiritual energy like sustenance for their life. Without spiritual energy, it could be said that the spirit race didn't have anything to eat or drink. Yi Tianyun saw several of spirit race who were being held in the cage with their face was already pale from malnutrition. He could see that they weren't tortured, but without spiritual energy, it was basically the same thing. A spirit race woman saw the guards walking in and quickly begged, "I beg you to spare my kid some food. He can't hold on any longer because their cultivation base was too low." "Haha, do you want to eat?" The guards laughed and waved a water bottle in front of the cage and drank all the water inside the bottle quickly, leaving the spirit race people inside the cage desperate. The guard said, "If you want to eat, then join the Netherworld Empire and work for our cause." A spirit race man who was also imprisoned while holding his children said, "Don't beg to them. I believe the Saintess will save us sooner or later." "My child," they silently shed tears. They were reluctant to submit to the Netherworld Empire, but if they didn't, their children would die. Even if the Saintess came, it would be pointless if their children died. When the guard saw their attitude, he got up and banged on the cage. "You sure still have the guts left in you." And then he threw the food in his hand to the floor. Anger was written all over his face. "Shu Daren, calm down. They will give up eventually." The guard next to him stopped him before the thing went out of hand. "I sure hope so. Otherwise, I will shove the poison pill down their throat. Too bad I don't have the key. If I do, I would have told them to fight to the death for the key." The other guard, Shu Cheng, was so kind of disappointed since they came to that prison every day to pressure the prisoner, but they couldn't torture them because they didn't have the key. Shu Daren threatened them. "I will surely report the disobedience that the spirit race people showed and will make sure that General Long permitted us to torture the people here even more." But what they didn't know was that when they turned around, a scarlet dagger immediately pierced their chest. Before they could even finish their sentence, they were already dead, without knowing who killed them. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The people in the cage began to chant in excitement. "Saintess! Finally, their Saintess has come to save them." Chapter 312, The Spirit Race. People who were being imprisoned began to chant the word Saintess as they saw Ye Qingxuan finally come to save them. That is the Saintess. She will save us. Really, the Saintess. There is also a human race? Who is he? Great, the Saintess is finally coming to save us. They looked at Ye Qingxuan with the eyes full of hopes, for finally they were going to be released from the hell that they are forced to go through in this prison. Ye Qingxuan shushed. "Don't talk. You shouldn't attract the guards' attention." The prisoners nodded and became quiet all of a sudden, as they also didn't want to cause any trouble for their savior. "I hope the key is real." Ye Qingxuan nodded to Yi Tianyun as the signal to open the cage of the prisoners. Yi Tianyun quickly did so, while Ye Qingxuan was praying to gods that the key that Yi Tianyun had could open the cage. If it couldn't open the cage, all of their hard work until that moment would be useless. But as Yi Tianyun had predicted, the key unlocked the cage smoothly. "Great, I already said everything is okay." Ye Qingxuan on the side was glimmering in excitement. She was glad that they could open and finally save the spirit people that were imprisoned here. But she knew that was just the beginning. She still had to make sure that all of those people arrived safely on the spirit race sanctuary. Yi Tianyun quickly signaled for the people inside the cage to come out as the cage was already opened widely. Take these pills, make sure everyone restores their energy. Yi Tianyun passed many medicinal pills. Thanks. The prisoner thanked Yi Tianyun gratefully as they finally could save their children from the malnutrition of having their spiritual energy depleted. After doing all that, Yi Tianyun's spirit race favorability went up to over 100, Yi Qingshuan whispered. Giving the prisoner your pills was a good move. That way, they will support you if he really wants to be the spirit king. Yi Tianyun shrugged his shoulder helplessly. He actually gave the medicinal pills out of his humanity, not to get support from those poor prisoners. Yi Tianyun immediately helped the spirit race prisoner to unlock their shackle, as it also depleted their spiritual energy, the same as the cage. Where is the old ancestor? Yi Qingshuan asked. One of spirit race people told her, the old ancestor were taken to the next area. We don't know the old ancestor's situation as we can't hear what is happening there, and the guards never mentioned anything about the situation there. Yi Qingshuan nodded. Wait here and restore your energy. I will go with him to save old ancestor. They all nodded and quickly tried to meditate to make sure that the medicinal pills weren't wasted. Yi Tianyun and Yi Qingshuan immediately rushed over to the next area, and after a few corners they heard an agonizing scream. They quickly rushed over to check the sound and saw that the old ancestor was being tortured by one of the spirit race traitor. The traitor didn't realize the presence of Yi Qingshuan and Yi Tianyun yet, and he said, You are really stubborn. You didn't lose consciousness even after being poisoned and tortured like that, worthy of spirit race's old ancestor. It was a shame that he couldn't kill the old ancestor just yet, as he was told not to by General Long. Feng Wuyun, you are dead to me. I can't find any forgiveness for what you have done to the spirit race. I will not let myself lose consciousness, for I will not let you use the soul-searching technique on me. I will not let the Netherworld Empire have my memories, the old ancestor said confidently. Yi Tianyun could see that the old ancestor was a void spirit stage cultivator. He concluded that the old ancestor might have been a spirit king stage cultivator in his prime, but it seemed the old age caught upon him. Feng Wuyun, the traitor, laughed as he said, I don't believe that you can hold on for much longer. Feng Wuyun quickly took a bottle of poison and prepared to force the poison into the spirit race old ancestor's mouth. Feng Wuyun, you dare! At that time, Yi Qingshuan quickly stepped forward and coldly activated her aura to make sure that Feng Wuyun knew her presence as she walked to the cage. She noticed that the Feng Wuyun and the old ancestor were locked inside. She quickly signaled Yi Tianyun to come closer and open the cage, as she will make sure that Feng Wuyun couldn't torture the old ancestor any further. Chapter 313. Chapter 313. Feng Wuyun was shocked to see that Yi Qingshuan came to the prison unchained. His first reaction was to hide behind something that could protect himself, but as he realized that he was inside a cage that must be opened with a special key, he smirked at Yi Qingshuan and taunted her. Saintess, get out of here before General Feng coming. You can't open the cage without the key. The old ancestor shouted at Yi Qingshuan. Feng Wuyun silenced him as he said, it was too late to get out. He took the jade pendant and said, I can crush the pendant to make sure that everyone in Netherworld prison knew there was an intruder. Feng Wuyun added, watch me preparing the poison that I will force the old ancestor to drink. Yi Qingshuan shouted, stop it, you traitor. But it seemed that it had the opposite effect. Feng Wuyun said, come in if you want to stop me. But even if she could come in, all he had to do was just crush the jade pendant to signal General Long that there was a problem inside the Netherworld prison. Ha 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 ha. Feng Wuyun then laughed as he thought that Yi Qingshuan was desperate to save the old ancestor. Who said I couldn't come in? Suddenly, Feng Wuyun's arm that was holding the jade pendant was cut off, and he was kicked to the side by none other than Yi Tianyun. Because Feng Wuyun was too focused with Yi Qingshuan, he didn't realize that Yi Tianyun was already inside the cage. Read more new novels on listnovel.com. Feng Wuyun was shocked once again, seeing that the helper that Yi Qingshuan brought was inside the cage. How could you come inside? Yi Qingshuan and the old ancestor was a little bit surprised themselves. They didn't see Yi Tianyun enter the cage at all. Yi Qingshuan first thought that Yi Tianyun was using his teleportation ability, but she knew that there was no way that the cage would allow anyone to teleport inside it. But, despite questioning it, she knew that Yi Tianyun had done it. He has already taken care of Feng Wuyun. I just walk in with this. Feng Wuyun was startled to see that Yi Tianyun really got the key. He knew that the only one who qualified to hold the key to the spirit race prisoner was General Long and the Emperor, so how could Yi Tianyun have one? It was impossible to kill the Netherworld Emperor, so he speculated that General Long had been killed. Feng Wuyun then leaped with all his might and started to run towards the exit, but Yi Tianyun was much faster than him. Yi Tianyun quickly pulled him back and kicked Feng Wuyun's chest once more. Feng Wuyun's cultivation was not that low. He was at the 5th level core transformation stage, but before Yi Tianyun's overwhelming power, he couldn't do anything. Are you still going to force the old ancestor to drink this poison? Yi Tianyun said sarcastically while forcing Feng Wuyun to drink the poison. Ah! Arg! Feng Wuyun screamed out as the pain from the poison began to take effect. He writhed on the floor and kept slamming his head on the floor as he couldn't handle the pain from the poison. Seeing that scene in front of him, Yi Tianyun put some respect on the old ancestor of the spirit race. It was clear that he had a strong will to be able to speak through the pain from the poison. Yi Tianyun told Ye Qinshuan, "I am done. You can do anything you want to him." Ye Qinshuan reacted by taking out her silver whips and quickly whipped Feng Wuyun with it. With every whip, Feng Wuyun's body began to froze and finally tie up his body. She didn't kill Feng Wuyun, making Yi Tianyun confused about what she wanted to do, but left it alone as it was no longer his problem. Ye Qingshuan quickly helped Yi Tianyun removing all the shackles that tied the old ancestor. She noticed that the old ancestor's aura had been severely weakened for having been tortured for a long time. Chapter 314, Old Ancestor, how do you feel? Ye Qingshuan quickly asked. The old ancestor said, I am fine, you must leave before a big trouble comes. If she hung around there much longer, it would be problem. You should leave me behind as I am not useful anymore. I will die soon. No one can help me. But Ye Qingshuan knew the old ancestor's ordeal. She knew that the poison must have really taken a toll on the old ancestor's body. I will take care of you and find a great alchemist to make the antidote. But once again, old ancestor shook his head. The poison is a trademark of the Netherworld Empire. There is no way to make the antidote, as any alchemist outside of the Netherworld Empire won't know how to make one. This, Ye Qingshuan stood up and walked to Feng Wuyun. She quickly shook the dying Feng Wuyun. Give me the antidote. Feng Wuyun didn't say anything but smirk, seeing Ye Qingshuan's desperation. Ye Qingshuan then took Feng Wuyun's storage ring and immediately rummaged it to find the detoxification pill for the old ancestor. But all she found was the detoxification pill for Feng Wuyun's personal use. It seemed that he was also one of the victims of Netherworld Empire's control. You will not find any detoxification pills for the old Kuten there. The real detoxification pill was in the hands of the Imperial Preceptor. If you want it, go get it yourself, Feng Wuyun said while smirking widely. Ye Qingshuan was a little bit startled hearing that new information. There was no way that she could take the detoxification pills from the Imperial Preceptor. They were more powerful than General Long, and they'd stay at the Netherworld Imperial City almost 24/7. Yi Tianyun then stepped forward and told Ye Qingshuan not to worry, as he will try to refine the detoxification pills for the old ancestor himself. He quickly activated the appraisal eye to analyze the poison inside the old ancestor's system immediately. DINGs unable to analyze the toxic material? Level up appraisal eye. Yi Tianyun didn't hesitate and quickly level up the appraisal eye without thinking twice. Dings consumed 500 CPs, successfully upgrades the appraisal eye to level 3. Next level, require 1000 CPs. Ding's appraisal eye can now be used to acquire the information about the additional profession, racial details, detail of the martial arts, details of the divine rune and great array, medicinal pills. Ding successfully identified the toxic substance with the name Soul. Devouring poison. Detoxification material, 1x love flower, 1x human grass, 2x heart erosion grass. Found it, Yi Tianyun said as he became confident of his ability to make the antidote for the poison. He quickly pulled out the purple fire divine furnace and started refining the necessary ingredient to make the antidotes. Fortunately, the ingredient wasn't some rare material that he didn't have on his storage. After a while, he finally finished the antidote and gave it to Ye Qingshuan. Feng Wuyun was laughing as he said, it was impossible to make the antidote on a whim. If you give old ancestor the antidotes that guy made, the old ancestor would probably die instantly. Ye Tianyun said, it was true, the pill isn't the perfect antidote, but the pill would relieve the old ancestor of the poison for a little bit. Therefore, the poison will no longer threaten the old ancestor's life. Ye Qingshuan nodded, and without hesitation, she administered the pill to the old ancestor. After taking the pill that Yi Tianyun refined for him, the old ancestor's complexion began to turn somewhat better. He even could absorb the spiritual energy little by little, as the poison's effect has already subsided. I feel much better. We should leave this place and save every spirit race in this prison. They all nodded while Feng Wuyun was lying there looking like an idiot. He didn't expect the pill to be extremely effective like that. Get ready to escape. I will lead the way. If General Long came, it would become a difficult situation. Yi Tianyun could run, but others from Spirit Race couldn't. Chapter 35 Ye Qingshuan quickly killed Feng Wuyun as they prepared to get out of that area to meet up with the rest of the Spirit Race people in prison. Ding successfully killed Feng Wuyun. Reward, 730W0 XP, 4 to 500 CPs, 250 SPs, 1500 Divine Rune Proficiency Points, Heaven Spirit Step Martial Art, Spirit Breaking Finger, Soul Breaking Stroke, Tyrant Rune Paper. Yi Tianyun didn't need to kill Feng Wuyun himself, as he already knew that once Ye Qingshuan killed him, he will get the reward anyway. This Tyrant Rune Paper is awesome. He felt a little bit excited that he got another Tyrant rune paper. He knew that rune paper was different from the other divine rune paper that people normally used. It could enhance the effect of the divine rune paper that was engraved on it up to 3 times the normal value. Very simple but strong effect. Whatever kind of divine rune was engraved on it would be enhanced by 3 times the normal effect. It paired very well with a high-grade divine rune. He was tempted to make a damaged divine rune now, as he thought that it wouldn't take long, and with the Tyrant rune paper, the effect would surely explode. But the most important thing at the moment was time. He couldn't stop for a minute just because he wanted to portray a divine rune, so he needed to do it while moving. Yi Tianyun quickly pulled out the soul-breaking stroke and the Tyrant rune paper and began to engrave the damaged divine rune on the paper. Yi Qingshuan and the old ancestor were a little bit startled to see Yi Tianyun was engraving a divine rune of all things. She quickly asked, "Why are you doing such a difficult task in the middle of a difficult situation?" Yi Tianyun casually said, "I need divine rune for my weapon because I don't have any. I need to enchant my attack power." He planned to use the damaged divine rune on the ice-cold divine bow, as he knew that it was better to use the damage amplifier on the ranged attack. Ye Qingshuan asked, "You need us to wait?" Yi Tianyun shook his head. "No need to wait. I will be done soon." Yi Tianyun then activated his crazy mode, speeding up the process of drawing the divine rune so that he could finish faster. Ye Qingshuan and the old ancestor were once again startled to see Yi Tianyun's speed on engraving the divine rune. In no time, he has already finished engraving 5th layer's 3rd grade divine runes on the paper. But Yi Tianyun still continued to draw the divine rune and on the process to engrave the 6th layer divine rune. His success rate to engrave the 6th layer divine rune was 80%. That was also one of the benefits of using the Tyrant rune paper. It could also increase the success rate of the divine rune that was being portrayed. Ye Qingshuan and the old ancestor were looking at Yi Tianyun in awe. They know that the divine rune that Yi Tianyun made was at least a master-level divine rune. This is 6th layer divine rune. Ye Qingshuan speechless. The old ancestor even praised him. He is better than Spirit Race in portraying a divine rune. There aren't many people who can draw the divine rune that fast. Where did you meet him? It is a long story. Ye Qingshuan didn't know where to start. He is really amazing, if only he is a Spirit Race. Yi Tianyun was slightly excited for getting the recognition from the old ancestor. With the old ancestor on his back, he would get the Spirit King title easier than trying to get it himself. Once he was done portraying the 6th layer's 3rd grade divine rune, he looked at the 7th layer and stopped right there. The 7th layer's success rate has dropped to 50%. Yi Tianyun was sure that if he used the heavenly eyes, the success rate would increase, but he decided not to as the old ancestor was watching his every move. Ye Qingshuan and the old ancestor tried to take a look at Yi Tianyun's divine rune that he just made, and were startled to see the damage amplifier that the divine rune gave. It was 210% damage amplifier. It was triple the normal value of the same grade. Yi Tianyun quickly pulled out the ice-cold divine bow and pasted the 6 layers damage divine rune on it. He saw that the bow's special effect was enhanced. With damage divine rune, it currently had the effect of 4 times damage multiplier instead of 2 times damage multiplier. After all that, Yi Tianyun picked up his pace while saying they needed to go faster to Ye Qingshuan and the old ancestor. As they got close to the previous area where they left the Spirit Race people behind to save the old ancestor, they heard a fight. Yi Tianyun quickly moved forward and saw that the Spirit Race people were barely able to withstand the attack of the guards. "Let me open the way." Yi Tianyun quickly pulled the string of the ice-cold divine bow and released the ice-cold arrow while aiming it at the guards. The amazing power of the ice-cold divine bow was quickly shown. The arrows Yi Tianyun shot pierced the guards and hit other guards behind them and completely freezing them solid. Yi Tianyun was sure that with that bow in his hand, his path would be easier. Chapter 316, Kill. Chapter 316, Kill. Yi Tianyun quickly killed every guard who was engaged in battle with the Spirit Race people. The Spirit Race was surprised to see that the guards were killed in a short amount of time. It is the old ancestor. They were surprised once more when they saw their old ancestor came into the room. They were relieved to see their old ancestor was fine, making them sigh in relief after knowing that the worst-case scenario didn't happen. Yi Tianyun then rallied the Spirit Race by saying, "We, together, will fight against the guards and take back our freedom. Kill the guards." The Spirit Race then shouted in excitement. They began to chant freedom as they prepared themselves to escape the prison. Yi Qingshuan and Yi Tianyun quickly led the way to freedom as the old ancestor acted as their rear vanguard to protect the backline. Yi Tianyun quickly killed every guard that came his way. "How did you came out?" Those guards were shocked as there was no indication that the prisoner was escaping. Some of them even attempted to call for help, but sadly, Yi Tianyun and his ice-cold divine bow didn't allow any of them to escape. Ding successfully killed Netherworld prison guard. Reward, 250,000 XP, 3,000 CPs, 50 SPs, Dragon Soul Martial Art, Heavenly Soul Knife, Imperial Soul Armor. The notification kept ringing after that, indicating the XP gained and other rewards after killing many people. "Call help, call help." The guards began to shout. No one could escape Yi Tianyun's ice-cold divine bow. They were killed one by one. Yi Tianyun finally arrived at the area where he saw the people being tormented earlier. He quickly told the spirit race behind him to check for the cage key among the guards' belonging and opened all cage to free everyone inside. While the spirit race began searching and unlocking the cage, Yi Tianyun was busy killing any guards who waltzed towards the area. He also threw many medicinal pills to Ye Xuan while saying that she should give it to any prisoners that needed them. Thank you, thanks. The prisoners were all grateful for Yi Tianyun's kindness. They never thought that a day where they could see the sun again would come. Yi Tianyun quickly shouted, "Don't say it now, we must escape from here first. They weren't safe yet." Those who could fight quickly followed Yi Tianyun to fend off the guards that came towards their way. But those who were tortured the most and couldn't fight stayed behind, closely following the main group as not to make themselves the target of the guards' attack. But their eyes still burned in hatred towards the Netherworld Empire. There was no doubt that once they escaped this prison, they would return the favor to Netherworld Empire. Finally, I escape. Yours truly will destroy the Netherworld Empire. Yes, I will destroy the Netherworld Empire in this life. Since I was caught. I always thought when I escape from here, I will destroy the Netherworld Empire. They were filled with hate. Yi Tianyun then gave the order to those who could fight to save all of the prisoners in the Netherworld prison, while also giving them many medicinal pills to help the prisoners that they were about to set free. They all nodded, including many of the prisoners that they released earlier. They knew that at the moment, the prisoner was their closest allies to fight off the Netherworld Empire. Soon enough, the army of prisoners was formed, and many of them were eager to rush towards the main gate of the Netherworld prison to breathe the fresh air. Kill all the dog from Netherworld Empire. Kill. Yi Tianyun let them rush out as he needed the distraction too, but he still provided cover by shooting the ice-cold arrow to every guard that he saw. Open the cage, all cages. He kept shouting to open all the cages and made sure that every prisoner had a chance to escape. This hero, thank you. I, Wang Hu, pledge my loyalty and will listen to you in the future. Me too. My life is yours from now. Thanks, thanks. Many of the prisoners that Yi Tianyun freed saw him as a hero. Many of them even pledged loyalty to Yi Tianyun. Let's talk about anything later after we escape from here. Yi Tianyun smirked a little bit. He knew that those prisoners were captured unjustly by the Netherworld Empire. Therefore, he could use them to bolster the amount of Cultivator in Heaven's Top Mansion and Heavenly Jade Sect to finish his main quest faster. Kill the guards. Yi Tianyun shouted once again that they couldn't let their guard down just yet, and they needed to take up arms to save themselves from that wretched place. All prisoners shouted bravely as they saw that Yi Tianyun was someone that they could follow. Chapter 317. Chapter 317. Yi Tianyun cautiously killed all the guards inside to evade the reinforcement from the Netherworld Empire, but clearly, some guard caught on that there was some disturbance in the prison and called for some more guards. What happened? In the hall, as many guards come over, they were shocked to see that so many prisoners have already escaped the prison. Catch them all. Don't let them escape. Inform General Long, this is an emergency. They rushed to try to capture each of the prisoners back to their cage. Some high-ranking guards crushed the jade pendant to signal the whole Netherworld Empire. Yi Tianyun knew that the Netherworld Empire must have so much problem as of the moment, for the reason that the Dragon General was nowhere to be found. Now, the strongest guards in that prison were several core transformation experts that come as soon as the guards called for reinforcement. But the expert was not enough, as Yi Tianyun blew them out one by one using the ice-cold divine bow. The arrow from ice-cold divine bow pierced through without any hitch, no matter what kind of armor those experts used. No guards from the Netherworld prison expected that kind of resistance. They didn't know that the one helping the prisoners was someone so strong that he could kill a core transformation expert with a single blow. Yi Tianyun, on the other hand, casually fired one arrow after another as he saw fit. With the damage divine rune, now he didn't have to activate his crazy mode to increase the damage dealt, at least for the time being. What a terrible power. We can escape with this hero's power. The guards weren't the only ones who were shocked to see Yi Tianyun's power. Ye Xuan and the rest of the prisoners, including the old ancestor, were all shocked to see Yi Tianyun killed a core transformation expert in a single blow. The prisoner becomes excited and hopeful as they saw Yi Tianyun killed the guards with such ease. Yi Tianyun himself really liked the way the situation turned out too. He collected every storage ring of the fallen guards as soon as he killed them. This guy still doesn't forget to collect money. Yi Tianyun's behavior was seen by Ye Xuan, and she quietly frowned as she found it a little bit disturbing. Old Ancestor, who also saw it, just laughed and told Ye Xuan, "It's okay, the owners were dead anyway, and he surely needed many resources to be that powerful." Okay, Ye Xuan nodded, but her frowns were still there. She couldn't say that Yi Tianyun's behavior was wrong, as the old Ancestor's words were sound right. Ye Xuan, however, kept looking at Yi Tianyun in awe as he killed the guards easily. Ye Tianyun quickly led them all the way to the exit as the guards were no match to Yi Tianyun's overwhelming power. Yi Tianyun quickly shouted, "The gate to the outside world is in front of us." He also told the prisoners that they could go out as they see fit. Yi Tianyun wouldn't demand anything for helping them escape the prison. "Open the door, help the hero, we will help." Many of the prisoners quickly rushed forward and pushed the gate open. As soon as the gate was opened, they all shouted victoriously while some of them even knelt down thankfully. "We finally come out! Freedom!" But that victorious cheer didn't last long, as suddenly a loud vibrating roar was heard from inside the prison. Ye Qingxuan, who knew that something bad would come, immediately shouted for the prisoners to quickly leave the prison. With those many prisoners trying to escape, evacuation will surely take time. At the same time, a few huge beasts suddenly rushed out of prison. The beast looked like a dragon with no wings, but still covered in thick dragon scale. Earth Dragon. Some prisoners began to shout. Earth Dragon was coming as they tried to escape from the prison. Chapter 318. Yi Tianyun looked at the mighty beast in awe. Even without wings, Yi Tianyun knew that type of dragon would be useful for the defensive measure. The beast itself was still underdeveloped as he noticed that it was still on the Spirit Core rank Demon Beast. The dragon tamer of the Netherworld Empire itself was at the core transformation stage expert. He quickly ordered the Earth Dragon to kill all the escaping prisoners, as it would be better to kill them than letting them escape. Hurry up! Ye Qingxuan's complexion changed as she realized that the tamer would kill everyone without any second thought. She quickly took out as many Blast Divine runes as she got and hurled it towards the rampaging beast. Boom! It attached successfully and exploded on impact. Unfortunately, the Blast Divine rune didn't kill the beast, it only stopped the beast on its track and injured it a little. Yi Tianyun immediately realized the true potential of the beast. Its defense power was really exceptional. For a Spirit Core rank Demon Beast to withstand that many Blast Divine runes was really something. The Dragon Tamer quickly sneered at Ye Qingxuan while saying, "Your effort is futile. No attack will be capable of injuring the Earth Dragon." "It's Dragon Soldier," someone shouted. Dragon Tamer was a unit serving the General Long. The Tamer always had a dragon with them at all times, making them sort of an unbeatable army in a way. Although the Earth Dragon wasn't really a divine beast, its power was already close enough to that of the real Dragon Clan. The number of Earth Dragon also outnumbered the real Dragon Clan by a large margin, so they could be used as an army for a defensive position. The Netherworld Empire was the only one who used the Earth Dragon as an army, as they had the Dragon Tamer with them. The injured Earth Dragon quickly swiped its tail towards Ye Qingxuan and instantly flung Ye Qingxuan towards the wall. The old ancestor quickly rushed towards Ye Qingxuan as he said, "We must get out immediately. I will hold that Earth Dragon." Ye Qingxuan ignored the old ancestor and threw the Blast Divine rune relentlessly towards the beast while saying that the rest of the spirit race had to get out of the prison first for her to get out. The Earth Dragon ignored Ye Qingxuan's Blast Divine runes and quickly rushed towards her at full speed. Ye Qingxuan's complexion changed once more. The only weapon she had was no use against that beast. She quickly dodged the Earth Dragon, but soon as she did, Ye Tianyun came and kicked the Earth Dragon down. The Earth Dragon screamed in pain as it couldn't withstand Ye Tianyun's kick. Ah, its skin so hard. Yi Tianyun helped Ye Qingxuan to get back on her feet and told her, "Lead the rest of the prisoners out from the prison. I will handle the Earth Dragon." Ye Qingxuan nodded and immediately shouted for the rest of the prisoner to follow her. Meanwhile, the Dragon Tamer was a little bit surprised to see that someone could knock back the Earth Dragon that easily. Who is that kid? He is so strong. Seeing that one dragon was no match against the man in front of them, the two other Dragon Tamers quickly sent their Earth Dragons to fight Yi Tianyun. Kill him. They knew that if the General Long came and saw that they hadn't resolved the situation, they will be punished for their incompetence. The three Earth Dragons quickly charged towards Yi Tianyun at full speed to crush him into smithereens. The Dragon Tamer quickly ordered the Earth Dragon to enhance their physical attribute, and quickly the Earth Dragon did so as their scale thickened and Earth attribute began to cover their whole body. A sharp spike began to form at their body as a result, ready to stab Yi Tianyun to death. The Earth Dragons began to corner Yi Tianyun and made sure that there was nowhere for him to run, but Yi Tianyun was looking at the Earth Dragon in interest. The beast was so strong, can I tame it? He found that the beast was fascinating, and thus he wanted one for himself. He quickly rushed towards one of the dragons and slammed the dragon with all his might towards the ground. The rest of the prisoners who observed Yi Tianyun's fight in worry were shocked to see Yi Tianyun smash down one of the dragons so easily. Yi Tianyun's power was too strong. Not even an Earth Dragon could block it. Yi Tianyun quickly landed on the downed Earth Dragon's head and enveloped the dragon in white lights. Tame. That light was none other than the pet capture ability that he got as he broke through to core transformation stage. Chapter 319. Yi Tianyun quickly started the process of taming the Earth Dragon. He deemed that Earth Dragon, a very good demon beast to tame and to kill them, would be a waste. The Earth Dragon struggled as hard as it could to escape Yi Tianyun, but unfortunately Yi Tianyun was far stronger than the dragons. Attack him. The Dragon Tamer immediately noticed that something was wrong and quickly ordered the other dragons to attack Yi Tianyun, but it was too late. Yi Tianyun has already tamed his first Earth Dragon. Tianyun successfully tamed Demon Beast Earth Dragon. Cultivation Base 8th level Spirit Core stage with 3rd grade potential. Ding's congratulation to host for successfully taming the demon beast Earth Dragon. Reward 100D00 XP, 100 pet taming mastery point. As Yi Tianyun had predicted, as long as he repetitively used the ability, its proficiency will increase. Block it. Yi Tianyun quickly ordered the new Earth Dragon that he just tamed to block the attack of the other Earth Dragons that were rushing towards him. The Earth Dragon immediately blocked the charge of the other two Earth Dragons. Under Yi Tianyun's control, the Earth Dragon's power was doubled, thus it easily blocked the other two dragons. That scene shocked all dragon tamers at the scene. As far as they knew, those Earth Dragons had the same amount of power, so there was no way one Earth Dragon could block two Earth Dragon at the same time. What happens? What are you doing to my dragon? They shouted at Yi Tianyun, for what has he done to their Earth Dragon to the point that it suddenly acted against their order and became stronger than before? Yi Tianyun ignored the dragon tamer for the time being and quickly jumped towards the knockdown Earth Dragon and tamed another one. Dianji successfully tamed Demon Beast Earth Dragon. Cultivation Base, 9th level Spirit Core stage with 3rd grade potential. Ding's congratulation to host for successfully taming the Demon Beast Earth Dragon. Reward 100,000 XP, 100 pet taming mastery point. He successfully tamed another one. He quickly ordered the Earth Dragon that he just tamed to attack the last Earth Dragon that was being controlled by the Dragon Tamer. It didn't take long before the last Earth Dragon was knocked down, and Yi Tianyun quickly tamed the last one. Impossible. Are you Beast Tamer? The Dragon Tamer was confused as they couldn't control their Earth Dragon anymore. They began to shout to their Earth Dragon as they thought those beasts couldn't hear their voice. They finally realized that Yi Tianyun was a Dragon Tamer just like them, and began to back out from Yi Tianyun's sight. Give back my dragon. They quickly took out their weapons to fight Yi Tianyun and shouted for Yi Tianyun to return their Earth Dragons back. Yi Tianyun laughed as he heard Dragon Tamer's stupid demand. Return it. Okay, here. He ordered the Earth Dragon to attack the Dragon Tamers. The Dragon Tamers were surprised to see their Earth Dragons were rushing towards them with all its might. They shouted, "No, stop!" But all of their efforts were useless as their Earth Dragons swiped their powerful tail toward them. Ding successfully killed a Netherworld Empire's Dragon Soldier. Reward 280D00 XP, 3700 CPs, 50 SPs, Tyrant Cloud Torn Martial Art, Soaring Cloud Strike, Earth Dragon Spear, Earth Dragon Armor. Ding successfully killed Netherworld Empire's Dragon Tamer. Reward 270D00 XP, 3600 CPs, 100 SPs. The prisoners were in shock to see the Dragon Tamer to be defeated by their own dragons. Ye Qingxuan was also shocked to see that Yi Tianyun could take over the control of the Earth Dragon. Yi Tianyun didn't care about the awe looks that were thrown at him, and he quickly ordered the Earth Dragon to open the prison gate as wide as they could. Yi Tianyun called Ye Qingxuan to come. Qingxuan, control these dragons. Bring all prisoners. How about you? She asked Yi Tianyun for what he would do if he wasn't coming along with her. I am fine. I am going to destroy this prison. Yi Tianyun smiled and said that he would follow Ye Qingxuan soon enough after he destroyed the Netherworld prison thoroughly. That was one of the side quests that he got recently, to destroy the Netherworld prison. Chapter 320, Destroy the Netherworld Prison? That was impossible if you don't destroy the divine rune engraved in it first. Ye Qingxuan said knowingly. She was worried about Yi Tianyun's stubbornness. She thought if Yi Tianyun stayed there any longer, the Dragon General would definitely come. It's okay, I can easily escape this place if I want to. This place will continue to imprison people as long as it's still standing. The real solution to weaken their system is to destroy this place. I can handle the divine rune too. Yi Tianyun winked at Ye Qingxuan as he will be using the heavenly eye to do that. Ye Qingxuan was still worried about Yi Tianyun's safety. She was afraid that he couldn't come back if he stubbornly stayed there. The old ancestor patted Ye Qingxuan's head to reassure her. The old ancestor then gave Yi Tianyun his memories to help Yi Tianyun destroy the divine rune on the Netherworld prison. Now, that is some of my knowledge about the divine rune on this place. May it help you achieve your goal, the old ancestor said solemnly. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and expressed his gratitude to the old ancestor, while the old ancestor quickly dragged Ye Qingxuan to leave the prison ground quickly. I will be waiting for you. You'd better return safely, you hear me, Ye Qingxuan shouted as she rode the Earth Dragon. Ye Tianyun nodded and shouted back, I will definitely come back, don't you worry. The prisoners also quickly left as they were told to leave. They know that with their condition now, they wouldn't be able to help the young man that saved their life. Yi Tianyun walked back to the Netherworld prison and shot the confused guard who was coming from the deeper part of the prison with his ice-cold divine bow. The guards began to panic as they realized that Yi Tianyun was coming back to the prison. They began to scatter to look for any place that was safe from Yi Tianyun's reach to hide themselves. Yi Tianyun sighed and immediately shot the ice-cold fury towards the main hall, killing every single guard who tried to run from Yi Tianyun instantly. Ding successfully killed Netherworld prison guard. Reward 70-000 ZPs, 2300 CPs, 100 SPs, Heavenly Cloud's Palm, Heavenly Cloud's Step, Profound Iron Sword, Recovery Pills. The notification rang several times, indicating as many guards as Yi Tianyun killed. The only thing that was out of ordinary that Yi Tianyun noticed after killing the guards was the sin points that he got were strangely high for someone at the age and cultivation level of the guards. It was clear that they were committed too much sin in that prison. He quickly rushed forward while using the heavenly eyes to examine the divine rune on the wall. With the new knowledge that he got from the old ancestor, Yi Tianyun soon found the link between the divine rune and quickly destroyed it. It was easy to break that chain of divine rune as the old ancestor was the one who made all those divine runes and therefore had the knowledge to destroy it too. He quickly continued to do so while also looking out for any guards who tried to attack him on several occasions. What happened? He noticed that the guards were coming from one direction, so he quickly followed the path, and he finally saw the guards were coming from the bottom of the prison. It was likely that there was something that needed to be guarded in there. I don't know anything like this before. Yi Tianyun didn't know about that path before. He decided to quickly go down there to see what was in there while killing the guards who tried to see if there was anything wrong upstairs. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, Yi Tianyun noticed, I don't expect there is a mine here. He remembered that one of the guards upstairs mentioned that the worthless prisoner that didn't have any use to the Netherworld Empire would be working in a mine, but he didn't know that the mine was inside the Netherworld prison. Chapter 321, Yi Tianyun saw that many cultivators were forced to be a miner inside. Their ankles were chained to the ground to make sure they couldn't escape. Those cultivators weren't some average cultivators either. The lowest of them was at the spirit refinement stage. With the appraisal eye leveled up, Yi Tianyun could see that mine was really a great resource mine. He could even see the remaining resource of the mine has with the eye. Jade Spirit Stone, Divine Rune Catalyst. Remaining resource more than 1,000 pounds. Profound Iron Ore, Soul Tool Forging Material. Remaining resource more than 10,000 pounds. Amethyst Ore, Heaven Level Tool Forging Material. Remaining resource more than 100 pounds. Cloud Gold Dust, High Grade Medicinal Pill Catalyst. Remaining resource more than 10,000 pounds. After confirming the materials mined there, Yi Tianyun knew that the most precious thing in that mine was amethyst ore and the cloud gold dust. But he also didn't expect the mine to have that much resource left. Seeing the resources, he finally knew why Netherworld Empire used prisoners who were also a cultivator to be the miner there. That was because the resource wasn't easy to mine. Hurry, don't be lazy. It seems something happened above. Should we check it? What can the prisoners do? Who dare to mess with the Netherworld Empire? Yi Tianyun noticed that the guard there would whip the prisoners. Some miners were even killed because of the cruel way the guards handled them. He even noticed that the guards didn't even pay any attention to the prisoners who were in dire need of an antidote. They were too lazy to take care of those prisoners, as the prisoners will be replaced as they died. Yi Tianyun couldn't stand that scene and quickly came forward and shot the guards near the prisoner who was in pain since he needed the detoxification pills for the poison in his system. After he killed the guards there, he quickly took out the detoxification pills inside their storage ring and quickly tossed it to the prisoners. The prisoners quickly got up shivering and took the pills immediately. They quickly looked gradually better after taking the medicinal pills. At least he wasn't in pain anymore. The guards quickly came after hearing the commotion and were startled to see a stranger in the mine, and their colleague was dead near the stranger. "Who are you?" asked one of the guards. Yi Tianyun sighed and quickly shot the guards down, the prisoners who were forced to mine. They were shocked to see a young man easily killed the guards. They stopped working to see who and what the young man would do next. Yi Tianyun immediately shouted that the miner was all free. They should find the key from the guards to unlock their shackles and follow him to kill all the guards there. The prisoners quickly did as they were told and searched the key from the guards' corpses. But some of them looked depressed and refused to search for the key. "Hey, aren't you wanted to escape this hellhole? Why are you still sulking and do nothing?" one of the prisoners asked to the depressed one. "You know it was an all-useless effort. We would still need the detoxification pills constantly. We would be able to get away from the Netherworld Empire for long because of that," the depressed prisoner said matter-of-factly. The previously hopeful miner was startled by their friend's answer. They forgot about the detoxification pills. Yi Tianyun noticed that the hope inside this miner's eyes gradually faded as they realized that they couldn't get away from the Netherworld Empire. "You all don't have to worry about anything. I will personally refine the detoxification pills that you need to get rid of the poison in your body. I will make sure that none of you need the Netherworld Empire after all of this," Yi Tianyun shouted for the entire prisoner to hear. Once again, the fire in their eyes was lit again as they began to shout for their freedom. At the same time, Yi Tianyun has already finished analyzing the poison inside the prisoner's body. He smirked as he noticed that the poison used on the normal inmate was weaker than the one used on the old ancestor, so it was way easier to make the detoxification pills for those miners. Yi Tianyun was glad that he didn't skip any storage ring from the guards that he killed upstairs because, considering there were that many prisoners, he had to make the same amount of detoxification pills. Thus, he needed many spirit medicine as the main component, and fortunately, the guards had many on their possession. After killing all the guards inside the mine, Yi Tianyun started to refine the detoxification pills as he promised. The prisoner didn't stand by doing nothing. They mined the mines harder than before. They quickly put every resource that they mined to the storage ring and gave it to Yi Tianyun. That was their way to thank Yi Tianyun. Even if Yi Tianyun didn't ask for it, they knew that a strong person like Yi Tianyun needed a lot of resources to become even stronger. They weren't such ungrateful people who would let people save them without any compensation. Chapter 322, keep it to yourself. It was your hard work. Why would you give that to me? I could find it by myself after all this, Yi Tianyun said casually. But the miners ignored Yi Tianyun and kept mining, and they still insisted so Yi Tianyun would accept their hard work. We have nothing. We can only give it as a reward. You save us, and this barely called reward. Yes, we have nothing to repay. We can only work hard and give you the ore we dug here. I am willing to follow the benefactor and follow the orders of the benefactor. Me too, I am willing to follow the benefactor. If the benefactor has a hatred with the Netherworld Empire, I will be with the benefactor in this life and deal with the Netherworld Empire. Yes, killing the running dogs of the Netherworld Empire, killing the Netherworld Empire bastards. The miners then pledged themselves that they would become Yi Tianyun's confidant in the future. They even pledged if Yi Tianyun wanted to, they will hunt the Netherworld people until they couldn't anymore. It was clear at that point that all of them were furious with the Netherworld Empire. They wanted to exact revenge on the Netherworld Empire. They were already hopeless and thought that they would surely die there like a dog, but when Yi Tianyun comes, he lit up the fire in their heart once again. I know that you all must feel a great hatred towards the Netherworld Empire, but you have to get out of here first for you to be able to exact revenge against them, Yi Tianyun said while sighing towards the miner. As he spoke, he finally finished refining the medicinal pills to detoxify the poison on the miner's body. He quickly distributed all of the medicinal pills to the miner so they could recover as soon as possible. I feel that the toxin in my body is gone. It's really gone. Really gone. They burst into tears as they quickly felt the effect of the medicinal pills. However, some of them still took more than one pill on the off chance that they might be affected by the poison again. But Yi Tianyun decided to let it slide as he needed everyone's cooperation to destroy the Netherworld Empire. Hey, don't eat the pill more than once for now. You could always get more than one, but don't be a waste, Yi Tianyun said as to reprimand them to not get greedy. Everyone quickly calmed themselves and nodded their head. They were caught in the moment and thought that one pill wasn't enough for them. Soon enough, thousands of cultivators who were forced to work in the mine were cured of the poison in their system thanks to the pill that Yi Tianyun has just refined, and there was no more despair in their eyes. They quickly gave the storage ring that they've already stuffed with so many resources to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun no longer had any reason to refuse the offer and thus accepted it for their sake. Many thanks, benefactor. Many thanks, benefactor. As long as the benefactor order me, I will definitely go through anything and be willing to do everything for the benefactor. I want to follow the benefactor in my life, no matter where benefactor goes. All those miners quickly bowed down their heads as a sign of loyalty to Yi Tianyun and an expression of gratitude. Raise your head. You don't need to bow for me now. Think about it later when all of you are safe outside, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Now, stay behind me. I will make sure we all get out of this prison safely, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Yi Tianyun quickly took the lead and rushed upstairs. At first he didn't see any guards, but as he got closer to the main gate, he could see that many guards were coming in with a confused face. But the guards weren't that much, and Yi Tianyun was sure that he could kill them all in a short amount of time. After Yi Tianyun killed all the guards, all the miners were finally free. Now, get out of here. I will make sure that this place would be destroyed, Yi Tianyun said while setting his gaze toward the prison once again. The miners were shocked to hear Yi Tianyun will be alone in that place. They were reluctant to leave Yi Tianyun alone as they wanted to follow Yi Tianyun's footstep. What about benefactor? No need to worry. I will destroy this place. The best thing that you could do to me is to stay safe and fight the Netherworld Empire once you got your strength back, Yi Tianyun said confidently. All the miners were moved of Yi Tianyun's word, and thus they obeyed Yi Tianyun's command and left the prison with a newfound determination. In this life, the Netherworld Empire is my enemy. As long as there is a chance, I must kill them. Yes, even if we can't kill them, there is no problem in doing some damage. Thanks to the benefactor, we can flee from here. Yi Tianyun saw them left and confused about their newfound loyalty towards him. He knew that he wasn't a good person thoroughly, but he couldn't stand the way Netherworld Empire treated those prisoners at all. But he knew that with the prisoners gone, they would create problems in another place for the Netherworld Empire later. Ding successfully completed. Saving a life is more important than wealth. Achievement. Improve the savior title. Adds 100 prestige points. Yi Tianyun was smirking happily as he saw the improvement of his title. It was like getting 800 prestige point without doing anything. Chapter 323. Yi Tianyun didn't expect that his title to suddenly improve at all, although he knew that the prestige point had a lot of useful effects like improving his luck to draw much better things on the lucky draw, and improving the probability of success in pill refining, forging, or divine rune engraving. Yi Tianyun finally realized that doing a good deed will reward him. He quickly made his way inside, but he immediately felt a strong aura waving through the air. Is General Long coming? He was excited as he finally got to test his power against some void spirit cultivator. Sure enough, he quickly saw a giant dragon flew toward the prison at a great speed. He looked at the dragon's status with his appraisal eye, and the dragon itself was more powerful than the black dragon at the 8th level core transformation stage. He also saw that a man was riding the giant dragon confidently. Giant red dragon, 8th level core transformation stage with powerful fire breath, combat power est. 4100 Nursa Zeros, General Long, 1st level void spirit stage. Equipment, Red Dragon Battle Armor, Red Dragon Divine Spears, Combat Power, 14 Nursa Zeros, Martial Art, Heavenly Dragon Secret Art, Tyrant Soul Spear, Secret Art Weakness, None Drops on Defeat, Red Dragon Battle Armor, Red Dragon Divine Spear, Heavenly Dragon Secret Art, Dragon God Bloodline, 14 million Combat Power in base state. If he was pushed enough, he could release all his might, and the number will definitely rise. Yi Tianyun knew that his opponent would be difficult to handle. The opponent could easily have 30 million combat power. There was no easy way for Yi Tianyun to deal with that man at the moment, but he sure had to try everything he can. Yi Tianyun quickly used the Ice Cold Fury by consuming 5 W0 CPs and activated his crazy damage mode. The attack power of the Ice Cold Fury continuously increased until it stopped at 34 million. With his current cultivation stage, that power was really crazy. Normal cultivators at his level won't be able to reach an attack power that high. Yi Tianyun quickly activated his Dragon God Bloodline to enhance the attack even further, and sure enough, the attack power rose once again and capped at 37 million combat power. Yi Tianyun was currently at his wit's end as he couldn't think of anything else that could improve his attack power, so he fired the arrow and it quickly froze the path it passed as it flew toward the giant red dragon. General Long felt something bad coming his way, and he quickly saw the frozen arrow flew towards him at great speed. He quickly activated his Heavenly Dragon Secret Art to try and block that attack. With the Heavenly Dragon Secret Art activated, his combat power rose to 35 million. Void Spirit stage was really something else. Their combat power was really like heaven and earth if it was compared to the core transformation stage. General Long quickly used the Red Dragon Force. It has looked like the Dragon God Bloodline, but that move seemed to be some sort of fusing the power of the giant red dragon with himself. General Long's body was quickly covered with thick red dragon scale, and his combat power once again rose to 40 million. General Long quickly activated the Tyrant Soul by clapping his hands together, creating a giant shockwave heading straight towards the arrow. When the two clashed, a booming voice was heard loudly. The Tyrant Soul Shockwave and Ice Cold Fury stopped each other in its track, as Yi Tianyun knew that the power of his attack was slightly below General Long. Yi Tianyun already knew that something like that would happen. There was no way that he could defeat a Void Spear expert with only one shot of his arrow. It's amazing. It's interesting. Yi Tianyun suddenly became excited. He had to find a way to fight against that General Long. Chapter 324. Chapter 324. General Long could withstand Yi Tianyun's ice-cold fury with ease. Yi Tianyun smirked as he expected that kind of power from General Long. If Void Spirit Expert couldn't even block his attack with ease, then he would be utterly disappointed. General Long hasn't even used all of his power either, which meant that he would only get stronger from here on out. General Long himself actually was shocked to see the powerful attack came from a young man. He never expected to encounter something at that caliber there. Who are you dare to break into Netherworld Prison? Just a prison, I can destroy it any time. Don't play with me. General Long was so angry at Yi Tianyun's disrespectful behavior. Yi Tianyun smirked once again and attacked General Long with a few of his ice-cold arrow and quickly ran inside the Netherworld prison. General Long blocked the arrow and surprised to see that Yi Tianyun ran toward the prison instead of running away from the prison. How foolish are you come inside instead of going outside? You cannot run anymore. General Long, who was enraged, instantly released his killing intent. He will make sure that the young man will die at the end of the day. Yi Tianyun, however, still made an effort to make sure that General Long couldn't easily follow him inside the Netherworld prison. As soon as he came in, he destroyed the wall to impede General Long from following him. You think you are safe already? General Long was surprised once again to see that the young man wasn't just running randomly, so he quickly took out his long spear and used the Blood Dragon Phantom Shadow to clear the way, but he quickly found that the path ahead was still blocked. He was enraged once again that the young man would do something like that to hold him up. But he was really shocked to see that the young man could destroy the walls easily. He knew that the Netherworld prison's wall was enhanced with Divine Rune, making it almost impossible to destroy. He wondered if the young man was really capable of destroying the Divine Rune on the prison. If that was the case, then the young man's goal was to destroy the Netherworld prison. Yi Tianyun, on the other hand, continuously broke the Divine Rune and destroyed the wall immediately after along the way. I will destroy this place soon. He skipped the mine, as it will make a greater effort just to destroy it at the moment. He was already exhausted after destroying stuff. Fortunately, he has already stocked many recovery medicinal pills for his own consumption. After a quick rest, Yi Tianyun heard General Long's booming voice saying that he will make sure to kill the intruders for causing all that mess. Surely, General Long quickly caught up with Yi Tianyun and threw 2 spears towards Yi Tianyun at a great speed. Die. Yi Tianyun easily dodged the attack with the Phoenix Wings effect. Yi Tianyun sarcastically thanked General Long as he saw that General Long's attack destroyed the walls behind Yi Tianyun and quickly got away after that. Thanks for your help, Yi Tianyun said. General Long was furious. He literally became red from all of Yi Tianyun's constant annoyance. He quickly chased after Yi Tianyun and once again threw another spear at Yi Tianyun. Let's see how do you escape this time. This time, Yi Tianyun was very lucky as a rock fell from the ceiling and blocked General Long's attack. Even the Lady of Luck on my side. Yi Tianyun smirked as he kept getting away from General Long while tearing the place apart. Initially, Yi Tianyun was ready to use the Shadow Cloak's effect to block General Long's attack, but it seemed that it wasn't necessary at the moment. Yi Tianyun relentlessly destroyed the cage inside the prison as it was faster than destroying the wall, and that place still won't be operational anyway with all those cages destroyed. Once he got to the Spirit Forbidden Zone, he quickly used the Ice Cold Fury as it was no longer in cooldown and destroyed the area down. With the prison's current state, if the Netherworld Empire wanted to fix that place, they had to find a Divine Rune Grandmaster, which was hard and costly to do. Ding successfully completed the quest. Destroys the Netherworld prison and save all prisoners. Reward 50W00 XP, 100W0 CPs, 10W000, 0 RWSPs, 200 prestige points. The notification that Yi Tianyun wanted to hear the most was finally heard. He didn't have to destroy the place any longer. All he needed to do was escape that place. Chapter 325, Chapter 325, the Dragon General finally caught up to Yi Tianyun once again and shouted, "Damn, you actually destroyed the Forbidden Zone." Yi Tianyun quickly made a snide comment, "Yes, so what? I also destroyed your mine, idiot." Yi Tianyun quickly took out the Heaven-Holding Sword and used the Heaven-Holding's anger towards the Dragon General while shouting to the Dragon General to get out of his way. The Dragon General ignored Yi Tianyun's attack and made an attempt to attack as well. He swiftly threw his spears towards Yi Tianyun with all his might as he thought that there was no way that the young man's attack could penetrate his defense. The thing was, Yi Tianyun was also ignoring the Dragon General's attack as he knew that the Shadow Cloak would protect him from it. The Heaven Holding's anger connected with the Dragon General head-on, followed by a loud noise. The Dragon General was thrown to the side from Yi Tianyun's attack, but he quickly recovered mid-air and landed on the ground smoothly, but to his complete surprise, Yi Tianyun was nowhere to be seen. He was sure that he could still feel the young man's aura in the air, but he surely couldn't see him. The Dragon General was amazed by the young man's ability. He didn't know how the young man could escape right in front of him like that. At the same time, Yi Tianyun was already on his way towards the Spirit Race Sanctuary. With teleportation, he quickly got far away from the Netherworld prison and immediately flew away. He knew that he couldn't handle the Dragon General yet, but at least his quest was completed. Soon enough, the news about the destroyed Netherworld prison was spread to not only the Netherworld continent, but also to another continent too. Many people were shocked to hear the news as they knew that the Netherworld prison was one of the symbols of power that the Netherworld Empire had, and that the place was heavily guarded. Many people began to wonder who was the perpetrator behind all that. What going on? Our Netherworld prison destroyed? The Imperial Preceptor and Netherworld Great Emperor was furious to hear the news and called all the higher-ups of the Netherworld Empire to discuss that incident. Netherworld Emperor quietly released his killing intent and asked coldly to all the attendants on how could something like that happen. He looked at the Dragon General and asked him, "We heard you were there at that moment. How could the perpetrator escape on your watch?" The Dragon General quickly kneeled in front of the Netherworld Emperor and said, "The perpetrator had an advanced method to hide his aura, as I can't detect him at all. I won't make the same mistake again." Netherworld Emperor immediately shouted, "We lost a lot face this time. The unbreakable Netherworld prison has been destroyed, and every prisoner in that place had escaped." One of the ministers quickly came forward and said, "We have sent many cultivators to capture every single prisoner." The Netherworld Emperor quickly refuted him and said, "You need to kill every prisoner as they had lost their purpose. The most important thing at the moment was the spirit race. Their old ancestor also escaped the Netherworld prison. If he regained his strength, he would be a difficult opponent to boot." The Imperial Preceptor immediately came forward and said, "Your Majesty doesn't need to worry about that, as I am the only one who had an antidote for the poison in his body. He will either come to the Netherworld Empire again to beg for the antidote or die somewhere in pain." The Netherworld Emperor nodded as he believed that the poison made by the Imperial Preceptor was really strong. He quickly changed the topic. "Where is Lei Yun? We haven't heard any news from him in a long time. How is the progress on capturing the spirit race?" One of the ministers came forward once again and said, "There was no news about Lei Yun at all. It was very likely that Lei Yun had been trapped inside the forest or had already been killed." The Netherworld Emperor frowned and immediately ordered, "Dragon General, go and secure the spirit race yourself. We couldn't trust any of the garbage anymore." The Dragon General agreed solemnly and said, "Yes. I will definitely satisfy your Majesty." Chapter 326, Chapter 326. Before the meeting of the Netherworld Empire, Yi Tianyun was still on his way to the Spirit Race Sanctuary. Ding successfully completed Rescue the Spirit Race Chain Quest 4, Rescue the Spirit Race Imprisoned on the Netherworld Prison. Reward 50 to 000 XP, 200 to 000 CPs, 5 to 000 C favorability. Ding's Rescue the Spirit Race Chain Quest V, Protect the Spirit Race from the Dragon General's main force. Successfully accepted. Reward on completion 60,000 XP, 250,000 CPs, 10,000 SPs, 100 Spirit Race favorability. He was a little surprised to see the quest was already updated, and he finally had to deal with the Dragon General. There was no way he could defeat the Dragon General by himself. He needed the Old Ancestor to fight with him too. So, he must hurry and make sure that the Old Ancestor was completely detoxified and ready to fight. He immediately rushed back to the Spirit Race Sanctuary, and once he was on the edge of the forest, he quickly walked in. He knew that the Spirit Race would investigate who entered the forest, and once they saw that it was Yi Tianyun, they will guide him inside themselves. Sure enough, Yi Tianyun Ye Qingxuan shouted his name from the ground. Yi Tianyun quickly greeted, "Hello, I already told you that I would come back alive." Yi Qingxuan quickly said, "I don't doubt you. I heard you encountered the Dragon General in Netherworld Prison." Yi Tianyun nodded. "Yeah, it was very fortunate that I have teleportation skill. You were the first person ever to escape the Dragon General." Yi Qingxuan nodded and said while smiling warmly. Yi Tianyun returned the smile and quickly said, "From the way things go, the Dragon General would come there himself soon. The option was either we fight the forces from the Netherworld Empire as they came, or evacuated from the sanctuary." Yi Qingxuan nodded while confidently said, "We must fight." They had to resist the Netherworld Empire the best they could. Yi Tianyun knew that the most important reason for the Spirit Race to hold their ground there in the Spirit Race Sanctuary was that they could only bear children in that place. If they left that place, they would not be able to reproduce. Thus, the Spirit Race will be extinct. Yi Tianyun nodded and said, "I will also fight with you until the end. Come to the sanctuary with me." Yi Qingxuan then led the way inside while signaling for Yi Tianyun to follow her. "Do I need to cover my eyes again?" Yi Tianyun said jokingly. "Stupid, do you think you need to cover your eyes now? Even if you come for the first time, I won't cover your eyes." Yi Qingxuan glanced at him and smiled. Yi Tianyun smiled and followed her inside the sanctuary. As they came inside, the people inside the sanctuary quickly gathered and shouted excitedly that their hero was back. "Our big hero is back. He really came back. He saved my ancestors. I heard that he fought with General Long. It is said that the Dragon General is very powerful. Now the hero is back. That is, our great hero is amazing." I remembered. My nephew met the great hero in the Jade Water Deep Pool. They praised Yi Tianyun, for he has already saved their old ancestor from the prison. They were all happy and enthusiastic to see Yi Tianyun, for he has already done something that the Spirit Race was desperate in. Yi Waner came forward and bragged, "That is natural. I said that Big Brother is very powerful, not the same as those guys. Okay, get ready." Ye Qingxuan quickly diffused the crowds while pushing Yi Waner to the side playfully. Yi Tianyun quickly told Ye Qingxuan, "I need to see the old ancestor quickly to refine the necessary medicinal pill to detoxify the poison inside the old ancestor's body." Ye Qingxuan nodded and took Yi Tianyun to the small courtyard that the old ancestor currently resided in. Once they arrived at the courtyard, the old ancestor noticed that he had a guest. "Come, have a cup for tea." Once inside the house, Yi Tianyun quickly told the old ancestor, "We have to detoxify poison in your body right away because you are the only one who can fight the Dragon General at the moment." The old ancestor quickly said, "No need to hurry, drink the tea first." Ye Qingxuan and Yi Tianyun had no other choice but to obey and politely drink the tea. Once they were done, the old ancestor quickly told Ye Qingxuan, "I think Ye Tianyun qualified to be Spirit King. What's your opinion?" Ye Qingxuan was startled that the old ancestor offered the title without her having to come up with the idea first. Before she had a chance to say anything, the old ancestor refuted, "I already knew that you transferred your innate ability to Yi Tianyun when I transferred my memory to him." Yi Waner, who was listening from outside the house, was shocked after hearing that revelation. Yi Tianyun had the heavenly eye. Chapter 327, Chapter 327. Ye Qingxuan was shocked as Ye Waner, who was eavesdropping the entire time. Old Ancestor knew about the innate ability that Ye Qingxuan gave to Ye Qingyun. Ye Qingxuan felt a little bit worried that Old Ancestor may not support Ye Qingxuan's act. Seeing that everyone became silent, Old Ancestor said, "Even though transferring the heavenly eyes were considered taboo by the Spirit Race, I don't condemn your act. In fact, I support it as I wanted him to become our next Spirit King." He asked Yi Tianyun once again, "Do you want to become our Spirit King?" For it was still Yi Tianyun's choice to make. Hearing the old ancestor's support, Ye Qingxuan sighed in relief, and meanwhile, Ye Waner quickly entered the house and asked, "Sister, how and when did you give your innate ability to Big Brother?" She was really confused. She thought that Ye Qingxuan first met Yi Tianyun when Ye Wan'er brought him to the sanctuary. There was no way Ye Qingxuan had time to give her innate ability to Ye Tianyun by the situation revolved after that. Ye Qingxuan didn't know what to say, as she didn't think Yi Tianyun wanted his secret to be revealed right there and then. Fortunately, old ancestor refuted. Calm down, Wan'er. Your sister must have her own reason, and all that mattered was that Yi Tianyun could become our spirit king with the innate ability given by Qingxuan. With Yi Tianyun's accomplishment of saving our people inside the Netherworld prison, I believe that our people will support our decision to make Yi Tianyun our spirit king. But it all came down to Yi Tianyun's ability to pass the Spirit King smelting trial. Yi Tianyun asked. Spirit King smelting trial? Old ancestor quickly answered. Spirit King smelting trial was a trial for someone to become a Spirit King candidate. Yi Tianyun asked, is it okay for an outsider to become Spirit King? The old ancestor twisted his beard while thinking and immediately said, it is unusual, as we always chose a candidate of the Spirit King from the Spirit race, but this time is different. Our only candidate before had betrayed us. Yi Tianyun remembered that the candidate for Spirit King was Lei Yun. He was the traitor who came to destroy the Spirit Race Sanctuary earlier. Old ancestor quickly reminded, the opponent that would come there to destroy the sanctuary was still out there. I will help you repel them with all my power. Once you repel that attack, you will earn a high prestige from our people, and with that, no one will question your capability to become our next Spirit King. Yi Tianyun thought for a second and found that development was convenient to him. He didn't need to convince the old ancestor to fight for him anymore, as the old ancestor has offered to help himself. The old ancestor said, you have better innate ability than Lei Yun or anyone that I know. I believe that you will become a great leader to the spirit race in the future. Yi Tianyun confirmed once again that all he had to do was pass the Spirit King smelting trial to become the Spirit King. Yi Tianyun knew that the trial wouldn't be easy, but he had to make sure that the trial was all he needed to do before jumping head-on into the unknown. I will do my best in Spirit King smelting trial. The old ancestor nodded his head and said, I am looking forward for your performance. He immediately coughed up blood. It seemed that the poison was still lingering heavily in the old ancestor's system. Yi Tianyun quickly said, old ancestor must rest. I will immediately refine the detoxifying pill for the poison. The old ancestor told Yi Tianyun, there was no need to panic. Even if you can't detoxifying pill, it will be fine. Yi Tianyun quickly shook his head and said, I can. Detoxifying pill isn't that hard to make. Chapter 328. Chapter 328. Yi Tianyun quickly prepared all the items necessary to refine the detoxifying pills and then immediately refined the pill. This time he had to make a few more pills to make sure that the old ancestor was completely detoxified. The Imperial Preceptor's poison was toxic. The poison that coursed through the old ancestor's system couldn't be healed with only one pill. He must take the detoxifying pills until the poison was completely gone. At the same time, Ye Wan'er, who was confused with too many things, quickly asked her sister, Sister, are you already acquainted with Big Brother before I brought him to the Spirit Sanctuary? Ye Qingxuan quickly said, I don't really know him. When I saw him on the Spirit Sanctuary, that was the second time we met with each other. Yi Wan'er quickly asked, how come you didn't recognize Big Brother at that time? Ye Qingxuan said, Yi Tianyun could change his face with ease. I didn't recognize the face that he used at that time. In fact, Yi Tianyun was a man with many accomplishments in the outside world, for example, the Star Pavilion's tournament and Dragon City's destruction. Ye Qingxuan added, the most important thing was that Yi Tianyun was the one who saved me from Lei Yun's trap. Ye Wan'er was surprised to hear that Yi Tianyun's previous face was fake and that he was the one who saved her sister when she was in need. As far as she remembered, her sister was saved by a man younger or at the same age as Ye Wan'er, which meant that Yi Tianyun was a lot younger than he currently looked. The two sisters began to discuss what they knew about Yi Tianyun as they were curious about Yi Tianyun. At the same time, Yi Tianyun didn't take notice of what they were discussing and just refined the detoxifying pill for the old ancestor without care. He finally finished one detoxifying pill and immediately gave it to the old ancestor. He also said, old ancestor need a few more detoxifying pills to detoxify his system fully. The old ancestor nodded his head and immediately ate the pills that Yi Tianyun just gave. The old ancestor's complexion suddenly changed for the better, but immediately followed by vomiting black blood. The black blood withered the grass that came in contact with it in a matter of seconds. The two sisters immediately rushed towards the old ancestor and asked, are you okay, old ancestor? I am okay, and I felt lighter after vomiting that black thing. Ye Qingxuan turned her attention towards Yi Tianyun and asked, how do you know how to refine the detoxifying pills for the old ancestor? As far as I knew, the poison is a special poison made by the Imperial Preceptor. Yi Tianyun rubbed his head and said, I can smell the ingredient for the poison, and with that information, I can specify the ingredient necessary to make the antidote. Yi Qingxuan immediately shouted in the excitement, you have the ability of Medicine King. You should become the Medicine King in the future. Medicine King was the same as an alchemist grandmaster. Yi Tianyun was surprised once again as she asked, "Big brother can become Medicine King?" Yi Tianyun quickly felt embarrassed as he was half lying. He couldn't say that he knew the poison composition with the help of the appraisal eye, as no one should have that ability. Yi Tianyun reminded the old ancestor that he still had to take a few more detoxifying pills to change the topic. The old ancestor nodded his head in amusement as Yi Tianyun never ceased to amaze him. Yi Tianyun then handed over a few detoxifying pills to the old ancestor. "I must go prepare myself for the upcoming fight." "Me too." Yi Qingshuan also excused herself. The old ancestor nodded as he tried to relax and took another pill. Yi Tianyun stayed with the old ancestor to take care of him if he needed any help later. Meanwhile, outside of the old ancestor's place, Yi Tianyun quickly asked Yi Qingshuan, "Do you still have the soul-accumulating grass for me?" He needed the grass to make the soul-accumulating pills to make sure that he could break through to the next level so that he could handle the Dragon General. Yi Qingshuan nodded and said, "You can have all the soul-accumulating grass that the spirit race had inside the warehouse." Yi Tianyun immediately said, "I don't need all of them. I only need around 100 of them." Yi Qingshuan shook his head and said, "Soul-accumulating grass was a rare item. The soul-accumulating grass inside the warehouse not even close to 100. You can have all of them as the number was below your expectation." Yi Tianyun was surprised to hear that although they could harvest the soul-accumulating grass easily, the number was still small. Yi Tianyun immediately realized that the grass was really a rare item. Yi Qingshuan quickly led Yi Tianyun towards the warehouse and immediately gave him all the soul-accumulating grass inside. Yi Tianyun immediately headed towards the Spirit Pagoda to refine the soul-accumulating grass that he had at the moment, as Yi Qingshuan headed towards the outpost to prepare the Spirit Race fighter to participate in the upcoming skirmish. Yi Tianyun rushed towards the Spirit Pagoda as he wanted to break through to the 5th level core transformation stage. In the Spirit Pagoda, he quickly refined the soul-accumulating pills while using the crazy mode to increase the refining speed. He even used the lucky aura to make sure that the pills he refined was at high grade. At the same time, the Dragon General led a group of Dragon Soldier towards the Spirit Forest. Around 30 Earth Dragons stomped the terrain, shaking the ground, scaring the people nearby that they immediately evacuated to safety. They were worried about the Spirit Race, as they were sure that the Earth Dragon would trample the forest at this rate. Chapter 329, Yi Tianyun didn't care what was happening outside. For the time being, he focused all his attention towards refining the soul-accumulating pills. He felt like he was at the crossroad as he was feeling a little bit unsure about increasing the grade of the soul-accumulating medicinal pills that he currently refined. He looked at the success rate for 5th refinement grade and saw that the chance was at 30%. He activated the lucky aura, and the chance increased to 50% with the help of the immortal fire. It increased once again to 60%. He knew that the chance of failing was still high, but that was the best chance to test the effect of the 5th refinement grade pills. Yi Tianyun shook his head and composed himself as he refined the pills to 5th refinement grade. If that failed, he still had the next batch, but losing 3 soul-accumulating grass surely hurt. Yi Tianyun quickly activated the lucky aura at the end of the refinement process so that the success chance increased. Fortunately, the pill refinement was a success. A bright light shot out from the purple fire divine furnace as the sign of success. Yi Tianyun quickly picked up 3 pills from the furnace and felt satisfied for his success. DING successfully refined soul-accumulating pills. Reward 1 Neuro 00 XP, 1 Neuro 0 Peening proficiency points. Yi Tianyun immediately tried one pill as he didn't know the difference of XP that he will gain by consuming the soul-accumulating pill's 5th refinement grade. If it only added 5 million more XP than the 4th refinement grade, it wasn't worth the risk of failing. DING successfully consumed a soul-accumulating pill and got 30 to 000 XP. Yi Tianyun was shocked to see the amount of XP that he just got. It was double the amount of XP that he got from the soul-accumulating grass 4th refinement grade. Surely the risk was worth taking. He quickly consumed the rest of the pills that he has just refined to breakthrough. Ding, congratulations to host for successfully breakthrough to 5th level core transformation stage. Yi Tianyun was delighted to see the notification. Sure enough, if people knew about his cultivation speed, they will be envious beyond belief. Yi Tianyun immediately refined another batch of soul-accumulating pills. But this time he decided to refine the 4th refinement grade instead, as he knew that the 5th refinement grade was too risky to refine at the moment. Soon he successfully refines 6 4th refinement grade soul-accumulating pills. It was worth 90 million IAP. Yi Tianyun didn't regret his decision to stop at 4th refinement grade as he couldn't risk falling, especially at that moment. To break through to 6th level core transformation stage, he needed around 160 million XP, and thanks to the 5th refinement grade soul accumulating pills, he only needed 110 million XP, and after he consumed the 6 4th refinement grade soul accumulating pills, he only needed another 20 million XP left to break through. Yi Tianyun quickly walked out of the refining room to look for a way to increase his level before the Dragon General arrived. He wanted to look for the scouts that the Dragon General would send ahead of the main army. As he walked out from the refining room, Ye Qingxuan rushed towards him and nervously said, "Dragon General's soldier has closed in, and they brought many Earth Dragons with them. The enemy will arrive within approximately half a day." Yi Tianyun quickly smirked and asked, "How about the old ancestor's status? I want to know if the old ancestor fit enough to assist us in the fight." Ye Qingxuan said, "Old ancestor will wait in the Spirit Pagoda to recover and meditate until the Dragon General came." Yi Tianyun smirked once again, as he knew that he could get many XP without hindrance for the time being. He nodded excitedly towards Ye Qingxuan and immediately said, "Let the war with the Netherworld Empire begin." Chapter 330. Yi Tianyun and Ye Qingxuan immediately went to the top floor of the Spirit Pagoda to look for the old ancestor. They saw that the old ancestor, who was meditating in the middle of the room, and soon raised his vision to see that Yi Tianyun and Ye Qingxuan was already there. Yi Tianyun said, "Old ancestor looked much better than before." The old ancestor quickly said, "This is thanks to the detoxifying pills that you refined for me. My body is lighter than before, but sadly I don't have enough time to restore my cultivation. I can help you fight the Dragon General by controlling the Great Array from here." "I can't fight the Dragon General head-on," the old ancestor added. "With me controlling the Trace Confusion Great Array, I will make sure that you won't be seen by the enemies under core transformation stage. Enemy higher than that may be able to see you, but then I will help you fight from there." Yi Tianyun nodded his head excitedly. He didn't know that the Trace Confusion Great Array could hide him in plain sight from the enemy. He finally realized why the Spirit Sanctuary still stood tall despite having the Netherworld Empire as the enemy. That Great Array sure was powerful. Yi Tianyun then said, "Now we can just wait for the enemies to arrive." Half a day later, the Dragon General arrived with his group of Dragon Soldier at the edge of the Spirit Forest. Dragon General took a divine talisman from his storage ring and ordered, "Stop. March carefully towards the forest while I am sneaking from the side and use the divine rune on my hands to burn the forest." The dragon soldiers took out a divine talisman from their own storage ring that could provide them immunity from the effect of the Trace Confusion Great Array. That forest was supposed to be hard to be ignited, but with the Dragon General's power, that forest burned like dry woods. The Dragon General knew that the Trace Confusion Great Array would be useless once there were no more trees that it could use to confuse people. At the same time, the old ancestor frowned as he learned that the enemies had a countermeasure against the Trace Confusion Great Array. He quickly informed Yi Tianyun and Ye Qingxuan. They have an item to resist the effect of the Trace Confusion Great Array, and they are burning the forest to make the Trace Confusion Great Array unusable. Ye Qingxuan was a little bit surprised that the enemy has already found the weakness of the Trace Confusion Great Array and even came prepared with such countermeasure. But as she thought over the solution, the old ancestor stood up and took control of all the divine rune in the room. The old ancestor immediately sneered and said, "They are too naive to think that they could beat the Trace Confusion Great Array just like that." The Spirit Pagoda then shone brightly, and quickly a black cloud was formed over the burned area, and not long after the rain poured, putting out the fire, which was burning the forest almost immediately. Thick fog appeared in the forest, blinding the soldier and the Earth Dragon, and immediately they succumbed to the Trace Confusion Great Array's power. Not only the soldier, but the Dragon General himself was confused as to where to go, and almost walked straight to a tree a few times. In the Spirit Pagoda, the old ancestor gave his signals to Yi Tianyun, "Go out and attack them. They have fallen into the Trace Confusion Great Array's power." Good, the war began. Yi Tianyun nodded his head excitedly and immediately walked out of the Spirit Pagoda to kill the Dragon General's army. Chapter 331. Chapter 331. With the old ancestor at the helm of the Great Array, the dragon soldier began to be separated from one another, making them vulnerable to surprise attack. One of the dragon soldier tapped the divine rune on his hands, but nothing happened. "What is going on? This thing doesn't work?" Imperial Preceptor said that this divine rune would nullify the Trace Confusion Great Array. They were frustrated by the Great Array as they couldn't walk forward without hitting a big tree. They wished that they could fly, as it would be a lot easier to avoid the Trace Confusion Great Array. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the fog. "How can random divine rune nullify our Trace Confusion Great Array? Who is it? Show yourself." The dragon soldier quickly looked over the voice source but didn't see anyone. He panicked and shouted. Once again, the voice was heard, "On your back." The rider quickly looked behind and once again couldn't find anybody there. He ordered his Earth Dragon, "Find the voice." Even the Earth Dragon was confused that it couldn't sense the voice anywhere. The rider quickly shouted while stabbing randomly into the fog, "Whomever you are, come out and stop hiding." Yi Tianyun quickly said, "I really behind you." The rider quickly turned around only to find that a scarlet dagger has already stabbed him in the chest. Yi Tianyun smirked and immediately pulled the knife only to behead the rider. Yi Tianyun took his time and played with the dragon soldier a little bit. He found that the Trace Confusion Great Array was fascinating. The enemy couldn't see him even if he stood right in front of them. Roar. The Earth Dragon was confused as it lost its rider, but Yi Tianyun quickly touched the Earth Dragon, and immediately the Earth Dragon was enveloped with white light. After the light disappeared, the Earth Dragon successfully became one of his pets. Ding's congratulations to the host for successfully tamed an Earth Dragon. Reward 100 XP, 100 Beast Taming Proficiency. Old Ancestor can use the Great Array to its maximum potential. It became more powerful compared to when Elder Yan was the one controlling it. With the current situation, I can even create my own army of Earth Dragon with ease. He quickly stored the Earth Dragon into his pet bar. That pet bar was a feature that he got with the beast taming skill. He could store the beast that he has already tamed inside that feature, and he could instantly summon them again whenever he needed them. He quickly moved to the next one and restarted the process all over again. He killed the rider playfully and then tamed the Earth Dragon with ease. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun didn't play around like Yi Tianyun did. She quickly killed the rider and left the Earth Dragon for later, as she couldn't kill the beast easily. But in the next moment, she saw Yi Tianyun jump to the Earth Dragon, whose rider was already killed by Yi Tianyun, and saw that a white light enveloped the Earth Dragon. After the lights disappeared, she was surprised to see not only that the Earth Dragon was still alive, but Yi Tianyun also stroked the Earth Dragon's head playfully. This, how did you convince it? I just touch it. That was the sign of a beast tamer. Yi Tianyun never ceased to amaze her. She quickly said, I don't expect that you are a beast tamer too. Yi Tianyun rubbed his head and nodded his head and said, I want to tame all the Earth Dragon that the Netherworld Empire army brought this time. Make sure that you don't kill any of them later. Ye Qingxuan nodded and said, You really have a good plan. I want to see the expression that the Dragon General once he sees that a stranger easily tamed all Earth Dragons that the Netherworld Empire had worked hard to cultivate. It must be fun. Ye Qingyun smiled as he wanted to see the Dragon General's face after knowing that information too. Ye Qingxuan and Yi Tianyun quickly rushed forward to kill the Dragon Soldier and tamed their Earth Dragon again. Chapter 332, Chapter 332. Note, Dragon General changed to General Long. Damn, how can the divine rune of the Imperial Preceptor have no effect? Who else in the spirit can have this ability? General Long's expression became gloomy as he realized that the divine rune given by the Imperial Preceptor wasn't working like it was supposed to be. He realized that the spirit race must be controlling the Great Array manually. But who could do such a thing? He knew that the old ancestor was poisoned and shouldn't be able to do that kind of thing. Is it controlled by the Sanctus? General Long really couldn't think of who would control it except her. His expression hardened as he didn't think that the forest's Great Array would be able to trap him. He once again used the divine talisman on his hands to burn the forest. He knew that once the sacred tree was destroyed, this Trace Confusion Great Array would lose its power. The problem at hand was that the sacred tree wasn't just one tree. General Long was starting to become desperate as the fire wouldn't last long in such heavy rain. He quickly pulled out his red dragon spear and attacked the tree with brute force. I don't believe it. This broken forest can trap me. He successfully put a big hole in it, but the tree itself wasn't knocked down from the power. But that hole in a tree still proved that the Trace Confusion Great Array wasn't invincible. Yi Tianyun and Ye Qingxuan saw the General Long's action. They knew that they had to face him in the end. If they failed, the Spirit Sanctuary could be destroyed. Yi Tianyun has had many Earth Dragons as his pet. He wondered if he could take the General Long on at the moment as he has already increased his level. Ye Qingxuan, who was also watching General Long on the side, said, General Long was too strong. We will have a hard time dealing with General Long for sure. We must stop General Long soon. We shouldn't let General Long destroy the trees. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and said, I would try to tame the red dragon that ridden by General Long. Yi Tianyun has set his sight on the red dragon for a while. If he could get his hands on the red dragon, what will General Long's face look like? Yi Tianyun was sure that General Long would go crazy over losing his red dragon. Yi Qingxuan was surprised to hear that Yi Tianyun wanted to tame the red dragon. She quickly reminded Yi Tianyun, the red dragon's cultivation isn't low, it won't easy to tame it. Yi Tianyun smirked and said, It's okay. I will try first as we will never know without trying. You should stay put for a while. Yi Tianyun immediately rushed towards the red dragon without waiting for Ye Qingxuan's answer and quickly activated his dragon god bloodline and Xuantian divine art. The red dragon still didn't feel Yi Tianyun's presence, and Yi Tianyun quickly slammed his fist to the dragon's body. Yi Tianyun noticed that the red dragon became confused as it didn't know what just happened. Roar. In its confusion, Yi Tianyun quickly enveloped the red dragon in white lights. Tame. But unfortunately, the white lights that surrounded the red dragon quickly dispersed, signing that Yi Tianyun failed. Damn, failed? Is middle-level beast taming not enough? Yi Tianyun frowned. He felt that the red dragon's cultivation and loyalty towards General Long had many things to do with his failure. This is interesting. I don't believe that I can't tame you. Yi Tianyun blinked and was ready to try again. Chapter 333. Chapter 333. Yi Tianyun relentlessly rushed toward the red dragon. Failure after failure didn't deter Yi Tianyun from taming that red dragon. He figured that, at the very least, he had to injure the red dragon a little bit before he could successfully tame it. The red dragon screeched and spewed its flame toward Yi Tianyun, trying to burn him to a cinder. Yi Tianyun didn't really care, as he could absorb the elemental attack using his Absorbing Star's great technique. As the flame was dissipated, Yi Tianyun quickly punched the red dragon to the ground and immediately used the Absorbing Star's great technique on the red dragon to weaken it. After a while, Yi Tianyun quickly used his taming skill again, and this time, the white light engulfed the red dragon completely. Finally, Yi Tianyun watched with a satisfied smile as he thought this time he finally succeeded. "You, get away from my dragon." General Long roared with the red dragon spear in his hands and rushed toward Yi Tianyun with the intent to kill. Din taming failed, received 100 taming skill proficiency. "Jia, another failure," Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. It seems that the red dragon was quite loyal toward General Long, making the taming difficulties quite high. Yi Tianyun thought over his action and assumed that maybe he needed to inflict greater damage to the red dragon to make it easier. At the same time, General Long was already fuming in anger. He really felt disgraced by Yi Tianyun, as he was the only one who could escape his clutch so easily. "You will not get away again," General Long said as he used his ultimate technique, which increased his combat power to more than 30 million. General Long also slammed the red dragon to the side as it was blocking his path to kill Yi Tianyun. The red dragon roared in pain as it didn't expect to be attacked by its own master, but General Long didn't think much over his action and charged toward Yi Tianyun in anger. "Did you know what you just did?" Yi Tianyun said casually. "You really don't care about your own pet," Yi Tianyun added as he smirked happily. "No matter. It will gladly accept your body for its next meal," the red dragon said sarcastically. "Wow, your pride is really making your head grow bigger. You still can't catch up with me, yet you already talked about my dead body. Well, I suppose I have to thank you for what you had done," Yi Tianyun said while smirking sarcastically. Yi Tianyun quickly disappeared toward the fog while General Long frantically stabbed randomly through the fog in search of Yi Tianyun. "Damn it, I lost him again," General Long said in frustration. The Trace Confusion Great Array was really in his way from searching Yi Tianyun this time, but once again a white light was seen from the red dragon, drawing the General Long's attention. He saw that this time, Yi Tianyun was still near his dragon. "Hey, did you see what your master just did? He doesn't really care about your well-being. It's better for you to come with me. I will treat you to spicy food later," Yi Tianyun said toward the red dragon. While the red dragon couldn't talk, it was blessed with considerable intelligence. It could understand Yi Tianyun's word. After hearing Yi Tianyun's word, it no longer resisted and accepted it that he would better off with Yi Tianyun. Tianyun successfully tamed a red dragon. Reward 500,000 TN DSP, 1W0 TN Deeming Skill Proficiency Points. As soon as he tamed the red dragon, Yi Tianyun quickly pulled out his ice-cold divine bow and immediately used the ice-cold fury toward General Long. "Die," Yi Tianyun shouted as he released the overpowered arrow. "Stop dreaming, you fool," General Long said as he slammed the ground and pounded the arrow with many falling debris. The area was instantly frozen as the ice-cold fury exploded. General Long was affected by that freezing cold, but as he was already prepared, he wasn't as affected as Yi Tianyun thought, but it was enough. Once General Long broke through the ice, he realized that Yi Tianyun and the Red Dragon has already disappeared. Chapter 334, Red Dragon, come here at once, General Long shouted, but to his dismay, the Red Dragon never came. "Don't be stupid, the Red Dragon is already mine," Yi Tianyun said from the fog without revealing his whereabouts. General Long gritted his teeth in frustration and attacked the spot that he thought he heard Yi Tianyun's voice was coming from, but once again, all he hit was just a tree. "Impossible. I already tamed the Red Dragon. I already spent years on that beast. There is no way you could take it for yourself," General Long shouted in anger. "Haha, what a fool. You know that dragon is proud, right? Did you know you can't treat it with disrespect like what you just did a few moments ago?" Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. "Respect? Stop joking around. You don't respect a beast. Only a fool like you has that kind of idea," General Long said in contempt. "Red Dragon, if you don't come over right now, don't blame me if I get rough," General Long shouted again. But as he didn't see the Red Dragon anywhere, he pulled out a horn and immediately blew it, creating a high-pitched noise. The Red Dragon immediately ran toward General Long while screaming in pain. Yi Tianyun saw that a divine rune was glowing in the Red Dragon's body. He immediately knew that the Netherworld Empire engraved an imprisonment divine rune on the divine beast's body to control them. "Red Dragon, come here," Yi Tianyun said casually. The Red Dragon that was trembling in pain immediately ran toward Yi Tianyun, and he quickly stored the divine beast inside his pet slot. "I didn't expect the Red Dragon to really listen to you. Are you a beast tamer?" "But a tamer wasn't supposed to be able to tame the beast that fast," General Long said curiously. "That is not something you need to know," Yi Tianyun said indifferently. "That is not your decision to make," General Long said as he blew the horn one more time. The horn's sound immediately resulted in the Red Dragon hopping out of the pet slot in Yi Tianyun's system while groaning in pain. Yi Tianyun was shocked to see that the pet slot feature that he had didn't protect the Red Dragon from the horn's effect. "Good, now become a good boy and hold still," General Long said as he threw his powerful spear with all his might toward the Red Dragon. Damn it, Yi Tianyun said angrily as he must protect the red dragon. He quickly pulled out the heaven-holding sword and immediately used the heaven-holding anger toward the incoming spear. The huge sword immediately turned massive, and Yi Tianyun immediately blocked the spear with the sword's body, resulting in him being thrown out into the tree. Tianyun, are you okay? Yi Qingshuan said as she rushed to Yi Tianyun's aid. I am fine, Yi Tianyun said angrily. With his defensive power, Yi Tianyun received almost no damage at all, but the anger he felt toward General Long is new. He didn't expect General Long to attack the red dragon instead of him. Look at you, beast. This time you aren't dead, but you will be severely punished for betraying me. General Long said toward the red dragon while kicking the dragon to the side. You've really done it now. You are one person who succeeds in thoroughly anger me. Red Dragon was a loyal pet up until now, but you treat it like shit. Now, I will save the Red Dragon by killing you. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Did I hear it right? Do you want to kill me? Are you all right? Is the impact just now too much for your stupid brain? General Long said sarcastically. But no matter, as I will be the one to kill you first. General Long said as he rushed toward Yi Tianyun once again. Qingshuan, leave me. I will kill this bastard. Yi Tianyun said toward Ye Qingshuan confidently. Seeing that Yi Tianyun has made up his mind, Ye Qingshuan quickly disappeared into the fog. Yi Tianyun's cultivation was far below General Long. Even if he used the power from the crazy mode, he still doubted that he could deal with General Long with ease. But he knew that he had a chance as the equipment and the martial arts that he currently had were of high quality, and Yi Tianyun still had something that he hasn't tried yet. He knew that was the right time to see what Sin Point could offer. From killing so many Dragon Soldier, he currently had 300,000 Sin Points. Chapter 335. Chapter 335. Yi Tianyun quickly opened the Sin shop and immediately thought of spending the 300,000 Sin Point that he had on the best equipment in the shop. Unfortunately, he only saw 2 sets of equipment in the Sin shop at the time. He knew that the shop was supposed to have more equipment, but maybe he had to do something first before it all unlocked. He looked at the 2 sets of equipment and saw that there was nothing bad about them. The first one was really intriguing for him as it could be used along with his Dragon God bloodline. Evil Dragon Suit, level requirement, 30, Spirit Core Peak Stage. Effect, Attack Power X10, Defense Power X20, Build-in Flight, Build-in Regeneration. Special effect, turn the user into 100-meter Evil Dragon. Price, 100,000 Sin Points. While the second was not that bad either. Swordmaster Suit, level requirement, 30, Spirit Core Peak Stage. Effect, control all the sword up to high-grade Spirit Tool rank in 10 km radius in conjunction with the Swordmaster Suit special effect. Special effect, special skill, Sword Array. Price, 100,000 Sin Points. Those 2 suits were top level. Yi Tianyun had difficulties in selecting which suit he should pick first. He finally set his choice to the Evil Dragon Suit as he wanted to test it with his Dragon God bloodline. Dings deducting 100,000 Sin Points for redeeming Evil Dragon Suit. Yi Tianyun immediately equipped the suit without hesitation, and once he did, he could feel overflowing power surge through. But the suit still didn't include any weapon in it, meaning that Yi Tianyun could find any weapon that he wanted without the hassle of equipment sets. General Long, at the same time, was irritated to see Yi Tianyun was only standing there while laughing, completely disregarding General Long's existence. You dare to mock me in the middle of battle, you scum. Die, you foolish ingrate. General Long immediately shouted and rushed with his red dragon spear ready to stab Yi Tianyun. The red dragon on the side immediately rushed over in an attempt to rescue Yi Tianyun from the attack, and Ye Qingshuan was shouting at Yi Tianyun on the side, telling him to dodge the incoming attack. None of them expected Yi Tianyun to stand still in the middle of the battle while laughing happily. The next second, Yi Tianyun's body was covered with a black scale. The black scale tightly covered his skin, emphasizing Yi Tianyun's strong physique. That is not the only thing that was happening. A black aura immediately swirled around Yi Tianyun. The aura was so dark and evil. Ye Qingshuan was shaken by that aura as she never truly felt something that evil. General Long didn't have the time to halt his attack and decided to increase his power for the attack instead. The next scene shocked him to the core as the spear couldn't even pierce the thick scale that covered Yi Tianyun's body. General Long was sure enough that his attack will easily bulldoze the giant tree in that forest to the ground, but Yi Tianyun didn't even budge from his spot. How could this happen? General Long said in bewilderment. Now, kneel before me, Yi Tianyun said as he slammed the long spear down, making General Long stagger to his knee. This time, along with the suit's effect, Yi Tianyun also activated his crazy mode. His combat power was already reaching a staggering 43 million. Yi Tianyun hasn't even activated his other martial arts just yet. That combat power was pure, raw power. Yi Tianyun smirked in satisfaction as he had the combat power beyond the power of that of Void Spirit Expert. The strongest attack that General Long had done so far was the Twin Dragon attack that he used earlier, which was 41 million combat power. Now, what do you have to say? Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. Did you have anything to eat this morning? How could you be this weak? Yi Tianyun said sarcastically. How come you become this strong? Is it because of that armor? General Long said shamelessly. Like I said before, that is none of your concern, Yi Tianyun said, while immediately punched General Long. As a sense of foreboding came, General Long quickly released the red dragon spear on his hands and quickly took a defensive stance. But that was a mistake he soon regretted. The heavy punch connected with his defensive stance, and he was flung to the giant tree behind him. His body trembled from the sheer amount of impact that he received. His arm that received the punch head-on was already numb and couldn't move, while blood freely flowing out of them. What is this power? General Long mumbled as he started to lose his consciousness. What's the matter? Are you already down from one of my casual hits? How can you be this weak? Yi Tianyun said sarcastically while walking over to General Long's weakened body. Chapter 336. Chapter 336. You dare to defy the Netherworld Empire like this? Die, you foolish brat. General Long shouted as he burned his blood chi. His power was greatly increased while his body was immediately covered with the dragon scale. General Long wasn't from the Dragon Clan, but his blood ki had absorbed so much dragon aura. That was why once he burned his blood ki, his body took the traits of the Dragon Clan. General Long, in addition, instantly recovered from the injuries that Yi Tianyun has dealt before. The recovery speed was so fast that his bleeding arms were instantly healed. His combat power also increased to such a tremendous level, while looking at Yi Tianyun with strong killing intent. But Yi Tianyun was still surprised to see that his combat power was still higher than General Long's. With the crazy mode activated, he easily reached 40 million combat power, but General Long had around 34 million combat power only after he burned his own blood chi. He was surprised that the equipment from the Sin Shop could do something like this. You are good. No enemy was able to force me to release my full power like this in a long time. But now it's over. I will make sure to remember you later. General Long said as he prepared himself to attack Yi Tianyun. He knew that he must end the fight quickly. He couldn't burn his blood chi for too long, as it would cause tremendous damage to himself. Thanks for remembering me, but you know that dead people couldn't think, right? Well, I will forget you not long after this. Yi Tianyun said sarcastically. Pretentious asshole. Die. General Long screamed as he rushed to attack Yi Tianyun with all his might. His combat power was once again rising to 40 million, the same as Yi Tianyun with his crazy mode activated. Now Yi Tianyun knew that Void Spirit Stage was powerful because of their explosive combat power. Yi Qingshuan screamed on the side as she thought that the current power of General Long was too powerful. She thought that there was no way Yi Tianyun could evade the attack on time. Visit website ourlistnovel.com. Yi Tianyun looked at General Long and smirked. He saw that General Long's appearance was already close to that of a dragon, but he still didn't look exactly like a dragon. Let's see how you fare against a real dragon, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk while he activated the evil dragon suit's special effect. Yi Tianyun's body immediately flashed black as his body began to transform into a dragon. Yi Tianyun roared, shaking the entire forest with his powerful roar. He immediately slammed General Long with his strong tail, flinging General Long once again toward the giant tree. General Long was quick enough to defend himself from Yi Tianyun's attack, but he still received heavy damage from the attack. Is Tianyun from the Dragon Clan? Yi Qingshuan wondered as she saw that Yi Tianyun has transformed into a 100-meter-tall dragon. The people from the Spirit Race Sanctuary also saw that giant behemoth as it stood tall in the forest. They were shocked to see something so majestic was in their forest right now. That was the first time that they had seen such a creature that close. Impossible. There is no way that you are from the Dragon Clan, General Long shouted while gritting his teeth. Does it matter whether I am from the Dragon Clan or not? Yi Tianyun's voice was clearly heard from the evil dragon. Yi Tianyun's combat power didn't really change that much from before, but his range of attack increased tremendously, and now he even had the claw of the dragon that was more powerful than swords. Yi Tianyun immediately tried to attack General Long with his claw. He aimed General Long's head so that he could finish the fight in an instant. General Long realized he didn't have the time to dodge Yi Tianyun's attack, so he tried to block it instead. Unfortunately for General Long, Yi Tianyun's power was too strong, and his attack dealt huge damage, covering a huge area as well. He couldn't block the attack effectively. General Long was slammed to the ground hard, and he immediately spat out a lot of blood from the impact. Even though the armor that he used was one of the strongest defensive armor that the Netherworld Empire had, it did nothing to stop Yi Tianyun's attack. General Long desperately tried to survive the attack as he looked at the dragon in front of him. Is this the real power of a dragon? General Long said while heaving in blood. Chapter 337. Chapter 337. This evil dragon suit was strong. That was the fact that Yi Tianyun thought at that moment he could easily overpower the Void Spirit expert with that suit. Although it was only a level 30 equipment, Yi Tianyun found it better than any equipment that he had on the core transformation stage. Yi Qingshuan on the side was still shocked to see that Yi Tianyun was a Dragon Clan all along. At least she thought Yi Tianyun was one. I really want to kill you. Damn it all, General Long said as he struggled to get up. Did you expect to kill me with that amount of strength? Dream on, bastard, Yi Tianyun said while sneering toward General Long. Yi Tianyun then used the absorption skill that the evil dragon possessed. It had the same trait as the Dark North Divine Art, but with a bigger range. He focused on absorbing the spiritual energy from General Long, received 31W0000 XP, 40W000. What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? My power! Stop, General Long said in a panic. He felt that his power was gradually leaving his body. While the effect of burning his own blood Qi quickly vanished, Yi Tianyun continued to devour General Long's spiritual power without a care in the world. An idea immediately popped on his mind as he thought that what would happen if he also activated the Dark North Divine Art at the same time. So, without further ado, he quickly activated the Dark North Divine Art, and the absorption speed increased by several folds. Received 100D00 XP, 100D00 XP, 100 XP, D0. Yi Tianyun smirked as he was satisfied by this outcome. He now could receive XP at a faster rate than before. My power! Stop, General Long said weakly. He didn't have any more strength to speak as loud as he did before. Eventually, his spiritual energy was drained, while his body became sickly pale, and he even looked thinner than before. Yi Tianyun immediately transformed back to human form and found that transforming into a dragon was more exhausting than he thought it would. Yi Tianyun quickly picked up the red dragon spear that was lying around his feet and made his way toward General Long. You are the one who managed the Netherworld prison. I don't know how many cultivators had been killed by your hands, but it will end here right now, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Ha ha ha, kill me. The repercussion is that the Netherworld Empire will make sure to crush you and your spirit race. I am sure they will even destroy the Heavenly Border Continent in my name, General Long said while laughing madly. Don't you worry. I will destroy the Netherworld Empire before any of that happens, Yi Tianyun said as he lifted the red dragon spear and stabbed it straight to General Long's heart. Don't worry, I will send the entire Netherworld Empire to accompany you in hell, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Ding successfully killed General Long of the Netherworld Empire. Reward 40,000 XP, 5,000 CPs, 1,000 CPs, Heavenly Dragon Secret Art, Tyrant Soul Spear Secret Art, Red Dragon Battle Armor, Red Dragon Divine Spear, Red Dragon Boots, Dragon God Bloodline, Red Dragon Fragment. D&D successfully killed an elite enemy. Reward 50,000 CPs, 10,000 CPs, 10,000 CPs, Dever 0000. Ticket. DIN congratulations to the host for successfully breaks through to 6th level core transformation stage. The reward was explosive. He even leveled up to the 6th level core transformation stage from the fight. He didn't expect a Void Spirit expert to give this kind of reward. Tianyun, you really did it. You defeated General Long. Yi Tianyun shouted excitedly on the side. She was incredibly excited to know that a 17-year-old young man could defeat a Void Spirit expert. I already said that I would, didn't I? Yi Tianyun said teasingly. Yi Tianyun smiled a little as he was grateful that he had the necessary amount of sin points to redeem for the suit. If it weren't for that suit, he was sure that he had to play cat and mouse all the time until General Long was exhausted. Chapter 338. Chapter 338, Yi Tianyun completed his personal mission to kill the last surviving General Long of the Netherworld Empire. All he had to do was burn all the bodies of the enemy so that the world wasn't surprised that one of the most powerful men from the Netherworld Empire had been killed. Yi Tianyun knew that sooner or later, the Netherworld Empire will find out about that, but he still couldn't quite guess what the Netherworld Empire would do for that information. But pondering about many of them he had to kill was just a waste of time, as he will surely kill them all. After cleaning up the forest, Yi Tianyun and Yi Tianyun returned to the sanctuary and received so many cheers from the villagers as they knew that General Long had been defeated. Yi Tianyun's prestige in Spirit Race had reached its limit, as the entire Spirit Race thought that Yi Tianyun was the strongest existence and already became the protector of the Spirit Race. Yi Tianyun and Yi Tianyun quickly returned to the Spirit Pagoda and saw that the old ancestor was waiting for them with a smile on his face. But the old ancestor's complexion has become pale for using so much spiritual powers in his weakened state. You really managed to do the impossible as you killed General Long and saved the entire Spirit Race. My choice to make you our Spirit King wasn't wrong at all. With your power, I am sure that the Spirit Race would once again attain glory, the old ancestor said confidently. You are exaggerating it, old ancestor. I am not that strong. Yi Tianyun said while smiling warmly to the old ancestor. Ding successfully completed. Protect the Spirit Race. Repel General Long's attack. Quest. Reward 60W00 XP, 250W00 CPs, 10W0W Ding successfully took an ultimate quest Become the Spirit King. Reward on completion 100W00 XP, 300W0 XP, 300W00W0W CPs, 10W0 Divine Rune MPs, Spirit King title. Yi Tianyun received a lot of rewards from completing the quest chain, and he even got the ultimate quest to become the Spirit King. He knew that at that moment, the Heavenly Jade Sect had a surmount gap with the Spirit Race. Unfortunately for Yi Tianyun, the Spirit Race couldn't leave that forest just yet, for without the Spirit Race there, the Trace Confusion Great Array would immediately fall. I didn't exaggerate anything. As I said before, as long as you could hold your ground with General Long, the trial should be easy for you. After a few days, I will announce that you will become our new Spirit King and that you will undergo the smelting trial soon, the old ancestor said reassuringly. Okay, I will leave those matters to you, old ancestor, Yi Tianyun said while bowing his head slightly in respect. The old ancestor nodded and immediately made plans to have a meeting with all the higher-ups of the spirit race. Making a foreign race become the Spirit King was an abnormality. The old ancestor had to make sure that none of the spirit race opposed to that decision. Not long after that, the news of General Long died in action was spread throughout the heavenly border continent. Many presumed that General Long died after several secluded experts came to aid the spirit race, while some were not even sure that General Long died in action. When the news arrived at Netherworld Emperor's ear, he was furious beyond measure. What is going on here? How can General Long die there? Didn't the Imperial Proctor make the countermeasure to deal with the spirit race? How did we keep losing like this? The Netherworld Emperor yelled madly. Great Emperor! The old ancestor of the spirit race was clearly poisoned. There is no way that he was the one controlling the Trace Confusion Great Array. I think that there may be foreign aid for this dire situation to happen. I think Heavenly Dragon Empire had something to do with this, the Imperial Proctor said as he didn't want to acknowledge his shortcoming. The Heavenly Dragon Empire was at odds with the Netherworld Empire for so long, the two empires have been fighting for over the year and now had reached the point of truce. But it was only on the surface to appease the public. But the two empires have been fighting secretly behind the curtain. Heavenly Dragon Empire? That is quite a possibility. They could be helping the spirit race to receive the spirit race heart so that they could take the spirit race for their own. It seems that we had to build a new plan for all this trouble, the Netherworld Emperor shouted angrily. So, what is our plan for now? Should we keep sending people over to the Spirit Forest? The Imperial Proctor asked curiously. We need to attack, that's for sure. With General Long dead, the only one who could win over the spirit race should be Army General Feng. Send him over and told him to deal with the spirit race as soon as possible, the Netherworld Emperor ordered. We couldn't afford to embarrass ourselves any further, he added. Army General Feng, are you sure, Your Majesty? He wasn't done on eradicating the remnant of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Don't you think that it would affect us in the future? The Imperial Proctor asked curiously. We will deal with it later. For now, we need to deal with the spirit race. They already killed General Long. We couldn't let the people think that the Netherworld Empire has grown weak, the Netherworld Emperor said solemnly. The rest of the people immediately were silent as they didn't want to upset the Emperor any further. Chapter 339. Chapter 339. After all the preparation to crown Yi Tianyun as the next Spirit King had been done, the old ancestor immediately gathered all the spirit race people in front of the Spirit Pagoda. Some higher-ups already knew of the matter that the old ancestor will announce to the people, while many of them were confused and curious about why would the old ancestor gathered them there. I believe that many of you were confused about why I suddenly called you all here. I have something to ask of you all about our little brother Yi. How much contribution did you think that he had done so far? The old ancestor asked expectantly. He has contributed a lot for us. There is no way we could be safe if it's not because of him, someone said from the crowd. Yes, he even succeeds in killing the Dragon General alone, someone else chimed in. Yes, he is too powerful. Overthrowing the Netherworld prison wasn't a small feat at all. As long as he's here, the spirit race should be safe, someone else said excitedly. They all began to chant Yi Tianyun's name as they agreed on the opinion of several people earlier. If that was the case, I have some announcement to make, the old ancestor said loudly, and soon the cheering voice began to quiet down. I believe little brother Yi had saved our spirit race on several occasions. If it weren't for him, I believe many of us, including me, would still be in prison, rotting, completely hopeless. As there were so many factions that turned a blind eye from our predicament, he stood bravely against all the odds. He didn't falter to stand against the Netherworld Empire, even in front of some void spirit expert, the old ancestor said proudly. There is a question that I keep asking to myself after he saved me from the prison. What could I do to repay such a brave action? Finally, I got to the conclusion that we should crown him as our Spirit King. I believe that under his leadership, the spirit race will attain glory like never before, the old ancestor said confidently to his people. Many people were stunned in disbelief after hearing old ancestor's speech. They began to murmur about Yi Tianyun's status as an outsider being crowned as their king. Some of them praised the old ancestor's choice as they agreed to make Yi Tianyun their king. Finally, everyone began to chant their willingness to make Yi Tianyun their king. This scene left the higher-ups, even the old ancestor, dumbfounded. They thought there would be many objections from the crowds, but completely to their dismay, everyone agreed. Yi Tianyun relaxed inside the Spirit Pagoda as he found that nobody from the spirit race opposed him as the new Spirit King. He was grateful for the favorability point that he had for the spirit race. He was certain that everyone agreed because of this favorability point was already high enough to be trusted. Since there is no objection about this decision, I am here to announce that little brother Yi will carry out the Spirit King smelting trial soon. After he passed the trial, he will officially be our new Spirit King. The old ancestor said proudly while smiling happily toward the crowds. The rules can't be broken. Even if he has already done all that heroic deeds, he still had to pass the smelting trial before he could be announced as the new Spirit King. If by any chance he failed the trial, we could do nothing about it. This rule had been set in stone by our predecessor, the old ancestor said solemnly. Everyone nodded their head in understanding. Every Spirit King before Yi Tianyun had passed the smelting trial. If by any chance the candidate failed to pass the smelting trial, they couldn't become the Spirit King even if they had the strongest innate ability. Since everyone already put their hopes on me, I will definitely deliver. I will lead the spirit race to the path of glory, Yi Tianyun said as he came forward from the spirit pagoda. But remember this well, even if I fail to pass the smelting trial, I will always be an ally for the spirit race. Nothing will change even if I fail, Yi Tianyun said confidently. The crowds roared in excitement as Yi Tianyun finished his little speech. The crowds began to chant and prayed for Yi Tianyun's success on the smelting trial. Now, are you ready for the smelting trial? The old ancestor asked Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun nodded, and without delay, the old ancestor led Yi Tianyun to the trial location. If Yi Tianyun succeeded the smelting trial, he would become the first spirit king from another race and a king after a long period of vacant. Chapter 340, Chapter 340. After the announcement, the spirit race began to gather around the smelting trial site to watch Yi Tianyun. Is there any special condition for completing this trial? Yi Tianyun asked the old ancestor. The Spirit King smelting trial was divided into several stages, and the condition in each stage was random. There is no telling what you would face in the trial. However, there are some special circumstances that wouldn't change. The smelting trial required the participant to have a strong innate ability and high cultivation. You've already defeated the Dragon General. You should be fine in there, the old ancestor said confidently. After you pass every stage, there should be a stone tablet waiting for you at the end. This stone tablet will engrave a divine rune on you, and that divine rune will be the proof that you're the new Spirit King, the old ancestor said excitedly. After hearing the old ancestor's word, Yi Tianyun realized that this smelting trial was a trivial matter. He only had to complete that trial to receive a divine rune at the end of the trial. Isn't this trial basically meaningless? Why would Spirit Race keep something troublesome like this over the year? Yi Tianyun asked old ancestor curiously. Yes, you are right, but this is just another way to reassure the people that they didn't choose the wrong person to become the new leader. But this is a must. Spirit Race predecessor always emphasized the need to conduct this smelting trial. But sure as that, the people need to agree before the person became a candidate in the first place, the old ancestor explained. Okay, I will try my best. Yi Tianyun said while feeling a little bit hopeless. Without any useful information, he must be on his toes the entire time. Soon enough, the old ancestor led Yi Tianyun to a hole on the forest floor. Yi Tianyun immediately felt chill on his skin from the hole, but he was still surprised to see that the trial place was something that could be seen by the public. Is this the road to the smelting trial? Yi Tianyun asked unsurely. Yes, there will be a stone tablet containing the divine rune that will be the proof of you becoming the Spirit King, the old ancestor said confidently. The place may look flimsy, but I assure you that the trial wouldn't be easy, but I am sure that you will do well, the old ancestor added while smiling. Don't worry, I wouldn't demand anything whether I pass or not. I am not the type to force my needs to others, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. I believe you. Now, go on ahead. You can start now if you are ready. I will be waiting for your return here. I hope you come back safely, the old ancestor said hopefully. Good luck, Yi Tianyun. I hope you come back successfully. Ye Qinxuan said hopefully. Big brother Yi, I hope you succeed. Remember that I am the one who brought you here, Yi Wanner said cheerfully. Yi Tianyun smiled at the two sisters and immediately proceeded into the trial. As he walked inside, all he could see was the frozen cave wall. That place was much colder than outside, was the first thing that he felt as he entered the trial. If he was weaker, he had a feeling that he wouldn't survive that cold. As he walks through the passage, he finally heard a faint sound of a cry from afar. Yi Tianyun hastily ran toward the source of the sound and immediately saw that the owner of the voice was none other than Lei Yun. It seemed that this trial cave was also the prison for Spirit Race's enemy. Long time no see, have you been? It seems that you had a tough life, Yi Tianyun said sarcastically as he stood in front of Lei Yun. You, Lei Yun said while shuddering from the chill. Me, I am here for the Spirit King smelting trial. It seems like I will be the new Spirit King for the Spirit Race after this. What do you think? Envy me? Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. How could they agree to this? Lei Yun said with a trembling voice. Well, for a start, I have successfully released all the Spirit Race prisoners in the Netherworld prison and destroyed that place once and for all. The next best thing is that I already killed General Long. Now, with that accomplishment, it was expected that the Spirit Race would want me to be their leader, no? Yi Tianyun said while smirking full of satisfaction. You! How dig you? Lei Yun said as he started to feel faint from the cold. He couldn't stay awake long enough in that place. The cold was really messing with his survival instinct. That place was the worst punishment that he ever went through. Chapter 341. Chapter 341. After Yi Tianyun saw him faint, Yi Tianyun continued to walk even deeper. The cold intensified as he proceeded deeper into the cave. I don't think I could handle this cold if my cultivation is lower than this, Yi Tianyun said as he murmurs to himself. As he continued walking, Yi Tianyun finally saw a brick of ice and a fiery flame in the vicinity. As much as it was cold, the flame part of the cave was too hot. Yi Tianyun has no doubt that if the spirit rays put Lei Yun in that place, he would have been burned to a crisp in no time. He also saw that the place was separated by a divine rune so that the cold didn't interfere with the hot area and vice versa. This trial must be created by a divine rune grandmaster. The complicated divine rune wasn't easy to make. Yi Tianyun didn't hesitate and quickly walked through the boundary of the two areas and walked inside the fiery pit of the cave. As he put his feet on the fiery ground, the fire around came alive and rushed toward him in a dragon-like form. But Yi Tianyun wasn't concerned with that kind of attack. He easily swatted the flame out of his way and continued to walk deeper. The flame was intense, but it was not Void Spirit expert power kind of strong, so he didn't have a hard time to block the incoming attack. After a while, the flame stopped attacking. It was like it knew that its attack was futile, and therefore it stopped attacking Yi Tianyun altogether. As he continued to dwell deeper into the cave, he saw that the next room was a desert. It was complete with the unforgiving sun and yellow sands. Is this elemental trial? The first one was ice, the second one was flame, and the one he was currently in was earth. Yi Tianyun didn't hesitate and once again walked over to the new terrain with a stride, but as soon as he made his first step on the sand, it turned to quicksand. There was no doubt that that place will always make it hard for him to pass. He found that the quicksand was very troublesome, so he immediately flew toward the skies as it would be easier, or so he thought. Immediately as he flew, a sandstorm appeared in his field of vision. The sandstorm lowered his visibility, and the grain of sand was as sharp as a needle. If it not for the evil dragon suit, I would have been sliced mercilessly here. He immediately landed on the ground as he realized that flying would be even more difficult than walking. Soon enough, he encountered another boundary. This time, the terrain was a dense forest. My guess is right, this is elemental trial. He was curious as to how will the forest attack him this time. Yi Tianyun immediately walked into the forest without hesitation, but as soon as he walked in, the vines from nearby trees immediately tried to grab him. It seems that this place wants to entangle him so that he couldn't move forward. But that one was also meaningless for him. Yi Tianyun quickly raised his hands and cut the vines with wind pressure. Now, what else will this place do to hinder me from Spirit King title? Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Chapter 342. Chapter 342. Yi Tianyun quickly escaped the vine's clutches. He quickly flew toward the sky to escape the pursuit of other vines that was already coming towards him at a great speed. However, this time, Yi Tianyun could see that the vines weren't trying to entangle him anymore. They are trying to stab him. The vines heading toward coming were sharp. Yi Tianyun didn't feel any need to stop those vines. He purposely let the vines headed straight toward him and attacked him. As soon as the vines touched him, they shattered. Yi Tianyun already knew that the vines' attack wouldn't do anything to him. His defensive power was too high already. If it wasn't an attack from Void Spirit Expert, he didn't have to put any effort to stop it. Yi Tianyun could see another boundary in the distance, and this time he saw that the next terrain was golden-colored. He assumed that his theory about that trial was an elemental trial was correct, as gold was metal element. As soon as he approached the next terrain, he could see that thing that glowed in gold was a golden road, complete with golden flower and golden water around it. That new terrain looked the most unnatural out of any terrain that he has encountered so far in this trial. He could even see a golden mountain in the distance. He stepped into the terrain without any hesitation, and the terrain immediately turned sharp. Every edge of anything inside that terrain became sharp, including the water wave, the flower, and the road. As soon as Yi Tianyun nudged the sharp edge of the road and leaf near him, the sound of clashing weapon was immediately heard. Evil Dragon Suit completely protected him without any issues. This terrain is stronger than the previous terrains, but it seems I don't need to put any special effort here either, Yi Tianyun said as he continued to walk forward arrogantly. Yi Tianyun quickly reached another boundary, but this time all he could see in the next border were a fog. He was quite confused about that new terrain as it didn't fit the terms of elemental terrain like so far. But Yi Tianyun still walked toward it without any hesitation at all. As soon as he walked in the fog terrain, he felt that some special energy was shrouding him, and he could saw some silhouette in the distance. As he walked towards the silhouette, it became more apparent that the silhouette was none other than himself. Everything about that silhouette matched him. It was like looking at his own reflection in the mirror. But as soon as he came closer, the mirror image immediately attacked him. Yi Tianyun was curious about this new trial, and so he decided to receive the attack head-on without putting any special effort. But, as soon as the attack landed, the mirror image was immediately flung backward. The mirror image immediately turned back into a fog and dispersed with the surrounding fog. What the hell is this? I thought that it would be as strong as me, but that's disappointing, Yi Tianyun said grumpily. As the mirror image dispersed into the surrounding fog, the fog quickly diminished and a narrow path immediately appeared in front of him. Yi Tianyun noticed that this narrow pathway was leading back to the entrance. He could feel the cold emanating towards him. Yi Tianyun looked behind him, and he immediately realized that the entire trial was an illusion. The only real terrain in that place was that place and the cold terrain in the beginning. No wonder the old ancestor said that there was no way to predict the smelting trial for Yi Tianyun to prepare. It was completely random. This smelting trial was really something. Now I know that there is a greater power than what I've already seen. I didn't even notice that I've already entered a magical array earlier, Yi Tianyun said as he sighed at his own shortcoming. Yi Tianyun immediately walked toward the narrow pathway and saw that at the end of the pathway was a flashing white light. He didn't think much of it and immediately headed toward the light. At the base of the flashing white light, he could see a huge stone tablet. At a closer look, it was more like a stone wall than a stone tablet. The stone wall was also covered in divine rune from top to bottom. He realized that all this divine rune wasn't any normal divine rune, but it was a master-level divine rune. Yi Tianyun immediately remembered the old ancestor said that he must get approval from that stone tablet. Yi Tianyun walked onto the stone wall carefully and touched the stone wall gently. As he did so, his body was immediately covered with a gentle green light, while a warm feeling was coursing through his body. However, the light disappeared after a while, and the stone wall didn't react as it did before. There was nothing else that happened even after he waited for a while. No way, I failed, Yi Tianyun said with an indescribable emotion in his face. Chapter 343, I think I failed. It seems I couldn't become the new Spirit King after all, Yi Tianyun said with a little bit disappointment in his eyes. With this new information, he knows that there is no way to finish his quest now. Why would the stone tablet give me the divine rune as proof that I already completed the trial? Or is it because I am not from Spirit Race? Yi Tianyun thought to himself in defeat. Yi Tianyun activated his heavenly eyes and tried to see the stone wall once again. Am I supposed to read all of this divine rune first? He thought again. He immediately read all divine rune with the help of his heavenly eye and appraisal eye. With both eye power activated, he could read the divine rune with their effect intact. He saw that none of the divine rune on the stone wall was of any use for him at the moment. He became confused about this fact. He began to think that he may have to see the whole stone wall with his appraisal eye to see the description that he needed. He immediately stepped back a bit and looked at the whole stone wall with his appraisal eye. Ding successfully discovered the Tyrant Stone Tablet. One of the ancient treasure. Reward 5W0 XP, 100W0 XP, 100 PPs. Tyrant Stone Tablet, Divine Rune Stone Monument. The stone which was engraved with many master-level divine runes. Any divine rune master at the vicinity of the stone tablet will have increased success rate of drawing a master-level divine rune of his own. Has a 1-week cooldown time. An ancient treasure? Yi Tianyun said with a surprised look on his face. Yi Tianyun immediately read the description provided by the appraisal eye and shocked to see the effect of the stone tablet. Is that stone tablet have the same use as a divine rune stone? Is that why I didn't pass the trial yet? As he began to wonder various things about the stone tablet and the smelting trial itself, he approached the stone tablet and channeled his spiritual energy into the stone. He felt the same warm feeling like the first time that he touched the stone tablet, but this time, the entire divine rune was also glowing. After a while, Yi Tianyun shouted activate toward the stone tablet, and immediately the huge stone tablet shrunk into a palm-sized stone tablet. Yi Tianyun tried to lift the stone tablet and was surprised to know that the stone tablet was still as heavy as it was before. However, Yi Tianyun was quite happy to know that the stone tablet recognized him as its new master. As the Tyrant Stone Tablet became small, it revealed another narrow pathway with a gentle green light coming at the end of the path. This is unexpected. I didn't know that I have to take this stone tablet to pass, Yi Tianyun said curiously. If taking the stone tablet was the condition to pass the test, Yi Tianyun doubted that the stone tablet would be there again when the next Spirit King candidate entered the smelting trial, which meant that he was the only one who has ever done something like that. Yi Tianyun shook his head and went down the narrow path to see what awaited him at the end of the road. He felt warmer and safe feeling coming towards him as he continued to delve the narrow pathway. When he reached the end of the path, there was a green crystal that contained a strong stream of life energy. Looking at the crystal alone made him feel rejuvenated. Chapter 344. This is amazing, Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised by the green crystal's effect. Around the green crystal, Yi Tianyun saw a bunch of spirit grass flower and one soul accumulating grass there. He immediately used his appraisal eye to check the effect of the green crystal in front of him. Life crystal contains strong life energy. A product of the evolution of the spirit treasure. Enhance the spirit power's intensity and reproduction of life. Will turn into a normal stone after use. The information of that life crystal startled Yi Tianyun a little bit, especially the reproduction part. Now he knew that this crystal was the one that made the spirit race think that they were cursed, and that patch of land was the only place that they could reproduce. While the truth was, they really couldn't reproduce at all in the first place. Spirit race had strong innate ability. They would have a hard time conceiving a child from another person with such a strong innate ability too. That would also apply if they tried to conceive with another person who had a weak innate ability. It wouldn't work. This was also the case with other strong races too. The Dragon Clan was another example of this strong innate ability and weak reproduction ability. While the Dragon Clan had the dragon vein to help them reproduce, the spirit race couldn't use that. Instead, this life crystal was the only thing that allowed the spirit race to reproduce all this time, and now this life crystal was already reaching its limit. It seems that I already stumble and found the root cause of the said curse, Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. Yi Tianyun knew that the ancestors of the spirit race knew about that matter, but they chose to keep quiet about it and let their people thought that they were under some sort of curse. Yi Tianyun approached the life crystal, but as he came closer, a shadow of an old man immediately materialized in front of him. Child, finally someone who could master the Tyrant Stone Tablet. As you can see, I stashed the treasure that I got by a chance here. This life crystal could improve our cultivation environment and enhance our reproduction ability. The old man said excitedly. I hope that you could find another life crystal to replace this one as it will be exhausted soon, or maybe you could find another place with a stronger vitality. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for the spirit race to reproduce. Or you could also go back to the spirit race ancestral land, as it would be the best destination for the spirit race. As you master the Tyrant Stone Tablet, you've already become our king, the spirit race king. I hope that someday you don't have to rely on this life crystal to thrive, the old man added solemnly before disappearing. This is a very serious matter. I need to convey all of this to Yi Tianyun and the old ancestor, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. After checking that there was nothing left worth checking, Yi Tianyun left and walked toward the exit. At the same time, outside of the cave, the spirit race was anxiously waiting for Yi Tianyun to come out of the trial site. All the spirit race people were waiting for the miracle that Yi Tianyun could pass the trial and become their new spirit king. What's taking Big Brother Yi so long? Yi Wanner asked anxiously. Don't worry, I know that he will come out successfully soon. He is much stronger than any of the previous king. We have to believe in him, Yi Tianyun said confidently. It usually took weeks to finish, and it's only been days. We should be more patient, the old ancestor said while smiling toward the sisters. As soon as he finished reassuring the sisters, someone from the crowd immediately shouted excitedly, Look, he's already coming out. They were amazed that Yi Tianyun came out of the trial that fast. They began to wonder if Yi Tianyun succeeded or not, considering it didn't take him that long. So, did you already get the approval to be the next spirit king? The old ancestor asked curiously to Yi Tianyun. No, I didn't get the divine rune like you described earlier, Yi Tianyun said while shaking his head. Many people were shocked and felt broken-hearted as they thought that Yi Tianyun didn't pass the trial like they wanted. But I do get something, Yi Tianyun said as he took out the Tyrant Stone Tablet. The heavy stone tablet shook the ground as Yi Tianyun put it on the ground beside him. The old ancestor's face suddenly lighted up after seeing the all-too-familiar stone tablet. Chapter 345. Chapter 345. This is the Tyrant Stone Tablet, the old ancestor said, surprised and amazed when he saw the stone tablet in front of him. Aren't you only supposed to bring the divine rune out? The old ancestor asked Yi Tianyun confusedly. With that question, Yi Tianyun knew that the old ancestor also didn't know of the truth behind the smelting trial. Yi Tianyun sighed as he knew that the old ancestor wasn't the previous spirit king, nor he ever saw what was inside the smelting trial himself. This is the Tyrant Stone Tablet. Also, old ancestor, saintess, and the elders, please follow me inside if possible. I have something important to say. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Can we enter the smelting cave? We're not spirit king candidate. Elder Yan asked curiously. With this Tyrant Stone Tablet, I have already been appointed as the new spirit king. With my authority, I gave you permission to enter. Yi Tianyun said casually. Let's go. I assume he will explain what happened in the trial to us inside. The old ancestor said toward Elder Yan, reassuring him to follow Yi Tianyun. You are right, old ancestor. I am very sorry for ever doubting you, King Yi, Elder Yan said while bowing his head toward Yi Tianyun. While inside, everyone shivered up from the chill of the place, but Yi Tianyun immediately covered them with his spiritual power, granting them more resistance to the cold. Thank you, Yi Tianyun said gratefully toward Yi Tianyun. You're welcome, Yi Tianyun said with a smile toward Yi Tianyun. The group immediately followed Yi Tianyun, ignoring Lei Yun as they walked past his cells. But as they were about to walk toward the boundary of the fire terrain, the old ancestor immediately stopped them by saying that they will effectively enter the smelting trial once they cross the boundaries. Don't worry, I already have the key, Yi Tianyun said casually while pulling out the Tyrant Stone Tablet and putting it on the side of the boundaries. The Tyrant Stone Tablet immediately shone, and the fire terrain immediately changed to a narrow path. No way, the old ancestor said shockingly. He never thought that there was a time that he would finally saw the end of this smelting trial. Let's go. This Tyrant Stone Tablet was accounted as a key for coming here easily too, Yi Tianyun said while explaining the scene earlier and leading the group toward the place where Life Crystal lied. As they approached the place that the Life Crystal lied, the group felt refreshed. Once inside, Yi Tianyun immediately touched the life crystal, and the old man's shadow from earlier was materialized once more, saying the exact same word that Yi Tianyun heard before. After hearing their ancestor's word, the group fell silent in shock. Especially the old ancestor, as he finally realized that the requirement to become the new Spirit King was having the Tyrant Stone Tablet, not any divine rune. This meant that all previous Spirit Kings were fake. Now that the Spirit Race predecessor's words have been heard, I will try my best to look for a place that has stronger vitality for the Spirit Race to thrive, or look for another life crystal, so that the Spirit Race didn't go barren, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Now, the next problem is the Tyrant Stone Tablet. The first time I am here, I was very confused on why I couldn't obtain any divine rune as a proof that I passed the smelting trial. But as the time goes, I finally understand the true meaning of the trial. Now, are there any of you who have a divine rune stone on your possession? Yi Tianyun asked lightly. I have one on me, Yi Qingshuan said while giving Yi Tianyun the said stone. Yi Tianyun took it and immediately pulled out the Tyrant Stone Tablet once more. This time he immediately engraved the 5th grade Master Divine rune that he saw on the stone tablet. The group were shocked on how easy Yi Tianyun made the engraving process look like. Isn't this the proof for the Spirit King title that you usually see? Yi Tianyun asked the old ancestor as he gave the engraved divine rune stone to the old ancestor while smiling kindly. Yes, this is it. This is the proof of the Spirit King title that we usually see, the old ancestor said, telling the truth. Well, it has to be some sort of miscommunication, but according to the predecessor, this Tyrant Stone Tablet was supposed to be the proof of the Spirit King title. I can't give you the proof that you usually see, for I didn't have any single divine rune stone with me now, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. This time, the old ancestor was grateful that Yi Tianyun had opened their eyes on the Spirit Race's mishap. Chapter 346. Chapter 346. After knowing the truth, they all felt a little bit ashamed, especially the old ancestor. He was ashamed of his lack of knowledge about the smelting trial. There were so many wrong things on the Spirit Race side for all this time. If the entire Spirit Race's people suddenly heard the revelation, there was no doubt that some of the people will leave the Spirit Race out of disappointment. Now, I brought you here to ask, are you going to announce this matter to the entire people or not? I personally don't recommend you to do so. We don't have to add stress to the entire people because of this matter. After all, they aren't qualified to become the Spirit King candidate themselves. In that aspect, even we still didn't have the clear qualification regarding this matter too. In spite of the old ancestor already reaching the Divine Rune Grandmaster rank, he still wasn't qualified to become the next Spirit Race King. Why? Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Now, we must focus on obtaining another life crystal, or finding another land with strong vitality so the Spirit Race can thrive, Yi Tianyun added wisely. Yi Tianyun looked at everyone and noticed that everyone was having a hard time processing this problem. This was about the life and death of the Spirit Race itself. They need to solve this problem neatly and quick. I agree with Spirit King's word. It's all in the past. We don't need to drown ourselves in the past's mistake. We need to think of our future now, and that future consists of us finding a new place or another life crystal to make sure that this place could continue to become our sanctuary, old ancestor said confidently. Everyone else quickly cast their thought aside while they completely agreed with Yi Tianyun's word and that they would support Yi Tianyun's decision. Now we have to think of the way to find any information about the life crystal's whereabouts and any information about the place with strong vitality. If we got the information about the market of life crystal, we should buy it in bulk so that life crystal could become the Spirit Race's countermeasures if we failed to obtain another land with strong vitality, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Everyone's eyes began to sparkle with hope as they thought that they would finally have a solution to their life problem. The predecessor is quite harsh. To think that we have to master the Tyrant Stone Tablet before we could obtain the knowledge about this life crystal is rough, the old ancestor said while sighing tiredly. No, I don't think that was necessarily true. I believe the Spirit Race will eventually choose to leave this place. The real problem was the second Spirit King. As he was the first Spirit King who said the requirement of becoming the Spirit King was only to have a master-level divine rune engraved on the Tyrant Stone Tablet as the proof was a great mishap. That was a great sin that he has to bear in the afterlife, Yi Tianyun said annoyedly. Well, we don't need to discuss that matter now. Let's just announce that little brother Yi has really succeeded in becoming our new Spirit King and the problem with the life crystal to the people, the old ancestor said as he smiled and felt content on Yi Tianyun's leadership. He knew that if it was not because of Yi Tianyun's discovery, the Spirit Race would undeniably suffer a huge loss when they found out about the matter. Wait, I need to get this first, Yi Tianyun said as he walked over and pulled the one soul accumulating grass growing near the life crystal. Yi Qingshuan immediately rolled her eyes as she knew how much Yi Tianyun liked those grasses. The elders didn't say anything, but the look on their faces told Yi Tianyun that this certain behavior of his was a little bit strange, as soul-accumulating grass didn't have a great effect to those who already cultivated beyond core transformation stage. Hey, I need these things. If you have any more soul-accumulating grass, I will gladly accept any of them, Yi Tianyun said while smiling comically. They immediately went back outside, to where the Spirit Race people were still waiting and talking about Yi Tianyun's smelting trial. The old ancestor immediately calmed everyone down and said, I know everyone is confused about the Spirit King matter, but I am here to say that the Tyrant Stone tablet that little brother Yi brought earlier was none other than a proof that he has succeeded the smelting trial. The divine rune stone that our previous Spirit King had brought was a part of this Tyrant Stone tablet, and therefore proved little brother Yi was more than suitable of the title. I am here to say that little brother Yi here and now is officially the new Spirit King of the Spirit race, the old ancestor said triumphantly. The Spirit people began to chant Spirit King earnestly. This scene made Yi Tianyun more excited as a great faction was under his control was finally sinking in. Now I have something to say to you all, Yi Tianyun said as to silence everyone. Since I already become the Spirit King for the Spirit race, it was appropriate for me to reveal my secret. I have conflicted with the Netherworld Empire for a long time, so I must hide my identity so that I could avoid unnecessary conflict to everyone close to me and innocent people around me. Now, I will reveal my true face to you all. Yi Tianyun said as he took off the thousand faces mask that he wore constantly. Everyone was in shock to see a 17-year-old boy behind the mask. Furthermore, it was a handsome young boy too. This is my true face. My real name is Yi Tianyun, an elder of Earthly Border Continent's Heavenly Jade Sect and the Mansion Lord of the Heaven's top mansion. What happened in the Gathering Dragon City is none other than my doing. After hearing all of this, are you still willing to have me as your Spirit King? Yi Tianyun asked honestly. After a moment of silence, the crowd burst in an uproar. Young Spirit King, no matter who you are our Spirit King. You saved our race. The most powerful Spirit King. Long live Spirit King. They began to chant Spirit King excitedly, proving that they didn't care about Yi Tianyun's background. Chapter 347, Chapter 347. Yi Tianyun now felt the need to protect the spirit race to the fullest as they were chanting Yi Tianyun's name. I will become the greatest Spirit King. I will lead the spirit race toward the most glorious moment that the spirit race had ever seen, Yi Tianyun said confidently. The chanting became louder as the spirit race people became excited about Yi Tianyun's speech. DING successfully completed the ultimate quest. Become the Spirit King of Spirit Race. Reward 100,000 D00 near exp, 300 D000C, PS, 10 D00 Divine Rune Proficiencies, Spirit King title. Spirit King, rare title, command value increased 500 points, Grandmaster level Divine Rune success rate increased by 20%. The title's effect was amazing. With this, he could draw a complicated Divine Rune and its success rate increased by 20%. But unfortunately, the chain quest has ended. He received a lot of XP from the chain quest of saving the spirit race, and now that it has ended, he had to look for another quest. Afterward, the spirit race people wanted to hold a ceremony to celebrate Yi Tianyun's success in becoming the Spirit King. The people were already set on partying for the rest of the day, although the Netherworld Empire was still a threat. Tianyun, no, Spirit King. I never thought that there would come a day that you become our king. Ye Qingshuan said while taking a seat beside Yi Tianyun. I do think the future is full of the unexpected, wouldn't you agree? Ye Tianyun said while smiling simply toward Ye Qingshuan. He didn't expect to be the Spirit King himself. He originally wanted to watch the spirit race's progression and maybe obtain some rare reward from saving Ye Wanner and observing Ye Qingshuan for a while. He never expected it would turn out like this. Something sometimes is already set in stone. From the day that you saved me in that island, I already planned to make you our next Spirit King, and thus I gave you the Heavenly Eye. The one thing that I never really expected is that it happens too fast, that I never had the time to prepare for your arrival. Ye Qingshuan said while smiling beautifully toward Yi Tianyun. For saving me and from saving the spirit race, I gratefully said, thank you, my king, Ye Qingshuan said with a slight bow and a huge smile on her face. This is her heartfelt way of saying thanks to Yi Tianyun, as there would be no more spirit race if Yi Tianyun didn't choose to interfere. The night was spent in celebration. No one came to disturb the festivity of the spirit race. The spirit race spent the night having fun, for they knew that they would be going to war soon. The next day, a spy who was tasked to infiltrate the Netherworld Empire came to the Spirit Pagoda. Spirit King, Old Ancestor, Elder, Netherworld Empire is coming, the spy said hurriedly. They really kick it up a notch, don't they? Is there any particular information about this new army that they send? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, Spirit King. This time the Netherworld Empire sent Army General Feng to command their troops, the spy said with a glint of fear in his eyes. Army General Feng? Who is this person? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. He thought that the Dragon General was the best general that the Netherworld Empire had. Army General Feng was a higher-ranking officer than General Long, my king. I heard that his cultivation had reached the 4th layer Void Spirit stage. He also possesses a rare wind-attributed power. Because of that, he's so fast that he could kill his enemy before they have the time to react. He also led a group of specialists called the Soldier of Wind. They leave no traces with their wind boots, and they were enhanced with wind-attributed speed Divine Rune. The spy said, trying to describe the enemy's army the best that he could. 4th layer Void Spirit stage was really tricky, Yi Tianyun said as he fell into silence as he thought over the way to win the war. Old ancestor, could you trap them? Yi Tianyun asked the old ancestor. Yes, as long as they took a step into our territory, they will fall into my traps, the old ancestor said confidently. If you say so, I will make sure to take care of the enemy army as soon as they fall into your traps. We will let the Netherworld Empire know that we aren't any pushover, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Many elders shouted as they became excited to fight the war. With Yi Tianyun as the Spirit King, the spirit race's morale was high. This time, the old ancestor and I will take care of everything. I command the spirit race to stand by and wait for the next order. Yi Tianyun said charismatically. Yes, my king, we will follow your every command, the elders said simultaneously. The spirit race has already shown the trait of fanatic loyalty. With Yi Tianyun as their leader, they forgot about their fear toward the Netherworld Empire. Chapter 348. Chapter 348. Yi Tianyun realized that the new enemy would be too much for the spirit race as of that moment, so he must face this army general Feng by himself. Yi Tianyun also knew that the Netherworld Emperor wouldn't come down to fight the spirit race himself. As an emperor of 4th grade faction, fighting against a 3rd grade faction personally is humiliating. Unless someone like the Imperial Proctor died by the spirit race, the Netherworld Emperor wouldn't come to fight. But this army general Feng could be said the 3rd most powerful individual on the Netherworld Empire. That fact alone was a proof to Yi Tianyun that the Netherworld Emperor was already backed into a corner. Yi Tianyun immediately dispatched an elder to scout the forest entrance as he had prepared to make first. The elder immediately nodded and headed over to the forest entrance. There was no hesitation on his step as he followed Yi Tianyun's command. Meanwhile, after giving appropriate order to the rest of the spirit race, Yi Tianyun immediately refined the soul-accumulating grass to level himself up. With so many X per ward after becoming Spirit King, he only needed a little more XP to level up. He immediately activated his pill-refining crazy mode and refined the soul-accumulating pill to 4th refinement rank. He didn't dare to refine the pill to 5th refinement rank as it was too risky for the moment. At the same time, Army General Feng almost reached the forest entrance. His divine soldiers of wind marched through the terrain with incredible speed. The average cultivation base of the soldiers was high, with the lowest being a 3rd-level Spirit Core stage. These soldiers were so much different than the Dragon Soldier, as this army was quick enough. Meanwhile, the Dragon Soldier was slow. The soldiers soon stopped at the edge of the forest, waiting for their general's command. Elder Yan, who was observing from inside the forest, was a little bit curious and confused as he saw the soldiers of the wind stood motionless in the forest's edge. Why are they standing still like that? Elder Yan asked confusedly. I don't know either, but no matter what they do, we will kill them as soon as they stepped into the forest, another elder said confidently. You are right. With the old ancestor taking the helm of the Trace Confusion Great Array, there is no way they can get in, Elder Yan said confidently. As the rest of the Spirit Race's scout began to think of contributing for the Spirit Race's glory, the Soldier of Wind immediately marched inside the forest with their long sword ready. They immediately picked up their pace and began to cut the trees neatly, even though the great tree was supposedly hard to cut. Those Soldiers of Wind seemed to be doing it easily. That was all because of their outstanding speed. They hit the great tree several times in a second, nullifying the tree's resistance. The scene in front of them made the complexion on the elder's face sink. None of them expected this situation at all. Even though the Soldier of Wind will reach the Spirit Sanctuary a little bit slower, it was clearly effective as they wouldn't fall victim to the power of the Trace Confusion Great Array. At the back of the enemy's army, Army General Feng has directed his soldiers which trees to cut and to which direction they should march. He held a compass in his hand to determine the path that he would like to make while shouting coldly toward the soldiers. Elder Yan became paler than before as he finally realized that the army general had an effective way to traverse the forest. Because of the Trace Confusion Great Array, a compass wouldn't work inside the forest, but what is different when it came to outside of the forest? The Trace Confusion. Great Array didn't have any effect outside of the forest. Chapter 349. Chapter 349, Divine Soldiers of Wind continues to cut the trees precisely while constantly following Army General Feng's direction. Yi Tianyun, who came to observe too, couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. She didn't expect the enemy army to be this well prepared on exploiting the weakness of the Trace Confusion Great Array. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before they find us. I think they will reach the sanctuary in 3 days top, if not earlier, Elder Yan said while estimating the time that the spirit race had left. What should we do now? Yi Tianyun said, feeling frustrated with their circumstances. They couldn't ambush the enemy's unit like this. Army General Feng would surely attack them head-on, for the trees begin to dwindle. We need to wait for the Spirit King's instruction. The Spirit King only ordered us to scout and wait. We can't do anything else other than that, Elder Yan said confidently. The rest of the Spirit Race scout unit, who comes with Elder Yan, nodded their head and waited for Yi Tianyun to arrive on the battlefield. Soon after, Yi Tianyun came with a more powerful aura emitted around him, making the Spirit Race scout wonder how their king could become so much more powerful within a short amount of time. What they felt wasn't an illusion at all. This powerful aura that they sensed was because Yi Tianyun already broke through after taking the soul-accumulating pills that he made earlier. As of that moment, Yi Tianyun has already reached 7th level core transformation stage cultivation. Without having any big quest, Yi Tianyun knew that he would be stuck on this level for a while. Spirit King. The enemy has progressed through the forest using the most efficient way there is. They cut the trees, while efficiently use some compass from outside the forest to determine the location of the sanctuary. I think they will reach the sanctuary in 3 days, Elder Yan said as he gave his report to Yi Tianyun. 3 days? I will see what I can do to stop them. Yi Tianyun said while pulling his ice-cold divine bow out. Yi Tianyun then silently aimed the arrow toward the divine soldiers of wind and quickly used the ice-cold fury. With the crazy damage mode activated, the power of ice-cold fury increased by several folds. With his cultivation breakthrough, the ice-cold fury power reached 46 million. In a blink of an eye, the ice-cold fury rushed through the forest toward the soldiers of the wind, ready to freeze everyone down. But Army General Feng sensed the attack coming as Yi Tianyun released it. He quickly jumped and rushed in front of the soldiers of wind and immediately blocked the ice-cold fury with his own attack. He slammed his sword forward while shouting, "Roar of the wind," and immediately a hurricane gushed forth from his sword, taking the ice-cold fury head-on. A booming voice was immediately heard around the forest as the two attacks collided. The trees were uprooted from the ground, and the ground itself was frozen as a result. After witnessing the power of the Army General Feng, Yi Tianyun felt a little bit deterred. By far, this attack was the strongest attack that he ever saw his enemy do. He immediately looked at the Army General Feng using his appraisal eye to assess his plan. Army General Feng, 4th level Void Spirit Stage equipment, Heavenly Wind Divine Sword, Hurricane Armor, Hurricane Boots, Speed Up Divine Rune. Martial Arts, Wind Divine Art, Wind Sprint, Wind Flash Combat Power, 48 to 0000. Weakness, Flame Attributed Attack. Yi Tianyun didn't expect the Army General Feng to have a staggering 48 million combat power, which explained how easy it was for the Army General to block his crazy mode Ice-Cold Fury. But what surprised Yi Tianyun the most was the Army General Feng's speed. He could barely follow the movement of the Army General Feng as he moved with speed-enhanced armor. The enemy's strength is not that bad, but it's still worse than me. If they want to save the spirit race, they would have to defeat me. If they didn't do that, I would go straight toward their nest, the Army General murmured with a killing intent clear in his face. Army General Feng loved a challenge, and as soon as he heard that General Long had been defeated and killed, he couldn't wait to face the opponent who achieved that. Yi Tianyun, who heard the Army General murmured, sneered on the side as he didn't think that he was stupid enough to fight the Army General without any plan. Chapter 350. Chapter 350. Yi Tianyun immediately shot 3 more arrows toward the soldiers of wind to see how General Feng will react. Sure enough, General Feng sensed this attack coming as soon as Yi Tianyun released the arrow. General Feng easily blocked Yi Tianyun's attack with ease. Ye Qingxuan and the elders were looking at Yi Tianyun from afar, with awe. They knew how powerful Yi Tianyun's attack just now. It was equal, if not better, than a first-level Void Spirit Stage attack. Even though General Feng easily fended Yi Tianyun's attack, it was expected, as General Feng was a Void Spirit expert. It seems my attack had no effect on him, Yi Tianyun said frustratedly. He expected his attack to be blocked, but not to this extent. He thought that he could kill at least 1 or 2 soldiers of wind. As Yi Tianyun stopped attacking, General Feng's eyes flashed, and suddenly he rushed toward Yi Tianyun's position. Yi Tianyun was startled as General Feng closed their distance in a second and already stood in front of Yi Tianyun with a smug look on his face. Yi Tianyun quickly activated the Xuantian Divine Art and Golden Body Secret Art, using all his defense power to block General Feng's attack. He chose to stay and tried to see if he could fend off General Feng's attack with only his defensive power. General Feng quickly stabbed Yi Tianyun using his Heavenly Wind Divine Sword several times in a matter of seconds. At first, this attack didn't do that much damage to Yi Tianyun, but as the attack keeps coming, he felt the aftershock of the attack penetrating his defense. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun tried to block some of the attack using his Ice-Cold Divine Bow, but sadly it was futile as the Ice-Cold Divine Bow was smashed and damaged in the process. Yi Tianyun was flung backward quite fiercely, making many elders screamed in horror for the safety of their Spirit King. However, Yi Tianyun was still fine. Although he received a little bit of damage from General Feng's attack, it didn't do much. He quickly equipped the Red Dragon Spear and activated the Dragon God Bloodline while immediately used the Tyrant Soul attack that he got from General Long. General Feng's Hurricane was immediately shattered as Yi Tianyun attacked. "This is General Long's secret art," General Feng said as he was surprised to see the enemy brazenly use the secret art of his fallen comrade. However, General Feng immediately returned to his sense and quickly rushed over and attacked Yi Tianyun once more. Yi Tianyun immediately used his afterimage secret art to counter General Feng's attack. 3 clones immediately showed up, and Yi Tianyun quickly attacked General Feng with all his might. General Feng never saw that move before. He couldn't pinpoint which one was the real body at all. So he chose to attack all those after images at the same time. He quickly spun his body while holding his sword close to his waist and shouting, "Wind Radiance," as he spun. General Feng immediately turned into the eye of a hurricane as the wind blew wildly in a circular motion. Yi Tianyun didn't care and decided to attack General Feng no matter what. Yi Tianyun quickly thrusted his red dragon spear inside the hurricane, and the result was another booming sound throughout the forest. General Feng was shaken and flung backward, while Yi Tianyun also experienced the same thing. As he flung backward, Yi Tianyun quickly hid inside the fog to retreat for a moment. He was too fast. Even if I suppress his power, I don't think I could catch up with him if he chooses to escape, Yi Tianyun said, frowning as he thought of a way to defeat General Feng. At the same time, General Feng was trying his best to locate Yi Tianyun's whereabouts. He couldn't accept the fact that there was someone from the spirit race who had the same level of power as him. At the side, Ye Qingxuan was looking at Yi Tianyun in awe, even more than before, as the Spirit King was able to retreat safely from the battle with a Void Spirit expert at that moment. Chapter 351. While it might look like General Feng did his best to fight off Yi Tianyun knew that General Feng didn't even use his full power yet. Beside the full power, General Feng could also burn his blood chi to power himself up some more. Not bad. Where are you from? Is it the Heavenly Dragon Empire? Or is it another empire that wants to have the spirit race for themselves? General Feng shouted as he still didn't know Yi Tianyun's whereabouts, but he knew that Yi Tianyun was nearby. Yi Tianyun didn't answer him. Yi Tianyun was still focused on how to halt the advance of the soldiers of the wind as he saw that they were still diligently cutting the giant trees. He couldn't attack the soldiers at all as General Feng was protecting them. It seems that you don't want to come out willingly. You are clearly a coward. But it doesn't really matter. I will enjoy destroying the spirit race thoroughly, General Feng said while smirking evilly. It doesn't matter from what faction did you came from. It will always be a dead end for those who defy the Netherworld Empire, General Feng added as he taunted his enemy to come out. Did you rehearse that line repeatedly like an idiot? I've already killed so many of you who keep stating that sentence, and guess what? They're all already 6 feet under, Yi Tianyun said while masking his voice so that General Feng couldn't locate his whereabouts. Look at you, taunting me while hiding like a coward. Let's see what you can say after I am done destroying the spirit race, General Feng said while sneering. Hearing General Feng's word, Yi Tianyun felt the need to kill this group of soldiers as fast as he can. He immediately activated the Evil Dragon suit's special effect and turned into 100-meter-tall Evil Dragon. The sudden appearance of an Evil Dragon shocked everyone in the vicinity. Ye Qingxuan already saw that Yi Tianyun could transform into a dragon, but she was too shy to ask Yi Tianyun about it, so she didn't say anything about it. But at that moment, the expression on the elder's face said it all. They were looking at the dragon in awe. Some elders even began to wonder whether the evil dragon was their spirit king. Yes, that is our spirit king, Ye Qingxuan confirmed. This is the only option that Yi Tianyun could think of at the moment to halt the advance of the soldiers of the wind. Yi Tianyun quickly roared and immediately slammed his claw at the group of soldiers in front of him. But unfortunately, General Feng came to his senses and immediately blocked off Yi Tianyun's attack once more with his hurricane technique. General Feng quickly used Wind Radiance once more with an intention to kill the dragon that suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, he smashed the dragon down while trying to break the thick scale out of the dragon, but he felt a shockwave surging across his body as his sword hit the dragon's scale. Yi Tianyun didn't falter. Although he received a shallow wound from General Feng, he still pushed through to attack at the soldiers of wind. Withing the chaotic fight, Yi Tianyun was finally able to connect his claw attack to the soldiers of wind. Ding successfully killed Soldier of the Wind. Reward, 250,000 XP, 100 CPs, 200 SPs, Quick Win Secret Art, Quick Win Chop, Quick Win Sword, Quick Win Boots, Quick Wind Armor. Ding successfully killed a Soldier of the Wind. Reward, 380W00 XP, 4300 CPs, 250W0000s, the XPs, W0000s, WXPXW00s, the XPXW0000s, wind in one fell swoop. This scene immediately angered General Feng. He immediately held tight his Heavenly Wind Divine Sword, and immediately an image of a wind dragon appeared behind him. General Feng's cultivation base was that of a wind dragon. That was why he had such an amazing speed. General Feng's body was immediately covered by a blue dragon scale, and a pair of wings immediately emerged from his back, transforming him into a dragon. This time, he was ready to fight Yi Tianyun with his full power. Chapter 352, Chapter 352. With his transformation into Wind Dragon, General Feng increased his combat power by several folds. With the Heavenly Wind Divine Sword's power, General Feng controlled all the wind in the vicinity and created a huge hand holding a wind blade. General Feng quickly attacked Yi Tianyun using the wind blade, and Yi Tianyun countered using a tail whip. The two attacks collided, and this time, General Feng was clearly winning as he was flung several meters backward. In contrast, Yi Tianyun was flung further and fell down to the ground, but fortunately, Yi Tianyun fell on top of several divine soldiers of the wind, killing them instantly. Although Yi Tianyun was losing in power, his body still didn't receive any damage. His defensive power was much higher than his offensive, and therefore it was a little bit expected that Yi Tianyun was losing in terms of power. Yi Tianyun knew that he had to do something about this problem. He quickly absorbed the spiritual energy from his surroundings. The absorption surprised the Soldier of the Wind. They quickly retreated as they sensed a bad premonition from the evil dragon. Meanwhile, General Feng wasn't affected by Yi Tianyun's absorption. Instead, he was charging his Heavenly Wind Divine Sword to cut Yi Tianyun in one go, and he was waiting for the opportunity to unleash his attack. This evil dragon's power is strong. Fortunately, its cultivation is not that high. If it was any higher, there is no doubt that I would be having a tougher time, General Feng said as he observed the evil dragon absorb the spiritual energy around it. He felt a little bit frustrated seeing this evil dragon's power, as he hasn't felt this kind of frustration in a very long time. General Feng immediately jumped into the air swiftly with his wind dragon, aiming straight to strike the evil dragon down. Yi Tianyun has been waiting for this moment when General Feng tried to attack him. Erosion of the earth, Yi Tianyun shouted as a terrifying blacklight spurted out of the evil dragon's mouth. This blacklight burned everything in its path, including the wind dragon's afterimage that General Feng created. It even burned the molecule of everything it touched. This could be seen from the black traces that the blacklight left behind. The area hit by the blacklight was still eroding even though the blacklight has disappeared. Some soldier of the wind who had no time to escape this blacklight was instantly burned and after some time turned to dust. But the most important thing is that the blacklight was Yi Tianyun's answer to General Feng's weakness. This attack was a fire-attributed attack, and fire attribute was General Feng's weakness. Even with the loss of his Wind Dragon's afterimage, General Feng still stubbornly rushed over toward the evil dragon in order to attack it. He jumped once more into the evil dragon to use his Wind Radiance technique once more. The Heavenly Wind Divine Sword emitted a pale green light around it, and General Feng used that attack to cut through the blacklight, but unfortunately for General Feng, that evil dragon was Yi Tianyun himself. Yi Tianyun immediately used the Red Dragon Spear and threw it as strong as he could toward General Feng's direction while General Feng was distracted by the blacklight. General Feng was shaken by the force of the Red Dragon Spear that was thrown at him, and he was flung several meters backward and hit the giant trees hard. "Where is that weapon coming from?" General Feng said as the numbness set in, and he couldn't move from his spot. Meanwhile, the evil dragon kept spewing the blacklight toward the Soldier of the Wind, and after a short amount of time, Yi Tianyun already killed almost all the Soldiers of the Wind. Chapter 353. Chapter 353. The Soldiers of the Wind tried to attack the evil dragon to save themselves, but it was all for naught as Yi Tianyun's defensive power was already heaven-defying. Even General Feng's attack didn't really do that much to him. Is the Spirit King actually from the Dragon Clan? This amount of power is unbelievable, Elder Yan said while looking at the evil dragon in awe. General Feng is crazy powerful too, but the Spirit King's power is just too much. General Feng couldn't even do anything. Another elder said with a shock still fresh on his face. Ye Qingshuan, on the side, was silent as she was charmed by the amazing power of the evil dragon. We must take advantage of the chaos that the Spirit King caused. We need to get rid of the remaining Soldiers of the Wind to help him focus on his fight against General Feng. We can't stay here doing nothing while our Spirit King works himself out like that, Elder Yan said while trying to rally his compatriot. Yes, we need to kill those bastards. We need to show them that the spirit race aren't the people that they could mess around with, Yi Qingshuan said, agreeing to Elder Yan's word. The rest of the elder immediately nodded their head and rushed out toward the remaining Soldiers of the Wind. The result was a total annihilation. There was no Soldier of the Wind left to fight the battle after the spirit race's elder and saintess joined the fray. General Feng, who sensed his soldier was on the verge of annihilation, shouted at Yi Tianyun in a fury. He immediately burned his blood key so that he could cut the dragon scale with his most powerful attack. His body immediately shone in a pale green light and rushed toward the evil dragon. He attacked with all his might, but unfortunately for him, he still couldn't deal any serious damage toward the evil dragon's body. So, he immediately turned his attention toward the saintess of the spirit race. Even if he couldn't kill the evil dragon, he still could kill the saintess of the spirit race to quench his thirst for revenge toward the spirit race. You lowlife. How dare you target a woman after you failed to attack me? Yi Tianyun shouted as he saw General Feng rush toward Ye Qingshuan. He immediately slammed his claw toward General Feng to stop him from rushing toward Ye Qingshuan. But General Feng, with his blood chi burned, had around 53 million combat power. He quickly blocked the claw attack from the evil dragon, and both were instantly flung backward from the impact of the attack. The result was still the same. Yi Tianyun lost the power contest, but because of his crazy defensive power, the claw that collided with General Feng's attack only suffered a rough scratch. Yi Tianyun immediately stood up and killed several Soldiers of the Wind near him. General Feng saw that and shouted in a fury, "Good, now you have done it. I will make sure you will die a painful death." He knew that he couldn't stop Yi Tianyun from killing his army, as he knew that there was no easy way to kill that dragon. However, Yi Tianyun immediately ordered the spirit race elder and the saintess to retreat, while he himself also disappeared into the fog. General Feng was stunned to see Yi Tianyun's action. Right before he was about to release all power that he has, his enemy retreated. Not only that, but the said enemy has already killed almost all his army. Come back, you coward. Fight me, you coward, General Feng shouted frustratedly. With only 2 or 3 soldiers left on his army, he knew that he couldn't advance toward the spirit race sanctuary effectively. Even if he chose to keep attacking, it will no doubt took a couple of months to reach the spirit sanctuary, and that was only if the spirit race didn't get in his way. Idiot, why would I have to fight with you? You can't beat me, and you dared to call me a coward? If you really want to fight me, come to the spirit sanctuary, you idiot, Yi Tianyun said as he appeared on the fog in front of General Feng and disappeared immediately. Yi Tianyun's face was a little bit pale from releasing too much spiritual energy in the form of the black light earlier. He had to consume a recovery pill and rest for a while to recover his stamina back. Chapter 354, Chapter 354 Yi Tianyun taunted General Feng so that General Feng would fall into rage and follow him to the forest. Yi Tianyun hoped General Feng would fall into the trace confusion, great array's effect, and end up like General long before him. However, General Feng was too caught up with the loss of his army of Soldier of the Wind. He has already spent so many resources to train the groups of soldiers that would become his masterpiece and symbols of his power. Now, they were all killed by the enemy. Only 2 or 3 Soldiers of the Wind were left. The revelation made him sick beyond measure. Furthermore, he couldn't return to the Netherworld Empire, bringing anything but shame like this. A title of General Feng wasn't something he got easily. He worked hard for it and defeated many enemies to achieve it. And what will he say to the Netherworld Emperor? That he lost the battle against a weak faction? General Feng wouldn't be able to contain the disappointment and shame that came with it. In his desperation, General Feng roared, and with the Heavenly Wind Divine Sword on his hand, he began to rush forward and cut the giant trees one by one, as he believed that he alone should be sufficient to destroy the spirit race. He thought that if the young man earlier came again, he will only have to deal with him with all his strength. Damn it, he's already losing his mind. At this rate, he would reach the sanctuary in a week, Elder Yan said worriedly. The current state of General Feng was really weak, but it was still enough for him to force his way through to Spirit Race Sanctuary. Yi Tianyun has gathered with the rest of the Spirit Race Elder and frowned as he saw that General Feng was completely furious and began throwing his tantrum. It seems that we really have to stop him completely. We can't risk letting him move forward any further, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He wished that he could level up once more before this fight, as he knew that he lacked the offensive power to kill General Feng. He also couldn't level up the crazy mode at that moment because he didn't have enough crazy points to do so. Even if he sold all the items on his inventory, it wouldn't suffice the crazy points required to level up the crazy mode. Spirit King, you are already exhausted. At this rate, I am afraid you wouldn't last long. Ye Qingshuan said as she was worried about Yi Tianyun's state. She had some truth on her words, as Yi Tianyun's face was pale for overusing the spiritual energy. If I don't stop him now, I am afraid he will reach the sanctuary anytime soon. I need you to go back to the sanctuary and evacuate everyone. We already know the problem with the spirit race, so that all we need to do is find the resource later. I am afraid, even if I'm able to stop General Feng now, the Netherworld Empire will send the Imperial Preceptor next, or worse, the Emperor himself might come here. Yi Tianyun said as he prepared himself to fight with General Feng once more. Yi Tianyun's assumption was sound. There was no way the Netherworld Empire will let the spirit race go after knowing that 2 of their high-ranking generals were dead at the hands of the spirit race. They definitely will exact their revenge and send someone stronger than the previous one. And now, Yi Tianyun was too exhausted to fight consecutive battles. The elders and Ye Qingshuan reluctantly nodded their heads in the agreement of Ye Tianyun's order. Please stay safe, Spirit King. We will evacuate the sanctuary and wait for you in Qianyu Lake. We have a secret hideout there, Elder Yan said solemnly. Ye Tianyun nodded, and as the groups of elders were about to leave, Ye Tianyun stopped Ye Qingshuan for a little while. Saintess, please make sure that you take out all of the soul-accumulating grass in the sanctuary. We can't let any of our resources fall into the Netherworld Empire's hand, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. It will take a moment, but I will make sure that nothing important was left behind, Ye Qingshuan said solemnly, but an annoyed expression was clearly etched on her face. Don't you worry, I will return to you no matter what, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled toward Ye Qingshuan. Yi Tianyun couldn't let the soul-accumulating grass escape his grip. The soul-accumulating grass was equal to 100 million of Iepian He. He wouldn't give that away. My king, I will wait for your return, Ye Qingshuan said worriedly and immediately left Yi Tianyun to catch up with the rest of the elders. Don't worry, I will come back, Yi Tianyun said more to himself. At that moment, Yi Tianyun was thinking of a way to kill General Feng once and for all. If he had a chance to reduce his enemy, then he will gladly accept that chance. Chapter 355. Chapter 355. If he really needed to escape the forest, Yi Tianyun could just teleport himself out of there. So, all he had to do at that moment was kill General Feng before he could cause any further harm toward the spirit race. Now, how can I kill this guy? Yi Tianyun said while biting his finger, thinking. Yi Tianyun quickly opened the sin shop again to look for inspiration. Yi Tianyun was startled to see new equipment appeared on the top of the Swordmaster suit. Evil God Suit, 1W00 Sin Points Level Requirement, 50, Peak Core Transformation Stage, Effect, Combat Power, Multiple by 50, Special Effect, Turn into an Evil God. All attacks become a long-ranged attack, burn enhancement, and plus 20% crit chance. This suit was super powerful. That was the first thing on Yi Tianyun's mind as soon as he saw the effect of the suit. He knew that this suit was like the upgraded version of the Evil Dragon suit because of the similarities that those suits had. Now he knew that once he bought something from the Sin Points, the better version would be updated immediately. He closed the Sin shop not long after. He couldn't buy the suit for the moment. Yi Tianyun didn't have enough Sin Points to buy the suit, and even if he did, he hasn't met the requirement to use the suit yet. He was still at level 46, 6th level core transformation stage, while the suit required level 50. He had to kill many more enemies in order to buy that suit later. Yi Tianyun quickly checked his inventory to see if there was anything he could use to deal with General Feng. While some of the treasures that he got had an amazing effect, he knew that none of them would work on General Feng, but he soon realized something and bought something from the shop and immediately transformed back into the evil dragon after. Yi Tianyun quickly rushed toward General Feng and immediately used the after-image technique once more. Yi Tianyun's body trembled for a moment and immediately 2 more evil dragons appeared beside him. This trick again? It won't work on me anymore, General Feng said annoyedly. With his blood key burned, General Feng's power exploded to 60 million points. That was his final attempt toward victory. General Feng quickly rushed toward Yi Tianyun at high speed, a speed that not even Yi Tianyun could see. General Feng quickly cut one evil dragon down as he didn't know which one the real body was. He successfully cut one evil dragon down easily. He immediately realizes that that one was fake and quickly rushed toward another evil dragon. This time, his sword couldn't cut the scale on the evil dragon's body. He immediately knew that this one was the real one. General Feng's attack was heavy. Yi Tianyun felt that he could collapse while defending from this attack, but he tried his best to withstand the attack to counterattack. Yi Tianyun immediately consumed the violent medicinal pills that he bought from the shop earlier. This pill had the effect of boosting his combat power 2 times the normal value. Unfortunately for Yi Tianyun, because his level was too high, the pill lost its effectiveness and failed to reach the full 2 times of Yi Tianyun's combat power, but it still increased his combat power significantly, only not as high as General Feng. But Yi Tianyun still had the upper hand for the moment, as General Feng still couldn't attack him easily. Yi Tianyun immediately ordered the evil dragon clone that he made with the after-image technique earlier to burn General Feng while General Feng was busy with him. Evil dragon clone immediately obeyed and showered General Feng with a black flame. Did you think this attack will have any effect on me now? Even if you have a tough scale, I will cut you down eventually, General Feng said with a raging expression in his eyes. Yi Tianyun and General Feng quickly exchanged some more hits, but at some point Yi Tianyun succeeded in slipping a bad luck divine pills to General Feng's body. After successfully slipping the bad luck divine pills into General Feng's body, Yi Tianyun smirked in triumph as he knew that he would win anytime soon. Bad luck divine pills activate, Yi Tianyun said quietly. Ding successfully activated the bad luck divine pills. Effect end in 5 minutes. After the notification was gone, Yi Tianyun saw that General Feng was staggered for a little bit, and suddenly General Feng's body exploded from the spiritual energy. A stream of blood immediately flowed from General Feng's mouth as he fell to the ground. What is this? Backlash already? General Feng confusedly said as he tried to stand up again. Burning a blood chi had a chance to generate a backlash, which will burn the remaining of the spiritual energy on the body. The backlash had a low probability of happening as the cultivator got more powerful and could control the blood ki flow, but as soon as the bad luck divine pill was introduced to the equation, the probability increased dozens of times. Chapter 356 Yi Tianyun saw General Feng was having a backlash from burning his own blood chi. He immediately smiled as he knew that his victory was near. The bad luck divine pill was working. Even though the enemy had so much higher combat power than Yi Tianyun, the situation could easily be turned around. General Feng immediately strengthened his resolve and controlled the flow of his spiritual energy to stop the backlash on his body, but it was a little bit too late. Half of his body was already burned badly. General Feng spat some more blood after he stopped the backlash, proving that he was severely injured. Yi Tianyun had no more reason to prolong the fight and immediately equipped the red dragon set that he got from the dragon General Feng, increasing his combat power by 12 times and his defensive power by 5 times. This equipment set had a better combat power bonus than the evil dragon suit, but it had lower defensive power. But the upgraded version of the evil dragon suit is so much better, he hoped that he could buy the evil god suit as soon as possible. Yi Tianyun also took the blast divine pill immediately, increasing his speed by several times. He quickly attacked General Feng, but unfortunately General Feng still managed to block Yi Tianyun's attack. But as General Feng blocked Yi Tianyun's attack, the burn from his backlash throbbed badly and he lost his balance due to the pain. Seeing his opportunity, Yi Tianyun quickly activated the Red Dragon Spear's special attack. Red Dragon Howler, Yi Tianyun roared. A red dragon immediately appeared from his own body and shot a red beam of light toward General Feng. This attack was a flame attack, meaning that General Feng wouldn't be able to block this attack without any special means. Furthermore, a flame-attributed attack was General Feng's weakness. The red beam of light hit General Feng head-on, enveloping the old man's body completely. But that was not enough to kill General Feng. He swayed inside the flame as he was no longer able to withstand it. General Feng roared in fury and pain. He immediately consumed all the spiritual energy on his body and once again increased his own power. General Feng once again rushed toward Yi Tianyun at great speed, ready to strike Yi Tianyun with his Heavenly Wind Divine Sword. Yi Tianyun immediately ducked to dodge General Feng's attack, but it still hit and injured Yi Tianyun's shoulder. "See, I can still kill you any time, boy," General Feng shouted furiously. Yi Tianyun immediately blocked and parried all General Feng's attack as he realized that the Bad Luck Divine Pill's effect didn't just activate on his convenience. But with the Red Dragon set, he didn't have the overwhelming defense that he got from the Evil Dragon suit, so General Feng was eventually able to hit Yi Tianyun once with all his might. That attack visibly shook Yi Tianyun, but he persevered as he couldn't back down again. Shadow Cloak activates, Yi Tianyun shouted as he immediately rushed toward General Feng. The Shadow Cloak was able to make him invulnerable to any attack for 5 seconds. At that time, he was confident that he could hit General Feng several times. General Feng attacked Yi Tianyun 3 consecutive times, but he was shocked to see that none of his attacks had any effect on Yi Tianyun. Taking advantage of General Feng's shock, Yi Tianyun quickly attacked and used all his might on the attack. With the injuries on his shoulder, Yi Tianyun knew that this was the only chance he got to attack General Feng. Chapter 357, Chapter 357. After several consecutive attacks, the special effect of the Red Dragon set was activated. A Red Dragon's phantom immediately appeared and attacked General Feng. Yi Tianyun used that opportunity to slip in and attack too. But the duration of the Shadow Cloak was finally over, and the cloak no longer granted Yi Tianyun invulnerability. Knowing that fact, Yi Tianyun gritted his teeth and relentlessly attacked General Feng. He believed that he would be able to defeat General Feng eventually, as he knew that he had the upper hands on stamina. As he predicted, Yi Tianyun saw that General Feng was getting weaker, but even so, Yi Tianyun's armor was still shredded by General Feng's Heavenly Wind Divine Sword easily. Yi Tianyun still received so many injuries from General Feng's attack. Yi Tianyun still disregarded his own injuries and pressed on. Attacking General Feng, he won't stop until General Feng collapsed in front of him. The Red Dragon Spear in his hand kept dancing on the battlefield, dealing damages to General Feng as well. Finally, General Feng was repelled, and Yi Tianyun immediately slammed the Red Dragon Spear powerfully to General Feng's arm, disarming the old man. General Feng looked at Yi Tianyun in horror as he never expected to lose in one-on-one duel, not to a younger generation. At the same moment, Yi Tianyun immediately activated the Tyrant Soul and immediately stabbed General Feng's chest, flinging the old man backward and slamming him toward the giant trees behind him. Several giant trees were uprooted as they couldn't stand General Feng's body that was flung towards them with great speed. At the end, General Feng's body was embedded to the side of the giant tree, spitting out blood. General Feng tried to move, but he knew that most of the bones in his body were broken. He couldn't regenerate as he has already burned almost all his blood chi, and he no longer had the energy to gather the spiritual energy from the surrounding. Impossible. How can I lose to a mere kid? I am the undefeated General Feng of Netherworld Empire, for God's sake, General Feng shouted furiously as he tried to stand once again. Yi Tianyun looked at General Feng with pity. He knew that General Feng would be dead soon as the old man wasn't able to withstand his last attack. Sure, you are undefeated until you are defeated, Yi Tianyun said calmly. He sat down in front of General Feng to catch his breath and regenerate the injuries that he received from General Feng. Thanks to his Xuantian Divine Art and Golden Body Secret Art, none of General Feng's attack was fatal, and with his Dragon God bloodline, he could heal all those wounds with his regeneration. When he killed General Long, he also got another Dragon God bloodline. He already fused it with his own Dragon God bloodline, leveling it up to 4th grade, enhancing his physique further. That was also the reason that Yi Tianyun chose to persevere in the last fight against General Feng, as he knew that he should be able to withstand the attack. You win this time, but the Netherworld Empire will crush you after this, General Feng said coldly. Yi Tianyun sighed and immediately drove his Red Dragon Spear to General Feng's chest, killing the old man instantly. Don't worry, I will send the rest of the Netherworld Empire to hell soon enough. You will not be lonely down there, Yi Tianyun said calmly. Yang successfully killed General Feng. Reward, 7,200 XP, 200,000 CPs, 1DO000, Wind Secret Art, Wind Sprint, Wind Flash, Heavenly Wind Divine Sword, Hurricane Armor, Hurricane Boots, Wind Stones, Yang. Successfully killed an elite enemy unit. Reward 30D000 XP, 1D00 CPs, 5D000 ZPS, 5D00 CPS XP, 5D00 let ticket. After receiving a notification of abundant rewards as he killed General Feng, Yi Tianyun's eyes were fixated on the enhanced lottery roulette chance that he got. He will use it after he left that place as he wanted to see what useful item he'll get next. Chapter 358, Chapter 358. Is it over? Yi Tianyun said as he took a deep breath to relax himself. He knew that if it was not because of the bad luck divine pill, he wouldn't be able to defeat General Feng. The backlash that General Feng experienced earlier was the turning point for Yi Tianyun as General Feng's combat power was too high. Yi Tianyun didn't know how many Void Spirit stage that the Netherworld Empire had, but he knew that General Feng was the third strongest in the Netherworld Empire, which meant that at least Netherworld Empire had 2 more Void Spirit stage. As soon as Yi Tianyun got closer to General Feng's dead body, he was immediately attacked by one of the surviving Soldier of the Wind. But fortunately, Ye Qingxuan was still around, and she blocked the soldier's sneak attack and used her whip to shackle the soldier. How dare you attack our king? Your Netherworld Empire will be destroyed soon, Ye Qingxuan said as she pulled her whip and decapitated the soldier. Ye Qingxuan had no compassion toward her enemy as she knew that women would always be regarded as inferior to men in this cultivation world. Why did you come back? Didn't you already go with the elders earlier? Ye Tianyun asked Ye Qingxuan while embracing her. Yes, I intended to leave with the elders, but after some thought, I realized that I must remain here and watch you fight no matter what happens. But I didn't expect you to defeat General Feng by yourself, Ye Qingxuan said while smiling warmly. Ye Tianyun was a little bit curious as he saw that Ye Qingxuan was a little bit pale. Did you use the World Divine Rune? Ye Tianyun asked inquisitively. The World Divine Rune is a divine rune that was considered taboo for the spirit race, as only the Spirit King and the Saintess who could master it. The World Divine Rune was powerful as it could enhance anything 5 times the normal value. If it was used on a weapon, the combat power of said weapon would raise 5 times the normal value. That effect could be applied to anything. The best application for that divine rune would be using it on a person, but it came with a cost. To engrave this World Divine Rune, the user must use their spirit blood chi, or this divine rune will be useless. That was one of the main reasons why this divine rune was a taboo in the spirit race, as it should be bad for any of them as they had a high amount of spiritual energy, and using their spirit blood chi would be very bad for them. That was also why the spirit race was rarely killed. The enemies would rather capture them and force them to engrave this divine rune for their own use. Yi Tianyun will eventually have the knowledge to engrave this divine rune too, but he still didn't know what the effect would be to him, as he didn't have any spirit blood chi to begin with. Yi Tianyun knows that Ye Qingxuan engraved this divine rune as a precaution to save Yi Tianyun if he, by any chance, was cornered by General Feng. She believed that she would be able to help if she stayed. Fortunately, she didn't get the chance to do anything as Yi Tianyun could finish General Feng by himself. Yes, my king, I had to do it, Yi Qingxuan said as he became paler as time went by. I already told you I would run away if necessary. Why did you go this far? Yi Tianyun said. He scolded Yi Qingxuan lightly. I am not sure, but I thought that you would have a hard time fighting against General Feng. But no matter, you can keep this World Divine Rune. I know that this divine rune will be useful to you later, Ye Qingxuan said as she took out the World Divine Rune and gave it to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun felt a dense power was welling up from the divine rune and the fact that this divine rune could be considered a treasure for the spirit race. Chapter 359. Chapter 359, Yi Tianyun felt a little bit touched as he looked at the World Divine Rune on his hands, but looking at Ye Qingxuan's pale face, he felt guilty at the same time. He knew that if he was badly injured by General Feng when they fought earlier, Ye Qingxuan would have immediately used the Divine Rune to help Yi Tianyun escape. You really don't listen to anything I said, do you? I already told you I don't need anything from you, I just want you to be safe, Yi Tianyun said while sighing and gestured Ye Qingxuan to lay down. He quickly took out the blood jade from his inventory. This blood jade was used to recover one's blood essence. Yi Tianyun also gave this blood jade to Shi Shuiyun back then after she overused her blood essence to hold the profound azure mansion in their track. Now, use this blood jade. It will recover your blood essence quickly, Yi Tianyun said as he put the blood jade in Ye Qingxuan's hand. This treasure is wasted on me. You should use this for yourself, Ye Qingxuan said as she pushed the blood jade into Yi Tianyun's hands. Just listen to me for once. I am now commanding you as your spirit king, understand? Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Of course, my king, Ye Qingxuan said while smiling toward Yi Tianyun and began to absorb the blood jade. Soon enough, her complexion returned to normal, signaling the fact that the blood jade successfully replenished her blood essence. This is truly amazing, my king. My blood essence was replenished at a rapid speed. I have never seen this kind of mystical treasure before, Ye Qingxuan said with a shocked expression. Of course, I happened to stumble upon a cave full of this jade, so don't worry and replenish your blood essence until you are back to normal. Ye Tianyun lied to Ye Qingxuan so that she won't refuse to use the blood jade. There is no way there is a cave full of this jade. You lied, didn't you? Ye Qingxuan said as she could tell Yi Tianyun was lying. Well, just recover your blood essence for now, Yi Tianyun said, flustered as Ye Qingxuan caught him lying. Soon enough, Ye Qingxuan's blood essence returned to its normal state, and she gave the blood jade back to Yi Tianyun. This thing is amazing. There is no way I could recover my blood essence this fast without it. Was there really a cave full of this stuff? Ye Qingxuan asked curiously. Sure there is, but I forgot where it was, Ye Tianyun said casually. You really lied to me, Ye Qingxuan said while pouting. You don't have to worry about this, now let's go. We need to catch up with the rest of the spirit race, Yi Tianyun said while smiling warmly. Yes, my king, Yi Qingxuan said excitedly. After searching for any treasure that General Feng might have on him, Yi Tianyun left with Ye Qingxuan to the spirit sanctuary. But they were already too late, the place had been abandoned, and there was nothing of value left behind. However, Ye Qingxuan stood longingly toward the spirit pagoda as they couldn't bring the building with them. Yi Tianyun saw the sadness on Ye Qingxuan's face and immediately comforted her. This is just a temporary evacuation. As soon as the Netherworld Empire is destroyed, we can always come back here again, Yi Tianyun said softly. Of course, we will kill the Netherworld Emperor soon, Ye Qingxuan said surely. The two immediately left the place and flew toward the rendezvous point that was already decided earlier. Once they arrived there, they saw that the spirit race has safely arrived and waited for their next instruction. I have an announcement to make. Our spirit king has succeeded in killing General Feng of Netherworld Empire, Ye Qingxuan said excitedly. The Spirit King is so powerful, I will say that the Spirit King is not afraid of the Netherworld Empire. Yes, our Spirit King is invincible, the strongest. Fart, just now, didn't you worry that the Spirit King couldn't escape? What are you talking about? You are slandering me. The rest of the spirit race immediately cheered in awe, as they didn't expect Yi Tianyun to kill General Feng too. They began to chant Yi Tianyun's name in excitement, raising Yi Tianyun's prestige once more. Spirit King, what should we do now? Elder Yun said after the cheers died down a little. Let's go to the earthly border continent for now. I have a place for you guys to live there. We need to lay low there until I resolve the problem with the Netherworld Empire. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. He was also on his way to return to earthly border continent before he went and helped the spirit race. Chapter 360. Chapter 360, Yi Tianyun and the spirit race quietly left toward the earthly border continent, while the death of General Feng reached the ear of the Netherworld Emperor and caused an uproar in Netherworld Empire and the heavenly border continent. How could this happen? The Netherworld Emperor said furiously. Not only General Long, but General Feng too, the Netherworld Emperor said while smashing the table in front of him to dust. The minister of the Netherworld Empire was shaken as they felt the terrifying aura from the Netherworld Emperor. We have to send the heavenly army there, Emperor, Imperial Preceptor said solemnly. Yes, you need to lead this army yourself. I don't want any more failure. You hear me? The Netherworld Emperor said while pointing his finger toward the Imperial Preceptor. Right away, Emperor, Imperial Preceptor said as he nodded his head and immediately left to prepare for his departure. How could this happen? In a short time, I lost 2 of my generals. I can't believe the spirit race still have this kind of power. Is it really the Heavenly Dragon Empire? The Netherworld Emperor pondered. After a while, the Imperial Preceptor was on his way toward the Spirit Forest with another general on his side. With this heavenly army, he was sure that the spirit race wouldn't be able to do anything anymore. They soon arrived in the vicinity of the Spirit Forest, and the Imperial Preceptor immediately rushed inside the forest to immediately disarm the trace-confusing Great Array. His divine rune proficiency was the highest in the Netherworld Empire, maybe even higher than the old ancestor of the spirit race, and that was why he had no reason to fear the trace-confusion Great Array's effect. Now that I am here, there will be no more spirit race, the Imperial Preceptor said to himself while smirking evilly. He immediately started to strip the divine rune for the trace-confusion Great Array so that none of his soldiers will fall for this trap. But as he stripped the divine rune from the Great Array, he realized that some divine rune grandmaster must have been controlling the array from afar to have this kind of effect. After a few days, he finally stripped all the divine rune necessary to keep the Great Array active. Now, prepare for your destruction, spirit race, the Imperial Preceptor said evilly. The heavenly army that he brought with him was also excited that they finally had the chance to kill the spirit race. But as soon as they arrived inside the spirit sanctuary, they immediately knew that something wasn't right. There was no sign of life anywhere, and the houses were already emptied. What is this? Did they evacuate this place? The Imperial Preceptor said with a surprised look on his face. But this is impossible. They couldn't leave this place. They wouldn't live long if they leave this place. The Imperial Preceptor said inquisitively. All of you, search this place down. I want every nook and cranny searched. Also, burn that spirit pagoda down. The Imperial Preceptor said with an irritated expression on his face. At the same time, Yi Tianyun was still on his way toward the Heavenly Jade Sect quietly. He couldn't arrive in the earthly border continent as quickly, as he must lead the spirit race himself, and a very limited person could fly in the spirit race. Now, he had to rely on the Earth Dragon to transport them to the earthly border continent safely. As soon as they arrived on the earthly border continent, Yi Tianyun immediately brought them toward the Heavenly Jade Sect without any problem. In front of you, between those two hills, is where the Heavenly Jade sect located. There is no need to worry. The people there were my family before you guys, Yi Tianyun said while smiling warmly. The spirit race immediately became curious to see what their spirit king's residence was like. As soon as they arrived in front of the Heavenly Jade sect, several disciples paled as they were shocked to see so many earth dragons coming toward the sect, but as soon as they saw Yi Tianyun's face, they breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Tianyun immediately stopped and immediately greeted the disciple and several deacons that were guarding the gate at the time. "Welcome back, Elder Yi. Is that a newcomer that you brought with you this time, Elder Yi?" the deacon asked curiously. "No, they are our noble guest. Now, lead them inside and make sure to attend them to their needs, okay?" Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. "Sure, right away, Elder Yi," the deacon said, and immediately opened the gate to let them in. The spirit race immediately followed Yi Tianyun inside excitedly. At the same time, ch301 also walked outside to see the commotion herself. "God, what else did you bring this time?" ch301 said with a surprised expression as soon as she saw so many people coming inside the Heavenly Jade sect with so many earth dragons. Chapter 361. Chapter 361. Yi Tianyun bringing someone back to the Heavenly Jade sect wasn't anything new, but it was always one or two people at most. But this time, he brought a large group of people with dozens of earth dragons in tow. "Aunt, I am back. I know I have a lot of things to explain, but let's do that later with the rest of the elders," Yi Tianyun said while smiling sincerely to ch301. "Okay, no problem. We can do that right now, by the way," ch301 replied as she smiled back to Yi Tianyun. ch301 immediately ordered several of the deacons to accompany the guests and tend to their needs while she immediately directs Yi Tianyun, spirit race's old ancestor, and several elders from the spirit race toward the hall that was already repaired and befitting a meeting place. Yi Tianyun was a little impressed of the repaired new hall. It didn't look like that the hall was already aged several hundred years. "The divine runes on this place seems like our divine rune," the old ancestor said while wondering. "It is. This place was built with the help of the spirit race. But I don't know when this place was built, but I know that at least several hundred years had passed," Yi Tianyun said, confirming the old ancestor's wonderment. As they entered the hall, the rest of Heavenly Jade Sect's elders were already waiting inside. "Now, these are the people from the spirit race. I believe all of you already know the story of the spirit race. I have some announcement to make. I have become the new spirit race king, and I brought them here to take refuge from the Netherworld Empire. From the previous meeting, I now intend to make the faction into 3 doors, so that the spirit race could be separated and run the management of their own respective faction," Yi Tianyun said confidently. ch301 was surprised as soon as she hears that Yi Tianyun has already become the new spirit race king. In a short amount of time, Yi Tianyun accomplished another incredible feat. Yi Tianyun even brought them here. Even if the spirit race was not officially joining with the Heavenly Jade sect, it was still incredible that they were here. "I will agree to whatever Elder Yi had planned. Now may I ask if the spirit race themselves were okay joining such a weak faction in another continent like this?" ch301 said politely. "We will listen to Spirit King's word. We will obey his every word," Ye Qingxuan said respectfully. The elders from the spirit race nodded their heads as they agreed on Ye Qingxuan's word completely. It was a known fact that spirit race was a loyal race. Once their spirit king was crowned, they will obey the king's word to the very end. "If that was the case, then we will agree to Elder Yi's plan, and we will help you get up on your feet with all we have," Ye Qingxuan said confidently. "Now that the Heavenly Jade sect agreed to my plan, Spirit Sect is officially formed. We already agreed on the Twin Dragon Mansion as the new name of our new faction before as the merge of Heavenly Jade Sect and Heaven's Top Mansion, but as we now consist of 3 factions, I would like to change the name once more," Yi Tianyun said confidently. "Just name it after your name. We can call it Heavenly Cloud Mansion, Heavenly Cloud Tianyun. We will stick with you till the end anyway," ch301 said confidently. Everyone seemed to support ch301's idea. They were excited to use Yi Tianyun's name as the new faction name for themselves. "I don't think that is a good idea," Yi Tianyun said shyly. He was a little bit embarrassed to use his own name like this. "We agreed to that name completely, my king," Ye Qingxuan said excitedly. "Well, if everyone agreed for this, then I hereby announce that Heavenly Jade Sect and Spirit Sect is now merged, and from today onward, the Heavenly Cloud Mansion is officially created as a 3rd-grade faction." The elders were all nodded their heads in excitement and immediately excused themselves to go outside and announce the big news to all disciples and spirit race people outside. Yi Tianyun immediately told the elders before they went out that the identity of the spirit race must remain hidden for the time being, as they were still being targeted by the Netherworld Empire now. The elders nodded, and soon the news about the new faction under Yi Tianyun's name became the new uproar in the heavens immersing ancient ruins. The disciple of the Heavenly Jade Sect still didn't know the real identity of the newcomer that suddenly upgraded their faction, but they were okay with the new environment as they were told that the newcomer wouldn't take over the Heavenly Jade Sect and that they would manage their own sect inside the mansion. Yi Tianyun was satisfied by this development, and at that moment he will make sure that after the Heaven's Top Mansion officially joined the Heavenly Cloud Mansion, The unity will still remain, and thus making the Heavenly Cloud Mansion stronger. Yi Tianyun's quest was immediately updated, and now the quest name immediately changed from the Heavenly Jade Sect into Heavenly Cloud Mansion, and the number of people was quickly added, but it was still not finished just yet. He still had to send the heavens immersing ancient ruins to the Heavenly Border Continent. Chapter 362. Chapter 362, Yi Tianyun wanted to complete this quest as soon as possible, but he knew that moving the heavens immersing ancient ruins now will make a huge fuss, and there was no way the Netherworld Empire wouldn't take notice of that. I have to make a move to make sure the heavens immersing ancient ruins exodus to Heavenly Border Continent goes without any hitch, Yi Tianyun murmured, but ch301 still heard him, and thus she immediately asked what Yi Tianyun meant by that. I mean that we need to move to the Heavenly Border Continent and officially merge the Heaven's Top Mansion with us to create the strongest third-grade faction there is, Yi Tianyun said confidently. But we've just arrived here. What if the Netherworld Empire notices our exodus later? Ye Qingxuan asked worriedly. I really want to crush the Netherworld Empire as soon as possible. Yi Tianyun said while his aura and killing intent deliberately leaked out and scared several people. He immediately realized his mistake and toned down his aura while apologizing. I have a plan for this exodus. I will leave for several weeks, and after that, we will make a big show of our new faction. Even if the Netherworld Empire takes notice, they won't dare to do anything, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Where are you off to now? Ye Qingxuan and ch301 asked. I am going to visit the Heavenly Dragon Empire. They were at war with the Netherworld Empire, and I know a few people there. I'm planning to cooperate with them and make sure that the Netherworld Empire wouldn't dare to do anything, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. He has helped Renjiro, the Heavenly Dragon Empire's goddess. He knew that Renjiro would unite the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and thus he should be able to cooperate with them. He could have leveled his crazy mode up to make sure that he was strong enough to deal with the Netherworld Empire by himself, but he still lacked the required amount of crazy points to do that, around 4 to 5 million more crazy points. He has already checked, and even if he sold every item that he didn't use, he was still short several millions of crazy points. The problem with the system's shop was that the shop would buy the treasure he sold at a low price. So, after some thinking, Yi Tianyun knew that selling it was not worth the trouble. Heavenly Dragon Empire is indeed close by. But I heard there was some major event happening there. I don't know the details, but I heard that the Heavenly Dragon Continent has fallen into a state of chaos now. You need to be careful there, or perhaps we could accompany you, ch301 asked worriedly. No, just stay here. If there is really chaos in there, it is better for me to act alone. I don't know the Heavenly Dragon Empire had fallen into such extent. Yi Tianyun frowned as he said this word. There must be a major event that happened inside the Heavenly Dragon Empire as soon as she returned there. Old Ancestor, I need you to strengthen the Divine Rune on this place. Maybe fix some of the Divine Runes that was still broken. This place is our fortress. You will find that this place was carefully armed with some offensive type of Divine Runes. Yi Tianyun said confidently. No problem, my king. I will do my best. Spirit Race Old Ancestor said excitedly. Although his cultivation didn't recover just yet, his divine rune ability was still top-notch. Well, with that taken care of, I will go to Heavenly Dragon Empire right away, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face to reassure everyone. Yi Tianyun decided to rest for the night and left toward the Heavenly Dragon Empire in the morning, as he also had to refine some pills and drew a prize from the enhanced lottery tickets that he got. With the soul accumulating grass that was brought by the spirit race, he should be able to level up once again, but before that, he needs to draw the prize first. He immediately activated his lucky aura and quickly activated his enhanced lottery ticket. He watched the roulette spun excitedly, and soon enough the pointer stopped at Special Items column. Yi Tianyun was excited by this prize column as the special item was the second best column on the board. The box quickly fell over, and Yi Tianyun wasted no time to open the box to check the prizes that he won. Enhanced Blood Jade, 3 times more effective and 3 times bigger than normal Blood Jade. This is not a bad item, but Yi Tianyun still frowned as he was currently in dire need of crazy points or XP. He immediately drew another prize as he had 2 enhanced lottery tickets after defeating Army General Feng. Yi Tianyun was shocked as soon as the pointer stopped at the Divine Ability column. This was the rarest column that the pointer could stop on. He immediately opened the box to see the new Divine Ability that he would have. Ding successfully acquired the Divine Ability, Stealth. Divine Ability, Stealth, completely conceal the user from the enemy, whether attacking or defending. Level 1, 5 minutes time effect, cooldown, 1 hour. Next level, 10W00 crazy points. Chapter 363. Chapter 363. His draw wasn't bad at all. With the enhanced Blood Jade, he could create an outstanding Divine Rune. If he combined the enhanced Blood Jade with the Tyrant Rune paper, he would have X-Win 15 power on the Divine Rune that he made. He could only imagine how much power that Divine Rune would give him. Divine Ability, Stealth was equally amazing. It was completely concealing him from anyone in 5 minutes mark. He could assassinate anyone with this Divine Ability. This enhanced lottery roulette is very good. If I have any spare crazy points, I will surely spend it all here, Yi Tianyun said to himself with awe. Immediately after, he began to refine the soul-accumulating pill from the soul-accumulating grass that he had. He tried to create the 5th refinement rank again at the beginning of his refinement, but this time he failed. The soul-accumulating grass inside was destroyed. With this fail, Yi Tianyun quietly refined the rest of the soul-accumulating grass to the 4th refinement ranks, as to not waste any more ingredient once again. Dianyang successfully refines soul-accumulating pill. Reward 500 CPs, 500 pill refining proficiency points. Dianyang successfully refines the soul-accumulating pills several times, raising the success rate by a few percents. A new message popped up, startling Yi Tianyun a little bit. He immediately checked, and sure enough, the success rate for soul-accumulating pills 4th refinement rank was currently 100%, and the 5th refinement rank was at 70%. He didn't know about this feature before. If he had known, he would have tried his best to get his hands on more ingredient. He quietly took the soul-accumulating pill that he made just now. Congratulations to the host for successfully breakthrough to 8th level core transformation stage. He was really eager to get his hands on more soul-accumulating grass to level up. He wondered if the Heavenly Dragon Empire had some of them. He started to refine a spirit congealing pill for Heavenly Jade Sect because he knew that many disciples were still struggling to break through to spirit refinement rank. In the morning, he gave all the pills to ch301 and prepared himself to leave toward the Heavenly Dragon Empire. As he walked out of his room, he noticed Yi Tianyun stood near his door looking sad. Is there something wrong, Tianyun? Yi Tianyun asked worriedly. The spirit forest has been destroyed by the Netherworld Empire. They also burned down the spirit pagoda along with the spirit sanctuary. Yi Tianyun replied while looking like she was about to cry. It's okay. We will make sure that they will pay for all that, Yi Tianyun said, reassuring Yi Tianyun. You are right. Nothing could be accomplished by feeling sad like this. Are you ready to go, Spirit King? Yi Tianyun asked while trying to cheer herself up. Yeah, there is not much time. If the Netherworld Empire sniffed out our place, things could get difficult, Yi Tianyun said while smiling at Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun nodded and said nothing while Yi Tianyun was heading toward the gate. But as he got closer to the gate, he saw a familiar figure who was also waiting for him there. Aunt! Yi Tianyun shouted as he rushed toward ch301 and hugged her excitedly. ch301 immediately giggled to see Yi Tianyun was still the same Yi Tianyun that she had known all these years. Are you ready to leave? She asked with a beautiful smile on her face. Yes, I have to hurry up and move us to the Heavenly Border Continent as soon as possible. But Aunt, I see you have been working hard, Yi Tianyun said as he took notice that ch301's aura was stronger now. Well, I'm still nowhere near your level, but I am sure that you will bring everyone towards glory, ch301 said with her smile still there. I promise to keep trying to strengthen our faction so that we could continue to get stronger, Yi Tianyun said confidently. I am sure you can do it. This time, make sure that you stay on your toes and come back quickly, okay? I will be waiting for you here, ch301 said cheerfully. I promise, Aunt. Well, I must go now. See you later, Aunt, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately flew off toward the Heavenly Dragon Empire's direction. ch301 looked at Yi Tianyun's slowly fading figure with a new determination on her eyes. She couldn't afford to fall behind. Chapter 364. Chapter 364. Yi Tianyun quickly left toward the Heavenly Dragon Continent, and it didn't take too long for him to reach the destination as the Heavenly Dragon Continent was at the edge of Earthly Border Continent. I have to find out what happened to Ren Zero after she returned to the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Yi Tianyun said to himself. Another reason that he had to find Renjiro was because he also received a chain quest as he got close to Heavenly Dragon Continent. Hidden chain quest, help the Empire's goddess. Reward, 50,000 W00000 CPs, 200 Ren0 favorability points, Empire Protector title. Note, completing the quest would affect the world. Yi Tianyun was excited to have another chain quest that gave wonderful rewards. Although he still didn't really know what he must do in order to complete the quest, at least he knew that he had to find Ren0 first. With his fast flying speed, Yi Tianyun finally arrived at the Heavenly Dragon Continent. The first thing that he noticed was that this continent was far denser in terms of spiritual energy than the Earthly Border Continent, but he also noticed that the place was indeed in a state of chaos. He immediately encountered a village that was being raided by bandits. Yi Tianyun immediately went down to help the villager defeat the bandits and temporarily brought peace to the village. Thank you very much for helping us, great hero, the villagers said while kneeling in front of Yi Tianyun with tears on their faces. They couldn't stop the bandits on their own, and their properties were already taken by the bandits. That was nothing, but I need to ask, isn't this continent managed by the Heavenly Dragon Empire? Why no one come to help and control the bandits? Yi Tianyun asked the village chief. The Heavenly Dragon Empire was in a state of turmoil. They didn't have the time to help a small village like us. Another small village in the edge of the continent was also experiencing the same thing, the village chief said sadly. Yeah, we even planned to move to Earthly Border Continent to save ourselves from the bandit attack. another villager said solemnly, expressing their desperation. It seems that the situation was more serious than I thought. Now I must go. Take care of each other. Yi Tianyun said while taking flight immediately toward the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He passed through many cities on his way to the Heavenly Dragon Empire, but he didn't see the same problem as the village earlier. But the one thing he realized was that the cities had many cultivators resided there, while the village didn't. He immediately landed in one of the cities that he passed, and decided to stay in the city for a while. He noticed that the situation inside the city itself wasn't that good either, but it was not so bad that the people weren't able to live peacefully. He intended to find out more about the Heavenly Dragon Empire in that city. He looked at the gate and saw that the city's name was Dragon Tail City. As soon as he walked to enter the city, a guard stopped him and said that the cost to enter the city was 12 spirit stones. Yi Tianyun was surprised that the cost of entering a city was that high. The guard became impatient and told Yi Tianyun to hurry up. But as soon as Yi Tianyun gave 12 spirit stones to the guard, they refused Yi Tianyun's entry and said that Yi Tianyun had to give 3 more spirit stone in order to enter, as Yi Tianyun was wasting their time. Yi Tianyun looked at the guard coldly, but he still took out 3 more spirit stones and gave it to the guards. He knew that he didn't have to do anything at this moment. Yi Tianyun immediately rushed inside the city while the guards were snickering to each other. "This is good. Did you see that brat give in so easily? We can have a great drink tonight," the guard said to another guard. "Well, with chaos ensued outside, the brat doesn't have any choice," another guard said while snickering with the other guards. As soon as another person came and wanted to go inside the city, the guard immediately stopped him, as he did with Yi Tianyun. "Brat, if you want to enter, you need to pay 22 spirit stone," the guard coldly asked. "Didn't the previous guy only pay 15? The young man said worriedly. 22 spirit stones, or feel free to leave," the guard said coldly. The young man was a little taken aback after the guards talked to him coldly and immediately reached out for his wallet to fish out 22 spirit stone as the guards asked, but as he was still counting his money, the guards were suddenly flung toward the wall. The guards' scream startled everybody, but they saw this opportunity to sneak into the city, while Yi Tianyun was standing on the gate while smirking. 15 spirit stone will also give you a good spanking, Yi Tianyun said while grinning. He couldn't believe that a city guard still found a chance to extort people like this. It seemed the city only looked stable at the surface, while the reality said otherwise. Yi Tianyun immediately went into a restaurant and ordered some food with wine, while carefully listening to everyone's conversation about the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yi Tianyun believed that the best place to gather information was a restaurant or a tavern, but as the sun was still shining quite brightly outside, he knew that a tavern wouldn't be a good choice at that time. Sure enough, he immediately heard some people gossiping in the corner. "Did you hear that the Empire had a civil war at this moment? I heard it all started because the princess is back, causing the Empire to split into 2 sides, a man said to his friends. "Why is she coming back? Isn't her brother dead? What power does she have now?" another man said, chiming into the first man. "I don't know the details. Many people are standing by her side, but with Prime Minister Long as her opponent, I don't think she can win." Many people assumed that Prime Minister Long would make a move to get rid of the princess soon. The man said again, "Shush, don't say it out loud. If her supporter hears you, you will get into big trouble," another man said, silencing him from speaking any further. Now Yi Tianyun knew that Renjiro's big brother didn't leave Renjiro by herself willingly. Chapter 365. Chapter 365. Renziro was the princess of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, while the goddess title will be used if she became the empress of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yi Tianyun immediately approached the gossiping men and put 100 spirit stone on the table. "Now, would you tell me more about what you know?" "Whoever has the better information will get this money and maybe more," Yi Tianyun said confidently. "What are you talking about?" the first man said. "I heard you're talking about the Empire earlier. I need more information. Whoever gives me better information will get these spirit stones and maybe more," Yi Tianyun said confidently. Each of them started to say that they had better information than the others, while also throwing off each other so that they could keep the money for themselves. "Stop!" Yi Tianyun shouted as he could no longer stand the chaos. "State your information one by one. I will judge which information is better myself," Yi Tianyun said as he pointed for a man to go first. "I know that the princess has returned to the Empire not that long ago and immediately expressed her intention to take the throne, while Prime Minister Long, who was going to be enthroned earlier, clearly disagreed with her. The two began to argue with one another about who will succeed the throne, and the situation isn't clear even now. The princess was supported by the late Emperor faction, while the reasoning is obvious. The Heavenly Dragon Empire has always ruled by the Ren family. But the Prime Minister was also backed by several powerful groups, and they also argued that Prime Minister was still a part of Ren family bloodline," the man said confidently. Yi Tianyun nodded as he heard so many things that he didn't know before. "It seems he only knows about the tip of the iceberg. I know a lot more in detail," the second man said confidently. While what he said was true, the most important part is that the princess has the pure blood of Ren family's Heavenly Dragon bloodline on her veins. That is also the reason that she was the only one now who can control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure. To be an emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, one needs to be able to control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure. That is also why many people speculate that Prime Minister Long would find a chance to kill her to take the throne for himself, the second man explained. Both began to argue and accuse the other of lying as they really wanted the spirit stones for themselves. Yi Tianyun thought over, and the information from both of them was actually very good. He immediately pulled out another 100 and gave it to them. Silence. Here you go, 100 each. Now you don't need to fight, Yi Tianyun said annoyedly. The two men immediately took the spirit stones Yi Tianyun put on the table and started to laugh. Thank you very much, generous man. But, are you inquiring this information to support the princess? The first man asked. Why do you ask? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Well, with the two sides constantly searching for any support that they could have, there are so many people who already swore their allegiances to the side they want to support. In fact, the princess already ordered this city to recruit experts and that you can report to the city hall if you want to join. That would be unnecessary, Yi Tianyun said confidently and immediately left the men to their own business. Yi Tianyun immediately left the city and decided to fly straight toward the heart of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City. It took him several days to arrive, but he surely didn't feel fatigued. As he flew near the Imperial City, suddenly an expert shouted for his attention and flew towards Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun used his appraisal eyes and saw that the person was at the core transformation stage. In order not to cause any misunderstanding, Yi Tianyun immediately disappeared. The core transformation stage expert was startled as he swore that he saw another person flying by, but as he looked around, there wasn't even a trace of spiritual energy around that indicated any expert flying by. Weird, how could a person suddenly disappear just like that? Do I see things? The core transformation stage expert said curiously. He eventually flew back toward the city in low altitude. In the sky, Yi Tianyun wasn't moving at all. He used his stealth divine ability to avoid the man as Yi Tianyun couldn't say the reason he came toward the Imperial City. He couldn't hope for anybody to understand that he wanted to meet with the princess and let him do just that. So, he used stealth and chose to fly and go straight toward the city and search for Renjiro's whereabouts. After a while, he finally found Renjiro was in the middle of trouble, and after observing that Renjiro was a little bit pale, Yi Tianyun quickly went down to save her. Chapter 366. Chapter 366. In the Heavenly Dragon Empire throne room, Renjiro sat on the throne while looking at the Empire's ministers coldly. Princess, Prime Minister Long had managed the whole Heavenly Dragon Empire after your brother was gone. Give him some leeway, please. At this rate, he would send troops to attack the Imperial City soon, one of the ministers said worriedly. What management? This Heavenly Dragon Empire was built and created for Ren family. This is not something that another person from another family could attain. Look at what he had done. He didn't even win the war that he himself waged against the Netherworld Empire, Renjiro said coldly. Yeah, the princess was the rightful heir to the throne. If she didn't return, I believe that we would have been dispatched toward the border to fight a pointless battle against the Netherworld Empire. Another minister chimed in as he supported Renjiro. Agreed. The princess has become the goddess. This is beyond doubt the right reason to let her become our leader. Furthermore, Prime Minister Long couldn't even control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure. Another minister also supported Renjiro's claim to the throne. No, I'm not saying that she doesn't have the right to be the new monarch. I only said that Prime Minister Long had done a great job managing Heavenly Dragon Empire in a tough situation. Above all else, he was also the princess's uncle, the first minister argued. Now, no need to argue over what is better here. I only need to wait for Prime Minister Long's return and talk privately with him, Renjiro said confidently. Princess, the public won't be pleased with this. Prime Minister Long is currently on the front line, blocking off Netherworld Empire's attempt to invade our land, and here you are, trying to undo his power, the minister said angrily. Renjiro knew that her prestige among the public was still there. She was still the beloved princess who was loved by the people, and she also knew that the public has been wondering why she went missing all this time. You don't need to say anything else. I've already made up my mind, and now I am tired. I will take a break for a while. Hope you all got a good rest, Renjiro said dismissively. Of course, princess, all the ministers said simultaneously. They all began to leave as Renjiro walked back toward her room, but as soon as she neared the hall towards her room, several men in the cloak appeared in front of her. Princess, please come along calmly, one of the shadow men said in an orderly tone. Are you people sent by Prime Minister Long? Couldn't he think creatively instead of sending some men to capture me? Renjiro said annoyedly. She quickly reached for her sword and immediately released her killing intent. She even released some of her spiritual energy, shrouding her in a dragon-like fog that prevented those men in the cloak to come any closer. She immediately used Heavenly Dragon's power. She must be very confident about that technique. Stand your ground. We will beat that fog down. The first man from before quickly shouted to his men. But Renjiro, who was shrouded by the fog, has already launched her own attack toward these men. She stomped the ground powerfully, causing the men in cloak lost their footing. Did you really think that for a second you all can beat me? Renjiro said as he put her feet on the previous man. But a powerful whip immediately tied her and sealed the Heavenly Dragon's power that she was exerting. Princess, you are too naive, another man said while smiling sardonically. The whip immediately released black energy that slowly ate the Heavenly Dragon's power away, causing Renziro's complexion changed as a result. Heavenly Dragon's power wasn't any ordinary power at all, it was connected directly to her own soul. Therefore, she will be affected as well if her Heavenly Dragon's power was threatened. Poison Dragon's Whip. This is what Prime Minister Long came up with, Renjiro said challengingly. Sure, our mission is only to bring you in, that's all you need to know, the man in the cloak said coldly. Renjiro gritted her teeth as her power left her body almost instantly, but she wouldn't give up. She immediately pulled out a dragon blade from her storage ring and immediately made a move to struggling, but as she was about to do just that, a new figure arrived and started killing the man in the cloak. Who are you? The man in the cloak shouted at Yi Tianyun. Well, with so many people bullying my younger sister, it was only right that the big brother would come to help, Yi Tianyun said casually. The man in the cloak was startled by Yi Tianyun's word as they were told that the prince was already dead. Chapter 367, Big Brother? Are you the great Emperor Ren? No, the great Emperor is dead. Who are you? The men in cloak said almost simultaneously. They began to inspect Yi Tianyun. Although they couldn't estimate Yi Tianyun's cultivation stage, they instinctively knew that Yi Tianyun was bad news. The men in cloak saw Yi Tianyun as a beast. They shivered from fear as they saw Yi Tianyun was smirking towards them. The next moment, Yi Tianyun flashed towards one of the men in cloak and punched the man toward the wall, killing him instantly. Renjiro was shocked by Yi Tianyun's sudden entrance, but she was more confused about why he would claim to be her big brother while she obviously never saw him before. Yi Tianyun quickly rushed over toward another man in cloak to punch him. The man in cloak, who yielded in fear, immediately retreated from the scene, but Yi Tianyun was faster. He immediately pulled the men in cloak, who seemed to be their leader from the beginning, to the side, preventing him from escaping. Yi Tianyun also slammed the man's chest, destroying his cultivation completely. You destroyed my cultivation. How could you do this? The man said with a look of disbelief. Yi Tianyun immediately rushed over to the rest of them and started killing each one of them easily. Ding. Successfully killed a black-cloaked assassin. Reward, 260 W0 XP, 300 CPs, 200 SPs, Shadow Step Martial Art, Shadow Flash, Shadow Blade, Poison Dragon's Whip, Ding. Successfully, after killing the assassin, Yi Tianyun was a little bit confused. Why was this group of assassins having the same martial arts as the Shadow Guard from the Netherworld Empire? Was this martial art that common? The question kept resounding in Yi Tianyun's mind. After killing all but one assassin, Yi Tianyun pulled the man up toward Renjiro. She didn't waste any more time and unmasked the man quickly. Please read on our web system translation. We may drop the novel if it have a low amount of readers. Army General Wang, are you the one behind all this attack? Why would you do this? Renjiro asked coldly. Yes, I didn't expect you to have such a strong helping hand. My squad is already wiped out. I advise that you obediently hand the Heavenly Dragon secret treasure to Prime Minister Long immediately and leave the palace. Otherwise, you will suffer with the people supporting you, the man said bravely. Suffer? My big brother is already dead. I am already suffering. I will personally make sure that you will be dead by the end of this, Renjiro said while looking like on the verge of crying. You will not be able to beat Prime Minister Long, Army General Wang said as he laughed his heart out. Suddenly, a flash of silver pierced his chest, and Renjiro even let the man watch her do just that. Shh, do not fight the darkness embrace. You will be joining my big brother soon, to answer for your sin, Renjiro said coldly as she pulled out her dagger from Army General Wang's chest. Ding. Successfully killed Army General Wang. Reward, 390 W00 XP, 4 to 600 CPs, 200 SPs, Shadow Step Martial Arts, Cloud Wave's Palm, Shadowless Whip, Poison Dragon's Whip. Renjiro killed the Army General Wang, but Yi Tianyun still got the XP and many more items, like Yi Tianyun was the one killing him. After a while, the groups of guards immediately arrived at the scene while shouting to protect their princess. Several guards even encircled Yi Tianyun while pointing their spear toward him. Princess, are you okay? One of the guards said worriedly. I am okay. The young man wasn't an assassin. The real assassin was already killed by him. Believe it or not, Army General Wang was the perpetrator of the assassination, she said as she pointed her fingers toward the body of Army General Wang. The guard was surprised to see Army General Wang was indeed one of the dead bodies wearing the cloak. Clean this up and hang Army General Wang's body on the city gate. I wanted to show the crowds the consequences of betraying me, Renjiro said confidently. They immediately Renjiro's order and immediately left Renjiro with Yi Tianyun alone. Are you okay? The black aura from the whip looks like a poison earlier, Yi Tianyun asked worriedly. I am fine, but who are you? Why did you save me? Renjiro asked curiously. Didn't you used to call me brother? Yi Tianyun said while smiling and taking off his mask. Brother, Renjiro shouted and hugged Yi Tianyun immediately, but she started shaking immediately from the effect of the poison earlier. Now, don't be stubborn and let me help you cleanse the poison on your system, Yi Tianyun said scoldingly. Okay. Renziro nodded her head while smiling at Yi Tianyun warmly. She completely trusted him. Chapter 368. Chapter 368. Yi Tianyun walked into Renziro's bedroom. Once inside, Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised that the room was very ordinary looking. Once Renziro was settled down on the bed, Yi Tianyun quickly assessed her situation. It seems the poison inside your body is very potent. A small amount of it could weaken your aura to this extent, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. That's because it's the poison dragon's toxin. It has a stronger effect when used to any of the dragon clan. Although it is not fatal, it would greatly weaken us. I didn't expect Prime Minister Long to have access to such a weapon, Renjiro said angrily. I will be the judge of that. Now, let me analyze the poison inside your system, Yi Tianyun said as he quickly used his appraisal eye to check on the poison's properties. Ding! Successfully analyzed the poison dragon's toxin. Antidote ingredient, 1 dragon soul flower, 2 dead poison grass. The poison is rare. It would be hard to analyze it completely. I should be completely fine after some rest. Don't waste your energy over something unnecessary, Renziro said casually. Now, don't talk too much. Just lay down and rest, Yi Tianyun said, shushing Renziro. He immediately pulled out his purple fire divine furnace and started refining the antidote for the poison dragon's toxin, as he already had every ingredient needed to make one. A moment later, Yi Tianyun finished refining the necessary antidote and immediately gave it to Renjiro. If you eat this, the poison will surely be detoxified immediately, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Are you sure? You refine it so fast? Renjiro said, a little bit surprised. I am sure. Now eat it. You will be fine after you eat it, Yi Tianyun said confidently. He couldn't say how he could refine the pill so fast, so he didn't tell Renziro about his ability. Renziro, who has already trusted Yi Tianyun, immediately took the pill without any hesitation. Once again, she was surprised to see the pill took effect almost instantly. Her body suddenly became light, like she was never poisoned in the first place. I am already cured? How could this pill's effect be this strong? How did you do this, brother? Renjiro asked with awe in her eyes. It's simple. I thoroughly analyzed the toxin and then broke it down. I will make some more pill for you so that you could use it in case you are in trouble when I am not around, Yi Tianyun said as he began refining another batch of the antidotes. Are you going to leave soon, brother? Renziro asked Yi Tianyun as she realized that Yi Tianyun was too hasty. She also knew that Yi Tianyun wasn't her real brother, but she really felt close toward Yi Tianyun like her own brother. No, at least not soon. I am here to ask for your help to fight the Netherworld Empire and help you solve your problem here. But I'm starting to think that maybe this Prime Minister Long was colluding with the Netherworld Empire against you, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. No, that can't be. Prime Minister Long maybe saw me as a threat right now, but I am sure he wouldn't collude with Netherworld Empire. He has already killed so many people from the Netherworld Empire's side, Renjiro said, stating her opinion. Well, I don't know about him, but the black-cloaked assassin was the shadow guard of the Netherworld Empire. If there is another group of cultivators in this Heavenly Dragon Empire that use the shadow art like them, then maybe I was wrong, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Renjiro was silent for a while as she was thinking of Yi Tianyun's word. I don't know of anyone using that martial art around here, but I know that I wouldn't be able to help you fight the Netherworld Empire for the time being, as I need to solve the problem our internal affair first, she said as she sighed heavily. Well, that was expected. Now tell me the current situation on your part. How is the current situation of the great Emperor Ren? Yi Tianyun asked Renziro solemnly. I am sorry, but right now I know very little about the information itself. When I arrived here, I heard that my brother was already dead. A demon beast killed him while he was passing the dangerous area and that his body was missing. I don't believe that my brother would be killed that easily, especially by a demon beast inside the dangerous area. His cultivation isn't low. There is no way that a demon beast would best him in combat, and once I returned, Prime Minister Long doesn't even want to talk to me. I believe that the Prime Minister had something to do with my brother's death, Renjiro said angrily. Prime Minister Long is my uncle, so he should know about the Great Emperor's schedule, whereabout and stuff at all times, and he could set a trap for him. I think maybe Prime Minister Long was angry that he couldn't control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure and therefore failed to become the Great Emperor. Meanwhile, my brother could control it easily, Renjiro said, stating her speculation. I also think that my brother was still alive inside the dangerous area. If he's not, then Prime Minister Long surely would have taken back his body so that he could make his claim to the throne so much easier, Renziro said hopefully. Why would you think of that? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Well, so far, they didn't try to kill me. They only wanted to capture me and take my dragon essence. That way, Prime Minister Long will have the means to control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure eventually. I know that he wouldn't give it up, no matter what, Renjiro answered angrily. Yi Tianyun was silent for a while. In his head, he kept wondering, what was this Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure? Chapter 369, Chapter 369, Yi Tianyun frowned as he started to think that all Renziro's theory made sense. So, where is this Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure? Is it here, in this city? Yi Tianyun asked. Yes, it is here, but unfortunately, there is no purer Heavenly Dragon bloodline who could control it fully. If they extracted my blood essence and my brother, Prime Minister Long, might have a shot to control it, Renjiro said solemnly. That is the reason why I don't believe when he said that my brother died inside the dangerous area. If he was dead, Prime Minister Long would no longer have a way to control the Heavenly Dragon secret treasure. Furthermore, my brother was a void spirit expert. He was undeniably strong, Renjiro added angrily. Then, did you already order your people to search and explore the dangerous area? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. I did, but unfortunately none of them find any clue. They didn't have strong enough cultivation to explore the Coiling Dragon Cave efficiently, Renjiro said solemnly. After hearing the name Coiling Dragon Cave, Yi Tianyun immediately remembered that he once got a map named the Coiling Dragon Treasure Map. Was the map usable to explore this Coiling Dragon Cave? He immediately opened his inventory and checked the Coiling Dragon Treasure Map once again. He saw that the map showed detailed information about the cave, and while it seemed the place was difficult to traverse, this map made it a lot easier. He never had time to explore that place by himself before, but he surely didn't expect that place was connected to a world quest. This place was rumored to be a place once used by the Dragon Clan resident. It was rumored to have a lot of Dragon Clan bones and Dragon Clan essence in there. If you can find that treasure, there is no doubt that you could improve your power significantly. But this is all just a rumor. I have never seen any Dragon Clan bones while I am there, and the place was filled with so many strong demon beasts that constantly come out of the cave and trespassed into the nearby city, Renjiro explained. So, when do we leave? If you just stay here, there is no way that your brother would ever be found, Yi Tianyun asked curiously. I originally planned to wait until there was enough expert joining my expedition, but as you are here, I don't need them anymore. We could go whenever you are ready. I really hope that my brother is still alive, Renjiro said with a sad smile on her face. Yi Tianyun couldn't say anything to reassure Renjiro as he was unsure whether Renlong was still alive or not. That was solely because Renlong has been missing for several years, not weeks. His chance of survival was extremely low. Yi Tianyun quickly told Renjiro that they should be going to Coiling Dragon Cave tomorrow as soon as she calmed herself down a little bit. At the same time, Army General Wang's body was hoisted to the city wall for everyone to see, causing an uproar on the resident of the Imperial City. Nobody expected the Army General to be a traitor and, on top of that, an assassin targeting the princess's life. Many people started to point their finger toward Prime Minister Long as corrupt and power-hungry. That news spread fast, and so many new theories were made regarding Prime Minister Long and Army General Wang, but almost all of them were bad. The public even came up with some evidence that Army General Wang was indeed an agent sent by the Netherworld Empire, tarnishing Prime Minister Long's popularity in public's view once again. At the same time, a middle-aged man was sitting in a dragon chair drinking hot tea while exerting a terrifying aura. That person is none other than Prime Minister Long himself. You said that you would get the job done. Now, not only you fail, but my reputation is also down the drain. How can I become the new ruler of the Heavenly Dragon Empire like this? Prime Minister Long said annoyedly. This is all an accident, my lord. We didn't expect Army General Wang to lose his life while fighting against the princess. But don't you worry, my lord, I will solve the Army General Wang's problem soon. A minister of Heavenly Dragon Empire said while kneeling shakenly in front of Prime Minister Long. That little princess is still searching for her brother. She doesn't want to believe that Ren Long had died inside the Coiling Dragon Cave a long time ago. There is no way he could survive so long in there. But she still relentlessly gathers many experts for her expedition inside that cave. Maybe it is time for me to pay her a visit myself, Prime Minister Long said sinisterly. However, on the next day, Prime Minister Long received another report stating that the princess has already left the Imperial City and was currently heading toward the Coiling Dragon Cave. Prime Minister Long smirked evilly as he knows that his chance to capture the wild princess has finally come. Send Feng Long to capture her, and this time I don't want to hear about any failure. You understand? Prime Minister Long said toward the minister. Understand, my lord, if she wasn't inside the Imperial City, we have a better advantage, the minister said while smirking evilly. Yes, it was stupid of her to leave the security of the city in a time like this, Prime Minister Long said while sneering. Chapter 370? Chapter 370? When Ren Zero was ready to head to the Coiling Dragon Cave with Yi Tianyun, one of her ministers stopped her. Princess, where are you going? The minister asked. Lu Darren, I am going to Coiling Dragon Cave. I am still looking for my brother, Ren Zero said confidently. That is impossible, my princess. Great Emperor Ren has been missing for so long. You will only endanger yourself out there, Lu Darren said worriedly. Staying here wouldn't change anything either. They still tried to assassinate me here. Now I must search and explore the Coiling Dragon Cave for my brother. I believe that he was still alive there, Renjiro said confidently. Please stay, my princess. You can use the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure to defend yourself here, while you will be defenseless out there. Lu Duren desperately persuaded Ren Zero to stay. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised to hear that the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure could be used to protect herself. He finally remembered that Ren Zero wanted to do something before he came to rescue her, but she refrained from doing anything after he came. If you put it that way, then I would never leave the Imperial City for the rest of my life. No matter what you said, I really must go to the Coiling Dragon Cave, at least for the peace of my mind, Ren Zero said steadily. No, I will not allow it. If you really insist on leaving the Imperial City, then you will have to kill me, Lu Daren said solemnly. What the hell? Renjiro wanted to say something else, but she was interrupted by Yi Tianyun. If I am not mistaken, according to this man, you will be safer here than out there, correct? Yi Tianyun asked. Yes, I am sorry for not thanking you fast enough for saving the princess' life, but yes. The princess would be so much safer if she stays in this city. She would be able to control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, and the secret treasure would make sure that no one would be able to attack her, Lu Daren said confidently. If this is the truth, then why didn't you use it during the previous assassination attempt? Yi Tianyun asked Renjiro curiously. I underestimated them before. I thought I could handle them on my own without using the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, Renjiro said embarrassedly. Now, I changed my mind. You stay here. I will search for Great Emperor Ren on my own, Yi Tianyun said with finality on his tone. Renjiro looked like about to say something, but Yi Tianyun immediately interrupted her and scolded her to obey him this time. Lu Daren, who was watching on the side, was surprised to see the princess obeyed the young man easily like that. You don't have to worry. If Great Emperor Ren is indeed inside that place, I will make sure to bring even his bone back here, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Of course I believe in you, brother, but you still have to be careful in there. Here, take this dragon jade pendant and my brother portrait with you. You just have to crush the pendant to protect you from any incoming attack temporarily, Renjiro said as she gave a pendant and her brother's portrait to Yi Tianyun. Okay, I will take this with me, Yi Tianyun said as he accepted the pendant and the portrait. Heavenly Dragon Jade Pendant, a high-grade holy tool. This item could effectively create a shield around the user that could withstand the attack of Void Spirit Cultivator. Yi Tianyun was a little surprised to see the pendant was a high-grade holy tool rank. He wanted to return it to Renjiro, but he knew that Renjiro would never let him go if he didn't accept her gift. Then he turned his attention to the picture of Great Emperor Ren. He was so much alike, Renjiro, but the masculine feature was prominent. I know that you are stronger than me, but you still have to promise me that you will be careful out there, Renjiro said while pouting toward Yi Tianyun. She was not a fool. She knew that Yi Tianyun was much more powerful than she was, as she saw it herself that Yi Tianyun killed Army General Wang with only one move. Okay, I promise. But I will create an illusion that you are indeed coming with me to Coiling Dragon Cave, so the enemy would target me and will leave this city alone, Yi Tianyun said confidently. I agree, but it would make your situation a lot more dangerous. I can send someone to come with you as a helper. Rest assured, they would be trustworthy, Lu Daren proposed. That wouldn't be needed. I have my own way of dealing with the enemy later. Don't worry about me. I wouldn't take my own life lightly, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Yi Tianyun then borrowed some of Renjiro's clothes and made a clone of Renjiro to trick the enemy inside the city. After the preparation was done, Yi Tianyun and the clone immediately flew toward the Coiling Dragon Cave. Yi Tianyun's plan worked. As soon as he flew out of the city, a group of men followed him from below. They looked at each other with a smile on their face. Brother, we will get another huge reward after this. We've already succeeded trapping the Great Emperor Ren inside the cave, and now we just have to do it once more. A man from the group that followed Yi Tianyun said. Yeah, we will be rich after this. Another man who seemed to be their leader smirked evilly. Chapter 371. Chapter 371. Yi Tianyun flew slowly so that the enemy could follow him easily. He already knew that a group of men who were following him from below, as his perceptual ability was higher than any cultivator near his stage. They immediately followed me as soon as I left the city. But it seems they are just a bunch of small fries, Yi Tianyun said to himself and decided to speed up a little bit. Did they discover us? Why would they speed up like that? Quickly, chase them, the leader said frantically. The group of men panicked and immediately rushed to chase Yi Tianyun and the clone so that they wouldn't be too far behind. But as they finally saw Yi Tianyun again, they were confused as they couldn't see Renjiro anywhere. Did they really notice our presence? Where is the princess? Did she hide herself after they noticed us? The leader said wonderingly. We have to divide our group into two units. One will keep chasing the brat and surround him, while another unit will search for the princess, the leader said commandingly. The group immediately obeyed and separated themselves into two small groups. They didn't know that the clone simply expired and disappeared into thin air. The first group immediately caught up with Yi Tianyun and stopped him. Brat, tell us where the princess is. If you cooperate with us, we will make sure to leave you alive, the leader said menacingly. I could tell you her whereabouts, but I am afraid you will have to die right after, Yi Tianyun said playfully. If that's the case, then don't blame us for what about to happen to you right now, the leader said menacingly. Men, capture him, the leader shouted, and his other two companions immediately surrounded Yi Tianyun and pulled out a bundle of semi-transparent rope, ready to capture him. Bundle of Gods, a highly durable capturing tools. Not even a Void Spirit stage expert could get out once trapped inside. Yi Tianyun sighed as he saw the details of the tools that the enemies were using. Once the trio started throwing the ropes to tie him up, Yi Tianyun immediately teleported behind one of the enemies and punched the poor man so hard from the back. The man immediately was thrown away a little bit far and slammed the ground hard, instantly killing him. Ding. Successfully killed Feng Yun. Reward 3090,000 XP, 4500 CPs, 300 SPs, Bundle Lock Martial Arts, Dragon Sealing Secret Art, Bundle of Gods, Poison Dragon's Toxin. After killing the first man, Yi Tianyun quickly pulled out the Cold Ice Divine Bow and immediately used the Fury of Ice Cold toward the enemy's leader. The enemy's leader was shocked to see a powerful attack coming towards him at very high speed. He wanted to escape the area of effect of Yi Tianyun's attack, but sadly he wasn't fast enough and was immediately killed after turning into an ice sculpture in the air and shattered into 1,000 pieces once he fell on the ground. Unfortunately, Yi Tianyun's high-speed arrow also caught the last enemy who happened to stand closely with his leader, freezing him into an ice sculpture too. The remaining enemy sensed the powerful aura coming from the way that the leader should be and immediately rushed over to check the situation, but once they arrived on the scene, they were shocked to see their companion and leader were already dead. "This is a trap. We have to leave, quickly," one of them shouted and turned around to escape. But they were surprised as they heard Yi Tianyun's voice was close by. Once they started to run, they immediately realized that Yi Tianyun was already waiting for them. "Don't you want to surround me earlier? Don't you want to capture the princess? Why would you choose to run away now?" "Come, I too am tired of waiting," Yi Tianyun said while walking towards the men menacingly. Chapter 372. Chapter 372. Yi Tianyun released his aura, making the enemy shuddered from the intensity of his aura. But they didn't try to escape this time as they know that they won't get far. Instead, they immediately used the Dragon Sealing Secret Art that they had. The three of them immediately activated the Dragon Sealing Secret Art, connecting their spirit power to each other, possibly to increase the effectiveness of the skill, as Yi Tianyun knew that if a group of people successfully linked their spiritual power to each other, they will get an immense boost of power after. But it was nonetheless a difficult feat to achieve. Now, I am impressed. You guys clearly had trained so hard to achieve this kind of cooperation, but unfortunately your power is still not enough. If the 6 of you cooperate like this, you may have a chance, but they already died before you have a chance to try," Yi Tianyun said sarcastically. Yi Tianyun immediately aimed his ice-cold divine bow towards the remaining enemies, but the enemy quickly pulled out a peak-grade soul tool of their own, and once again, their spiritual power rose significantly. Yi Tianyun, who didn't want to face any kind of trouble later, immediately shot 3 arrows straight towards each man. While they successfully increased their spiritual power significantly, Yi Tianyun's arrow was still too much for them. The 3 men couldn't hold their ground and were immediately thrown off from the arrow's impact. The spiritual net that was starting to materialize around Yi Tianyun immediately disappeared as soon as the 3 men were knocked down. Suddenly, kill confirmation notices popped up in front of Yi Tianyun, informing him that he successfully killed 2 out of 3 of them. The last person alive was immediately tied into the 3, as Yi Tianyun wanted to ask him the question regarding the great Emperor Ren. You killed all my brothers," the last enemy said furiously. "So, you've killed so many people before." "Aren't we the same?" Yi Tianyun said indifferently. "I will kill you, I swear on my brother's grave," the guy said furiously while trying to break free from his bond. "So, you are clearly not an amateur in this profession, so answer my question, and you might be freed. Who ordered you to assassinate the princess and me now?" Yi Tianyun asked casually. "Nonsense. If you know that we aren't amateurs, you should know that I would never give you that information," the guy named Feng Tu said. "Well, you just make the situation much more interesting," Yi Tianyun said as he pulled out a pill from his pocket and immediately fed it to Feng Tu forcefully. "What did you give me? What poison is this?" Feng Tu asked as he gradually became paler. "Well, this is a fairly new poison. I gave it to you for experimentation. I do have the antidote, however," Yi Tianyun said casually. Feng Tu then screamed as the poison spread to his system, and he suddenly felt excruciating pain. As time went by, Feng Tu became weaker due to the poison and pain that he suffered. However, Yi Tianyun didn't show any sign of mercy to Feng Tu at all. "How does it feel?" "Now, you may experience more pain as I will use Soul Search on you," Yi Tianyun said as he activated the Soul Searching ability. Yi Tianyun already had this ability for long, but he didn't feel the need to use this skill before because he didn't need to interrogate someone like he was about to do now. As soon as Yi Tianyun used the ability on Feng Tu began to rant incoherently. "I killed the entire Fang family. I also killed the Lu family while I disgraced their daughter in front of her own father," Feng Tu said uncontrollably. But none of this was the information that Yi Tianyun needed. All Yi Tianyun wanted to be the name of the person who hired them to capture Ren Jiro and the information about Great Emperor Ren. But as Yi Tianyun waited for the information he needed, Feng Tu has already gone crazy and useless. So, without wasting more of his time on a crazy person, Yi Tianyun left toward the Coiling Dragon Cave. Chapter 373. Chapter 373. After quite some time, Yi Tianyun didn't come across any other people who tried to get in his way, so he assumed that the group of assassins earlier was the best that the enemy could hire for this job. Yi Tianyun was a little bit disappointed that he wouldn't be fighting any Void Spirit expert for the moment. The Heavenly Dragon dangerous area wasn't that far away from the Imperial City, as it only took Yi Tianyun a day to get there. As he approached the Heavenly Dragon dangerous area, Yi Tianyun realized that the place was buzzing. There were so many cultivators coming in and out of place, and there were also many merchants on the entrance, ready to sell many weapon and armor to the cultivator. This place is quite lively. Is this place really a dangerous area? Yi Tianyun said to himself in complete disbelief. Yi Tianyun decided to continue to fly inside, as there was nothing else that he needed to do outside of the place. As he pressed onwards, the deeper he goes, the heavier the pressure was. It seems this place was pushing him to the ground somehow. Yi Tianyun quickly decided to walk, as it was like ton bricks were placed on his back as he flew. As soon as Yi Tianyun walked on the ground, the pressure was completely weakened, but he could still feel the immense pressure of that place. Yi Tianyun knew at that moment that none of the low-stage cultivators would be able to come inside, as they will be crushed under the immense pressure of that place. Yi Tianyun quickly used his appraisal eye to investigate the place. Heavenly Dragon Dangerous Zone, a place where the powerful Heavenly Dragon's power resides. It is not recommended for any cultivator below 8th level Spirit Refinement stage. Yi Tianyun could also see the amount of pressure in the air, and he saw that the pressure even reached 100 boing points near the clouds. Who could afford to come up there? Yi Tianyun also noticed that he currently could afford 10,000 points of pressure right now, as he couldn't afford to fly any higher than that. Fortunately, this place didn't require flying that much. Focusing his attention on his surrounding, Yi Tianyun realized that the place was quite beautiful and didn't seem dangerous at all. Apart from the immense pressure, that place was quite normal. But this place was still the outer part of the area, so there was no telling what else lay ahead. Yi Tianyun also realized that many Spirit Refinement stage cultivators were walking around the place, and some of them even sat down and cultivated around the outer area. With the immense pressure that place had, they might be able to cultivate a lot faster there. At first, Yi Tianyun wanted to warn them, as their cultivation wasn't high enough to enter that place, but he knew that the cultivator rarely abode a stranger's advice, so he decided to let them be, as he realized that those cultivators came at their own risk. Sure enough, as he walked deeper inside, no cultivator bothered talking to him. Yi Tianyun also knew that they had no obligation to be friendly either, so Yi Tianyun also ignored them completely. But as soon as he walks further inside, he realized that the amount of cultivator drastically changed. The cultivator was much scarcer in here. He only occasionally found a core transformation stage expert cultivating on their own, while earlier he could find a group of cultivators at the same time. Hey, I am Shu Fei. Would you like to go inside the Coiling Dragon Cave together? Suddenly, someone approached and talked to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun immediately looked at the young man with his appraisal eye and saw that the young man was at 9th level core condensation stage, and he looked friendly. But after a while, a few other people also approached Shu Fei, introducing themselves as Shu Fei's companion. Yi Tianyun looked up their data and noticed that the highest cultivator among them was at 2nd level Spirit Core stage. There was also a female cultivator in their midst, and the girl didn't even bother to acknowledge Yi Tianyun's presence. You are all going to the cave? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, Coiling Dragon Cave is the best place to cultivate. You can even get your hands on a dragon bones inside. You probably can even sell it at a high price to cover for your resource later, Shu Fei said excitedly. Yi Tianyun frowned a little as he found the group in front of him was basically a nuisance. Yi Tianyun could act the quickest when he acted alone. You seem new. Don't worry, you could count on us to get by, as we already knew the way around here. Sometimes, there was a newcomer who was too naive to ask for help and fell into a trap or got lost inside. But I need 1 new 00 stone to act as your guide. Would you like to accept my offer? Shu Fei said while smiling warmly toward Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun immediately smiled as he finally realized that Shu Fei was only a guide in here. Okay, as long as you successfully guide me to Coiling Dragon Cave, I will give you the 1,000 spirit stones, Yi Tianyun promised. Chapter 374. Chapter 374. Welcome to our party. Now let us go to Dragon Coiling Cave right away, Shu Fei said excitedly. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and decided to follow them from the back of the group, as he realized that none of them really wanted to talk to him. Big Brother Liang, will we be able to find any trace of the Great Emperor this time? A woman said, which piqued Yi Tianyun's interest. I hope so. If we do, the princess will give us so much reward later. I hope we could get our hands on some dragon bones too. The man, Liang Yuantian said excitedly. Yeah, I really want that holy tool that she promised, the woman said dreamily. But still, we have to try our best. There were so many people coming to this place. There is no telling whether we will be the first to find the great emperor, Liang Yuantian said, reprimanding the girl. You have to be careful too. I won't always be able to protect you, Huang Ting, Liang Yuantian said solemnly. Of course, I will always listen to your order, Big Brother Liang. The girl named Huang Ting said obediently. After that conversation, Yi Tianyun was no longer interested to hear their conversation, as it didn't concern him anymore. But Yi Tianyun now knew that Ren Jiro really did her best to find any information regarding her brother, even promising a holy tool to the one who could find any trace of her brother. As soon as they got near the premise of the Coiling Dragon Cave, Shu Fei stopped them and scouted the front to see if there were any group of cultivators around. Hurry up, we already took too much time, Liang Yuantian said impatiently. If you insist, we could go in right now, but once we're inside, I will not take any responsibility for anything that could happen, understand? Xu Fei said annoyedly. Okay, I get it, let's go in now, Huang Ting said impatiently. Besides, what else can happen when Big Brother Liang is here, she said pridefully. Liang Yuantian's face was full with cockiness. Yi Tianyun sighed as he already saw this scene countless times, the guy who was too stupid to see his own carelessness. Yi Tianyun knew that the guy would soon regret for being careless like this. I hope you obey my instruction, friend. This place is dangerous, Xu Fei said helplessly to Yi Tianyun. Of course, that is natural to follow my guide instruction, Yi Tianyun said casually with a smile on his face. Xu Fei's face showed some form of relief, and he immediately told them to follow him right away. Xu Fei also reminded them that if any of them couldn't progress anymore, whether it was due to fatigue or the pressure and they were unable to go on, they should tell him, and he would assess if the group could continue or not. They all nodded in unison, and Xu Fei continued to advance forward. Along the way, Yi Tianyun looked around the cave. He didn't show any extraordinary difference between the inside of the cave with the outside, beside the darkness that gradually filled the place as the sunlight couldn't penetrate the thick cave wall. Are you sure this is the right way? I haven't seen anyone for quite a while, Huang Ting commented behind Xu Fei. This path is a lot safer. As the path was small, the demon beasts tend to avoid this place, Xu Fei said annoyedly. Yi Tianyun was also annoyed on Huang Ting's behavior. It was clear that she couldn't do much here, but she still acted like a spoiled child. Xu Fei continued to guide them further inside, but after a while, a spirit grass garden was seen from afar. Huang Ting's eyes lit up and immediately approached the spirit grass, but when she was about to pluck one of them, "Stop what you are about to do now." It was clear that the spirit grass in this place wasn't mean to be picked. If you want to die, wait for us to get ahead, Yi Tianyun said coldly toward Huang Ting. Brat, watch your mouth, Liang Yuantian said as he drew his sword toward Yi Tianyun. Hey, what are you doing? This place is dangerous. Stop playing around. Don't pick up random stuff. This place is full of traps, Xu Fei said annoyedly. You are lucky that we didn't have any free time right now, brat, Liang Yuantian said coldly to Yi Tianyun and immediately walked away with Huang Ting in tows. Yi Tianyun didn't bother to take Liang Yuantian's words seriously as he knew that the guy would be in trouble soon. Chapter 375. Snake. Chapter 375. Snake. As the group continued to advance deeper into the cave, the spirit grass grew taller as the level grew higher. This was normal in a place called a dangerous area, as Demon Beast often used it as a trap to lure Cultivator over. Brother Liang, look. There is a life-prolonging fruit over there, Huang Ting said suddenly. You are right, we will be able to raise it inside the mansion if we give it to the old ancestor, Liang Yuantian said excitedly. Hey, leave it alone. Anything in this place could cause trouble later, Xu Fei said knowingly. What are you talking about? What are you afraid of? Look at this place. It was completely silent. Forget it. I will take it myself, Liang Yuantian said annoyedly. Yeah, you are a scaredy cat, aren't you? There is no demon beast around. Oh well, at least Brother Liang was brave enough to get it himself, Huang Ting said with a smirk on her face. I advise you to obey our guide. Your greed will be your undoing, Yi Tianyun said casually. Shut up. If you can take it, then it is not greed, Liang Yuantian said scornfully while proceeding to the fruit's location. Please stop. This is a dangerous area. You couldn't take things lightly. Xu Fei persuaded some more, but unfortunately, they paid no heed to his words. As soon as Liang Yuantian approached the tree that bore the life-prolonging fruit, a huge snake immediately appeared out of nowhere and immediately coiled Liang Yuantian's body while swallowing his head. Liang Yuantian struggles for a while but soon fell into the demon beast's strong power and stopped moving after a while. Yi Tianyun immediately knew that the man was dead at that point. The demon beast has already crushed the poor guy's skeleton for sure. Huang Ting on the side screamed as she was shocked to see Liang Yuantian was completely helpless, but Xu Fei immediately reached out to her and covered her mouth while saying that she couldn't make any noise, or more demon beast will surround them. But he was already too late. Another snake rushed towards Huang Ting and Xu Fei, completely caught Xu Fei off guard. Fortunately, Yi Tianyun wasn't completely heartless. He immediately trampled the snake to help the two out. Ding successfully killed Phaidon. Reward, 40W000 ZPs, 5800 CPs, 50 SPs. Xu Fei was surprised to see Yi Tianyun's power as the demon beast was at 5th level spirit core stage and wasn't supposed to be easy to deal with. However, Huang Ting didn't feel the same way about Yi Tianyun. You are clearly powerful. Why didn't you try to save Brother Liang earlier? Huang Ting said with teary eyes. I don't have any obligation to save him. That includes you. However, I do need my guide. Brother Xu already told you not to get near the fruit earlier, didn't he? So, which idiot doesn't feel the need to obey their guide's advice? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. How could you say that? Huang Ting said as she cried and covered her face. This is the Heavenly Dragon dangerous area. If you want to mourn the death of your lover, you'd better leave, Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face as he didn't want any more unnecessary trouble. I am sorry, Huang Ting said as she tried to stop crying. She was scared that she would be left behind alone. Yi Tianyun looked at her coldly and immediately walked toward the fruit and took it for himself. You idiot, a rare fruit in the middle of nowhere? There is no way it wouldn't be guarded. These idiots don't even understand basic knowledge. Useless piece of shit, Yi Tianyun said as he crushed the fruit in his hands. He didn't see any value of the fruit as its effect wasn't really that good. Thank you, Brother Yi, you have saved my life. I will not charge you for today's expedition, Shu Fei said thankfully. No, I should be thanking you. You are very professional and knowledgeable of this place, and I know that you wouldn't disappoint me here, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. It was their own fault. You already warned them of the danger, but they didn't listen, Yi Tianyun added sourly. Well, that kind of people always exists, Shu Fei said bitterly. Now, you either return the same way we got here or follow us silently. Make your choice, bitch, Yi Tianyun said toward Huang Ting. Huang Ting hesitated for a while, but purposely came close to Yi Tianyun and threw herself towards Yi Tianyun to flirt with him a little. But Yi Tianyun already knew of this move, and it didn't affect him even a little. Yi Tianyun even moved away as she threw himself towards Yi Tianyun's arm, resulting in her falling into the mud. Don't you dare touch me, bitch, or I will personally feed you to the demon beast out there, Yi Tianyun said coldly to Huang Ting. You make me sick, disgusting whore, Yi Tianyun said with disgust on his face. Huang Ting's face turned white as she didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be disgusted by her action. She hurriedly stood up and obediently walked back while looking at Shu Fei in the eyes. Don't expect much from me either. If you want to survive, either you walk back out from the way we go in earlier, or quietly follow us inside, Shu Fei said coldly to Huang Ting. Huang Ting hurriedly ran back toward the entrance as she realized that there was nothing left for her in here. She didn't have any more protection. If she chose to follow Yi Tianyun and Shu Fei without them caring about her, only death would await her inside. Chapter 370. Huang Ting wanted to rely on her beauty to get more resource, but she didn't expect that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be swayed by her beauty. Not even Shu Fei sympathized with her dilemma. After Huang Ting left, Yi Tianyun and Shu Fei continued tracking deeper like they originally wanted, but this time it was so much quieter. While his payment was reduced as he said it himself that he wouldn't take Yi Tianyun's payment, his professionalism was still spot on. Shu Fei guided Yi Tianyun throughout the place while choosing the safest route to go deeper. So far, Yi Tianyun didn't even encounter any demon beast. It seems that you have entered this place for quite some time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be this familiar with this place, Yi Tianyun said appreciatively. I do get in here for many times. At first I was only here to collect spirit medicine, but gradually I also noticed many rare materials and treasures scattered around the place. Unless it was guarded by a weak demon beast, I wouldn't dare coming close to it, Shu Fei said solemnly. Well, that was expected. Safety is far more important than wealth. But you adept at exploring this place, you are sensitive to your surroundings. I guess you have some sort of perception-type innate ability, don't you? Yi Tianyun inquired. Wow, you are observant. Yes, I am born with a strong innate perception of danger. I can sense danger in advance, and thus I immediately deviated to avoid it. But it doesn't really matter on Cultivation World. This innate ability won't do me any good in a fight, Shu Fei said with a little bit of disappointment on his tone. What are you talking about? With this innate ability, you could become an army general with a short amount of time. Just think about it. If you could avoid a dangerous situation, you could provide your troops with ample information to lead them to glory. You are certainly a commander material. Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Little brother Yi, you're exaggerating. Not even my family ever said anything like this, Shu Fei said with a look of longing in his face, but he immediately snapped out of it and returned to his duty of guiding Yi Tianyun deeper into the cave. Soon enough, they arrived at a stone formation that replicated a coiling dragon, with its mouth serving as another gate or cave entrance. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised, as the stone formation was huge. There was no doubt on his mind that in the past, this place was really a home to the Dragon Clan. This place looks quite spectacular, Yi Tianyun said with awe. Yeah, this is the real Coiling Dragon Cave. There were rumors stating that the place had so many treasures in it, but I didn't dare to go in. I always felt uneasy about this place, and that is also why this is as far as I can take you. If you choose to go in, I am afraid that you have to go alone, Shu Fei said with an apologetic look on his face. Yi Tianyun contemplated his choice. He knew that his cultivation was strong enough to explore the place, but the place indeed looked menacing, which meant challenge. Here is 1,000 spirit stone for your effort. I promised to give you this much, and thus I gave it to you no matter what, Yi Tianyun said while handing 1,000 spirit stones toward Shu Fei. No, little brother Yi has saved my life. I already made up my mind that I wouldn't take your money, and I am a man of my words. If you insist on giving me that money, I will leave it here, Shu Fei said confidently. Yi Tianyun didn't feel any ulterior motives from Shu Fei's tone, which meant that man was determined to walk away without bringing any money. So, he tried to pay Shu Fei in another way. Okay, I won't force you to take these spirit stones anymore, but in exchange, I will give you another proposition. I will enter this Coiling Dragon Cave, and I would like you to join me. I will guarantee your safety as long as you follow my every instruction in case of danger, Yi Tianyun proposed confidently. Shu Fei suddenly stopped and pondered on Yi Tianyun's word. He knew that Yi Tianyun was powerful. Therefore, this could be the only chance that he got to enter the real Coiling Dragon Cave. I will go with you, little brother Yi. No, you should be Big Brother Yi instead. I will trust my life to you, Big Brother, Shu Fei said excitedly. Chapter 377. Chapter 377. Yi Tianyun really thought that Shu Fei was a good person, dedicated and responsible. Yi Tianyun didn't even feel any greed coming from the guy during the whole time he followed him. Yi Tianyun even thought about recruiting Shu Fei into Heaven's top mansion, but he refrained from mentioning anything about it for now. I've always dreamed of going inside, but without any reliable reinforcement, I couldn't force my way in there, Shu Fei said excitedly. You have to be at 5th level core transformation stage, aren't you? Shu Fei asked. No, but you were close, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. His real combat power has already rivaled a 3rd level void spirit stage, but he didn't like to brag. Wow, I am really lucky. If I didn't meet you, I guess I will never have a chance to enter this place, Shu Fei said excitedly. The two of them immediately climbed the rock formation. With Shu Fei near him, Yi Tianyun could safely access the area with a low number of demon beasts around. Now, the real problem was just climbing the steep rock formation. Although his cultivation was high, Shu Fei felt the domineering atmosphere from that place. He felt that the place was slowly pulling him down. Do you need some help? Yi Tianyun said as he realized Shu Fei was gritting his teeth. No, at least I have to climb up on my own. If I fail, then I really wasn't strong enough to go to this place, Shu Fei said determinedly. Yi Tianyun nodded as he admired Shu Fei's determination. Okay, but I will follow your pace, Yi Tianyun said casually, but a voice suddenly interrupted their pace. Hey, isn't that Shu family's young master who escaped marriage? Why is he here? Well, if we notify Shu family, they will surely reward us for finding their problematic child, a spirit core stage cultivator said condescendingly. Shu Jian, what are you doing here? Shu Fei said annoyedly. Well, I am here to enter the cave. What else would I be here for? I didn't expect you to be here, that's for sure. I'm pretty sure your cultivation is not high enough to enter this place, am I wrong? You better don't force yourself, boy, Shu Jian said condescendingly. Or maybe you need approval from Ms. Qinhuang to marry her instead, Shu Jian said sarcastically. You don't have anything to do with me. You better shut up, Shu Fei said angrily. Of course, it has something to do with me. You were running away to the Queen of Qin family instead of my family, Shu Jian said, sneering at Shu Fei. Shu Jian immediately lifted his foot in order to kick Shu Fei down, but Yi Tianyun immediately stopped him from doing so by slapping Shu Jian hard enough to make him faint. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Shu Jian said in anger. I don't know who you are, and I don't care. If you touch him, you are dead. Yi Tianyun said threateningly. Yi Tianyun threatened them while deliberately exuded some of his aura and killing intent, but it seems Shu Jian and his men didn't realize the cold and terrible aura coming from Yi Tianyun. Damn you, capture them both, Shu Jian said to his men, but Yi Tianyun was so much stronger. While two of Shu Jian's men rushed towards him, Yi Tianyun immediately cut their tendon with a small knife, making them fall to their death. Yi Tianyun then immediately ordered Shu Jian to leave, as Yi Tianyun didn't want to see his face again. Shu Jian seemed shaken from the death of his men. Their cultivation wasn't extraordinary, but they were considered strong enough. But it didn't matter to the guy in front of him. He still killed the both of them quite easily. I will remember you, bastard, Shu Jian said as he finally climbed down toward the exit. Thank you very much, Big Brother Yi. I am very sorry that you had to help me with my personal problem, Shu Fei said sincerely. It's fine, I don't mind. Let's continue our journey, Yi Tianyun said casually. Yi Tianyun held back. That was why he didn't kill Shu Jian straight away. Chapter 378. Chapter 378. After the ordeal with Shu Jian, Shu Fei quickly climbed the rock formation again. He wasn't exactly fast, but he didn't fall behind either. He paced himself calmly so that he wouldn't exhaust himself later. Below him, Yi Tianyun followed silently while assessing the situation around them. He noticed that some other cultivators also tried to climb the rock formation away from them, but Yi Tianyun didn't feel any danger for the moment. I have climbed this rock formation before, but this is the closest I have come to the cave entrance, Shu Fei said while catching his breath. After arriving at another flat area, Shu Fei took a rest and immediately started cultivating on the spot. Yi Tianyun knew that Shu Fei was on the verge of breaking through his cultivation stage, so he let Shu Fei take his time. I broke through. Brother, I have successfully broken through my cultivation stage, Shu Fei said excitedly. This is all thanks to you, Big Brother Yi. Without you, I would never achieve this, Shu Fei said gratefully. No, it's all your hard work. Even if I am not here, you will be able to break through nonetheless, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Now, big brother, you are too kind. Now let's go to the top. I am confident that I could reach the top now, Shu Fei said excitedly. Sure enough, Shu Fei climbed the rock formation quicker than before, allowing them to be more efficient on time. At the peak, Yi Tianyun noticed that the pressure wasn't as high as when he tried to fly earlier. I am here. I can finally climb the Coiling Dragon Cave entrance, Shu Fei shouted excitedly. Congratulations on your personal achievement. But are you ready to advance inside? Yi Tianyun asked with a light smile on his face. The climb toward the entrance is just the beginning. The real danger was inside the Coiling Dragon Cave itself. I am ready, Shu Fei said confidently. Well, then let's go, Yi Tianyun said excitedly while taking the lead and went inside. As he stepped inside, Yi Tianyun noticed that the pressure was slightly lower than the outside. Although it didn't really matter for him, he knew that it would be a relief for Xu Fei. The first few chambers inside the cave had nothing special in it, as Yi Tianyun saw many cultivators use the chamber as a resting place. The cave itself was confusing as there were many holes leading to a different path. This coiling dragon cave is truly mesmerizing. The rumor doesn't serve it justice. This place is a lot more dangerous than the rumor said, Xu Fei said with awe. My danger sense was jumbled. I don't really know if the danger comes from this hole or the other hole beside it. We need the luck to traverse this place, Xu Fei added disappointment. Yi Tianyun agreed with Xu Fei, but he was also quite confident that with his strength, he believed that he would be able to get through any danger lurking in that place. Hey, look, if it isn't Xu Fei, I didn't expect him to escape here of all places. A voice was heard from the distance. Yes. I heard that he runs away from his family to marry the Queen of Qin family. But unfortunately, the Qin family didn't approve of him as his cultivation was too low. I guess he came here to cultivate to achieve his goal. Another voice was heard in the distance. It seemed Xu Fei was well known among many cultivators in Heavenly Dragon Continent. Maybe it was because Xu Fei's family had quite a strong influence around the parts. Just ignore them. They don't have anything to do with you and your decision, Yi Tianyun said as he saw that Xu Fei began to get unnerved. Yes, big brother Yi, thanks, Xu Fei said as he clenched his fist to hold back his emotion. Hey, it seems that Xu Fei got himself a backer. I don't know why he chooses a brat for a backer though, but he called him by big brother Yi, or the cocky Xu Fei finally gave up chasing girls and instead found a little boy for a toy? Another voice said not too far from them. Don't you dare badmouth big brother Yi, Xu Fei said as he pulled out his sword in anger. Why? Are you afraid your relationship with your big brother Yi will be heard by the Queen of Qin family? Another voice teased Xu Fei. He wanted to start a fight. Let's see if he at least has more backbone on him since last time. The first voice said tauntingly. Let's go then. Who will be my first opponent? Xu Fei said furiously. Yi Tianyun on the side smirked. He originally wanted to shut these people's mouth himself, but after he saw Xu Fei's confidence, he decided to observe the fight for the moment. Chapter 379, Chapter 379, I will go first. I will show what a man truly is to these pussies, Xicheng said confidently. Yi Tianyun notices that Xicheng's cultivation was only at the first level spirit core stage, but it was still higher than Xu Fei. Good, if you lose, you better apologize to big brother Yi, Xu Fei said confidently. Well, apologize sure is a big thing for a girl, but what if you lose? Xicheng said tauntingly. If I lose, I will break one of my arms, Xu Fei said confidently. Now, that makes things a lot more interesting, Xicheng said as he pulled out his sword and rushed toward Xu Fei, intending to settle this right off the start. Xu Fei immediately pulled out his long sword and, in an instant, flashed over the charging Xicheng. Yi Tianyun noticed that Xu Fei's speed was far too fast for Xicheng to react to. Xicheng was confused as he saw Xu Fei's speed, but he didn't feel like Xu Fei has attacked him. Xicheng immediately rushed toward Xu Fei once again, but as he moved, blood splattered from his arm. He looked over at his arm and found it was already on the ground, cut off from his body. Now, apologize, Xu Fei said coldly. They were surprised to see Xicheng has already lost, even though the duel has just begun. Not many of them could see what Xu Fei just did. That is definitely Xu family's light sword secret art. If you aren't a high-leveled cultivator, there is no way you could see what he just did there. Someone with higher cultivation said to break the ice. Apologize for shit. Guys, help me beat them up, Xicheng said as his eyes were filled with grievances. Several men came up without hesitation toward Xicheng while pulling their own sword out. These men have slightly higher cultivation than Xicheng, which made Xu Fei's complexion changed a little. Although the sword technique that he just used was indeed strong, he couldn't do it in succession. Even more so against several strong opponents. Well, look at that. Some people really have no shame. After agreeing to one-on-one, he asked for help once he's cornered. Yi Tianyun said from the side. He immediately rushed toward the group of men and slapped their faces one time each. They were sent flying and hit the wall with a mere slap. Furthermore, it broke their teeth, making blood flow out of their mouth. Xu Fei, now you can teach anyone you don't like a lesson. I will stand here and make sure that they wouldn't do anything stupid, Yi Tianyun said coldly. The scene shocked everyone in the room. A young man had knocked down so many people in such a short amount of time with ease. The young man didn't even care for if the people he just hit was from a huge faction or a well-known family. How dare you hit me? A man said after getting knocked down by Yi Tianyun. Xu Fei, it seems that man wants to go first, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Xu Fei hesitated for a bit, but immediately obeyed Yi Tianyun's order and walked to the beaten man and immediately slapped him to the ground. Hey trash, you better apologize to big brother Yi now. How dare you look down on him like that, Xu Fei said as he kept slapping the man's face. Hey, that's enough. They are army general-size men. You will be in so much trouble if you insist on doing this any longer. A core transformation stage expert came over and tried to stop Xu Fei. Just continue what you were doing, Xu Fei. Don't stop until you've vented out all your anger, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Yes, Big Brother Yi, Shufei said as he continued to slap the man's face. Shufei looked like a madman. He constantly slapped the man in front of him that the people were doubting that the man was capable of apologizing to stop Shufei himself. You are really pulling my hands here, the core transformation expert said as he rushed toward Shufei with strong killing intent. Now, who pulled your hands? Yi Tianyun said as he stopped the core transformation expert's advance toward Shufei. The expert was stunned as he couldn't react to Yi Tianyun at all. You, what are you? The expert was stopped once more as Yi Tianyun slapped his face. What are you doing? The expert said, but Yi Tianyun slapped him once again. Don't you? The expert was trying to say something, but Yi Tianyun slapped him before he could finish his sentence. What did you get to say again? Yi Tianyun said as he slapped the expert once more. Yi Tianyun noticed that the expert's face was already swollen badly, and thus he quickly slapped the expert once more and let him go. DIN. Successfully killed Lu Tian. Reward 34D00 XP, 3400 CPS, 50 SPs, Hawk Claw Martial Art, Iron Hawk Claw, T-Long Cedar, 100 XP pill. Yi Tianyun was surprised after getting the kill notification. He didn't expect a core transformation stage expert was that fragile. Chapter 380. Chapter 380. Everyone was shocked to see a core transformation stage expert was easily killed just like that, shutting their mouth, for they were afraid that the young man would go after them next. They weren't wrong. Even a low-tier cultivator would be able to see that Lu Tian was dead, as his spiritual energy was gone. Now, is there anybody else who wants to question my decision? Yi Tianyun said toward the rest of the people inside the room. No one dared to talk back as they feared Yi Tianyun and unconsciously took a step back, proving Yi Tianyun's dominance over them. Big Brother Yi, I am done here, Shufei said as he approached Yi Tianyun while catching his breath. Yi Tianyun looked over to Sicheng and noticed that he was beaten to a pulp. Yi Tianyun looked at Sicheng in disgust because the injuries on his face weren't pleasant to look at. Although he heard that Sicheng was the son of Army General Si, it didn't concern him. Now, let's continue our journey, Yi Tianyun said toward Shufei casually. After Yi Tianyun and Shufei left the room, several people immediately gathered around Sicheng and gave him a few medicinal pills to recover. Shu family will be finished after this. I don't know, how did Shufei suddenly grow some balls and didn't seem to care about Shu family's future? A cultivator said in wonder. Bullshit, Shu family also has a great influence on this continent. I doubt that Si family would resolve this with violence. I think the best that Si family could have in return is the knowledge that Shufei will be abolished by Shu family, another cultivator said. But the one who killed Lu Tian is different, isn't he? That guy has a terrifying aura. I even forgot to breathe for a second. The first cultivator said while the others nodded their head in agreement. Yi Tianyun and Shufei immediately jumped toward the nearby hole, while Yi Tianyun helped Shufei to land safely on the bottom. But the first thing that Yi Tianyun noticed was that the place was empty. Shufei also didn't sense any danger around. Big Brother Yi, I am sorry for dragging you into an unnecessary problem, Shufei said apologetically. What the hell are you talking about? Yi Tianyun said confusedly. You have killed Lu family's elder up there. Lu family will never let you off that easily, and it's all my fault, Shufei said sadly. Who is this Lu family siding with? The princess or the prime minister? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. I suppose it was with the prime minister, Shufei said wonderingly. Then, I didn't kill any wrong person, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face, and then instructed Shufei to follow him closely. Shufei was confused the entire time he followed Yi Tianyun around. He wanted to ask Yi Tianyun about what he meant by not killing any wrong person, but refrained from doing so as a demon beast suddenly appeared. The demon beast startled Shufei and Yi Tianyun, but Yi Tianyun quickly regained his composure and immediately pulled out the heaven-holding giant sword and killed the beast with it. Ding. Successfully killed a rock insect. Reward 30 to 000 CPs, 50 Sps, hard stone piece, rock insect venom. Seeing Shufei's complexion changed as he was scared from almost being eaten alive, Yi Tianyun immediately calmed him down and told him to follow him closely this time. Yi Tianyun made a mental note that this place wasn't as hard as he first thought. At least if there was a core transformation stage expert around, everything would be a lot easier. Go ahead, you can extract any material you want from that rock insect. It has good material on it, you can sell them to make money too. Yi Tianyun said casually. Thank you so much, Big Brother Yi, Shufei said as he put the rock insect in his storage ring. Shufei was grateful that he had met Yi Tianyun, as he knew that he wouldn't receive a chance like this if he didn't. Chapter 381, Chapter 381, the rock insect kept coming their way, but Yi Tianyun didn't seem to care as the rock insect didn't possess any threat. Shufei, on the other hand, was busy gathering the corpse of the fallen rock insect in excitement. He now will be able to sell the material from the rock insect for some gold and even could create several high-grade medicinal pills or tools if he wanted to. Big Brother Yi, I sense imminent danger from the rock over there, Shufei said as he warned Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun immediately smashed the rock that Shufei had pointed, and sure enough, a rock insect was killed instead of a normal rock. You're as sharp as usual. Keep those advantages coming, Yi Tianyun said appreciatively. Yi Tianyun knew that the Heavenly Clouds Mansion needed a lot of manpower by this moment, so he had thought of bringing Shu Fei along later if Shu Fei agreed to that. He wanted to observe Shu Fei further as he could increase Shu Fei's favorability and increase his chance to bring Shu Fei to Heavenly Clouds Mansion later. Understood, big brother. I will keep observing, Shu Fei said excitedly. But there was no danger around them anymore, at least until they arrived at the four-clover door at the end of the tunnel. The doors looked menacing while they had different symbol etched on them with different size, with the smallest door didn't have any symbol on it. From the largest to the smallest it said, human level, earth level, and heaven level. There was no doubt that this place has been divided into 3 levels of difficulties, but Yi Tianyun was interested in the small door, as he could feel the spiritual energy around the door was quite dense. This is Four-Clover Door. I heard that they have a different treasure that corresponds with their difficulties, while the hardest was the smallest door. I heard that the smallest door was so dangerous that no one ever made it out, Shu Fei explained. Well, are you going in? Yi Tianyun asked. Of course, big brother. I have to take a look after coming this far, aren't I? Shu Fei said excitedly. Well, what door will you choose? Yi Tianyun asked. I think I will enter the earth level. I don't think I could handle the heaven level with my current cultivation, Shu Fei said confidently. Yi Tianyun nodded his head as his admiration towards Shu Fei kept growing. Shu Fei has already grasped the level of his own strength and thus bravely took a risk, but not as much that he couldn't handle. What about you, big brother Yi? Which door will you choose? Shu Fei asked curiously. But as Yi Tianyun was about to answer Shu Fei's question, another group arrived, distracting them both. Shu Fei, I didn't expect to see you here. The world sure is small, a handsome young man said suddenly. Wang Menglong, I didn't expect to see you here either, Shu Fei said heavily. Relax, there is no need for you to be nervous. I am not here for you, Wang Menglong said as he made way for a beautiful woman to walk into the room. The woman was staring at the smallest door. Yi Tianyun immediately used his appraisal eye to obtain the information of the man and the woman who just came in. He saw that the woman was at 9th level Spirit Core stage, while the man was at 7th level Spirit Core stage. From the look of it, the man was here to protect the woman, but Yi Tianyun wasn't so sure anymore, as the woman was more powerful than the man anyway. I didn't expect Hua Xiying is also here either, Shu Fei said a bit heavily. I am here to cultivate, while I am also here to search for any clue of Great Emperor Ren's whereabout. Hua Xiying has chosen to stand beside the princess, Hua Xiying said confidently. Yi Tianyun didn't really care about anything that the woman and the man had to say, as they didn't pique Yi Tianyun's interest. Instead, he shifted his attention back to the four-clover door. From Shu Fei's information, it seemed that every door except the smallest one had been successfully cleared by other cultivators. He also knew that according to Shu Fei's information, the harder the level, the better the reward. But as what reward he could get was still completely unknown. Yi Tianyun made a mental decision on which door that he wanted to pick. There was no need to ask in the first place. Chapter 38-2. Chapter 38-2. After Yi Tianyun made up his mind, he knew that he had to choose that door. Let's go in. What are we waiting for? Yi Tianyun said toward Shu Fei. Shu Fei nodded and walked toward the earth-level gate immediately. You sure are honest. Surely earth-level door is the best you can do at your level, Wang Menglong said sarcastically. Wang Menglong immediately walked toward the heaven-level door while looking back to Hua Xiying, asking for approval. Unfortunately for him, Hua Xiying didn't seem to care about what choice Shu Fei made, and she even seemed indifferent to what Wang Menglong chose. Shu Fei clenched his fist. Knowing his limit, he knew that he couldn't refute Wang Menglong's argument. Shu Fei immediately tried to regain his composure and ignore Wang Menglong's taunt altogether. Big brother Yi, which door will you choose? Shu Fei asked, trying to distract himself from Wang Menglong. But as he looked over to Yi Tianyun, he was surprised to see Yi Tianyun was already standing in front of the smallest door. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were on Yi Tianyun, as they couldn't believe that such a young man would choose such a dangerous door. There were many records on the past stating no one has ever returned after entering the smallest door, not even a void spirit stage expert. Shu Fei, it seems your companion has chosen to end his life soon. Or maybe he got struck on the head on your way here for choosing that door, Wang Menglong said sarcastically. Although Hua Xiying was looking at Yi Tianyun, she didn't show any emotion at all. She didn't seem to care that Yi Tianyun planned to enter the smallest door. Big brother Yi, please consider your choice. That door is the most difficult one, as no one has ever returned once they enter that door, Shu Fei said, trying to warn Yi Tianyun. Don't listen to him. You should choose your first option. You are courageous. You should go in and try the challenge yourself, Wang Menglong said while snickering silently. Shu Fei, if you finish first, wait for me on the other side. It might take longer for me to finish this, Yi Tianyun said to Shu Fei as he walked inside the smallest door, shocking everyone once more. Not even Hua Xiying could keep her calm after seeing Yi Tianyun walked into the door that should be impossible to pass. Shu Fei, your friend was really brave. I want to go in and wait for him on the other side myself, but I am afraid that I would have to wait for a lifetime, Wang Menglong sarcastically said while laughing to his heart's content. Now, you better go back to the Shu family. There is nothing else you can do here, and the lady from the Qin family obviously was too high for you right now. Wang Menglong said coldly while entering the heaven-level door without any more hesitation. Big Brother Yi, if you can get out of that door, I will be waiting for you on the other side, Shu Fei said confidently as he walked inside the earth-level door. Huffed, why don't they just mind their own business? I don't care what door you choose. I'm only here to look for the great Emperor Ren's track, Hua Xing said to himself as she approached the heaven-level door and walked right in. There were some other cultivators who saw everything in front of the four-clover door, but they didn't care at all. In their eyes, Yi Tianyun was just another curious soul who died by his own choices. At the same time, Yi Tianyun was welcomed with an endless road covered in a bluestone. He noticed that the surroundings were dark and nothing could be seen except for the bluestone road. With his appraisal eye, Yi Tianyun knows that the darkness surrounding the stone was a void space. It means that if he deviated from the bluestone road, he would fall into the void, but he was still not sure whether he would die or not if he fell into the void. He checked the Coiling Dragon treasure maps once again and saw that there wasn't a lot of information about this place. The only thing that the map said was that this small door was the right path to the treasure of the Coiling Dragon cave. So, without anything else he could do, Yi Tianyun immediately walked forward, curious about what challenges he will face next. Chapter 383, Yi Tianyun kept the appraisal eye active at all times so he could avoid danger on time. He knew that he couldn't take this place lightly, for there was no record of anyone coming out of this place. But as he stepped further toward the bluestone path, he reached the end of the path, with void in front of him and nothing else. Yi Tianyun tried to look for a path with his appraisal eye, but all he saw was the same void. He even tried to toss a few low-grade weapons to see if the weapons hit something or reveal some hidden path, but all weapons that he tossed instantly vanished into the void. This is strange. There is no path at all, Yi Tianyun said to himself in disbelief. He knew that he couldn't fly as the same pressure that he felt outside still applied to this space. Yi Tianyun turned his body and looked at the back, the way he came before, but there was no more door. There was only a blocked path there. Yi Tianyun sat on the bluestone path to think of a way, but his attention suddenly shifted to the bluestone that created this path. He saw that there was no ground beneath the bluestone. Maybe this stone is all I need, Yi Tianyun said as he walked back and collected the bluestone on the back and threw one bluestone into the void in front of him. Sure enough, the bluestone connected with the path that he walked on. It turns out you have to create your own path here, Yi Tianyun said as he began throwing the bluestone in a singular line. This place seemed to challenge the patience of the challenger as they must build their way little by little. After quite some time, Yi Tianyun finally reached a shining door. He quickly entered the door and saw a wide place in front of him. He also noticed that the ground on the new room was also made of the same bluestone that he used earlier. Yi Tianyun was startled as suddenly a handsome young man in a dragon-scale battle armor appeared in front of him. Welcome to my abode, human. This place hasn't received any visitor in a long time. The lack of patience, a misstep into the void, or simply falls into madness. This was the common occurrence on this bluestone road, the young man said excitedly. No one ever been able to come here. Really? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. He knew that this young man wasn't human. He may be a Dragon Clan expert tasked to protect this place. There were 2 people ever left this place alive before. Maybe you could become the 3rd one, the young man said excitedly. Only 2 people? What is the challenge? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. It's simple. All you need to do is to defeat me, the young man said while laughing profusely. But as soon as he stopped laughing, a shadow of a dragon emerged from behind the young man. Mysterious man, immortal phantom shadow, cultivation base, 8th level core transformation stage. Ability, can turn into a giant dragon at will. Equipment, high-grade holy tool armor combat power, 12W00 possible item drop, unknown weakness, none. This mysterious man wasn't a living person. He was just like the old Xuan, trifling on spiritual energy to survive. However, the challenge seemed to adapt to the challenger's power as the young man's cultivation was the same as Yi Tianyun, which was 8th level core transformation stage. I'll beat you at your own game. Come on, Yi Tianyun said as he pulled out his ice-cold divine bow and quickly used his ice-cold fury. But the mysterious man laughed some more and immediately turned his arms into a dragon claw to block Yi Tianyun's attack. Yi Tianyun immediately checked the information of the claw as he knew that it would be something powerful. Sure enough, he saw that the dragon claw was as strong as a high-grade holy tool rank. As the ice-cold fury shot through the air toward the mysterious man, the ground and air around the arrow were frozen, but the claw gave off a menacing vibe of its own, making Yi Tianyun unsure whether he would be able to deal any damage to the mysterious man or not. The arrow soon collided with the claw, causing an explosion from the impact. But after the smoke dissipated, Yi Tianyun saw the mysterious man was still standing in the middle with half of his body frozen. But he walked casually right after, shaking off the ice that covered half of his body like it was nothing. Yes, this is the power that I have been waiting for. You are amazing. If your opponent wasn't me, you would have won by now. You are qualified to know my name. I am Yuan Qinglong. Please remember it well, the mysterious man said excitedly. Chapter 384. Yuan Qinglong immediately rushed toward Yi Tianyun as soon as he introduced his name. The ground was immediately shattered as Yuan Qinglong stepped on them in the middle of his charge. Yi Tianyun also felt that although Yuan Qinglong was just at 8th level core transformation stage, he was far more powerful than the army general Feng. So, Yi Tianyun immediately equipped the Red Dragon suit and the Red Dragon Divine Spear to increase his power. Yi Tianyun immediately used the Tyrant Soul to increase his power further, but he refrained himself from using the Crazy Mode as he wanted to see the extent of his true power without the help of Crazy Mode. Very powerful, Yuan Qinglong said as he stopped for a second to block Yi Tianyun's incoming attack. But he wanted to guard a little bit too late as the only thing he could do was only to cover his entire body with a dragon scale. Yi Tianyun's attack hit Yuan Qinglong directly, and the impact created an explosion that soon covered up Yuan Qinglong. Interesting, you're worthy enough to force me to use my full power. Yuan Qinglong's voice was heard from the cover of smoke. The next moment, Yuan Qinglong's was seen again. But this time, his entire body glowed green, and not long after that, he transformed into a huge azure dragon. Yi Tianyun scanned the azure dragon with his appraisal eye and saw that the combat power of Yuan Qinglong had reached more than 40 million. Yi Tianyun immediately understood why nobody has ever passed this stage, as he saw that Yuan Qinglong was far more powerful than any cultivator with the same level of cultivation. Is this your full power? Then I will increase my own power so that I could compete with you, Yi Tianyun said as he smirked toward the azure dragon. Dragon God Bloodline activates, Yi Tianyun shouted, and his entire body was immediately covered with a dragon scale, raising his combat power 8 times the previous value. After activating Dragon God Bloodline, Yi Tianyun's combat power was at 46 million points while having a Dragon God's phantom shadow on his back. Yuan Qinglong was startled as he saw Yi Tianyun's transformation, but he couldn't stop now. This was a test, a part of the trial. It was his duty to try to defeat any opponent who came his way, no matter who they were. Dragon God Tyrant Soul. Yi Tianyun shouted as he clasped the Red Dragon Divine Spear in his hand. Once again, Yi Tianyun took his opponent very seriously. He never thought of the fight as a game, as he never wanted to lose a fight out of his carelessness. 2 huge dragons rushed toward the azure dragon from the spear and collided with Yuan Qinglong's huge dragon claw. Yuan Qinglong was pushed toward the wall with his claw almost destroyed and a gaping hole on his abdomen. But Yi Tianyun didn't stop. He quickly rushed toward Yuan Qinglong again and attacked once more. This time, Yuan Qinglong was knocked down to the ground, receiving heavy damage from Yi Tianyun's attack. But Yi Tianyun didn't want to give Yuan Qinglong any breathing room as he quickly jumped over to the Azure Dragon and immediately activated the Dark North Divine Art and Absorbing Star Great Technique. Received 10W0000, 13W00, XP, 12W00, XP. Yi Tianyun smirked as his plan worked. He knew that even though Yuan Qinglong wasn't a living entity, Yi Tianyun still could absorb the spiritual energy that formed his body, the same as the old Xuan's case in the heaven-immersing ancient ruins. After a while, Yi Tianyun became impatient as the absorption rate was too low. Equip the Evil Dragon Suit, Yi Tianyun shouted as he changed his equipment to the Evil Dragon Suit. This equipment enhanced his absorption rate several times that he was finally satisfied with the amount of experience that he got. Received 30400000 XP, 35W00000000000000 XP Euro 000000000. The 5WL0000000. Received 34W000000000000 Divine Arrows Divine XP. Chapter 385. Chapter 385. Yuan Qinglong's spiritual energy was quickly absorbed by Yi Tianyun. He could enhance the absorption rate some more, using the Crazy Mode, but Yi Tianyun was determined to not use the Crazy Mode for this fight. However, after a while, Yuan Qinglong's body soon faded and then disappeared only to reappear not far from Yi Tianyun's current position. Congratulations. You have successfully passed my test, Yuan Qinglong said excitedly. I really didn't expect that you'd be this strong. The other 2 cultivators passed using a cheap trick, while you are the only one using brute force like my test originally intended to, Yuan Qinglong added with an excited smile on his face. Thank you for letting me pass. I thought that I still have to keep going, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled warmly toward Yuan Qinglong. You've already succeeded as long as you can beat me in any way, but I am sure if I am alive you will have no trouble killing me, Yuan Qinglong said while smiling warmly. But, Senior, if you don't mind me asking, why are there 4 doors in the entrance, and why is this door the only one without difficulty and the smallest door there? Yi Tianyun asked Yuan Qinglong curiously. I am sorry, but I can't answer your question. That is not my duty, as this test is the only duty that I have. Now, as you've already passed my test, you can leave through this door and take the glory that awaits you later, Yuan Qinglong said as he showed Yi Tianyun the path leading to the exit. Yi Tianyun knew he wouldn't get any answer out of Yuan Qinglong, and he wouldn't be able to ask many questions as a phantom shadow, like Yuan Qinglong was bound to his duty and therefore only had the knowledge needed for their duty. So, Yi Tianyun nodded and immediately walked toward the exit while wondering what would the glory that Yuan Qinglong mentioned would be. On the other side of the gate, someone has successfully cleared the test on their respective door. I am finally out. This Earth-level door was too difficult. I can't imagine how hard the Heaven-level door would be, Shu Fei said to himself as he looked over to the Heaven-level door. Not long after, the Heaven-level door opened, and Hua Xing walked out from it looking pale and exhausted. Shu Fei noticed that there were no injuries on the fair lady's body, so he figured that the test might be spiritual attrition. She is a genius. She passed the Heaven-level door in a short amount of time, almost as fast as I finished my Earth-level door, Shu Fei said in awe of Hua Xing's achievement, but he quickly snapped out of his thoughts and immediately meditated to recover and cultivate a little bit more. Not too long after that, Wang Menglong also came out of the Heaven-level door, covered with blood. It was obvious to anyone that Wang Menglong was badly injured. But as he saw that Hua Xiying has already arrived without any injuries and was meditating to recover herself, Wang Menglong quickly took a position to recover himself as well. Even though he came out full of wounds, no one in that place dared to laugh at him, as passing the Heaven-level door itself was a big achievement on its own. During their meditation and recovery, many cultivators passed the Earth and Human-level door, while they also heard that some couldn't pass and die during the trial. That was not a rare occasion, as this trial was dangerous. If the cultivator really wanted to enter the trial, they must be prepared for death. There was no way to attain strength without risking your own life. Many people meditated and recovered themselves near the door as they successfully passed the trial. And so many people also took their leave as they deemed it sufficient for them to continue, but Shu Fei didn't move from his spot near the smallest door, waiting for Yi Tianyun to return. Idiot, he wouldn't come out from there. He's long dead inside that door, there is no way he survives. The Heaven-level door was basically almost impossible to pass, and that smallest door was meant to be harder than the Heaven-level door. Wang Menglong sneered at Shu Fei. Even Hua Xiying was shaking her head in disbelief as she knew that the Heaven-level door was the hardest while the smallest door was impossible to pass. But as soon as Wang Menglong and Hua Xiying were about to leave, the smallest door suddenly burst open, shocking everyone in the vicinity. Chapter 386. Chapter 386. The smallest door opened. This fact alone stopped everyone on their track to look over to the door, and they saw that Yi Tianyun was the one who walked out of the door like he just came out from a long passage. Hua Xiying and Wang Menglong also looked at Yi Tianyun in shock. They were sure that Yi Tianyun was dead. No one ever survived after entering the smallest door. Big Brother Yi, I knew you would come out from that door, Shu Fei said as he excitedly bounced around like a little kid. Yi Tianyun smiled lightly toward Shu Fei, and as he looked over to Wang Menglong and Hua Xiying, he smirked tauntingly. Yi Tianyun didn't know how hard the other door could be, but he was sure that none of those doors' trial would be as hard as the trial on the smallest door. Impossible. No one ever returned from that door before, Wang Menglong said spitefully. In fact, many cultivators who were shocked to see the smallest door was open for the first time began to doubt its difficulty and regretted their decision to never enter the door themselves. Shut up. If you think that this door is a scam, why don't you try it yourself? That way, you can prove that Big Brother Yi wasn't a swindler, Shu Fei shouted as he was getting annoyed by what other cultivators murmured about Yi Tianyun. I will try it later. It is impossible right now as everyone couldn't return to the entrance of the door, Wang Menglong said annoyedly. There's no need to deal with them, let's go further in, Yi Tianyun said to draw away Shu Fei's attention. Of course, Big Brother Yi. Let's go, Shu Fei said excitedly following Yi Tianyun, while no longer paying attention to the rest of the cultivators. Yi Tianyun walked forward with confidence, not even acknowledging Wang Menglong and Hua Xiying that he met earlier. He walked straight to the huge dragon's mouth with a passage visible inside. He didn't know where it would lead, but he sure didn't mind it. This brat was quite arrogant. I would like to see him face the challenge further in myself, Wang Menglong said as he walked behind Yi Tianyun. Hua Xiying also followed Yi Tianyun as she was intrigued. After entering the dragon's mouth, the path was spacious, but there was nothing there, not even a plant for decoration. After a while, the path forked, but Yi Tianyun decided to stay on his path and continued forward. Shu Fei wants to say something, but immediately refrained from doing so and decided to follow Yi Tianyun without any question. Wang Menglong and several other cultivators were immediately startled as they found themselves hitting an invisible wall. What is going on? Can't we advance from here? Wang Menglong said confusedly. A few cultivators also tried their best to check some sort of opening or clue on the invisible wall, but they immediately gave up as they couldn't find any. Yi Tianyun turned his attention toward Shu Fei and said, You are free to explore this place. Take this opportunity as an advantage and wait for me outside. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Yes, I will, Big Brother Yi, Shu Fei said as he immediately stopped beside Yi Tianyun and looked around the place for a road that he would choose. However, Yi Tianyun passed the invisible wall easily, shocking Wang Menglong and other cultivators who were still trying to find the opening of the invisible wall. They immediately realized that the problem indeed lied within the choice of doors earlier. There was no other reason Yi Tianyun could walk through the invisible wall, while they couldn't beside that reason. Chapter 387, Chapter 387. While no one saw any merit from passing the trial of the smallest door earlier, they finally realized this was where it came into play. They knew that the treasure usually lied in the deepest part of the cave, and now they couldn't reach it. What happened here? Did you really receive something different earlier? Wang Menglong shouted to Yi Tianyun. I don't know, but it seems that is the only difference between us, so you may be right, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. You conceited brat. I will make sure you pay for your cockiness later, Wang Menglong said as he quickly chose another path. Young master, wait, is the smallest door difficult? Hua Xin shouted to Yi Tianyun. It's complete chaos, almost impossible to pass, Yi Tianyun said after thinking of what to say for a while. Thank you, young master, Hua Xin said as she bowed her head respectfully to Yi Tianyun and left in a completely different direction than Wang Menglong. There were so many pathways they passed through after the spacious path of the dragon's mouth, but the thing was, it was all different as the cultivators chose their difficulty on the trial door. So, a cultivator who entered through the heaven-level door was only able to move through the path that was given for the said difficulties. The same could be said to Yi Tianyun as he soon encountered another forked path, but fortunately for Yi Tianyun, he had the Coiling Dragon treasure map. He chose the path that he wanted according to the knowledge on the map. He quickly walked toward his chosen path without hesitation, but as soon as he took a step to the new path, the path behind him disappeared. This meant that he couldn't return and change the path after deciding which path to go. I don't know what kind of treasure that lies ahead in this path would be, but it better be worth it, Yi Tianyun said as he continued to move forward. The Coiling Dragon treasure map only marked this path as a treasure path, but it didn't indicate what kind of treasure it was that lay at the end of the path. After a while, Yi Tianyun saw a huge dragon bone inside a room. Yi Tianyun was a little intimidated as the huge dragon bones in front of him exerted a powerful aura. He quickly went inside to see the sacred being from up close, but once he was inside the room, Yi Tianyun was surprised to hear a voice stating, "After so many years, finally someone worthy has come," but Yi Tianyun couldn't see anyone. But as he looked around, he finally saw a handsome man meditating near the dragon's bone, but his state was pitiful as he was pale and skinny. Great Emperor Renlong? Yi Tianyun asked curiously as he saw that the man kind of resembled Renjiro. I haven't heard of that name in a while, but yeah, I am Great Emperor Renlong. But starting today, you will be my comrade and spend the rest of our days here, Renlong said hopelessly. Why is that? What is the situation here? Yi Tianyun said as he didn't understand why Great Emperor Renlong would say something like that. I don't know how to get out of this place. There is no door or anything except for this great treasure. It was really tragic to have my hands on this huge dragon's bone, but couldn't take it anywhere, Great Emperor Renlong said as he looked over to the huge dragon's bone. Yi Tianyun looked all around the room, and sure enough, there was no exit. The only thing in the room was indeed the heavenly dragon skeleton. It must be destiny that drives you here, as there are so many paths leading to another room scattered before you took this path, Renlong said while smiling towards Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun just smiled lightly and sat across Renlong. He wasn't sure that this place had no exit, so he would like to inquire some question for the Great Emperor. Great Emperor Ren, did you come here after passing through the smallest door? Yi Tianyun asked. Yes, I am afraid there is no other way to come here without passing that door, Renlong said with a smile. You can call me Renlong as that title didn't matter in this place, Renlong said while still smiling warmly. Well, I am here to help the princess find you, Yi Tianyun said with a smile to match the emperor. Renjiro sent you? Do you know her personally? Renlong said excitedly, too excited that his aura suddenly filled the room. This is the true void spirit expert. Even if he was trapped inside this room for several years, his strength was not just for the show. I knew her personally. In fact, she entrusted me this token before I come here to find you, Yi Tianyun said as he pulled out the Heavenly Dragon Jade Pendant and gave it to the Emperor. This is the Heavenly Dragon Jade Pendant. It seems Jiro was fine outside. She must have really trusted you even to leave this pendant in your possession. So, what is happening outside? Tell me, I really am curious now, Renlong said excitedly. Yi Tianyun's admiration for this man continued to grow as it seemed that Renlong's fighting spirit wasn't ruining his power at all. Chapter 388 Yi Tianyun then went on and narrated everything he knew that was currently happening inside the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Renlong's expression changed from excited into fuming as the story went on. Prime Minister Long, how dare he trouble my little sister like that? He couldn't become an emperor because he lacks the proper skill to be one. It seems that he's really confident that he will become the next emperor now, Renlong said angrily. Yes, now the empire has split, and I doubt that Jiro could handle the empire by herself, Yi Tianyun said worriedly. Yes, I knew that Prime Minister Long would eventually take over whether Jiro was able to use the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure or not, Renlong said as he thought of a way to help his sister. Now, the only thing that I could think of is to go back to the Empire and help her ourselves. It was naive of me to hope for Jiro's safety without us there, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Yes, that would be for the best, but now I am not sure what to do to get out of this place, Renlong said, looking troubled. I knew for a fact that this heavenly dragon skeleton could absorb the spiritual energy from the cultivator who touched it, and so I have tried various things I could think of to no avail, Renlong said solemnly. Yi Tianyun immediately nodded his head as he already saw it from the start that the Emperor's cultivation was already dropped due to the constant consumption of blood essence to feed the heavenly dragon skeleton. So, when you are being pursued to the coiling dragon cave, you hid on the smallest door? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, but I soon realized that I must also get out of that trial as soon as possible, and so, with some luck, I passed the trial and came here immediately. I thought that I would be able to escape and get myself a few good treasures, but I never expected that this place didn't have any exit, Renlong said while looking a little bit down. Yi Tianyun thought over everything that he wanted to ask Great Emperor Renlong, and after a while he immediately asked, I found Renjiro inside a sealed cave before, and the weirdest thing is that she was sleeping. Why is that? Yi Tianyun asked Renlong curiously. You knew her while she was still asleep? Renlong asked, a little bit surprised. Yes, I was the one who accidentally wakes her up, but in my defense, she was going to die if she was left alone, Yi Tianyun said casually. I didn't expect to have this kind of encounter with you, but I thank you for your kindness towards her. I knew it sounds and seems weird, but I am the one who put her to sleep like that. It was all because of our heavenly dragon bloodline that was forcing the lineage to be masculine, and therefore if a girl was born, she would be prone to danger. Due to the nature of the heavenly dragon bloodline, a girl like her tend to have a cultivation deviation, Renlong said solemnly. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised. He doesn't know that Renjiro had that kind of problems. If she wasn't careful, she could explode as the cultivation inside her body became unstable. Yi Tianyun agreed that it was much safer for Renjiro to be asleep so that the cultivation inside her body could synchronize better with her body. So, she just has to go back to sleep until she is stable? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yeah, that's it. But I am afraid she wouldn't do that as she will feel obligated to keep the empire from collapsing. We have to be there for her, and that is the only solution, Renlong said optimistically. Perhaps I need to try to do something about this heavenly dragon skeleton myself, Yi Tianyun said as he stood up and walked toward the heavenly dragon skeleton. That's dangerous. If you approach it recklessly, your blood essence would be forcefully absorbed, Renlong shouted worriedly. Trust me on this, I have my own way, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Renlong. Renlong then nodded his head and silently stepped back and let Yi Tianyun approach the heavenly dragon skeleton by himself. Ding successfully take a hidden quest. Rescue Great Emperor Renlong. Reward on completion, 10,000 XP, 50,000 CPs, 100 Renlong's favorability. He became more fired up to finish this quest as he will get another 10 million XP from the completion, a step closer to breakthrough. Chapter 389. Chapter 389. Yi Tianyun immediately activated the Dark North Divine Art and Absorbing Star Great technique so that he could counter the Heavenly Dragon Skeleton's absorption. After activating these two abilities, Yi Tianyun immediately touched the skeleton, and to his surprise, the skeleton still absorbed a little of his spiritual energy. Equip Evil Dragon Suit, Yi Tianyun said to equip the suit immediately. As soon as the Evil Dragon Suit was equipped, Yi Tianyun was shocked as, for the first time, he didn't receive any XP from the absorption. Received 500 Dragon God Bloodline Mastery Points, 800 Dragon God Bloodline Mastery Points, 700 Dragon God Bloodline Mastery Points. Yi Tianyun immediately looked over the required amount of mastery that he needed to level up the Dragon God Bloodline. But as soon as he checked, he was a little bit disappointed as he saw that he still needed 1,000,000 mastery points to level it up. Meaning, this small amount of mastery point won't do much. He wondered if the skeleton had enough mastery points for a level of Dragon God Bloodline. If it did, there was no telling how powerful the Dragon God Bloodline will be. Are you okay? Renlong asked curiously as he saw Yi Tianyun's hands were emitting a dark light. I am fine. I can still absorb the energy from the skeleton, no problem, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled lightly toward Renlong. Well, if that was really the case, I hope you can finish it. You are our only hope now, Renlong said, feeling hopeful. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and continued to absorb the Dragon God Bloodline Mastery Point from the skeleton. If this was really the treasure of Coiling Dragon Cave, then he will make sure that he would get the best of it. Yi Tianyun even thought of leveling up his Dark North Divine Art as he thought that the skill would allow him to absorb the Dragon God Bloodline Mastery Points even faster. But after absorbing approximately 100,000 of Dragon God Bloodline Mastery Points, the Heavenly Dragon Skeleton moved, startling Renlong. Did it just move on its own? Renlong asked in disbelief. I think so. It clearly moved just now, Yi Tianyun said while observing the skeleton. But after a while, Yi Tianyun didn't think that the skeleton really moved, so he continued to absorb as much Dragon God Bloodline Mastery Points as he could. But suddenly, the Heavenly Dragon Skeleton slowly moved and talked, complete to Renlong and Yi Tianyun's surprise. Stupid human, how dare you absorb my energy? The Heavenly Skeleton said while sounding a little bit pissed. Yi Tianyun immediately jumped back to avoid any unnecessary injuries if by any chance the skeleton started attacking. Am I dreaming right now? Renlong said on the side as he was really surprised to see a talking skeleton. The heavenly dragon skeleton immediately slammed its tail toward Yi Tianyun and Renlong, but fortunately, the two could avoid the skeleton dragon's attack. But the heavenly dragon skeleton attacked once more, but this time, Yi Tianyun responded a little too late and therefore couldn't evade the attack. But as he was about to get hit, Renlong grabbed Yi Tianyun's shirt and immediately threw him out of the attack, but as a result, Renlong was in the line of attack. Yi Tianyun immediately gritted his teeth and grabbed Renlong's arm and immediately teleported them to the side. Unfortunately, the heavenly dragon skeleton's attack still hit Renlong somehow, as Yi Tianyun saw that Renlong's hands were shaking from the pain. Even though it's just a skeleton, it still has this much power. How could we defeat something like this? Renlong said hopelessly. But Yi Tianyun didn't lose hope. He immediately scanned the skeleton for any information using his appraisal eye. Heavenly dragon skeleton, 4th level void spirit stage description, extremely powerful when it was still alive. Equipment, equal to peak grade sacred tool. Combat power, 31W00 weakness, none martial arts, none reward on killing, heavenly dragon soul, heavenly dragon divine bone, dragon god bloodline. After acquiring all the information that the heavenly dragon skeleton had, Yi Tianyun immediately shifted his attention back towards Renlong. How could you sacrifice yourself like that, Brother Ren? Yi Tianyun said in disbelief. I can feel that you are the only one who could deal with this heavenly dragon skeleton, for I don't have the ability to do so anymore. But I am sure that I wouldn't be killed with only one hit from that thing, Renlong said while smiling lightly towards Yi Tianyun. That is not the point. I am here to save you, not let you die to save me. Furthermore, that thing has gone crazy, Yi Tianyun said as he pointed over to the heavenly dragon skeleton that was rampaging and destroyed anything in its sight. Heavenly dragon ancestor, I am one of your descendants. I hope that you could let us pass peacefully, as we never meant to do you any harm. We are sorry if our previous action pissed you off, Renlong shouted as he tried to reason with the skeleton. A descendant? Don't make me laugh. You humans stole our bloodline and dared to call yourself a heavenly dragon descendant? How dare you? I will kill you, human, the heavenly dragon skeleton shouted as it got even more irritated. Chapter 390, Note. Holy Tool, Sacred Tool, Heavenly Dragon Skeleton was completely out of control as it furiously slammed its tail toward Yi Tianyun and Renlong. After separating Yi Tianyun and Renlong, the heavenly dragon skeleton quickly opened its mouth and shot out a concentrated spiritual power toward Renlong. Renlong's complexion changed as he knew that the heavenly dragon skeleton was aiming for him, but he was saved by a cold arrow that hit the heavenly dragon skeleton's head. Thick ice immediately formed in the place that the arrow hit, freezing the heavenly dragon skeleton's head completely. But the freezing effect was not permanent. Soon enough, the ice completely shattered. I had a hunch that it wouldn't be enough for you, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately transformed into the evil dragon. The evil dragon was far bigger than the heavenly dragon skeleton, while the heavenly dragon skeleton was only 60 meters long and the evil dragon was 100 meters long. Renlong on the side was shocked to see Yi Tianyun's transformation, for he had the heavenly dragon bloodline in his blood, but even he couldn't transform into a dragon. Is he from the Dragon Clan? Renlong said to himself in disbelief. Dragon, the Dragon Clan, heavenly dragon skeleton said excitedly after seeing Yi Tianyun's transformation. Yi Tianyun ignored the heavenly dragon skeleton's excitement and immediately slammed his tail toward the heavenly dragon skeleton. Although Yi Tianyun didn't destroy the skeletons in one hit, that attack was clearly causing heavy damage. This is how you treat your guest. I don't know a heavenly dragon could be so rude, Yi Tianyun said as he pressed down the heavenly dragon skeleton so that it couldn't move. The heavenly dragon skeleton screeched and wriggled to break free, but it couldn't. Yi Tianyun in his evil dragon form was far more powerful than the heavenly dragon skeleton. The heavenly dragon skeleton roared once more, and this time a phantom shadow appeared near the heavenly dragon skeleton, while its combat power rose to almost reaching 70W00 points. Yi Tianyun was immediately forced backward, and the heavenly dragon skeleton was free as a result. Even though it's already dead, it still has this much power in it, Yi Tianyun said annoyedly. Crazy damage mode, activate. Dragon God Bloodline, activate. Yi Tianyun ordered the crazy leveling system. In an instant, Yi Tianyun's combat power reached 63W0000 points, but it was still weaker than the heavenly dragon skeleton. Level up the Dragon God Bloodline. Yi Tianyun ordered the system further. DING successfully consumed 56000 CPs to level up Dragon God Bloodline to 5th grade. DNG successfully leveled up the Dragon God Bloodline to 5th grade. Combat power increased 12 times upon activation. Next level requires 5000 CPs. Immediately, Yi Tianyun's combat power increased exponentially. Yi Tianyun roared as he currently had 7100 combat power. Yi Tianyun quickly attacked the heavenly dragon skeleton using his own tail, and unfortunately for him, the heavenly dragon skeleton also attacked at the same time, hindering his attack from hitting directly. As the two collided, Yi Tianyun immediately knew that his attack was undoubtedly stronger than the heavenly dragon skeleton's attack, but it was only by a small margin. meaning that he couldn't overpower the heavenly dragon skeleton easily with this much combat power. Yi Tianyun immediately burned his blood essence to gain more advantage against the heavenly dragon skeleton. His combat power rose once again, and this time, it stopped at 81 topser 000 points. He attacked the heavenly dragon skeleton once again using his tail, and this time, Yi Tianyun successfully knocked the heavenly dragon skeleton down to the ground. Under Yi Tianyun's heavy attack, heavenly dragon skeleton finally cracked. Even if it was treated as the same quality as a peak-grade sacred tool, it couldn't withstand Yi Tianyun's attack. Yi Tianyun didn't stop attacking and continued to smash the heavenly dragon skeleton that was already on the ground. Renlong on the side was stunned to see Yi Tianyun's performance. He was too powerful. Renlong estimated Yi Tianyun's power to be of the same level or higher than a 7th level Void Spirit Stage cultivator. Chapter 39.1 Chapter 39.1 Renlong was stunned as he saw Yi Tianyun kept beating the heavenly dragon skeleton with his powerful tail. The heavenly dragon skeleton couldn't even do anything except screamed in pain at this point, Yi Tianyun immediately using his clone secret technique to settle this as quickly as possible. The next moment, 3 more evil dragon appeared. They had 30% of Yi Tianyun's current power, which meant each of them had at least 25 W00 combat power. Yi Tianyun immediately ordered the 3 clones of himself to attack the heavenly dragon skeleton at the same time. What martial art is that? Renlong said in disbelief, as he has never seen such martial arts before. Renlong was also shocked to see Yi Tianyun was far more superior than himself in his peak condition. Yi Tianyun ignored Renlong and continued to attack the heavenly dragon skeleton as hard as he could. After a while, he finally broke the heavenly dragon skeleton into 2 sections, but Yi Tianyun was still able to see its combat power, meaning that it was not over yet. But this time, he took it easy compared to before. Finally, after a little while later, Yi Tianyun finally broke the heavenly dragon skeleton into 4 parts and transformed back into his human form. Yi Tianyun looked pale as he was burning his own blood essence to create an advantage against the heavenly dragon skeleton. He quickly consumed a few medicinal pills that could regenerate his missing spiritual energy, and he also quickly pulled out the enhanced version Blood Jade that he got earlier and restored his blood essence quickly. His complexion returned to normal soon enough, and fortunately Yi Tianyun didn't receive any backlash or permanent damage from burning his already tiny amount of blood essence. Damn you, human. How could you be part of our dragon clan? Heavenly Dragon Skeleton said weakly on the ground. Now, you clearly don't need to know any of that, Yi Tianyun said casually as he walked over and began absorbing the shattered Heavenly Dragon Skeleton on the ground. However, the small fragment of dragon's bone didn't give much, as Yi Tianyun absorbed only around 10,000 Dragon God Bloodline Mastery points, and the small fragment immediately turned into powder. No, I refuse to die at the hands of a human, Heavenly Dragon Skeleton said at his final breath. After speaking his last word, the flame on Heavenly Dragon Skeleton's head was extinguished, and suddenly another voice could be heard in the room. Thank you very much for your help of freeing the Heavenly Dragon from this place. You can have my power in the future, for you have the Heavenly Dragon bloodline. I hope you can keep the Heavenly Dragon's power for peace and don't ruin yourself on a quest for power, the voice said towards Renlong. Renlong nodded, and a white light immediately left the Heavenly Dragon skeleton and disappeared without a trace. After the white light disappeared, the Heavenly Dragon skeleton gradually turned into powder while countless energy being released to the air and seeped into Yi Tianyun and Renlong's body. Ding successfully killed the Heavenly Dragon skeleton. Reward, 20,000 00000, 5 000, Heavenly Dragon Soul, Heavenly Dragon Skeleton, Dragon God Bloodline, 4th grade. Ding successfully killed an elite enemy. Reward, 50 W000 XP, 100 W0 CPs, 5 W0 CPs EX Enhanced Lottery Ticket. Yi Tianyun didn't have the time to check the reward he got for the defeating the Heavenly Dragon skeleton, for he had to meditate to absorb the countless energy that was being released from the Heavenly Dragon skeleton. Receiving 100 to 000 XP, 225 to 00000, receiving 1 to 00000 points, 3000 was 0, and Dragon God Bloodline Mastery points, 2 to 500 Dragon God Bloodline Mastery points. The energy released from the Heavenly Dragon skeleton was unique, as it also contained a trace of Dragon God Bloodline Mastery points. This situation lasted for a couple of days, and they both kept meditating on the room diligently. But after they finally absorbed all of it, Yi Tianyun took a deep breath and finally felt satisfied with the reward he got this time. I don't know that there was such a tragedy here. I didn't expect any of this, Renlong said while looking a little sad. Brother Ren, what did you think actually happened here? Isn't it your ancestor who drives out the Heavenly Dragon here? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. No, when my ancestor arrived at this continent, this place was already abandoned. There was no Heavenly Dragon as far as I know. The ancestor built the Heavenly Dragon Empire by using the dragon's bone that could be found in this place. I never expected to find a Heavenly Dragon in here. This means that the ancestor was lying when they said that this place was abandoned. Renlong said, a little bit irritated. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised at Renlong's story, but he was also surprised to know that Renlong was really an honest man. Chapter 392. This site clearly belonged to the Ren family, but because Ren Long has never been here and wasn't aware of the history of the place, Yi Tianyun suspected the heavenly dragon skeleton had something to do with it. Brother Ren, what did you feel when you come here? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. When I came in, I felt something calling out to me, attracting me to this room. Ren Long said while trying to remember the feeling he felt that day. I knew it. It's all because of the heavenly dragon old ancestor earlier. I think he was trying to call out to the descendant of the heavenly dragon whether to sacrifice them to the skeleton or set it free. If you set it free, you get an incredible amount of dragon essence. But if you got sacrificed, you would die, Yi Tianyun said, explaining his theory. As Yi Tianyun explained, Ren Long's face was full of shock. He never thought something like that could happen until Yi Tianyun explained his theory. This makes sense, but it's a pity we can't really know the truth as the heavenly dragon old ancestor is the only one who knows of it. All we have to do know is to walk out from here safely, Ren Long said determinedly. Yi Tianyun nodded his head while thinking that this place was truly beyond the danger that he firstly imagined. The Coiling Dragon Cave treasure map said that the danger level was at peak spirit core stage, while it was far more dangerous than that. He guessed that the danger level was at least at 7th level void spirit stage. Yi Tianyun and Ren Long immediately followed a passage that opened as soon as the skeleton fell. While on the way, Ren Long couldn't contain his happiness that he finally will be able to go out of that place. I can finally breathe the fresh air again. I am so excited to see what has changed outside, Ren Long said excitedly. Yi Tianyun only smiled and kept walking forward as he wanted to leave that place too. At the same time, many people have gathered outside of the cave, looking happy after successfully receiving the treasure from the Coiling Dragon Cave. But some of them looked sad as they didn't get anything. This was because either they came in a group or someone beat them to the treasure in the path they chose. I am excited to see Big Brother Yi again. This time I want to show him that I've already broken through to Spirit Core stage, Shufei said to himself excitedly. Wang Menglong also came out of the cave while looking pissed off. His expression told everything. It was clear that he didn't get any treasure from inside the cave. Shufei, you got a treasure, right? Now take it out and give it to me, Wang Menglong demanded rudely. What? What are you talking about? Shufei said, looking confused about Wang Menglong's demand. I am Wang Menglong, you hear me. If you don't give me the treasure that you got from this place, I will beat you up and bring you back to Shu family. Don't you know that Shu family offered a reward for bringing you back to them alive? Wang Menglong said coldly. Well, you sure can try if you want, Shufei said while taking his sword stance. He didn't feel afraid of fighting Wang Menglong at all. You dare to defy me? You sure don't value your own life, Wang Menglong said while also taking his stance. I think you are the one who doesn't value your own life here. A voice suddenly surprised Wang Menglong from behind. Wang Menglong immediately looked back and saw that the voice belonged to Yi Tianyun with Great Emperor Ren following behind him. However, no one knew Ren Long's identity. Big Brother Yi, I have been waiting for you, Shufei said excitedly. Now what do we have here? You got a treasure too, right? Now hurry up and give it to me. Wang Menglong cut into the conversation. What happens if I say no? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. If that's the case, then I will personally search the treasure from your body, Wang Menglong said as he transformed his arm into a dragon claw. Yi Tianyun didn't feel threatened by Wang Menglong's transformation, but he got to say that he was a little bit impressed by the Wang family, because it was clear for Yi Tianyun that Wang family had accumulated resources needed to collect the dragon essence of this continent. Wang Menglong immediately rushed toward Yi Tianyun with an intention to kill, but Yi Tianyun was clearly faster as he immediately dodged the attack and grabbed Wang Menglong's dragon claw and slammed him to the ground. Is this the hand that would search my body? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. Bastard, don't you know who I am? Let me go now, Wang Menglong said furiously. Yi Tianyun sighed and immediately twisted Wang Menglong's arm in a flash, and the sound of bone shattering and a painful scream immediately filled the air. Chapter 393. Yi Tianyun clearly didn't care about someone else's status. Anyone who dared to bother him or the people around him will be treated them as his enemy, and because of that, he wouldn't care whether that person disabled for life or even dead. My hand! You broke my hand! Wang Menglong screamed loud enough that anyone in that place could hear it. I swear that the Wang family won't let you go for this. I will personally make sure that Wang family would annihilate your entire family. Wang Menglong threatened Yi Tianyun. Wang family? Did you mean the family of Army General Wang Tian? Ren Long asked curiously. It seems that your friend over there knows what I was talking about. Yes, Army General Wang Tian is my father. He is the Army General of Prime Minister Long. You will be dead soon, Wang Menglong said furiously. At the same time, Yi Tianyun wondered if this Army General Wang Tian was the same Army General Wang that he killed earlier. Surely Wang's surname was common around these parts, but if the Army General Wang that he killed earlier was Wang Menglong's father, how come Wang Menglong didn't know about it? Well, you sure talk big, huh? I will talk to Army General Wang and see what he wants to do with his child, Ren Long said while sneering to Wang Menglong. You are the one talking big. Who do you think you are? The great emperor. I advise that you obediently walk away after leaving your treasure behind. You will die if you disobey me, Wang Menglong said furiously. After hearing Wang Menglong's word, Yi Tianyun couldn't help but laugh to his heart's content. After all, the person in front of Wang Menglong was the great emperor himself. At the same time, Hua Xiying was surprised to see Yi Tianyun laugh so loud as she was just coming out of the cave herself. But as she looked at the situation in front of her, she was shocked to see the great emperor standing near Yi Tianyun, alive. Most people have never seen the great emperor Ren themselves, as the great emperor rarely showed himself and always devoted himself to the betterment of the empire. Of course, they could see the great emperor's portrait, but the great emperor's current condition made him look different than his portrait as he became skinny due to the lack of nutrients while he was trapped inside the coiling dragon cave. But Hua Xiying was different. She has already met with the great emperor in person before. Therefore, she knew immediately that the man standing beside Yi Tianyun was none other than the great emperor himself. Great Emperor Ren, Hua Xiying shouted as she was excited to see the great emperor was alive and well. Everyone in the vicinity was surprised after hearing Hua Xiying shouted the word Great Emperor. They immediately took out the portrait of the great emperor that they brought with them as one of the clues Ren Zero gave them. They began to compare the portrait with the real Ren Long and surprised to see the resemblance. No, is he really the great Emperor Ren? Wang Menglong said in disbelief. Let me ask you once again then, who did you want to annihilate before? This man is the noble guest of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Not even Army General Wang have the permission to mess with him. If I hear you talk rudely to Brother Yi again, I will personally make sure that you will get a proper punishment, Ren Long said coldly. Wang Menglong became speechless as he sweated nervously. This was truly disastrous. He never expected this kind of thing would happen. Not to mention he sweared and threatened someone in the presence of the great emperor himself. Great Emperor Ren, are you okay? Hua Xiying asked Ren Long worriedly. You are the lady of the Hua family, right? I am sure that I have seen you several times before, Ren Long said while smiling lightly. Yes, I am the little girl from Hua family. My name is Hua Xiying. Long live the great emperor. Hua Xiying said as she bowed her head toward Ren Long. Raise your head, if you want. You can come with me to the capital. I want to see Jiro right away. Ren Long said toward Hua Xiying. Brother Yi, let's go. Jiro awaits our return, Ren Long said excitedly towards Yi Tianyun. Shu Fei, let's go. Yi Tianyun said toward Shu Fei, inviting him to come along. The rest of the cultivator at the scene was shocked to see the great emperor was alive and well, because all this time Prime Minister Long told everyone that the great emperor was already dead. Big Brother Yi, I have listened to your instruction, and I found it. I found the treasure. Let me show it to you, Shu Fei said excitedly. No, don't take it out here. You will never know what people would do if you take out a precious item in public, Yi Tianyun said, preventing Shu Fei from taking out the treasure that he got from the coiling dragon cave. Oh yeah, you are right. I am sorry, big brother. That wouldn't happen again, Shu Fei said firmly. Well, I am glad that you are happy with whatever you got there. It must be something satisfying, right? Well, if you want, you can come to join my faction. Someone like you is always welcomed, Yi Tianyun said sincerely. Yes, brother, it was really a great treasure. But, Big Brother Yi, I am sorry. I must settle the problem that I currently have with the Qin family first. But I swear once I'm done with that, I will immediately come to you, Shu Fei said while feeling determined. Well, since you've already made up your mind, I will not stop you, but I will wait for you to join my faction later, Yi Tianyun said while smiling lightly. Thank you very much, big brother. I will solve this problem as fast as I could, and I will not disappoint you, Shu Fei said looking determined. Chapter 39.4 Chapter 39.4 Shu Fei immediately left after saying bidding farewell to Yi Tianyun. Brother, you seem quite interested in that young man, Ren Long said curiously. Yes, he's a good man, and he seems to have a knack to be a commanding general, and that is why I want him to join my faction later, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Oh, I don't know that you have your own faction. What faction did you come from, Brother Yi? Ren Long asked curiously. It's a new faction, still a third-grade faction at that. I don't think there are that many people who know about us yet, so it was useless to tell anyone about it, Yi Tianyun said while smiling a little bit. A third-grade faction? With your skill, it should be fourth-grade faction, no? But sure, I could help you talk to Shu family later with Long family's approval. I am sure Shu family will support him to join your faction, Ren Long said with a warm smile. It's okay, he will come to my aid soon. I believe he has the power to solve his own problems for now. Yi Tianyun said confidently. If you say so, just tell me if you need any help, Ren Long said confidently. Thank you, but I don't think I will. I didn't want to use an emperor's authority so casually like that. But we need to get to Jiro first. She must have waited for too long, Yi Tianyun said casually. Yes, we have a situation at our ends too. I couldn't wait to see the moment Prime Minister Long would pay the price, Ren Long said a little angry. Ding successfully completed the quest. Rescue Ren Long from the coiling dragon cave. Reward 10,000 XP, 50,000 CPs, 100 Ren Long's favorability. Yi Tianyun felt satisfied that he finished another side quest, and the two of them immediately flew towards the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Long has been waiting for a report from Feng Long, who hasn't come in a long while. What took Feng Long so long? Did he blow it? Prime Minister Long said while wondering. But not too long after, he snapped back to his senses as a frantic guards came in bringing some news. Report, sir. Great Emperor Ren Long has, the guard said, but he was immediately interrupted as an explosion was heard close by. Prime Minister Long immediately got out and checked for himself and felt shocked as soon as he saw that Ren Long, who riding a huge dragon, was alive and well. Damn it, what in hell's name did Feng Long do? How could he leave that treacherous place? Prime Minister Long said to himself, looking furious. Many generals rushed to check for Prime Minister Long's condition as the blast was close to the Prime Minister's room, but their complexion changed as soon as they saw that the Prime Minister was furious. We need to conquer the Imperial City as soon as possible. We couldn't let Ren Long take back his throne, Prime Minister Long said furiously. Wait, Prime Minister, don't you think we are rushing this? We can't lose the support from the influential family just because we don't plan things in advance, a general said confidently. Do you think I have a chance later after knowing that the great emperor's back? Prime Minister Long shouted as he got annoyed by the general's constant pleads for him to think things through. The general immediately fell silent as the Prime Minister was right. As soon as the great emperor took back his throne, no one would support Prime Minister Long. Relax, I have my own idea. I am thinking of inviting the imperial preceptor of the Netherworld Empire here. That way, the great emperor will focus mainly on dealing with the strongest army of the Netherworld Empire, Prime Minister Long said excitedly. Now, get ready. We will invade Imperial City soon. Prime Minister Long shouted to all his army. Ren Long, I will make sure you regret coming back. I will take the throne from under your corpse, Prime Minister said menacingly. Chapter 395, Yi Tianyun arrived at the Imperial City safely without any hindrance. He immediately arrived at the palace and met with Renjiro. Big brother, you are alive, Renjiro said happily while jumping into Ren Long's arm. Of course, I am alive. I will not abandon my beautiful little sister in this world, Ren Long said, reassuring Renjiro. Big brother Yi, thank you very much for helping my brother, Renjiro said to Yi Tianyun while grinning cheerfully. Anytime, Yi Tianyun said assuringly. Ding successfully completed a hidden quest. Help the Empire's goddess. Reward, 50,000 XP, 1,000 CPs, 200 Renziro's favorability, the title Empire's Protector God. Ding successfully accepted the next stage of the quest Help the Empire's Goddess. Assist the goddess to repel the Netherworld Empire. Reward on completion, 50,000 XP, 100,000 CPs, 50 Heavenly Dragons. Favorability points. Note, the reward will be doubled if the host successfully killed Prime Minister Long. Ding's congratulation to the host for successfully breakthrough to 9 the level core transformation. Yi Tianyun was excited that he could finally level up. Now he only had one more level to go, and then he could enter the infamous Void Spirit stage. Moreover, he was excited to see the next quest's reward will be doubled if he killed the infamous Prime Minister. We have to kill the Prime Minister, Yi Tianyun said to himself. Renjiro, who heard all of Yi Tianyun's words, curiously asked, Brother, did you mean what you said? Of course. But I don't think we have to go to him. He will come to us himself. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Impossible. I don't think he would risk his own safety by coming here to the Imperial City, Renjiro said surprisedly. It's possible. I'm positive that he sided with the Netherworld Empire, and if the Netherworld Empire also attacked the Imperial City at the same time, he will easily slip past our radar, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Netherworld Empire? Are you serious? Ren Long said surprisedly. Yes, the man who came and tried to kidnap Renjiro when I first arrived here was from the Netherworld Empire, I am sure of that, Yi Tianyun said confidently. If that is really the case, then we have trouble coming. The Imperial Preceptor of the Netherworld Empire was a tricky enemy, Ren Long said worriedly. But I am sure that they couldn't force their way inside as long as we have the Heavenly Dragon secret treasure, Ren Long added, reassuring Renziro. They all become silent as they began to think of a plan on their own. Is there any expert with higher cultivation in Heavenly Dragon Empire? Perhaps an old ancestor or two? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. I am afraid they were gone. No one really knows where they go. They left on a quest to find the old ancestor, Renjiro said sadly. Yi Tianyun nodded in understanding. He knew that once the faction was stable, the old ancestor didn't have any reason to stay in the faction anymore, and therefore if they chose to leave, that was fine. Then, we only have ourselves to rely on, Yi Tianyun said with a light smile. Of course, the future of the Empire lies in our hands, Ren Long said determinedly. But, Brother Yi, you don't have any obligation to help us. If you choose to leave, we will not hold it against you, Renjiro said worriedly. No, I will stay. After all, I am excited to bring an end to the Netherworld Empire myself, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. You are really kind, brother. You are like our Empire's protection god, Ren Long said with a smile on his face. It is my pleasure to help, Yi Tianyun said with a smile too. Now all that's left is for Big Brother Yi to join our family officially, Renjiro said excitedly. Don't worry, the process is simple, Renjiro added reassuringly. Renlong immediately took out a jug of wine and poured it out into 2 cups and handed 1 cup to Yi Tianyun. Now, all we need to do is drink. I don't have much to say, but I really like the idea of officially welcoming you to our family, Renlong said as he toasted with Yi Tianyun. Cheers to that, Yi Tianyun said as he also drank the wine. Chapter 396. Chapter 396. Don't forget to vote your favorite novel, Hurry. The most loaded novel would get 5 bonus chapters in the next month. The wine they shared indicated the bond that they would be sharing in the future, and therefore, Yi Tianyun would be considered part of the Ren family forever. From now on, you will become my little brother, for I am your big brother, and I hope that we could help each other in the future, Renlong said solemnly. Yi Tianyun nodded his head in agreement, and suddenly Renjiro interrupted them. Are you two forgetting me already? She said in a jealous voice. But sure, I am happy for the both of you, she said as she smiled to both Renlong and Yi Tianyun. Now, we have to think about what to do for Prime Minister Long, Renlong said solemnly. We can just kill him. It would make everything easier, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Yeah, I believe the 3 of us can solve this problem easily, Renjiro said cheerfully. I know that there is not much time, but is there any plan that you have to make sure we know first? Or some sort of countermeasure, maybe? Yi Tianyun asked Renlong. No, I haven't thought of any countermeasure at all. The only thing that I have to do now is to summon all of the army general and exclude the prime minister. We will see who is really loyal to the empire and who is not, Renlong said confidently. Yi Tianyun nodded his head, and Renlong immediately left to execute what he planned. Jiro, what is the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure exactly? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Well, I can't describe it perfectly, but I can take you there to see it for yourself, Renjiro said casually. Is that okay for me to see? Yi Tianyun said worriedly. Why not? You are my brother now. The secret of our family is also your secret, no? Renjiro said with a smile on her face. Either way, so far, only I and Big Brother Ren, who could wield the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, so I don't think to let you know would make any difference for now. Renjiro added a little bit teasing Yi Tianyun. Well, you are right so far. I want to see this secret treasure as it intrigues me, Yi Tianyun said with a smile of his own. Renjiro nodded and took Yi Tianyun into an underground passage. But the weird thing was that this passage wasn't guarded like anyone could come and go as they pleased. However, he knew that the safety mechanism was already installed in the room that contained the secret treasure. As he went down, Yi Tianyun could feel the almost similar feeling as the Heavenly Dragon skeleton's aura, but it wasn't as strong as the skeleton. Soon enough, Yi Tianyun finally arrived in the treasure room, and he saw a floating orb that released a similar aura with the Heavenly Dragon skeleton. Yi Tianyun saw that the orb was connected to the ground by vein-like energy. Yi Tianyun speculated that this energy vein covered the entire imperial city, for Renjiro has already said that the secret treasure could protect the entire city. So Yi Tianyun immediately looked at the secret treasure with his appraisal eye. Heavenly Dragon Secret Treasure, Lower Grade Divine Tool. Made with Heavenly Dragon Soul, Heavenly Dragon Skeleton, and Heavenly Dragon Blood Essence. Require a Grandmaster rank blacksmith to forge. Effect, Heavenly Dragon Power Enhancer, summoning a Void Spirit Stage rank Heavenly Dragon, Defensive Barrier. It seems like I almost have all materials necessary to forge it. All I need left is the Heavenly Dragon Blood Essence, but my blacksmith mastery is still low. I still have a long way before I can forge this thing, Yi Tianyun said to himself. This Heavenly Dragon Secret Treasure is a divine tool, and that is why the Netherworld Empire was adamant about conquering our empire, Renjiro said to Yi Tianyun. No wonder that this thing can only be wielded by a certain individual. The divine rank tool can recognize its master, right? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, all you need is a drop of blood. If your blood is recognized by the divine tool, it would consider you its master, Renjiro said, explaining how the divine tool worked. In fact, Prime Minister Long has also done the same thing, but fortunately, he wasn't recognized by the secret treasure, Renjiro said in relief. Yi Tianyun nodded his head in understanding. It was a little bit like a test. Can I touch it? Yi Tianyun asked curiously as he walked toward the secret treasure. Yes, but be gentle. If it considers you as a threat, you will suffer a serious injury from the backlash, Renjiro warned Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and approached the orb gently, and the closest he got, the stronger the energy he felt. When he touched the orb, suddenly, the entire orb shone brightly. It was enveloping Yi Tianyun with its dazzling light. How is this possible? A new master to the secret treasure? Renjiro said in awe. Chapter 39-7. After a short while, the burst of light seeped into Yi Tianyun's body, and immediately Yi Tianyun felt connected to the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, and he felt like he could control the secret treasure in any way he wanted. What just happened? Yi Tianyun asked Renjiro curiously. Brother, I think you are recognized as the master of the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure. What exactly did you do? Renjiro said, while still in awe of what just happened. I don't know. I am just touching it, Yi Tianyun said helplessly. He didn't know whether his action was forbidden or not. Then, can you try controlling the secret treasure? Renjiro asked curiously. Yi Tianyun nodded and immediately touched the orb once more, and this time a barrier made by the lights surrounded Yi Tianyun's body. You really are able to control the secret treasure. Impressive, Renjiro said, looking even more surprised. Was this because of the Dragon God bloodline? Yi Tianyun asked to himself. He immediately thought of the possibility that the Dragon God bloodline would grant him any access to control anything related to a dragon. This is great. Now that the three of us could control the secret treasure, its power will be much stronger than before, Renjiro said, snapping Yi Tianyun back to his senses. This thing could be controlled by many people at the same time? Wouldn't that disperse the power? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. No, it wouldn't affect the power. In fact, it will increase the power. This Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure only shows a small portion of its power. In order to maximize its power, we need to have greater cultivation or a greater bloodline, Renjiro said, a little bit discouraged. 1-0 said, a little bit discouraged. I will see what I can do in the future, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Great, now I will inform Brother Ren. He will be excited to know that the three of us could control the secret treasure now. It will make everything easier, Renjiro said excitedly. She then excused herself and went to find Ren Long. In the meantime, Yi Tianyun immediately remembered that he still got a 4th grade Dragon God bloodline that he got from the Heavenly Dragon skeleton. He knew that it could give him some mastery point for the Dragon God bloodline. DING successfully fused 4th grade Dragon God bloodline. Received 1W00 Dragon God bloodline mastery point. Yi Tianyun was quite satisfied by the number, but he still needed 4W00 more mastery points to level up the Dragon God bloodline once again. He couldn't help but think of the crazy mode, for it was the best thing that he wanted to level up. But as he didn't have enough crazy points at the moment, he had to think about something else. Suddenly, he remembered that he still had the enhanced lottery roulette ticket. He immediately activated the luck aura and used the ticket. The roulette began to spin, and finally, the arrow stopped at consumables. With lucky aura active, it still gives me a consumable? Yi Tianyun sighed annoyedly. The box dropped immediately, and the system immediately informed Yi Tianyun of what was inside. Ding's congratulations to the host for getting a 30x XP card. This is not bad. This could be useful later, Yi Tianyun said while feeling a little bit content of the prize. After opening the enhanced lottery ticket, he didn't have anything else to do, so he decided to go to the auction house to see what he could buy there. He decided to leave Ren Long and Renjiro for the time being, as he didn't want to interrupt their political meeting. So, Yi Tianyun flew directly into the market and finally saw an auction house by the name of Heavenly Dragon. He entered the place immediately and greeted by a salesgirl. Can I help you find anything you want, kind sir? The girl said politely. Yes, I am here to buy soul-accumulating grass. Did you have any? Yi Tianyun asked casually. I am sorry, sir, but we don't have any soul-accumulating grass as of late, the girl said apologetically. I see. Well, that's too bad, Yi Tianyun said while shaking his head. It seems that in this continent, the soul-accumulating grass is still rare. But as soon as Yi Tianyun wanted to leave, a middle-aged man stopped him and whispered that he had soul-accumulating grass for sale. Yi Tianyun was a little bit startled, but he didn't think this man was lying. Chapter 398. Chapter 398. The most voted novel would get 5 bonus chapters in the next month. You have soul-accumulating grass? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, I do, but I only have one. Follow me, the middle-aged man said solemnly. Although Yi Tianyun had his own doubt, he followed the man regardless. He was confident that he could survive through any situation in case this middle-aged man was up to no good. At the corner of some alleyway, the man immediately took out a soul-accumulating grass and gave it to Yi Tianyun. But there was also a small red crystal that was taken with the soul-accumulating grass. Sorry, that crystal wasn't meant to be there. But maybe you are also interested in buying this crystal, the man asked hopefully. No, I am only here to buy the soul-accumulating grass, Yi Tianyun said as he gave the red crystal back to the man's hand. The man seemed to be a little bit disappointed that Yi Tianyun didn't take any interest in the red crystal, but he immediately brushed it off. Is that so? Then I will sell this soul-accumulating grass for 1 million spirit stone. How about it? The man said excitedly. 500,000 spirit stone. I believe that the market price for the soul-accumulating grass is 300,000 spirit stone, and I am willing to give you an extra 200,000 for information regarding where you got the soul-accumulating grass. Soul-accumulating grass is very rare in the market, but that didn't mean it didn't have a fixed price on the market. It seems that you know your stuff. Well, I accept the price. I will sell it to you for 500,000 spirit stone, the man said while gritting his teeth. Great, here is your spirit stone, Yi Tianyun said as he handed the 500,000 stone to the man. Thanks. Here is your soul-accumulating grass, and follow me. I will lead you to the whereabouts of the soul-accumulating grass, the man said satisfied. Where are we going, and how long will it take to get there? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. He didn't have much time as he knew that Ren Long or Renjiro would need him soon. We have to go to the riverbanks, around half-a-day trip to the south, the man said casually. Yi Tianyun immediately grabbed the man's shoulder and lifted him up to fly towards the destination that he has mentioned. The man was startled as he never thought that a young man like Yi Tianyun was a core transformation expert. Don't worry, I won't drop you. But if you are dishonest to me, I might change my mind, Yi Tianyun said casually. Of course, I won't lie, the man said nervously. Under the man's guidance, Yi Tianyun finally arrived at the riverbanks. I found the soul-accumulating grass in this place along with this red crystal, and you may find the soul-accumulating grass again around here, the man said while handing Yi Tianyun the red crystal from earlier. Okay, you may go now, Yi Tianyun said casually. Thank you for your patronage, the man said with a smile on his face, and then left Yi Tianyun alone. After the man left, Yi Tianyun checked the red crystal, and his guess was right. This crystal was Phoenix crystal, which meant that a phoenix egg was nearby, or a baby phoenix. Yi Tianyun was excited to find the phoenix because it was a divine beast, which meant if Yi Tianyun was able to tame it as a pet, it would become extremely powerful later. So, Yi Tianyun immediately walked along the river to find the soul-accumulating grass and any hint about this phoenix. He was confident that a living phoenix would be found around here. Chapter 399. Chapter 399. Yi Tianyun searched the place excitedly. He knew that there was a chance that the phoenix has left the place already, but the probability it was still here was not zero. He knew that he must look carefully for it. Not long after, Yi Tianyun found a hole on the river that wasn't big but enough for a person to enter. He immediately used his spiritual energy to explore the hole as he didn't want to be trapped underwater. But unfortunately, the hole was too deep, and his spiritual energy couldn't cover it all, but he got the feeling that the hole was connected to the mountain nearby, and he also understood that the phoenix crystal must be coming from this hole. So, without any more hesitation, Yi Tianyun jumped down to the hole and quickly swam inside to find out what was in the other end of the hole. After going down for a while, Yi Tianyun finally felt the water around him changing direction upward, meaning that the end of the hole was near. Sure enough, he could see a faint light coming from the top. He became excited and immediately sped up to arrive quicker. After he got out of the cave, he immediately felt a strong heat that could be compared with the prison that trapped Ye Qingxuan. Yi Tianyun looked around, and suddenly he became excited. He saw a big fire parasol tree that swayed in flame while a small phoenix was resting below. Yi Tianyun could see many red crystals scattered around the phoenix, proving his theory that this crystal was once part of the phoenix's egg. But the place was a little bit weird, as he saw a divine rune around the room that prevented escaping outside. The only place left that could serve as an entrance was the small underground cave. Fortunately, the man Yi Tianyun met earlier didn't know about the rarity of the red crystal, otherwise he wouldn't let anyone know about this place. Yi Tianyun immediately walked forward, but as soon as he walked closer to the fire parasol tree, its leaves began to sway wildly and suddenly turned into flames and were hurled at Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised and immediately activated his absorbing stargrade technique. DING successfully added 50 Immortal Flame Mastery points, 100 Immortal Flame Mastery points. Hey, this thing increased Immortal Flame Mastery. This is great, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. He was struggling to add a mastery for this immortal flame, as he didn't really feel the need to level it up. He was focused on improving his combat power, so increasing his martial arts, ability, and crazy mode come first. Although he did increase the immortal flame's mastery from constantly using it, it was still far from leveling up. But he surely didn't expect that tree would attack him like this. He immediately used the appraisal eye to see what he was up against this time. Fire Phoenix Tree, 8th level Spirit Core stage. A tree born after the death of a phoenix had a trace of the soul memory of a phoenix. Automatically attack any outsider with Phoenix Fire. Reward on kill, Phoenix Soul, and Immortal Flame. Yi Tianyun was mistaken. It wasn't a fire parasol tree, but a fire phoenix tree. Although he always heard that a phoenix would never die, he never expected to have one transformed into a tree before. A couple more fire leaves shot out from the tree, and Yi Tianyun kept absorbing all its ki without any problem. The attack became more intense as he got closer and closer towards the tree, but as the leaf began to dwindle, the intensity of the attack dropped. It seems that this tree could attack as much as the amount of leaf it had. Yi Tianyun immediately assumed that the fire phoenix tree was only attacking him in order to protect the small phoenix below it. Yi Tianyun thought that maybe the tree was originally the mother of this small phoenix and wanted to protect it for the last time. Yi Tianyun didn't know whether the tree could communicate, but he surely wanted to. Yi Tianyun wanted to reassure the fire phoenix tree that he will protect the small phoenix, for he knew that the small phoenix couldn't leave this place, and this place didn't have any food to sustain the small phoenix's life. Chapter 400. The closer he was to the fire phoenix tree, the faster it shot. Yi Tianyun knew that the tree would be dead soon, as its spiritual energy was drained from constantly attacking. Stop, I am not here to cause any harm. I saw a small phoenix crystal outside, and it piqued my curiosity, that's all. Yi Tianyun shouted to the tree, but the tree continues to shoot him with the flame leaf. Stop! Look at the little phoenix over there. It was clear that it had malnutrition. At this rate, it will die soon, Yi Tianyun shouted again, trying to reason with the tree. After hearing Yi Tianyun's word, the tree stopped attacking for a while, but attacked again hesitantly not long after. Hear me out. I will make an oath to protect it as long as I can. I will never hurt it, and I will treat it right. I can even send it to any phoenix nest you want, Yi Tianyun said sincerely. Many cultivators thought of a divine beast as a treasure that could be seen with the dragon from the Netherworld Empire. The dragon soldiers were one of the highest-ranked military group in that empire. This applied to Phoenix as well. There was no way the Netherworld Empire would disregard any Phoenix if they ever found any Phoenix. They would immediately send many representatives to try to get the Phoenix for themselves. At the same time, the Fire Phoenix tree stopped attacking and seemed to calm down after hearing Yi Tianyun's oath. An oath was a sacred thing, so it knew that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to break the oath. Yi Tianyun also knew that he had to take the oath right away to appease the Fire Phoenix tree. I, Yi Tianyun, will do my best to protect the little Phoenix and find a way to send it home. Otherwise, I would be condemned, Yi Tianyun said sincerely. Suddenly the sky turned dark, and a divine rune immediately fell towards Yi Tianyun, signing the oath has been made. This meant that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to do anything that went against his oath, and he must finish it in order to be relieved from this oath. After the oath has been made, Yi Tianyun approached the Fire Phoenix tree, and, as he thought, it didn't attack anymore. Once he was under the tree, the Fire Phoenix tree began to sway again, making the leaf fall on Yi Tianyun. But this time, the fire on the leaves was different, it was soothing in a way, and the flame itself turned into Immortal Flame's mastery point. Successfully received 500 Immortal Flame Mastery Points, 789 Immortal Flame Mastery Points. The mastery of the Immortal Flames increased rapidly. Along with the falling leaves, a phantom shadow emerged beside the tree, condensing itself to be a huge phoenix instead of a human. You are different than any other human I have seen so far. I have entrusted my remaining phoenix fire inside your body so that you can use it in the future. The stronger your cultivation is, the more it could help you out, the phoenix said towards Yi Tianyun exhaustedly. What did you need me to do? Yi Tianyun asked sincerely. Please help me send Yanner back to the phoenix nest. After you send her back, our phoenix clan will reward you fairly, the phoenix said solemnly. Once again, Yi Tianyun received a bunch of Immortal Flame Mastery Points received. He knew that the Immortal Flame would be upgraded soon. DING, congratulations on leveling up the Immortal Flame to middle grade Earth level. Flame power increases 3 times. Blacksmith and pill refining success rate increased. Next level requires 500 mastery. Yi Tianyun was excited to see his Immortal Flame leveled up. With this, he was quite sure that he could increase the quality of the items he crafted or refined. Ding. Successfully accepted a side quest. Escort, a small phoenix, back to its nest. A phoenix's wish. Reward on completion, 200,000 CPs, 300 PPs, 100 Phoenix Clan's favorability. A new quest popped up and successfully startling Yi Tianyun as he saw the amount of XP was the biggest among his other quests. Chapter 401, I will leave my child in your care. Please, take care of her. The phoenix said as she gradually disappeared. The Fire Phoenix tree was slowly disintegrating along with the disappearance of the phantom shadow. The little phoenix was immediately awoken as she sensed that the tree that held her body was disintegrating. She quickly stood, but she wobbled and almost fell to the ground due to her current condition. She chirped to the tree, and her eyes were filled with tears. Yi Tianyun understood as the Fire Phoenix tree has been a mother figure to this little phoenix. Goodbye, my child, the phoenix phantom shadow said to the little phoenix. Yi Tianyun immediately sighed and tried to comfort the little phoenix by. But the little phoenix immediately pecked Yi Tianyun's hands and turned hostile. But Yi Tianyun wasn't mad about the little phoenix's rude behavior, it just lost its mother. So Yi Tianyun immediately pulled out the Immortal Flames and let the little phoenix bask in its aura. Look, I will do you no harm. Your mother has told me everything I need to know about you, and she also told me to take care of you. This is what your mother left me, Yi Tianyun said with a warm smile on his face. The little phoenix immediately calmed down after feeling the aura from the Immortal Flame, and Yi Tianyun immediately used this opportunity to hug the little phoenix and stroke her feather. Yi Tianyun immediately noticed that the little phoenix enjoyed his gentle approach, as it may have been lonely this whole time. Yi Tianyun also took out some medicinal pills to strengthen spiritual power and gave it to the little phoenix. Smelling the medicinal fragrance from the pill, the little phoenix chowed down the pills without a fuzz. Your cultivation is too low. I will refine an advanced level body refinement pill for you next time, Yi Tianyun said as he petted the little phoenix a little. Yi Tianyun couldn't give anything else to the little phoenix at the moment as the phoenix's cultivation level was indeed a bit too low. If he forced the phoenix to eat more medicinal pills, the phoenix might get sick. The little phoenix happily bounced to Yi Tianyun's arm as its favorability increased after seeing the Immortal Flame aura and being fed by Yi Tianyun. Now, little one, you have to enter my pet bar for a while. I am afraid that you might get injured outside, Yi Tianyun said affectionately. The little phoenix didn't seem to mind, and therefore Yi Tianyun immediately put the phoenix inside his pet bar. Great, now it is time to leave, Yi Tianyun said as he walked toward the hole once again. But as he got close to the hole, an explosion suddenly happened in the back of the room. I finally destroyed the great array that protected this place. I swear there must be treasure here, a voice shouted excitedly. Yeah, I found a phoenix crystal nearby. There must be a phoenix here. Another voice was heard among the rubble. A few figures immediately entered the cave with curiosity on their face, but they soon saw Yi Tianyun standing in the opposite direction as them, surprising them completely. Yi Tianyun noticed that one of them was Shu Jian, one of the people he met inside the coiling dragon cave. You again? Shu Jian said angrily. Yi Tianyun on the side was relieved that he got to the little phoenix first. Otherwise, the little phoenix would be taken away and probably sold to an auction. Long time no see, how are you doing? You are from the coiling dragon cave, right? Yi Tianyun said casually. Yi Tianyun noticed that the two other people who came with Shu Jian had pretty high cultivation, while the highest was at the 6th level core transformation stage. Do you know this guy? Liao Yunguang asked Shu Jian curiously. He is the guy that beat Big Brother Liao inside the coiling dragon cave earlier. He was the bastard that beat up your younger brother, Shu Jian said towards Liao Yunguang. So, he was the guy who was brave enough to stand against Liao family, Liao Yunguang said coldly. Yi Tianyun just shrugged his shoulder indifferently, as he didn't even consider these guys as a threat. Chapter 482, Shu Jian, was with core transformation expert, but they weren't a challenge to Yi Tianyun. Because of that, Yi Tianyun couldn't take them seriously. So, what would you do? If you ask me, I suggest that you leave and just forget about everything, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Everything will come with a price, and I am afraid you wouldn't like any of it, Yi Tianyun said, adding his threat even more. I agree, everything surely comes with a price, and it's due time for you to pay back what you have done, Liao Yunguang said coldly. Big words for a small person, no? Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. How dare you? I will break your leg myself, Liao Yunguang said while releasing his aura. Big brother Liao, please wait. We should ask about the treasure inside this place first. We still don't know what is in this place, Shu Jian said with a whisper. Liao Yunguang immediately realized that their goal was none other than finding a treasure from this place, and they must know about it first. Yi Tianyun heard them whispering and immediately sighed. Treasure? Did you believe this place would have a treasure? You can look around. This place was barren, Yi Tianyun said toward Shu Jian. Look around all you want, but I have to go now, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. As he walked toward the exit, the three of them immediately surrounded Yi Tianyun. Not so fast. If you want to leave, you must hand over the treasure first. You will not be able to fool us. There is no way a place hidden inside a great array would be barren, Shu Jian said while sneering towards Yi Tianyun. A great array surely makes it seem like this place had some treasure in it, but if you don't believe me, you could search this place for any trace of treasure. Yi Tianyun said indifferently, We don't believe you. You better hand the treasure you found to us right now, or your life will end today, Shu Jian said coldly. He was confident as he thought that Liao Yunguang could deal with Yi Tianyun. Otherwise, he knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with Yi Tianyun alone. Yi Tianyun felt annoyed as he really wasn't in the mood to deal with these guys. You're really pulling my leg over here. If you don't leave me alone, don't regret what happened to you later, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Stop boasting. You don't hold a candle to Big Brother Liao here, Shu Jian said to Yi Tianyun. Big brother, it seems that he doesn't want to cooperate. Maybe we have to force him a little, Shu Jian said with a smirk to Liao Yunguang. It's boring if I'm the one doing it. He'll die instantly. Let's play a little, Jilong. You go first, Liao Yunguang said to the other guy on their group. Yes, big brother, Jilong said excitedly. Jilong was at the 2ND level core transformation stage, which was too far from Yi Tianyun's cultivation. Jilong immediately pulled out a tiger claw and immediately grabbed Yi Tianyun and threw him to the air. He immediately jumped to the air and turned into a real tiger while aiming his claw to Yi Tianyun's head. His intimidating aura filled the air. Yi Tianyun sighed again in the air, as he couldn't seem to solve anything in peace. He immediately kicked Jilong in the air, and the force from his kick immediately sent Jilong flying to the wall. After Jilong fell to the ground, his body was completely still, dead. Now, who's next? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. Yi Tianyun was calm. He emitted no aura nor his killing intent, but Shu Jian started to realize that Yi Tianyun was more than they could chew. Shu Jian immediately ran toward Jilong to check his condition, and immediately shocked to see that Jilong was dead. How could he die just after one hit? A sense of fear and danger immediately enveloped him. Big brother Liao, Big brother Ji is dead, Shu Jian shouted nervously. You really want to die, you brat? Liao Yunguang shouted at Yi Tianyun in a fury. I already warned you not to provoke me, didn't I? Yi Tianyun said while shrugging his shoulder. Chapter 43. Now you have done it. I will kill you for what you have done, Liao Yunguang said coldly. Well, it's good if you have the power to do so. But sadly, you lack power, Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. You will see power when I am done with you, Liao Yunguang said furiously. Shu Jian, let's attack him together, Liao Yunguang said confidently. 2 against 1? Not fair, Yi Tianyun said teasingly. Liao Yunguang and Shu Jian immediately released their aura simultaneously. There is nothing fair in the battlefield, brat. You better learn about it in the afterlife, Liao Yunguang said as he pulled out his weapon for himself. Then I better get a helper for myself too, Yi Tianyun said playfully as he summoned the red and black dragon at the same time. The dragons immediately filled the room with their powerful aura, shocking both Liao Yunguang and Shu Jian. These two dragons were a level higher than Liao Yunguang and thus made both of Yi Tianyun's current opponent trembled in fear. Divine beasts? Shu Jian said in shock. His feeling was correct. Yi Tianyun wasn't someone they could fight. Now, there are two of you and two of my dragons. The battle becomes fair in a sense, no? Yi Tianyun said teasingly. Liao Yunguang was left speechless as he didn't know what to do, and so he immediately ran away, followed by Shu Jian right behind him. But Yi Tianyun wouldn't let this stand, and therefore ordered the dragons to bring the two of them back. The dragons immediately obeyed and flew toward the retreating Liao Yunguang and Shu Jian. The dragons then coiled their tail like a snake to capture Liao Yunguang and Shu Jian, but the strong tail also broke some of their bones, injuring them to the point that they couldn't move freely any longer. The dragons then released them in front of Yi Tianyun. Where did you want to go? Our games were just about to start, no? Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. I am sorry. Please let me go, big brother. I swear I will make sure my younger brother reflects on his rude behavior toward you later, Liao Yunguang said nervously. He didn't want to die, at least not now, and because of such a trivial mistake. Why would I do that? Didn't you say that you will kill me earlier? Yi Tianyun said teasingly. Knowing that he couldn't escape Yi Tianyun's grip without a fight, Liao Yunguang immediately descended into rage. Then I will kill you as you wanted, he said as he released all of his aura, but Yi Tianyun only smirked at Liao Yunguang as he was amused at Liao Yunguang's struggle. Yi Tianyun raised his hand towards Liao Yunguang and immediately interfered Liao Yunguang's power release, making Liao Yunguang feel the strong feedback of spiritual energy failure. Yi Tianyun also tossed a small immortal flame towards Liao Yunguang's hands. Although the flame was small, the effect immediately showed itself. Liao Yunguang screamed as the fire immediately burned his arm, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't extinguish the flame. He rolled on the ground, extinguished it with sand, even tapped it off with his shirt, but nothing worked. He immediately remembered the water hole inside the cave and jumped into the water to put it off, but after a while, he floated completely out of life. Dianyang successfully killed Liao Yunguang. Reward 309000 XP, 4600 CPs, 50 SPs, Rupture Palm Martial Art, Sweep Divine Leg Technique, Recovery Medicinal Pill, 10,000 EXPP, 5x XP card. Yi Tianyun was satisfied with the flame's power. After it was leveled up, the immortal flame could even burn a 6th-level core transformation expert with ease. On the side, Shu Jian trembled on the ground while looking at Yi Tianyun frightenedly. Don't kill me, please. I will do anything you want. I will never betray you, Shu Jian said while kneeling in front of Yi Tianyun. And why would I do that? Yi Tianyun asked coldly. I know. I found a phoenix crystal nearby. There must be a phoenix around here, Shu Jian said nervously. You mean this beauty? I already found it. I don't need your help with that, Yi Tianyun said as he summoned the small baby phoenix. How could this be? Shu Jian said in disbelief. Not only Yi Tianyun had 2 dragons with him, he also had a phoenix. That was simply enchanting. Chapter 404, Shu Jian was left speechless. He didn't have anything to offer as he thought that information about a phoenix would be enough to set him free. Please, I beg you, please spare me. I will never cause trouble for you again, Shu Jian said pleadingly. Do you really think that I would believe anything you said? Yi Tianyun said coldly. You know, I can't let anyone know about this phoenix, and the best person to keep a secret is a dead one, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun then desummoned all his tamed beasts and immediately burned Shu Jian to ashes with his immortal flame. After killing Shu Jian, Yi Tianyun sighed in relief and immediately searched for the storage ring left behind by the 3 idiots. Well, today was a great haul. I will definitely raise this phoenix for Aunt later, Yi Tianyun said excitedly as he flew back toward the Imperial City. Brother, where have you been? I can't find you anywhere, Renjiro said worriedly. But, well, I see that you are safe and sound, so save the story for later. You need to go to Brother Long's location. He has something for you, Renjiro said excitedly. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and immediately followed Renjiro to the hall inside the palace. Yi Tianyun noticed that many people have gathered in the hall, and it seemed that these people were those who supported Renlong as their emperor. These people were of high nobility, and therefore they had some sort of power within the empire. Yi Tianyun noticed that Hua Xiang was one of these people, but as she was surprised to see Yi Tianyun, the rest of the general, family representatives and ministers of the Heavenly Dragon that gathered in the hall were looking at Yi Tianyun in annoyance. What is this brat doing here? A man said, stating his annoyance. A murmur was immediately heard throughout the hall, as so many of the people gathered here didn't like the idea of Yi Tianyun attending the announcement. Brother Ren, what is going on? Why am I here? Yi Tianyun asked Renlong curiously. Where have you been? Jiro couldn't seem to find you anywhere, Renlong said with a smile. Let's save it for another time, brother, but I didn't expect to be here, so do others, Yi Tianyun said with a slight embarrassment on his face. I want you all to see this young man in front of you. I want you to respect him like you respected my family and me. He is officially my brother now, and therefore he was the prince of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Renlong said excitedly. The entire hall fell silent as the announcement really surprised everyone inside. What? What are you talking about, Great Emperor? You couldn't decide something like that on a whim. a minister said, stating his objection. The entire place began to get noisy, as everyone also stated their objection. Great Emperor, we wouldn't object your decision to make him your brother, but we couldn't agree with your decision to make him the prince. As you may know, we don't know him yet. We can't entrust a total stranger to control the imperial city to his liking, Minister Shu said worriedly. Minister Shu was the father of Shu Fei, and therefore Yi Tianyun could see the similarity between the two. Then what would you suggest? Renlong asked curiously. He should start by earning our trust. Let him build his own reputation worthy of the title Prince of Heavenly Dragon Empire. Furthermore, he must have the necessary strength and power to be the prince, Minister Shu said wisely. Almost everyone agreed with Minister Shu's word. Isn't it enough that he saved me when I was trapped inside Coiling Dragon Cave? Renlong asked curiously. I am sorry, Great Emperor, but that is not enough. A guard also saved Princess Zero on several occasions, but we don't see them become the princess consort for that, another minister said confidently. However, everyone was a little bit surprised to hear that Yi Tianyun was the one who saved Renlong from the dangerous area. Brother, show them the power you got earlier, Renjiro said after sighing a little bit. Yi Tianyun shrugged his shoulder and reluctantly stepped forward. He immediately created a shield around himself, stunning everyone once more. This shield was part of the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure's power, which means, if Yi Tianyun could control it, it was the same as being a great emperor or being the next heir. On the side, Renjiro chuckled to see Renlong, and the rest of the people inside the hall were shocked beyond belief. Chapter 405. You can control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure? Renlong said in disbelief. Well, I thought Jiro already told you that. I am sorry to surprise you like this, Yi Tianyun said sincerely. Sister, you really are, Renlong said while sighing. I am sorry, Big Brother. I don't expect to reveal Big Brother Yi's power like this either, but I was a little bit annoyed that they questioned Big Brother Yi, Renjiro said while puffing her cheek cutely to her brother. But Renjiro was smart. She knew that if Yi Tianyun's capability to control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure was announced, there would be no problem for him to be the new prince of Heavenly Dragon Empire. So, little brother Yi, would you like to become the prince of Heavenly Dragon Empire? Renlong asked Yi Tianyun with a big smile on his face. That would be an honor, Big Brother Ren, Yi Tianyun said as he bowed his head a little to show respect to Renlong. From today onward, little brother Yi would become the Prince of Heavenly Dragon Empire. See to it that a new palace will be built for little brother Yi's residence in the north of Heavenly Dragon Imperial City, Renlong said commandingly. Long live Prince Yi. Everyone in the room said as they began to chant Yi Tianyun's name. Now that we have Prince Yi to help control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, we don't have to worry about Prime Minister Long's attack. With the three of us controlling the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, the Imperial City would be invincible, Renlong said confidently. Are you sure the Prime Minister would attack? Why would he do this? Isn't he the Emperor's uncle? One of the ministers asked as he couldn't comprehend Prime Minister Long's goal. Yeah, there is no way he would collude with Netherworld Empire too, right? He has already killed so many Netherworld Empire soldiers, another minister said, stating his concern. You all know that Feng Long brothers were under the direct supervision of Prime Minister Long, and they are the one who entrapped me inside the Coiling Dragon Cave. This knowledge is enough to give him a death penalty. The law can't be broken only because he is my uncle. If he betrayed the Heavenly Dragon Empire, then death is the only thing that he deserved, Renlong said confidently. When everyone still had so many questions, a guard suddenly rushed inside the hall. I am sorry to interrupt, my Emperor. Prime Minister Long and Netherworld Imperial Preceptor is already on their way toward the Imperial City, the guard reported. Everyone was surprised to hear that the Netherworld Imperial Preceptor was also in the mix to attack the Imperial City. The Imperial Preceptor? Are you sure about this? Renlong asked for confirmation. There is no mistake, my lord. The flag of the Preceptor and the Netherworld Empire's flag was there between Prime Minister Long's flag, the guard said confidently. That is all we need to know. Prepare for battle, Renlong said commandingly. Right away, Emperor Ren, all the people gathered in the hall shouted simultaneously. They were exasperated to find out that Prime Minister Long really betrayed them. At first, they hoped that all the accusations directed to the Prime Minister were all just a false accusation. We will intercept them at the city gate, Renlong said as he commanded his troop to wait for the enemy at the city gate. Yi Tianyun and Ren Zero flew toward the city gate together, and they saw the enemy from afar. They saw that the enemy was like a group of black ants swarming toward the city. Activate the Heavenly Dragon Great Array, Renlong shouted as he used the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure and covered the entire city with a shield. Little brother Yi, I will deal with these rebels. I sure hope it won't turn out like this. But if it okay with you, I would like your help one more time, Renlong said sincerely. Big brother, have you forgotten about me? Renjiro said, interrupting their conversation. Of course not, but little brother Yi is new to the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and he was forced to deal with this nonsense. I just hope we don't disappoint him too much. And furthermore, if the Imperial City was taken over, I want you to escape with little brother Yi, Renlong said to Renjiro. Don't you think it's a tad too early to say anything about losing? Yi Tianyun said excitedly, for all that he saw in front of him was a large amount of XP. Chapter 406. Even though the enemy was far more superior in term of power than the army of Heavenly Dragon, Yi Tianyun didn't show any fear, for he could control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, and if he got a ton of XP after killing those enemies, even Imperial Preceptor would be no match for him. You are right, it's too early to talk about losing. We should let them know that our Heavenly Dragon Empire is not to be taken lightly, Renlong said as he gained new confidence. Yi Tianyun knew that Renlong's cultivation had dropped severely, but he couldn't help him at the moment, as he knew that even if he gave the Blood Jade to Renlong, he wouldn't be able to constitute his cultivation now. So, Yi Tianyun immediately checked the enemy ranks with his appraisal eye, but he didn't see any Void Spirit expert beside the 3 enemy leaders. That was a little bit disappointing as he didn't get the chance to fight that many strong opponents, but surely 3 Void Spirit expert were enough. The first one was, of course, Prime Minister Long, and the second one was Divine General Long Tien, and the last one and the strongest of those 3 was the Imperial Preceptor himself, which already gave a chilling aura to the Heavenly Dragon Empire's ranks. Prime Minister Long, 4th level Void Spirit stage. Equipment, high-grade Sacred Tool Battle Armor Combat Power, 21,000 normal state. Martial Art, Heavenly Dragon Battle Roar, Heavenly Dragon Battle Secret Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Art. Weakness, none drop on kill, Heavenly Dragon Battle Roar, Heavenly Dragon Battle Secret Art, Dragon God Bloodline, 30x ESP card. Imperial Preceptor, 6th level Void Spirit stage equipment, high-grade Sacred Tool Battle Armor, high-grade Sacred Tool Treasure Descending Dragon Banner. Combat Power, 32W000 normal state. Martial Art, Breaking Divine Secret Art, Netherworld Divine Palm. Weakness, none drop on kill, Netherworld Divine Palm. Breaking Divine Secret Art, Tyrant Rune Paper. Divine General Long Tien, 2nd level Void Spirit stage equipment, high-grade Sacred Tool Battle Armor, high-grade Sacred Tool, Divine Sword Combat Power, 18000 normal state, Martial Art, Descending Demon Sword Secret Art, by GN. Weakness, none drop on kill, Descending Demon Sword Secret Art, Dragon God Bloodline, Dragon Divine Sword. The enemy's cultivation was fairly strong, especially the Imperial Preceptor, but Yi Tianyun was sure that he could deal with them at some point. The Minister and General's cultivation wasn't bad either. They were at Core Transformation rank Expert, and the lowest soldier was at Spirit Refinement rank. Although the soldiers had low cultivation, they made up for it with their large number. But, as soon as Prime Minister Long had closed into the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City gate, he stopped. Long time no see, nephew. I thought you were dead, Prime Minister Long said tauntingly. Relax, uncle, I will not die just from something that trivial. Renlong said taunting back. But my first decree after I took the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Emperor's seat back was to remove you from your position as Prime Minister of Heavenly Dragon Empire, and you will be given death penalty right away for your betrayal towards the Empire and collusion with the Netherworld Empire, Renlong said commandingly. I am sorry, should I care? I would become the new Heavenly Dragon Emperor after I killed you, Prime Minister Long said coldly. I should have become the Emperor when your dad left, but because of that stupid Heavenly Dragon secret treasure, I couldn't become the new Emperor. What a joke, Prime Minister Long said coldly. I'm well aware that it's a bit unfair for you. But becoming the Prime Minister should have already compensated for that. But you still choose to betray us and collude with the Netherworld Empire of all people, Renlong said furiously. Prime Minister is not the same as an Emperor. I am much stronger than you. This is all because I didn't absorb much of that dragon essence. I will kill you and absorb your dragon essence so that I would be able to control that damn secret treasure too, Prime Minister Long said angrily. You know, the problem isn't because you didn't have enough dragon essence in you, but your corrupted heart. Heavenly Dragon Secret Treasure is a divine tool grade item, and therefore it's quite sensible on choosing its master. I believe if you were to become the Emperor at that time, maybe you've already sold Heavenly Dragon Empire to Netherworld Empire, right? Yi Tianyun said as he interrupted Prime Minister Long and Renlong's conversation. Everyone was shocked by Yi Tianyun's word. If that was true, then it meant Prime Minister Long had long become the spy for the Netherworld Empire. Chapter 407. Yi Tianyun's voice wasn't loud, but as he spoke, everyone couldn't help but listen. As everyone was surprised by his words, some of them began to wonder if there was some sort of magic inside the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure to recognize a traitor. But in fact, this was all just Yi Tianyun's nonsense. He said all this because he has already noticed the Netherworld Divine Palm and Netherworld Divine Art were listed on Prime Minister Long's data when he looked at him using Appraisal Eye earlier. There was no way he could master them both in such a short amount of time. He must have been colluding with Netherworld Empire for a long time ago. And who are you again, brat? Prime Minister Long asked coldly. My identity is not important to you, for you are just a low-life spy from the Netherworld Empire. From the beginning, letting you stay inside the Heavenly Dragon Empire was a mistake, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Prime Minister Long showed some fear after hearing Yi Tianyun's word. He knew that everyone on the Imperial City side would condemn him as they heard it. Even if he was able to seize the Imperial City, he wouldn't be able to keep it for long, as he knew that there would be resistance later. It's not the truth. Ren family has always treated me unfairly. I just had enough. They're always selected by that stupid secret treasure. Not because of their capabilities, but because of their stupid bloodline, Prime Minister Long said, trying to diffuse the anger towards him. So many eyes from each side brightened as they heard Prime Minister Long's word. They knew that the Ren family has always been in power, but was it something bad? You are the one who talks nonsense. I admit that my ability is still below you, but that is because I am still young. You've already experienced a lot of things and cultivated much longer than I did, but in the end, there's not that much gap between us despite your years of cultivation, which meant I have better innate ability than you do. And just in case you may ask the minister who stands beside me, did Ren family treat them unfairly? Ren Long said furiously. Hua family lord nodded his head as he didn't remember ever being treated badly by the Ren family. In fact, all he remembered was the good times when he served Ren family. Of course, there was punishment, but it was clearly in accordance with the law. There'd be no punishment for those who were innocent. As for the Great Emperor position, it is not for us to decide. It is all decided by the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure because no one in this country wants to be governed by someone who can't control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, doesn't it? The ancestor had already thought about this, so it is not out of our stubbornness. In fact, the former emperor, my father, had already said that your ambition was too big. Ren Long said while looking at Prime Minister Long with pity. So, if I never did any of this, you will give the throne to me? Prime Minister Long said with a sneer. Of course, I would never want to be a great emperor knowing that the empire was better off in someone else's hand. I didn't even want the Netherworld Empire Fisherman Point's profit, Ren Long said confidently. Ren Long's words shocked everyone. They didn't expect the great emperor to willingly give up his position if a peaceful way was an option. The general and minister serving Prime Minister Long were also surprised to hear Ren Long's word. Prime Minister Long's complexion changed because of Ren Long's word. He only wanted to steer public opinion against Ren Long, but now it was biting him back. Brother Long, why bother talking with them? Just get this over with already, Imperial Preceptor said coldly. Yeah, you are right. It seems that I have been here for too long. I must have become soft because of that. Let us end Ren family once and for all, Prime Minister Long said with a sneer. But suddenly, an extremely cold light shoot throughout the field towards Prime Minister Long and Imperial Preceptor's rank. It was so fast that Prime Minister Long was reacting to it a little bit too late, but fortunately, Imperial Preceptor was quick on his feet. He immediately waved his flag, and a great defensive array was instantly created. The great defensive array exploded as it was hit by the cold light. Everyone on their ranks was too late to respond, resulting in the death of several generals near Prime Minister Long. They were all frozen to death. Chapter 408. While everyone was immersed in listening to Ren Long and Prime Minister Long's conversation, Yi Tianyun has had enough, so he began to attack the enemy immediately. What is this? Who the hell is that brat? Imperial Preceptor said annoyedly. He never expected that Heavenly Dragon Empire had an expert of that caliber. He even released the defensive power of the flag on his hands, but couldn't fully contain that attack. I don't know. This is also the first time that I saw him, Prime Minister Long said curiously. I think we better start with him first, Prime Minister said as he pointed his finger toward Yi Tianyun. With that, the soldiers of Prime Minister Long and Netherworld Empire began to scream and rush toward Heavenly Dragon Imperial City. Archer group, prepare your arrow. Be ready to shoot them down, Ren Long shouted to the marksmen. The groups of archers immediately shouted in agreement and began to shoot the enemy from afar. The sky was immediately covered with a barrage of arrows, raining down on the enemy. But the enemy didn't cower. They began to block the incoming arrow, but many of them couldn't block it and fell victim to the raining arrow. The battlefield was immediately covered with blood as the enemies fell one after another. Jiro, let's go, Ren Long said to Ren Jiro to join the battle. He began to attack as he activated the power of the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure and summoned a 30 meters tall Heavenly Dragon. The dragon began to rush toward the enemy and attacked. Ren Zero also activated the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure at the same time, but her cultivation was a little lower than her brother. Thus, her dragon was a tad smaller than her brother's. But nonetheless, it was still deadly. The two dragons began to attack the enemy units and killed many of them who got close. These two dragons were quite powerful, as Ren Long's dragon was at 7th level core transformation stage, while Ren Jiro is at 3rd level core transformation stage. That was the power of the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure. Once a person was recognized as its master, they would be able to use its power, although another master was using its power too. The enemy soldier began to scatter as they tried to avoid the two dragons. These dragons summoned by the power of the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure were a little bit unique, as they couldn't die or even take any damage as long as the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure wasn't destroyed or the person who summoned the dragon wasn't killed. Did they think these two bugs would halt our progress? How impudent. Imperial Preceptor said as he immediately threw his flag to the sky, and suddenly it split into 6 parts and separated into 2 groups and headed towards Renlong and Renjiro's dragon. The flags immediately surrounded each dragon, and a circle of light immediately appeared and trapped the dragons inside. While they will not be destroyed easily, that didn't mean that they couldn't be trapped. Furthermore, if these dragons weren't destroyed, Renlong and Renjiro couldn't summon another one. You two thought that you could do anything you want as long as you had these 2 dragons, didn't you? But sadly, your time is up. I will be the one to control those dragons as soon as I absorb your dragon essence, Prime Minister Long said with a sneer. This is bad. The Imperial Preceptor was fully prepared himself to fight against our dragons. He came with the Descending Dragon's banner, Renlong said worriedly. Relax. Let's see what he would do if another dragon comes attacking their ranks, Yi Tianyun said as he activated the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure himself. A huge dragon immediately appeared, and this one gave off a powerful aura of the first-level Void Spirit stage, surprising everyone on the battlefield. Chapter 409. Everyone was shocked to see the appearance of another dragon, and the most shocking thing was the fact that this dragon was far more powerful than the previous 2. The dragon immediately rushed towards enemy ranks and started to kill them with his breath attack. The terrifying blast successfully killed many enemies, especially the lower cultivation of the enemy. Ding successfully killed Spirit Corps General. Reward 230W000 CP, 90-00 CPs, 50S, Violent Dragon Chop Martial Art, Flying to the Heavens Technique, Recovery Medicinal Pill, Spirit Breakthrough Pill. Ding successfully, the Heavenly Dragon that Yi Tianyun had summoned was killing the enemy like a child throwing a tantrum. But fortunately, Yi Tianyun had activated all the XP card that he had beforehand, maximizing the XP he earned. He had activated a 30x XP card, 20x XP card, 10x XP card, and 5x XP card, making his XP reward 65 times more than normal, and that was still excluding Crazy Mode. He also activated the 3x CP card and 2x XP card so that he also got more Crazy Points and Sin Points than normal. How could this happen? Where did this dragon come from? Imperial Preceptor said with shock still fresh on his face. He then looked over to Renlong, Renjiro, and Yi Tianyun, and he immediately thought that Yi Tianyun must be the one summoning this dragon. At the same time, Renlong was still in awe of the dragon that Yi Tianyun had summoned. It was far stronger than his own dragon. In fact, all soldiers of the Heavenly Dragon Empire looked at the dragon in such awe that they began to see Yi Tianyun with even more respect. The soldiers' morale began to rise as they saw that the new prince of the Heavenly Dragon Empire was so strong. They began to fight more valiantly and thus making them look stronger. The enemy was startled by this change and failed to react in time when the Heavenly Dragon Empire's soldiers charged. At the same time, Divine General Long Tian screamed and attacked Yi Tianyun's Heavenly Dragon with his strongest attack, successfully splitting the dragon in half. But this attack was a vain as the dragon immediately recovered itself and began to attack once more. Imperial Preceptor. We need your help with this, Divine General Long Tian shouted desperately. Imperial Preceptor gritted his teeth as his flag could only suppress 2 dragons at a time, but he knew that Yi Tianyun's dragon was far more aggressive than the other 2, and therefore needed to be restrained the most. Fine, I will take care of that one. You guys deal with this other 2 dragons, Imperial Preceptor said as he released the 2 dragons that he previously captured and moved toward Yi Tianyun's dragon. He immediately used the whole flag to restrain Yi Tianyun's dragon. He knew that only half of the flag wouldn't be enough to restrain such a powerful dragon. Unfortunately, after the other 2 dragons were free, they were held at bay by some strong cultivators as they weren't as powerful than Yi Tianyun's dragon. Prince Yi, it seems we have to join the war ourselves now, Renlong said with confidence. Not yet. I still have something else for them, Yi Tianyun said as he leaped forward and summoned a bunch of earth dragons, the red dragon and the black dragon at the same time. He is a beast tamer, the enemy shouted as they began to panic after seeing a large number of dragons. It was such a terrifying sight for them as they've never seen this many dragons in one place before. Chapter 410. Chapter 410. The most voted novel would get 5 bonus chapters in the next month. Imperial Preceptor was shocked as he saw the General Long's Dragon Legion was in the enemy's hand. And furthermore, how could a beast tamer control so many dragons at the same time? This was supposed to be impossible. In the meantime, the dragons kept killing the enemy one after another as there were only 3 people who could deal with those dragons because they were in the Void Spirit stage. Brother Yi, are you a beast tamer? Renjiro asked in awe. Yeah, but I can't keep them up that long. We need to help, Yi Tianyun said as he began to advance toward the enemy. The other soldier who was staying behind also began to advance, following Yi Tianyun's lead. How can this be? Not only was he strong enough to fight against me, he's also a beast tamer who can control so many dragons at the same time. Where is this child hiding this entire time? Did Ren family hide him? Prime Minister Long said annoyedly. Yi Tianyun smirked and began to bombard the enemy's rank with his ice-cold divine bow, forcing the enemy to retreat for a while. The Heavenly Dragon's Empire soldiers' morale rose once again. They began to rally toward the enemy. "You are really pissing me off. I will make sure you are dead today," Prime Minister Long yelled irritatedly. He immediately summoned a Heavenly Dragon Phantom Shadow and immediately attacked Yi Tianyun with his full power. Heavenly Dragon Battle Roar. Prime Minister Long shouted as he rushed toward Yi Tianyun with his sword pointed towards Yi Tianyun. At the same time, Divine General Long Tian was also attacking Yi Tianyun with all his might, but this time he chose to sneak attack Yi Tianyun. Ren Long and Ren Jiro were surprised by Divine General Long Tian's attack. They wanted to help Yi Tianyun, but they were too late. Divine General Long Tian's attack was too sudden for them to react. "Die, brat!" Divine General Long Tian shouted as he got close to Yi Tianyun. But Yi Tianyun could react to his attack in time and quickly grabbed Divine General Long Tian's sword with his bare hand and smirked toward Divine General Long Tian tauntingly. "You are too weak. Not even Army General Feng can injure me, you know," Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. Yi Tianyun then quickly pulled the sword and grabbed Divine General Long Tian's shoulder, startling Divine General Long Tian completely, and threw him towards Prime Minister Long's attack that was aimed toward Yi Tianyun. Divine General Long Tian immediately fell to the ground, covered with blood, but it was not over just yet. Yi Tianyun immediately flew toward Divine General Long Tian's position and quickly stabbed Divine General Long Tian's heart with a long sword that he took from Divine General Long Tian earlier. "You are too weak. Practice some more in your next life, you traitor," Yi Tianyun said coldly. He then proceeded to burn Divine General Long Tian with his immortal flame, burning him to cinders. Ding successfully killed Divine General Long Tian. Reward: 36 Derbior 00 XP, 15 Derbior 000, 1 Derbior 0 CPs, Descending Demon Sword Secret Art, Dragon God Bloodline 4th Grade, Dragon Divine Sword. The explosion of experience that Yi Tianyun has gotten was much appreciated. He now only needed a little bit more to level up. He wanted to kill stronger enemies as not to waste the time limit of his EXP card. "One down, 2 to go," Yi Tianyun said as he smirked towards Prime Minister Long. Chapter 411. Was he fighting against two people at once? It wasn't fair, but there was hardly anything fair in a battlefield. With his evil dragon suit, Yi Tianyun has confidence that he would be able to block any of the Void Spirit's attack as it increased his defensive power by 20 times. While the soldiers from both sides were shocked to see Yi Tianyun's explosive power, the battle still ensued. Even though Prime Minister Long had lost his general, he still pushed through relentlessly. Yi Tianyun's dragon army kept killing the enemy soldier everywhere, which made the Heavenly Dragon side have a much easier time on the war. Yi Tianyun felt satisfied as he got so many XP CPs, and the most important thing to have new overpowered equipment, the Sin Points. Ren Long on the side also felt motivated and quickly joined the battle as well. Even though he couldn't fight against Prime Minister Long or the Imperial Preceptor, he could still fight against the soldiers up to the core transformation. 1. Wow, 2v1 seems unfair. But it's okay with me. Yi Tianyun sneered at Prime Minister Long while holding the Dragon Divine Sword on his hands. "How dare you? I will kill you, bastard," Prime Minister Long said as he gritted his teeth in irritation. He still couldn't believe that Divine General Long Tian was killed easily like that. He was a Void Spirit expert. At the same time, the Imperial Preceptor summoned several divine runes on the sky, and a big great array appeared on top of Yi Tianyun. "Divine Thunder," Imperial Preceptor shouted coldly. Yi Tianyun smirked as he knew that a thunder-attributed attack wouldn't work on him. He immediately pulled out the Heavenly Thunder Divine Pearl that he got from Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder of Divine Runes Mansion and absorbed the thunder that the Imperial Preceptor's Great Array has summoned. "What? Where did the thunder go?" "What did you do?" Imperial Preceptor said, baffled by the scene in front of him. "Well, I will not take what is not mine, so here you go, you can have it back," Yi Tianyun said as he pointed the Heavenly Thunder Divine Pearl toward Imperial Preceptor and released the stored thunder. Prime Minister Long was startled as he happened to stand near Imperial Preceptor, but he wasn't as fast as the Imperial Preceptor, and now he was in the direct path of the thunder. "Heavenly Dragon Battle Secret Art," Prime Minister Long shouted, and his body was immediately covered with a thick dragon scale. He immediately screamed, and suddenly a Netherworld Divine Palm immediately appeared to block the incoming thunder. Everyone was shocked once again as what Yi Tianyun had said earlier was true. Prime Minister Long was part of the Netherworld Empire for quite a long time. There was no way that he could master the Netherworld Divine Palm, which was the Netherworld Empire's martial art, if he hasn't joined the Netherworld Empire that long. As the Divine Palm collided the thunder, loud noise and dazzling light burst on the skies, turning everyone's attention towards Prime Minister Long and Yi Tianyun. "That's a Netherworld Divine Palm. You really are a spy from Netherworld Empire," Ren Long said furiously. He let Prime Minister Long stay inside the Empire for a long time. He even treated him like a father figure on the past. But he was a traitor all along, and now all Ren Long felt was just anger. The soldiers from Heavenly Dragon also felt angry toward Prime Minister Long, as they didn't want to believe that he was from the Netherworld Empire all along. Even some of the soldiers on the Prime Minister Long's side also showed anger and disappointment toward Prime Minister Long. Chapter 412, Yi Tianyun smirked as his goal was to expose Prime Minister Long in front of everyone. They surely have known that Prime Minister Long had some kind of relationship with the Netherworld Emperor, but they didn't know how deep his relationship was, so that Prime Minister Long's move completely exposed his identity. The effect was as clear as day. Yi Tianyun could see that some of Prime Minister Long's generals and soldiers were having a second thought of this battle. Some generals even shouted to Prime Minister Long that he was a liar and that they didn't sign up to help the Netherworld Empire. Some of them began to surrender to Ren Long, saying that they didn't want to fight anymore. But Prime Minister Long had a completely different thought. He immediately killed those that surrendered immediately. You are all idiots. Did you think the Heavenly Dragon Empire would accept you back just because you surrendered? You will be killed or imprisoned there. You're better off fighting for me, or else I would be the one killing you myself. Prime Minister Long said confidently. The rest of his army looked at him in fear as they didn't want to die, but they also didn't want to fight this battle anymore. They looked over to Ren Long in hopes that he would help them out. Ren Long noticed this and immediately stepped forward. Put down your weapons and surrender back to your empire. I promise you that I will not kill or imprison you, for you are tempted by a man that you have trusted for a long time, Ren Long said charismatically. Ren Long seized this opportunity to weaken the enemy's morale and reduce their fighting power. But he will keep his word, he will let the enemy surrender, but he will not allow them to serve the empire again. He couldn't accept a traitor to work under him ever again. Ren Long's word worked like a charm. Many general and soldier from Prime Minister Long's rank surrendered to the Heavenly Dragon Empire and stopped fighting altogether. Prime Minister Long began to panic as he knew that he was losing the battle. Stop! If you surrender, I will kill you right now with my own hands, Prime Minister Long said nervously. How will you plan to do that if you're going to die right here, right now? Yi Tianyun said coldly as he used the ice-cold fury towards Prime Minister Long. As he released the powerful arrow, worth as much as 60 million combat power towards Prime Minister Long, the ice-cold bow cracked. It seemed the bow was no longer able to contain Yi Tianyun's tremendous power. Prime Minister Long immediately released his aura in full power and immediately used the Netherworld Divine Palm once more. But this time, the powerful arrow shot through the Divine Palm like it was nothing and hit Prime Minister Long directly. Prime Minister Long immediately tried to shake off the large ice that was formed outside of his body, but he immediately realized that the freezing arrow wasn't all there was to it. Murdering dragon poison? Shit, how dare you do this to me, brat? Prime Minister Long said as his face became paler. Yi Tianyun knew that the ice-cold fury wouldn't be able to hold Prime Minister Long down for long, so he used the poison that he got from killing the assassin in the forest earlier. He covered the tip of his arrow with the poison so that once it landed, Prime Minister Long wouldn't be able to regenerate fast enough to join the battle. But suddenly, Imperial Preceptor appeared behind Yi Tianyun and already prepared to attack. But Yi Tianyun wasn't one that could be killed sneakily like this. He instantly teleported to the back of the Imperial Preceptor and immediately impaled the Imperial Preceptor with the Red Dragon Divine Spear. You better learn again how to sneak attack on people, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Chapter 413, Imperial Preceptor was attacked. Furthermore, it was a sneak attack by Yi Tianyun. All of the soldiers from both sides were shocked by this fact. Yi Tianyun continued to drive the Ren Dragon Spear further inside the Imperial Preceptor's body, killing him on the spot. But unfortunately for Yi Tianyun, this was not the Imperial Preceptor's real body, as the body that Yi Tianyun stabbed turned into a log. Yi Tianyun was quite surprised as he didn't expect to kill a fake. This is why I couldn't detect him properly before. I didn't expect he could use this kind of technique earlier, Yi Tianyun said as he felt a little bit annoyed by the Imperial Preceptor. At the same time, Imperial Preceptor was taken aback by Yi Tianyun's technique. He saw that Yi Tianyun was using teleportation. Now all of his strategies have gone in the drain as he knew that none of them would work as long as Yi Tianyun had the power to teleport away anywhere he wanted. But the most unexpected thing was that Yi Tianyun successfully destroyed his clone. He made the clone with so much preparation that once it was destroyed, he felt a tremendous backlash. Yi Tianyun then turned into the evil dragon in order to end things with Prime Minister, long before the Imperial Preceptor could intervene again. Everyone except for Ren Long was all shocked as they saw a tremendous dragon appeared in the sky, blocking the sun from their sight. Yi Tianyun then roared and immediately attacked Prime Minister Long with his dragon claw. He was ready to kill Prime Minister Long in one fell swoop. Prime Minister Long was frightened and immediately tried to escape, but the murdering dragon poison in his system prevented him from moving as fast as normal. Imperial Preceptor, save me, Prime Minister Long shouted. The next moment, Imperial Preceptor quickly intercepted Yi Tianyun's attack with a divine rune that created a shield on the air. But Yi Tianyun immediately forced the shield down, crushing it in one go. With his dragon form, Yi Tianyun's combat power had reached 78 million points. There was no way anyone there could stop him. Yi Tianyun didn't want the battle to drag on any further, so he intended to end it quickly. Imperial Preceptor's complexion changed considerably. His defensive divine rune was useless, and now, with Prime Minister Long on his back, he wasn't sure that he could block Yi Tianyun's attack anymore. So, Imperial Preceptor immediately activated his last resort divine rune. His body began to glow while his clothes were shredded, revealing a divine rune that was also glowing brightly. His body began to enlarge to 3 meters tall, exerting a powerful aura in all directions. Imperial Preceptor also pulled out a long sword that was also 3 meters long, with many divine runes engraved on it. He quickly looked over to Yi Tianyun and immediately swung the sword towards Yi Tianyun. With his swing, a phantom shadow appeared, also attacking Yi Tianyun with the long sword. The attack was devastating. It could destroy anyone who was weaker than the Imperial Preceptor for sure, as the power of the attack reached 84 million points. This attack itself has already surpassed Yi Tianyun's power, but then again, Yi Tianyun smirked as he saw the Imperial Preceptor's attack. Chapter 414. The powerful attack was Imperial Preceptor's last resort. This was the best that he could do without burning his blood essence. But on the other hand, he used all his divine rune. However, Yi Tianyun didn't try to dodge Imperial Preceptor's attack, and therefore he extended his hands to counter the powerful attack with his own attack. As his claw collided with Imperial Preceptor's attack, a tingling sensation ran through Yi Tianyun's body, indicating that he was starting to lose the power struggle. But as he was about to burn his blood essence, a system notification suddenly beeped. DING, congratulations to host for successfully breakthrough to core transformation peak stage. His combat power immediately increased to 85 million points. Yi Tianyun smirked and immediately repelled the attack, breaking it into countless light dust. But unfortunately for Yi Tianyun, Imperial Preceptor used this opportunity to escape with Prime Minister Long on his arm. They both witnessed Yi Tianyun destroyed Imperial Preceptor's attack and getting shivers from the raw power that Yi Tianyun had exerted. But Yi Tianyun also knew that this was all because of the evil dragon suit that he wore. Without it, he wouldn't have the confidence to take Imperial Preceptor's attack head-on. But that wasn't all. It was also because of his upgraded Dragon God bloodline that further enhanced his defensive power. Yi Tianyun was also surprised to see that Imperial Preceptor was also capable of increasing his power beyond the power that his cultivation should have, as Yi Tianyun knew that the attack that Imperial Preceptor just launched was at least comparable to the 8th level Void Spirit stage, while the Imperial Preceptor himself was still at 6th level Void Spirit stage. But this was common in the higher level as equipment, and other items could possibly increase their power beyond their own cultivation level. Yi Tianyun believed that the attack Imperial Preceptor just launched earlier was exceptionally powerful because he used all his divine runes at the same time. At the same time, the Imperial Preceptor was trying his best to carry Prime Minister Long to escape from Yi Tianyun. That brat freaks me out. How could a teenager like that have that kind of power? Imperial Preceptor said nervously. Yeah, I didn't expect a strong backer like that in the Heavenly Dragon Empire myself, Prime Minister Long said while still showing a painful expression. Imperial Preceptor had no choice but to withdraw from the battle, as he had no other means to win against Yi Tianyun at the moment. Prime Minister Long was also poisoned and therefore couldn't continue fighting. Imperial Preceptor also issued the order to retreat for his troop, as they would be massacred if they stayed in the battlefield any longer. Drop your weapon. If you surrender, you will live, but if you choose to run, you will be chased and killed, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He would never let any enemy escape ever. To further prove his point, he ordered the Black Dragon to burn the soldiers who tried to run from the battlefield. The troops from both the Imperial Preceptor's rank and Prime Minister Long's rank immediately dropped their weapons and got down to their knees. They really didn't want to become cinders just yet. Yi Tianyun was satisfied for now and immediately chased after Imperial Preceptor. With the effect of the Phoenix Wings, he could catch up with the Imperial Preceptor in a short amount of time. Where did you want to go? Our fight is not yet done, Yi Tianyun said as he got close to Imperial Preceptor. Imperial Preceptor and Prime Minister Long were shocked to see Yi Tianyun already got so close to them, even though they were sure that they were far enough from him before. Damn you meddling brat, Imperial Preceptor said as he used the Netherworld Divine Palm to attack Yi Tianyun and prevent him from getting any closer. But Yi Tianyun was much stronger now. Even though this Divine Palm was stronger than the one Prime Minister Long used earlier, it wasn't as strong as Yi Tianyun right now. So, without any further effort, Yi Tianyun broke the Divine Palm attack and slammed both Prime Minister Long and Imperial Preceptor down to the ground. But, as Imperial Preceptor hit the ground, the Divine Talisman on his neck shone, and he quickly flew away quickly, faster than Yi Tianyun right now. Chapter 415, Tisk, a Heavenly Speed Divine Talisman, huh? Yi Tianyun said. He was annoyed as he wouldn't be able to catch Imperial Preceptor like he intended to. Brother Long, I will avenge you, Imperial Preceptor shouted as he got away from the battlefield. As Imperial Preceptor left the battlefield, the banner that he used to trap Yi Tianyun's Heavenly Dragon dropped to the ground, releasing Yi Tianyun's Heavenly Dragon. The banner itself was a treasure. The Imperial Preceptor was so nervous about fighting Yi Tianyun that he had to leave his treasure behind. At the same time, Prime Minister Long was lying weakly on the ground. His body was receiving the full effect of the murdering dragon poison, and that rendered him unable to move. He could only watch as Yi Tianyun descended in his dragon form and walked towards him. Yi Tianyun then transformed back to his human form as he got closer to Prime Minister Long. Now, I would be happy if I can kill you, but it wasn't my place to do that. I will turn you to Brother Ren as he was the only one that you betrayed the most, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Ren Long and Ren Jiro arrived at the scene and immediately walked toward Prime Minister Long. We treat you like family, and instead, you pay us back by spying on us. Furthermore, you caused so much damage to the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Ren Long said coldly. Ha ha ha, that is because you are too stupid to see what is in front of your own eyes. Just kill me now. But for your information, the Netherworld Empire would never let you live peacefully, Prime Minister Long said while smirking tauntingly. You won this time because of him. You are lucky to have such a strong aide at the right time, Prime Minister Long said as he pointed his finger towards Yi Tianyun angrily. Yi Tianyun only looked at the dying man indifferently, as he didn't care about what he thought. Rest assured, if the Netherworld Empire didn't attack us, we would be the one coming after them, Ren Long said confidently. You are delusional. You don't even know how much power that the Netherworld Empire has, Prime Minister Long said while laughing painfully. Yi Tianyun has had enough and immediately drove his sword right in the Prime Minister's heart. It's okay, even if they have the power beyond our imagination, we just have to keep trying, Yi Tianyun said confidently. DING successfully killed Prime Minister Long. Reward, 64W00 XP, 50W0 CPZs, 5W0 Divine Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Dragon God Bloodline 4th Grade. Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor, Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword, Heavenly Dragon Battle Boots, Netherworld Heavenly Book, Netherworld Passage Chart. Yi Tianyun also got a lot of XP from the dragon army that he sent to deal with the escaping enemies, but there was no particular reward that piqued his interest. He was a little disappointed too because he thought that Prime Minister Long had to be an elite enemy, but the system didn't think so. In the meantime, Ren Long ordered the army to kill all the remaining Netherworld Empire soldiers on the battlefield, and because of that, the Netherworld Empire soldiers immediately ran away, trying to save their life. The scream was heard throughout the battlefield as soldiers obeyed Ren Long's command. But it didn't take long to finish off all the remaining Netherworld Empire soldiers. Ding successfully completer. Assist the Imperial Goddess to resist Prime Minister Long's invasion. Reward 50W00 XP, 100-00 XPS, 50 Heavenly Dragon Empire's favorability. Successfully killed Prime Minister Long, doubling the quest reward. Reward 100-000 XP, 200-000, 100 Heavenly Dragon Empire's favorability. All the reward was immediately doubled from the initial amount. Yi Tianyun immediately was at least satisfied after seeing the amount of reward that he got. He was excited to level up to the Void Spirit stage. Chapter 416, Heavenly Dragon Empire has won the battle. The news spread across the continent that Netherworld Empire finally was no longer undefeated. Furthermore, it was an army led by none other than the Imperial Preceptor himself. The news didn't stop there. Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure could be controlled by 3 people was also a hot topic by almost every faction across the continent. That meant the Heavenly Dragon Empire has become so much stronger. The news about the defeat of the Netherworld Empire's army and the death of Prime Minister Long also reached Netherworld Emperor's ear. He could no longer contain his anger as Prime Minister Long was his brother. Imperial Preceptor cowered in fear. This was the first time after a long while that he felt this carnal fear from the Netherworld Emperor, as this was his mistake too. I am sorry, Great Emperor. The power of the one that helped the Heavenly Dragon Empire was beyond my expectation. I was caught off guard, Imperial Preceptor said apologetically. Can't you fight with all your power? Aren't you the number 2 person inside this empire? Netherworld Emperor said angrily. I can, but I got there underprepared, my lord. There is little I can do to defend against his tremendous power over there, Imperial Preceptor said as he tried to make an excuse. Now that it has come to this, I have to be the one to face that man myself, Netherworld Emperor said angrily. Great Emperor, you can't leave yet. Think about your hard-earned cultivation. If you leave the palace now, it will all be for naught, Imperial Preceptor said worriedly. Brother Long is my younger brother. Did you expect me to set his revenge aside? Netherworld Emperor said coldly. No, Great Emperor, that's not what I mean. You are already at the final step. If you got the Dark Dragon power, Heavenly Dragon Empire wouldn't stand a chance. You could exact Brother Long's vengeance at that time, Imperial Preceptor said as he tried to reason with Netherworld Emperor. Damn it, you are right. Brother Long, I will avenge you. Just you wait. Netherworld Emperor said as he gritted his teeth and sat at his throne again, finally calmed down. Originally, Prime Minister Long was to sneak into Heavenly Dragon Empire and create a chance for Netherworld Empire to attack and occupy the Heavenly Dragon Empire, but it would result in the destruction of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and that was not the goal of the Netherworld Empire. But now, Heavenly Dragon Empire could fight back because of just one guy. One person completely foiled years of planning. This is our negligence. I will make sure it wouldn't happen again. If the Great Emperor gets the Dark Dragon strength, Netherworld Emperor could ascend into the Divine Nation status, Imperial Preceptor said confidently. We will destroy all of them when the time comes, Netherworld Emperor said coldly. At the same time, Yi Tianyun has just finished helping the Heavenly Dragon Empire getting rid of the corpses in front of the Imperial City as the battle ended. He was a little bit disappointed that the quest he had didn't have any follow-up quest, even though Renjiro wasn't a goddess just yet. Brother Yi, what are you doing here? Renlong said as he saw Yi Tianyun stood in the lobby alone. Nothing, I am just checking the situation outside, and I notice everything has calmed down once again, Yi Tianyun said casually. Yeah, but I still don't know what the Netherworld Empire plan next. I think the Netherworld Emperor himself will lead his army to attack Heavenly Dragon Empire next, Renlong said as he tilted his head, wondering what the Netherworld Empire would do next. Brother Ren, you don't have to think about it so hard. Is there something else bothering you? I am here if you need to talk about something, you know, Yi Tianyun said as he saw that Renlong was thinking too hard. I am still not sure. You are far more powerful and competent to be the next emperor than myself. The truth is, I don't really want this position as the emperor myself. I prefer to go on an adventure without any worry, you know, Renlong said sincerely. Yi Tianyun was a little bit startled by Renlong's honesty. He didn't know what to say to Renlong at this point. Chapter 417. I am honored that you spoke highly of me like that, but I am not sure about becoming the emperor myself. Isn't it better to let Jiro become the new empress? She could become the goddess in the future? Yi Tianyun said sincerely, that little girl, I almost forget about her. You are right, but she still needs a few more guidance, but I believe she could become the goddess in the future, Renlong said as he smiled happily to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun shook his head at Renlong with amusement. You know, if she heard that you forgot about her, I believe she will make you suffer, Yi Tianyun said as he laughed a little bit. Yeah, just don't let her know. I will make an excuse later, but I am sure she would catch on that I really want to travel the world, Renlong said casually. Poor little Jiro, she has no other choice but to accept her brother's weird demand later, Yi Tianyun said teasingly. Well, I wouldn't force her. If she doesn't want to do it, then I will stay. But maybe I will travel quite a lot to another continent, Renlong said while smirking to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun laughed as he knew that Renlong would do whatever he wanted regardless of his position. Well, I will meet Jiro now. Better ask her now than later. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Your little Zhufei was rushing towards Qin family mansion earlier. I am afraid that he might be avoiding you, Renlong said casually. Is that so? I will check on him later, Yi Tianyun said a little bit disappointed. Hey, don't read into it too much. It may just be because of your new status was far too high for him to be comfortable to brazenly meet you. I suggest you meet him yourself, Renlong said as he turned and searched for Renjiro. Yi Tianyun fell silent for a while and immediately made up his mind before he went back to Heavenly Cloud's mansion. He had to meet with Zhufei first. Yi Tianyun then immediately rushed towards the Qin family mansion without any more hesitation. At the same time, at Qin family mansion, Zhufei was shouting for Qin Shui to meet him outside her door. The door was finally opened, revealing many people from the Qin family who were annoyed by Shufei's persistence. Why are you still here? Just give it up. Our family has decided to marry Qin Shui to Fu family. We couldn't marry her to you while you don't even have the blessing of your own family, Elder of Qin family said coldly. Qin Shui, I am here to pick you up, Shufei shouted as he ignored the Elder of Qin family. You brat, I will personally throw you out the gate myself, Elder of Qin family said annoyedly. Second Elder, please stop. A beautiful woman quickly stopped Elder of Qin family. Little Shui, you finally came out, Shufei said happily as he saw the Qin Shui came out of the door. This time, I have come to bargain for your hand to marriage, Shufei said confidently. You talk big, brat. What can you give for us to change our minds? The Elder of Qin family said condescendingly. I will exchange this treasure for that, Shufei said as he took out a pearl from his pocket. This is a lower-grade sacred tool Heavenly Spirit treasure bead. If you use this to cultivate, you can increase your cultivation speed by several levels. At first, I wanted to use it myself, but on second thought, I'd better give it up as a betrothal gift for little Shui, Shufei said confidently. Interesting, I never expected a brat like you would have a treasure like that. A new figure appeared from the mansion door. He was a representative of the Fu family. He didn't want to show up at first, as he didn't want to associate with Shufei, but as he saw the treasure that Shufei held, he just couldn't hold themselves. Chapter 418, The Heavenly Spirit Treasure Bead, as a betrothal gift. There was no family in their right mind would reject that offer. No wonder Shufei was confident that he would get what he wanted with this. Yes, this is definitely a sacred tool rank, the second elder said curiously. Yes, it is a sacred tool treasure. I intended to use it for my own, but as soon as I heard that little Shui would be married to Fu family, I guess it is better to use this item as a betrothal gift, Shufei said confidently. Qin Shui wiped a tear that streamed down her face as all she really wanted was to be with Shufei, but she couldn't disobey her family too. But a man came out from the house, interrupting Shufei to make another demand. That is not enough at this point, the man said commandingly. This man was none other than Qin Long, the head of the Qin family. Your treasure is definitely valuable, but did you know what makes a family prosper? That is a connection with other families. If a family has many good connections with other families, they'll receive help from so many directions. With that in mind, what would you offer to my family? Could you protect us in time of need? If you have the support of your Shu family, maybe I could consider your betrothal with Qin Shui, Qinlong said confidently. Qinlong's word left Shu Fei speechless because it all made sense. A treasure could do so much while a connection could take the family to a completely different level. Give me a little time. I will definitely protect Qin family in the future, Shu Fei said desperately. Time? How many years would it take for you to be powerful enough to protect us? 5 years? 10 years? Now, stop your delusion, boy. Unless Shu family backs you up, I will not let Qin Shui marry you, Qinlong said wisely. Stop it, father. Big brother Shu had saved me. If it is not because of him, I would have died, Qin Shui shouted to his father. Enough, child. I will give him money for his help, but I will not allow him to marry you. No waste would become the groom of Qin family, Qinlong said coldly to Qin Shui. But suddenly, another group of people arrived at Qin's family house. Shu Fei, you are really here, Shu Ji, Shu family lord said casually. Oh, look at that. You have a sacred tool in your possession, Shu Ju said sarcastically as he saw the heavenly spirit treasure bead in Shu Fei's hands. Father, this is my betrothal gift to Qin family, Shu Fei said to Shu Ju desperately. Are you a fool? Why would you use a sacred treasure as a betrothal gift? This sacred treasure was way better in your brother's hands, Shu Ju said coldly. Are you saying that my daughter wasn't worth the sacred treasure, Shu family lord? Qinlong said coldly. Hey, I didn't mean it that way, but Qin family wouldn't have any need of the sacred treasure, right? After all, you never have any, Shu Zi said tauntingly. The two family lord kept exchanging banter to one-up another while Shu Fei was feeling sorrowful on the side. He didn't expect his father would come, and on top of that, his father wanted him to relinquish his sacred tool to his brother. Now, give me that sacred treasure, and let's leave this place, Shu Ji said as he reached for the heavenly spirit treasure bead from Shu Fei's hands. But Shu Fei evaded Shu Ji's hands and immediately put it back inside his storage ring. You dare to defy me, boy? Shu Ji said coldly. This is my treasure. I work hard to get it without you or the family's help. I don't have any obligation to give it to you, Shu Fei said confidently. Even if you didn't receive any of our help, your treasure is still family treasure, Shu Ji said as he walked closer toward Shu Fei. And why is that? Why does his treasure become a family treasure when he doesn't have his family's support? A new voice joins in. Chapter 419. The new figure was very domineering, drawing everyone's attention towards him. But once they saw who it was, they immediately kneeled in respect and fear. Hail Prince Yi, almost all of them said at the same time. After the war, no one inside the Heavenly Dragon Empire didn't know of the terrifying power that Yi Tianyun possessed. But Shu Fei was the only one who showed a shocked expression above anyone else. So, why did I get the feeling that you were avoiding me? Yi Tianyun asked Shu Fei as he walked closer towards him. I am sorry, big brother Yi, but I was startled of the big gap between us, and therefore afraid that you will not need anything for me anymore, Shu Fei said sincerely. Have confidence, Shu Fei. You are stronger than you thought, Yi Tianyun said casually. Did you really mean it? Shu Fei asked curiously. Of course, why wouldn't I? So, this is the root of your problem, not getting support from your family? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, I am afraid that is the real problem for me, brother, Shu Fei said a little bit embarrassedly. Well then, Qin family lord, I am now his backing. Is it enough to make him your daughter's husband? Yi Tianyun asked Qinlong commandingly. It is enough, my lord, Qinlong said as he bowed his head lower for Yi Tianyun. He immediately ordered his wife to prepare a tea to welcome Prince Yi into his house. At this time, Shu family was aghast when they found out that Shu Fei knew Prince Yi well. They couldn't voice anything to Shu Fei, afraid that they would somehow offend Prince Yi. After all, with the power that Yi Tianyun had shown in the war earlier, everyone knew that destroying a family was easy. You don't have to kneel in front of me, now get up and embrace your future husband, Yi Tianyun said to Qin Shui warmly. Qin Shui obeyed and immediately ran toward Shu Fei with a smile on her face. Seeing Yi Tianyun so easily dealt with his problem, Shu Fei knows that he must get stronger fast. I will talk with the great emperor later. I will make a personal request that to treat Qin family better in the future, Yi Tianyun said to Qinlong with a smile on his face. Qinlong was speechless as he got more than he bargained for, so he bowed his head more and expressed his gratitude excessively towards Yi Tianyun. Now, you will stay safe inside Heavenly Dragon Empire if you don't show any disobedience toward your emperor and commit any crime inside the empire. I guess it was a reasonable request from me, so keep cultivating as best as you can. With that said, I will take my leave, and I will also take Shu Fei and Qin Shui with me, Yi Tianyun said towards Qinlong politely. Yes, my prince. Of course, and thank you once again, my prince, Qinlong said with his head still bowed respectfully. Now, you two can come with me. You don't have to stay here, Yi Tianyun said while smiling towards Shu Fei and Qin Shui. Yes, of course, big brother Yi, Shu Fei said while nodding his head excitedly. But as soon as they were about to leave the place, Shu Ji spoke with Shu Fei for a moment. Please come back whenever you want. Shu family's door will always open for you, Shu Ji said to Shu Fei sincerely. No, I wouldn't be back to Shu family in my life again, Shu Fei said confidently. Shuju's face was enveloped in sorrow. He regretted ever isolating Shu Fei, for no one ever expected that Shu Fei would be close to the powerful prince. Are you sure about your decision to leave your family behind? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. I am sure. I've hated him since he killed my mother, Shu Fei said coldly. Okay, I will respect your decision, Yi Tianyun said casually, but the next thing startled him tremendously. Big brother Yi, I, Shu Fei, swear to follow you forever. No matter what order you gave, even if it was killing my closest person, I will follow you to no end, Shu Fei said as he kneeled in front of Yi Tianyun, taking his vow. Qin Shui also kneeled, even though she didn't have the same feeling towards Yi Tianyun as Shu Fei, but she will marry Shu Fei soon, and a wife always followed her husband's decision. Ding successfully achieved an absolute loyal general. Reward, 100 command points, shared XP CPs with the loyal general. Yi Tianyun was surprised. This meant that the loyal general was another form of pet that he already had because the pet system also shared the same trait. However, this was much better than a pet as a general had a mind of their own. Chapter 420, Yi Tianyun checked Shu Fei's status, and he saw that Shu Fei's favorability indicated an infinity sign, meaning that favorability wasn't part of the equation anymore. This was the first time for Yi Tianyun to see this kind of symbol inside someone's status. Even though Shi Shuiyun also believed in him wholeheartedly, it was still different from the loyalty that Shu Fei would be showcasing his entire life. I will help you cultivate as efficiently as I can think of, Yi Tianyun said excitedly as he wanted to see the level-up reward that he would get as soon as Shu Fei leveled up. Now, if you don't mind, I have a place for both of you in my faction. It is called Heavenly Cloud's Mansion. That is, if you don't mind joining my faction, Yi Tianyun said politely. Heavenly Cloud's Mansion? We have never heard of it before, Shu Fei and Qin Shui said at the same time. Yes, it is a new faction. The name itself comes from my real name, Yi Tianyun, Yi Tianyun said as he explained the Heavenly Cloud's Mansion and showed Shu Fei and Qin Shui his real face by taking off the mask that he always wore. Is this really you, big brother Yi? You look way younger than me, Shu Fei said as he was shocked to see Yi Tianyun's real face. Well, my true face is rarely known by the public, but in front of you I don't see any needs to cover my face, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. After that, Yi Tianyun wore his mask once again and led them both to return to the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City. Yi Tianyun still needed to talk with Ren Long about the next plan against Netherworld Empire. Once Yi Tianyun met with Ren Long, they both immediately talked and prepared a foolproof plan to take down the Netherworld Empire once and for all. Originally, Ren Long intended to take down Netherworld Empire by the power of Heavenly Dragon Empire, but as soon as he heard Yi Tianyun's plan, he immediately agreed as there was no harm on adding more assurance to the plan. After their discussion was over, Yi Tianyun immediately summoned the Black Dragon and left toward Heavenly Cloud's mansion with Shu Fei and Qin Shui, while Ren Long prepared his elite soldier to rendezvous with Yi Tianyun later. If their plan worked smoothly, there was no need for Heavenly Dragon Empire to bring a huge army to attack the Netherworld Empire. After Yi Tianyun arrived at Heavenly Cloud's mansion, he took off his mask once again and walked toward the gate leisurely with Shu Fei and Qin Shui followed behind him. Aunt, I am back, Yi Tianyun shouted as he walked inside the gate. He saw that everyone was already accustomed to his dragon, and therefore he didn't see anyone that surprised anymore. Welcome back. This time you only brought a man and a woman with you? I almost thought that you would bring more than last time, Shi Shuiyun said as he greeted Yi Tianyun. Ha ha ha, there are not that many people who want to join me this time, but let me introduce them to you, Aunt. He is Shu Fei. In the future, he will become the first general of Heavenly Cloud's mansion, and this is Qin Shui, his future wife, Yi Tianyun said as he introduced Shu Fei and Qin Shui to Shi Shuiyun. Shu Fei looked over to Yi Tianyun gratefully and immediately showed a determined expression. He couldn't disappoint Yi Tianyun, and thus he needed to get stronger faster. Welcome to the Heavenly Cloud's mansion to the both of you. I hope that you will get along well with the rest of the people here, Shi Shuiyun said with a smile toward Shu Fei and Qin Shui. So, what will you do next? Shi Shuiyun asked Yi Tianyun, as she didn't know what Yi Tianyun's next plan was. We're finally ready to control Heaven's immersing ancient ruins and move it to Heavenly Border Continent. And we would merge with Heaven's top mansion as soon as we get there, completing the Heavenly Cloud's mansion as we originally intended. Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Are you sure? You will completely expose us by doing that, Shi Shuiyun asked worriedly. Don't worry, I've already made a few preparations for that. Everything is under control, Yi Tianyun said while smiling at Shi Shuiyun. Spirit Race Old Ancestor, ready to launch the Great Array of Flight? Yi Tianyun said as he finally saw the Spirit Race Old Ancestor walk towards him. It's all ready when you are, the Old Ancestor said while smiling at Yi Tianyun. Soon after that, the Old Ancestor activated the Great Array of Flight, and the whole mountain was shining brightly while a rumbling sound like an earthquake was heard all over the place. After the bright light dissipated from the mountain, the huge temple was immediately catapulted to the sky, successfully floating in the air. Great, it seems we don't have any problem with the Great Array now. Let's fly toward Heavenly Border Continent, Yi Tianyun commanded excitedly. The whole temple shone brightly once again and began to move towards the heavenly border continent. Its speed wasn't that fast, but it wasn't slow either. Yi Tianyun expected them to arrive at the Heaven's Top Mansion location in a few days with their current speed. The flying palace immediately surprised everyone who saw it, as it was very rare, and almost never did they saw a scene like this ever happen in the earthly border continent. It was rare for even a fourth-grade faction to have this flying fortress, and so many people began to wonder what faction did it came from. Yi Tianyun knew that he was completely exposed now, but he didn't really care. As soon as he arrived at the Heaven's Top Mansion, his main quest would be completed, and the reward from it would level him up to Void Spirit stage, and who could stop him then? Chapter 421. Many people discussed the flying palace as it crossed the earthly border continent towards the heavenly border continent. However, the Netherworld Empire that has heard of the report stating that there was a huge palace flying toward the heavenly border continent was having a tough time deciding whether to check on it or not. It was all because they still needed to figure out what to do with the Heavenly Dragon Empire. But the Netherworld Empire has thought of collaborating with this new Heavenly Clouds Mansion. If they could destroy Prince Yi of Heavenly Dragon Empire, then it would be all worth it. But sadly, they didn't know that Yi Tianyun himself was the one who led the Heavenly Clouds Mansion. This information regarding Yi Tianyun as the Mansion Lord of the Heavenly Clouds Mansion was still confidential. That was thanks to everyone's loyalty to Yi Tianyun. Heaven's immersing ancient ruins was finally closing in on the Heaven's Top Mansion's location. Once it was close enough, Yi Tianyun then commanded that they must immediately land on the open spot. The sound of the huge palace landing on the ground surprised everyone on Heaven's Top Mansion, and they immediately got out to check what just happened, and they were shocked once more as they saw a huge palace appeared near theirs. However, the Great Elder has not come out as he was reported dead in the Dragon City incident. But Yi Tianyun didn't care about any of that anymore and came out from the Heaven's immersing ancient ruins confidently. Everyone from Heaven's Top Mansion was shocked to see that Yi Tianyun was fine. Yi Tianyun was even more confused as she didn't know whether to call him Mansion Lord or not. Everyone began to relax as they thought that they were under attack at first, but as they saw Yi Tianyun's familiar face, the thought suddenly disappeared. Yi Tianyun looked at Yi Tianyun and nodded at her, signaling that it was okay now and that the Great Elder should come out of hiding. Yi Tianyun bowed and immediately returned to the main building to call the Great Elder. Yi Tianyun turned his attention towards ch301 and said to her that this place would be the base of Heavenly Clouds Mansion starting that day. Is this Heaven's Top Mansion used to be the old ancestor sect? ch301 asked curiously as she looked around in wonder. But as Yi Tianyun was about to answer, he was interrupted by the Great Elder and Mu Xian'er, who finally came out of hiding. The arrival of Great Elder and Mu Xian'er shocked the disciple and some deacons of Heaven's Top Mansion because their survival was strictly confidential. I am very sorry for ever deceiving you, but the truth, we are never really in danger, but after the Dragon City incident, we have to hide for the safety of the sect. The Mansion Lord himself was the one giving this order, and also the one who dealt with the Netherworld Empire all along, Great Elder said as he bowed to Yi Tianyun. Mansion Lord? Wasn't he sick after the Second Elder's betrayal? Some disciples asked the Great Elder. No, in fact, the Mansion Lord has changed to Lord Yi. The previous Mansion Lord was still helping Lord Yi as he dealt with the Netherworld Empire. The Great Elder said with a smile on his face. Yes, I am the new Mansion Lord. I earned this position as the previous Mansion Lord gave it to me to improve the Heaven's Top Mansion, Yi Tianyun said as he stepped forward with a warm smile on his face. But before we go too far, I have an announcement to make. Heaven's Top Mansion will officially merge with Heavenly Clouds Mansion, and because of that, Heaven's Top Mansion would now become Heaven's Top Sect, along with the Heavenly Jade Sect and Spirit Sect. The three sects will work side by side in the future, and I hope everyone will get along well, Yi Tianyun said commandingly. Heaven's Top Mansion finally noticed the spirit race that was standing near the flying palace. After they noticed the spirit race's presence, they couldn't help but feel in awe. Now, everyone might be too surprised to understand what Lord Yi just said, and I would gladly explain to you how it gets to this, the Great Elder said enthusiastically. He began to tell Yi Tianyun's story until the point of Yi Tianyun saving the spirit race from Army General Feng of the Netherworld Empire. They still didn't know about how Yi Tianyun's relationship with the Heavenly Dragon Empire, so the Great Elder didn't tell the story to the disciple of Heaven's Top Sect. Ding successfully completed the main quest Strong Sect by promoting Heavenly Jade Sect to Heavenly Jade Mansion and moved to Heavenly Border Continent. Reward 100 near 00000, TPs 100 100 near 000 could be assigned accordingly, 100 near 000 could be assigned accordingly, 100 000, and 1 life up. Ding, doubling the reward for successfully completed the main quest with the hidden objective. Reward 200 near 000, XP 200 near 000, CPs 200 near 000, CPs 200 near 01 could be assigned accordingly, 200 00 CS, and 2 life up. The reward from the main quest was exceeding Yi Tianyun's expectation. Chapter 422. The rewards were doubled. This was not something that he ever expected, but nevertheless he was very satisfied with the 2 million XP that he just got from the reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to first layer Void Spirit stage. Ding. Successfully took a new main quest for the Heavenly Path, destroy the Netherworld Empire, and kill the Netherworld Emperor. Reward for succession, 500,000 ESP, 5000 ES00 ESECPs, 500,000. Mastery point can be assigned. 500,000 SPs, title Punish the Wicked and Eliminate the Evil. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised to see that his next main quest would be eliminating the Netherworld Empire itself. Not only that, but the reward was also huge. It was 5 times the amount of reward he just got from completing the main quest earlier. It seems even the system agreed that Netherworld Empire should be eradicated from this world, Yi Tianyun said as he nodded in satisfaction. This main quest was in line with what he would do next anyway, so he felt happy that he could finish it sooner than he expected. The people of Heaven's top mansion were still in shock after learning the truth about their mansion lord and their sect, but among them, the person who was surprised the most was Yang Yu, because he had a good relationship with Yi Tianyun before. Knowing that Yi Tianyun was in fact the mansion lord really was unexpected. After the rest of the people finally snapped back to their senses, they began to discuss about the merge that Yi Tianyun had announced. At first there was some kind of rejection from the disciples, but eventually the Great Elder successfully diffused the situation and made everyone accept the new mansion lord's decision. Yi Tianyun handed the management work over to ch301 because she was currently the best person for managing affairs in the sect. She also had Yi Yue to help her in this matter. After settling that matter, Yi Tianyun headed inside the Heaven's Top Mansion building and found an empty cultivation room. He immediately walked in and closed the door as he wanted to be alone for the moment. He began to sort his inventory and immediately thought of leveling up the crazy mode. No need to think twice about this. Level up the crazy mode, Yi Tianyun said to himself. Ding. Successfully level up the crazy mode, deducting 10,000 CPs. Active effect increases to X16. Passive effect, X4 mastery point, X2 sin point, X2 medicinal pill effect. Yi Tianyun has expected this kind of effect, but he also suspected that the next level would give him X32 effect. But he needed 50 to view 00 CPs for that, which he didn't have yet at this moment. However, X116 was already strong enough to get through right now. Great, everything seems good, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. He also can't wait to find some more soul-accumulating grass to make a few soul-accumulating pills. Because of the crazy mode effect, pills would give him double the normal amount. As for the sin points, he was happy that it would be doubled, but he didn't know how good it would be as the amount of sin points that he got from killing Cultivator was relatively small. He then opened his status to check if there was another thing that he thought was necessary to level up and affordable. He thought over for a moment and immediately decided to level up the teleportation and lucky aura. Ding! Successfully level up teleportation to level 2. Effect: instantly teleport anywhere within 10 miles radius of the player. Cooldown time: 5 minutes. Ding! Successfully level up lucky aura to level 3. Effect: increase the player luck X115, consumes 5,000 CPs per second. Yi Tianyun nodded his head as he found that the effect wasn't bad. He looked at the amount of crazy points left and felt that there was nothing else he could level up with only 1,000,000 CPs, so he immediately decided to look for the level 50 gift pack. Ding! Successfully opened level 50 gift pack. Get 1x Super Enhanced Version Lottery Ticket. 1x Enhanced Version Lottery Ticket. 50% discount coupon. Limited time. X50 XP card. Level 60 gift pack. What is this super enhanced lottery ticket? Is it better than the previous one? Yi Tianyun said curiously as he got the super enhanced version lottery ticket. Chapter 423. Let's just try it out, Yi Tianyun said without hesitation as he immediately activated the super enhanced version lottery ticket. Suddenly, a huge roulette appeared in front of him and quickly spun on its own. However, Yi Tianyun decided not to use his lucky aura now, as he thought that the lucky aura wouldn't influence this roulette. Sure enough, the roulette stopped at cultivation technique. A wooden box immediately popped out of the roulette, and Yi Tianyun eagerly took it to check what he got. Swallowing Heaven's Divine Arts, lower grade Heaven's level martial art, a powerful absorption technique that could devour all types of energy and turn it into XP. The effect did not stack with the Dark North Divine Art. Leveling up cost 1,000 mastery point. Yi Tianyun checked his Dark North Divine Art and noticed that it also required 1,000,000, but this new Divine Art cost 1,000,000 mastery point to level it up to Middle Heaven grade. He began to wonder which one was better between the two. But he immediately decided to try Swallowing Heaven's Divine Art first before making his decision. Yi Tianyun then reached out his arm forward and activated the Swallowing Heaven's Divine Art, and suddenly he absorbed so much spiritual energy inside the room in an instant. Received 300 XP, 300 XP, 20 XP. This absorption rate was much faster than Dark North Divine Art. Furthermore, this swallowing heaven's divine art also absorbed a considerable amount of spiritual energy from the object around him, which the Dark North divine art couldn't do. It seems that this one was better. I will use this swallowing heaven's divine art from now on, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. He was also happy that the item that he got from his gift pack wasn't bad at all. The X50 XP card would be used effectively. He took a look at the super enhanced version lottery roulette and found out that he had to use 2W000 CPs for one draw without a ticket, which was too much for him at the moment. He then checked his inventory and status and found out there was nothing more that he could do at the moment. He also noticed that he didn't need that much XP to level up to 2ND level Void Spirit Stage 2. Because of the amount of XP that he got from his main quest earlier, he was halfway to leveling up. He only needed 150 TD000 XP now. That amount of XP was a lot. But with the X50 XP card, he knew that it would be a walk in the park. After that, Yi Tianyun immediately walked out of the cultivation room and looked at the situation outside. He noticed that there was not much change since they arrived there. The mansion was still divided into two parts. One was Heaven's Top Mansion, and the other was Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins, which was still used by the Spirit Sect and Heavenly Jade Sect. This was nothing strange, as they just met each other and still not familiar enough to do anything together. Although the change inside the Heavenly Clouds Mansion wasn't much, the outside world begged to differ. The news of the merge was spread throughout the Heavenly Border continent, including the Netherworld Empire. They began to wonder why a mysterious sect like that wanted to merge with Heaven's Top Mansion of all sects. But the next news really shocked everyone, especially the Netherworld Empire. Because the news said that the spirit race was found among the Heavenly Clouds Mansion's disciple. Everyone was surprised because they knew that the Netherworld Empire was chasing the spirit race, but they come out of their hiding with a bang like this was basically seeking death. On the other hand, the Netherworld Empire was distraught by this news. That despicable spirit race. How dare they make a move like this? Did they think that the Netherworld Empire couldn't afford to chase them down again? Imperial Preceptor said furiously. The Netherworld Emperor also took the news with anger, as everyone knew that the spirit race has taken out two of Netherworld Empire's main generals. The Emperor immediately ordered the Imperial Preceptor to plan an attack to eradicate them once and for all. But while they were still planning an attack, Yi Tianyun had already made his decision. He would be attacking the Netherworld Empire actively. The people from the Heavenly Clouds Mansion thought that Yi Tianyun had gone insane, but Yi Tianyun only showed them his smirk as he already received a report from the Spirit Race's spy from the Netherworld Empire's border. He could attack the Netherworld Empire right now. Chapter 424, The Spirit Race's spies were quick on their foot. It didn't take long for them to inquire about the news that Yi Tianyun could attack the Netherworld Empire at any time. The report from the spy also included the amount of Void Spirit Stage experts currently within the Netherworld Empire's territory, which was only 4. That expert consisted of Netherworld Emperor, Imperial Preceptor, and 2 other army generals. As for the core transformation expert, there were still quite many of them, at least 20 to 30 people, but that was not a concern for Yi Tianyun. But Yi Tianyun still didn't tell the rest of the sect any of this, as he wanted to catch the Netherworld Empire off guard. The people inside Heavenly Clouds Mansion all thought that Yi Tianyun was making a bad decision because Spirit Race always relied on concealment for their safety. Exposing them to the world to see like this wouldn't be good for the Spirit Race. In fact, in Yi Tianyun's mind right now was focused at the reward that he would get from finishing the main quest after destroying the Netherworld Empire. He knew that he would succeed. He was confident that there would be no casualties on his side. He based it all with his previous confrontation with the Imperial Preceptor. With X8 Crazy Mode effect, he could win against Imperial Preceptor, meaning that since he has already upgraded Crazy Mode to X16, Imperial Preceptor wouldn't be a problem anymore. Not only that, but the Heavenly Dragon Empire under Ren Long would also help him out to destroy the Netherworld Empire. All he had to do was just wait for them to arrive here. Well, I am sure when the Heavenly Dragon Empire's forces arrive here, we will immediately march toward Netherworld Empire's Imperial City, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Many people looked at him in horror. They were not sure that they could win against a strong nation like the Netherworld Empire, even with the Heavenly Dragon Empire's help. Mansion Lord, that decision isn't wise. It is dangerous to take action against the Netherworld Empire like that. We could be destroyed if you didn't plan it thoroughly. An elder from the Heaven's Top Mansion said. Other disciples from Heaven's Top Mansion also nodded. They agreed that Netherworld Empire wouldn't be easily defeated. Yi Tianyun understood that he had the shortest time with the Heaven's Top Mansion's people. As a result, their loyalty towards Yi Tianyun wasn't as high as the 2 other sects. Yi Tianyun couldn't blame them, as it was his own fault for not sparing any time to increase Heaven's Top Mansion's loyalty before. I didn't make an empty notion. I've already made plans to attack them. Did you think that I didn't think about the future of this mansion? I already chipped off Netherworld Empire's strength before I arrive here, Yi Tianyun said casually. Furthermore, the Spirit Race's spy also reported that the Netherworld Empire is preparing something big. You know they can sense the turbulence on spiritual energy, and they said that whatever that is that Netherworld Empire had prepared this time would be huge. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. We've been on defense this entire time. Now we have to take the initiative to launch an attack of our own. I believe in our power. Together we could destroy the Netherworld Empire once and for all, Yi Tianyun said commandingly. I am sorry, Mansion Lord Yi, but I don't know. I still don't understand. Where does this confidence of yours come from? I still didn't believe that we can win against the Netherworld Empire. An elder from Heaven's top mansion said nervously. That is simple. His confidence comes from the support of the people around him, ch301 said confidently as she showed her support for Yi Tianyun's decision to attack the Netherworld Empire. From the beginning of the discussion, ch301 and Heavenly Jade Sect never once questioned Yi Tianyun for his decision. It may seem ridiculous for the people who only know Yi Tianyun for a short time, but all Yi Tianyun needed was the support from the people that he cared for. With his power alone, he could defeat his enemy, but still, he needed reassurance that the people he cared for wouldn't betray his trust. Suddenly, a guard came barging in to give a report to Yi Tianyun. Mansion Lord Yi, experts from Heavenly Dragon Empire, was waiting outside for you, the guard reported politely. Bring them in, Yi Tianyun said as he dismissed the guard. Yi Tianyun was excited as, finally, Renlong has come. A moment later, Renlong's familiar figure appeared, followed by a group of experts from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yi Tianyun noticed that Renjiro wasn't among them, which meant that she was left behind to defend the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City in case the Netherworld Empire decided to attack again. Big brother Ren, you are finally here. Yi Tianyun welcomed Renlong excitedly. Well, you told me to come to yourself, didn't you? Renlong said teasingly with a smile on his face. Well, are you ready to destroy the Netherworld Empire? Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Chapter 425. As the people from Heavenly Dragon Empire came, Yi Tianyun had nothing left to wait for. Yi Tianyun then prepared for their departure towards the Netherworld Empire immediately. Are you ready to destroy the Netherworld Empire? Yi Tianyun asked Heavenly Dragon Empire's army. Yes, my prince, the soldier all said at the same time. The people from the Heavenly Cloud Mansion was surprised at their answer. They never knew Yi Tianyun was a prince before, on top of that Heavenly Dragon Empire's prince. But even if he noticed the confused look on his people's face, Yi Tianyun didn't explain why he was called a prince to them. Furthermore, the people from the Heavenly Clouds Mansion began to notice that the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's army was the Heavenly Dragon Emperor himself. This revelation made some of them felt chill as Yi Tianyun's progress was far too quick for their understanding. Did you really become the Heavenly Dragon Empire's prince? You sure didn't take your time, did you? ch301 said teasingly. Well, I always tried my best for the Heavenly Clouds Mansion's betterment, Yi Tianyun said confidently to ch301. After a small briefing of what they would do on the battle, Yi Tianyun immediately announced their departure towards the Netherworld Empire. Yi Qingxuan nodded and immediately activated the Great Array of Flight to transport all the people that would join the battle. But even though they were up in the air, the Netherworld Empire still had many cultivators at core transformation stage or higher, so they could intercept the Flying Palace any time. Brother Yi, why are you so confident that we need to attack this fast? Renlong asked Yi Tianyun curiously. We need to do this quick. We can catch them off guard if we attack now. After all, we are always on the defensive side against them, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Well said. I will trust your judgment. I know that you did this with our victory in mind, Renlong said honestly. Heavenly Dragon Empire had never attacked Netherworld Imperial City before, as they have always been in the losing side of the battle. If it wasn't because of the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City would have fallen to Netherworld Empire a long time ago. I can't wait to destroy the Netherworld Empire, for this would be a big feat for us, Yi Tianyun said confidently. That is true. Other empires would hold our name in respect after all this, Renlong said confidently. The heavens immersing ancient ruins, which was called Heavenly Cloud's Palace at the moment, was flying towards the Netherworld Empire's Imperial City steadily. The people inside were preparing themselves for the battle in excitement. The Heavenly Cloud's Palace's speed wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either, thus making the news of the Flying Palace advancing towards Netherworld Empire was heard by the Imperial Preceptor and the Netherworld Emperor. The Emperor and the Imperial Preceptor were undoubtedly shocked to hear this news, as they never expected the other side to take the initiative. This act was very different than the usual situation. This Heavenly Clouds Mansion sure was bold to attack Netherworld Empire like this. Is this Heavenly Clouds Mansion for real? Why are they attacking us this soon? I am sure the decision-maker inside the Spirit Race was an idiot, Imperial Preceptor said annoyedly. Send the Flying Hawk Army. You will personally lead them. I don't want to hear your failure once more, Netherworld Emperor said toward Imperial Preceptor coldly. Take the rest of the army general with you, but remember, no more failure, Netherworld Emperor added coldly. Yes, your majesty, I will not fail again, Imperial Preceptor said solemnly. Imperial Preceptor immediately walked out of the palace to prepare the Flying Hawk army to intercept the Flying Palace. He was determined to redeem himself this time, but unfortunately for him, he lacked the critical information regarding the enemy's power. He didn't know that the Heavenly Clouds mansion was led by Yi Tianyun himself. Not long after, as many as thousands Flying Hawk assembled. This was a massive army. With the Flying Hawk's speed and flexibility, they were an absolute powerhouse in the air. Mansion Lord, I receive news that the Imperial Preceptor would personally intercept us soon. He comes with 1,000 Flying Hawk army and 2 other army generals, a guard said toward Yi Tianyun. Nice, our plan works sooner than expected, Yi Tianyun said as he smirked to himself. He couldn't wait to finally beat the Imperial Preceptor to a pulp. Chapter 426, the Netherworld Empire was cautious, and this time the Netherworld Emperor mustered all the Empire's strength to defend against this new enemy. He ordered the Imperial Preceptor and 2 army generals to fend off the new enemy with the Flying Hawk army at their disposal. It was no wonder that no enemy could ever reach the Netherworld Imperial City. Mansion Lord, what would we do now? An elder asked Yi Tianyun worriedly. But Yi Tianyun only smiled and stood from his chair. It's okay, it is time for me to make my move as well, Yi Tianyun said confidently. The people who heard Yi Tianyun's word just now were startled as if they heard it wrong. Yi Tianyun wanted to deal with 1,000 enemies alone. However, as it was Yi Tianyun's decision, they chose to remain silent and did not question Yi Tianyun's decision. They had faith that Yi Tianyun would actually pull it off somehow. Yi Tianyun walked toward the palace's door and looked over to the incoming enemies coldly. He then opened the Sin shop and quickly bought the Swordmaster suit. Swordmaster suit required level 30 to wear. Effect: the wearer could use and control the sword array. All swords within the high-grade spirit tool rank in 10 miles radius could be controlled by the wearer, can control up to 10 0-0 swords at a time. Price, 100 0-0 sin points. Exchange the Swordmaster suit, Yi Tianyun said casually. DING. Successfully bought the Swordmaster suit, deducting 100 0-0 sin points. Equip the Swordmaster suit. Yi Tianyun said casually. In an instant his clothes have changed into a thin white coat. The coat fluttered as the wind blew. Yi Tianyun looked super elegant. The people standing near him couldn't take their eyes off from Yi Tianyun's figure that suddenly became much more confident. Yi Tianyun then raised his hands and closed his eyes. He could feel a large amount of weapon in the city below the palace. He immediately tried to control all of them to fly towards the palace as his weapons. At the same time, Imperial Preceptor and his army were closing in. The people inside the Heavenly Clouds Palace became anxious as they didn't see Yi Tianyun did anything to defend the palace. They were sitting duck there, as there was no place to escape if the Imperial Preceptor arrived and started to attack them. We are close enough. Shoot them down from the air. Imperial Preceptor commanded the Flying Hawk soldier to attack. Sir, yes sir, the soldier said at the same time. The Flying Hawk army began to bombard the Heavenly Clouds Palace with their longbow from afar relentlessly. There was no doubt that they were the best army that the Netherworld Empire had. Furthermore, the huge palace in the sky was a foolish move in the soldier's eye. Everyone knew that the bigger the target was, the easier for them to aim and shoot. So, the Flying Hawk army was more than happy to attack Heavenly Cloud's palace while they thought that there would be no consequence for them to attack the palace. At the same time, Yi Tianyun has connected with almost 10 Nebel U0 Spirit Tool rank swords from 10 miles radius. He also got the weapons from the Flying Hawk army in front of him. He immediately controlled the 10 Nebel 0000000 rank swords in front of the Heavenly Clouds Palace, shocking everyone who saw the scene enveloping in front of their eyes. 10,000 sword barrage, Yi Tianyun shouted as the swords began to fly toward the Flying Hawk army at a great speed. Yi Tianyun opened his eyes, and his eyes glowed brightly as he controlled the swords precisely. The Swordmaster suit, unfortunately, didn't enhance any of his statuses, but it was not a problem as the sword was thrown from a Void Spirit stage expert. So, the swords under Yi Tianyun's control traveled with a speed that most cultivators couldn't see, making them too late to react. Fall back, Imperial Preceptor shouted as he watched in horror that his army was being annihilated. The soldiers began to fall from the sky as their hawks died from the swords barrage that Yi Tianyun hurled. In a short time, Yi Tianyun had successfully killed half of the Flying Hawk army. Yi Tianyun smirked as he received quite a lot of XP, but those cultivators were too weak for him, so the amount of XP that he got failed to satisfy him. The rest of the people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion stared at Yi Tianyun in awe. This technique was too powerful. Chapter 427, 10 Tedelzen swords of spirit grades were low in terms of power, but it could swarm the enemy and pierce through their defense consistently. It was only because of the 2 army generals and Imperial Preceptor that some of the Flying Hawk army could survive Yi Tianyun's attack. But even though they could defend against Yi Tianyun's attack, it was still proven difficult for the 3 of them to consistently defend against 10 Nub-U0 swords at the same time. They began to destroy the swords within their attack range because that was the only way to stop it from attacking again. This has no end. This martial art does not make any sense, Imperial Preceptor said while panting from fatigue. Damn it, at this rate the Flying Hawk army would be annihilated, one of the army generals said nervously. They began to lose the Flying Hawk army that was under their protection as the swords were too much for them to handle. Yeah, they are fragile, but they are preventing us from saving the army, the other army general said annoyedly. This is the reason that Yi Tianyun didn't use the Swordmaster suit up until this moment. It didn't work against a small amount of enemy. It was better to use it against a massive amount of enemies with low cultivation like this. Yi Tianyun believed that a more advanced suit that was better than Swordmaster suit would appear in his sin points later, but he guessed that probably he wouldn't have enough sin points to buy it. Fortunately for Yi Tianyun, Swordmaster suit doesn't require him to use his own weapons. The current 10WO swords that he controlled belonged to the enemies and the city nearby. Unless the swords were destroyed completely, it could still be controlled by the suit's effect. Yi Tianyun then equipped the Ice-Cold Divine Bow and quickly used Ice-Cold Fury while aiming his attack at the army general, who was located the farthest from Imperial Preceptor. Once he was sure that his shot would hit, Yi Tianyun smirked and released his attack. This Ice-Cold Fury held 60 million combat power in it. If the opponent did not see this attack coming, they surely would suffer a grievous injury. But as he shot the powerful arrow, the Ice-Cold Divine Bow cracked once again. This was the sign that the bow was reaching its limit. Yi Tianyun must upgrade it in order to fix it. After all, the Ice-Cold Divine Bow's level was already too far behind his own level. The Ice-Cold Fury traveled through the air towards the unsuspecting army general. But as it got close, the army general sensed incoming danger, and once he looked around, he finally noticed a powerful ice-cold arrow was aimed towards him. He quickly blocked the incoming arrow with his big hammer, but it was too late. It wasn't an attack that he could block. As the ice-cold fury hit the hammer, the cold immediately spread in the air, freezing the army general, dozens of Flying Hawk army, and the swords that Yi Tianyun controlled. Every single thing that was frozen on the air immediately fell to the ground and broke into million pieces as soon as it hit the ground. Yi Tianyun successfully killed one of Netherworld Empire's army generals effortlessly. In the distance, Imperial Preceptor instantly turned pale. He recognized the attack that killed the army general just now. It was the same kind of attack that he blocked while fighting against the Heavenly Dragon Empire recently. Prince Yi of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. It's him. Why was he here? Imperial Preceptor immediately realized that he would have no chance of winning if it was truly Prince Yi of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He tried to look at the person in the doorway of the Flying Palace, but the man he saw wasn't the same as Prince Yi of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, but he felt the same kind of aura and the same kind of attack bothered him. Imperial Preceptor immediately suspected that Prince Yi must be the one behind all this, and thus he immediately shouted for all the Flying Hawk army to retreat to the Imperial City. Imperial Preceptor didn't have any intention to wait and save the Flying Hawk army, and so he burned his blood essence and flew away as fast as he could, escaping from the powerful enemy. The army general, who saw that the Imperial Preceptor has already fled the battle, decided to quickly flee as well. Although the Flying Hawk army was the strongest army that the Netherworld Empire had, he didn't have any intention to save them either. As soon as the two highest cultivators left the Flying Hawk army, Yi Tianyun easily killed the Flying Hawk army, who has lost their leader. Yi Tianyun completely annihilated 1W00 Flying Hawk army ruthlessly, not leaving even one of them alive. Chapter 428. Seeing that the Imperial Preceptor and the last army general was running away, Yi Tianyun put away his ice-cold divine bow and let them get away for the moment. After all, he was going to destroy the Imperial City of Netherworld Empire. Let them run for now. We will get them at their own base next time, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Everyone inside Heavenly Cloud's palace was shocked to see the scene developed outside. They didn't know that Yi Tianyun was this strong, killing 1,000 soldiers all by himself. Even some of the Heaven's top sect's elders began to wonder whether Yi Tianyun really he was the Prince of Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yi Tianyun didn't say anything to confirm their wonderment, as he found nothing good in bragging. But one thing for sure was that all people inside the Heavenly Cloud's palace were convinced that they would win this war. However, Renlong wanted to brag a little. I am the current emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, here to announce that Yi Tianyun was indeed the one and only prince of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, he said excitedly. With Renlong's confirmation, the look of shock in everyone's face returned. They never expected to have a mansion lord who could shake an empire like this. All of a sudden, the prestige point for Heavenly Cloud's mansion exploded. This was all because they finally believed that Yi Tianyun was truly powerful. They began to look at Yi Tianyun in awe and utmost respect. After all, their mansion lord has repelled the Netherworld Empire's army twice in a row. This is truly the time for the young to shine. I believe Spirit King would certainly bring us to glory and destroy the Netherworld Empire once and for all, Spirit Race Old Ancestor said confidently. Yes, long live Spirit King Yi Tianyun. The rest of the Spirit Race people started to chant Yi Tianyun's name in excitement. They all knew that the first step to glory has already been fulfilled. With every chant of his name, Yi Tianyun also noticed that his prestige point kept increasing. Shuiyun, who was standing near Yi Tianyun, showed a slight hint of a smile at Yi Tianyun's achievement. She looked at Yi Tianyun with eyes full of praise. Yi Tianyun, who was once a boy without any blood chi, yet now Yi Tianyun has transformed into an expert that she couldn't even fathom how powerful he was. Thank you very much for everyone's trust in me, but we must not be blinded by confidence and negligence. This time, we wouldn't fight them within our own comfort zone. This time, we will attack them within their own territory. It means that there would be many things that could not fall within our plan. Our first plan was to disable as many great arrays as we can as soon as we enter the Imperial City, so keep your heads up. Don't fall for their trap, Yi Tianyun said commandingly. Even though Yi Tianyun had the power, he wasn't someone who would get something like this over his head. He knew that a lot of things could go wrong if he underestimated the enemy, so he couldn't relax while he was within enemy border like this. Everyone nodded and quickly calmed down and became serious, but they still struggled to hold their own excitement. There was no wonder left in their heart about why Yi Tianyun was so bold as to wage war against the Netherworld Empire. It was all because he had the power to do so. When the morale inside Heavenly Cloud's mansion increased, the situation inside the Netherworld Empire Imperial City was the opposite of Yi Tianyun's current situation. The people inside the Netherworld Empire Imperial City have heard the news about the Imperial Preceptors lost, and they were shocked to hear that the enemy had destroyed all Flying Hawk army without leaving any. The prestige of the Netherworld Empire has fallen to the lowest point. Many citizens and cultivators had decided to leave the Imperial City and evacuate as they knew that they would be killed if they stayed inside the Imperial City. There was no doubt on their mind that the Heavenly Dragon Empire would take the Heavenly Border continent, and there was also no doubt on their mind that the Heavenly Dragon Empire would cleanse the continent from any Netherworld Empire's follower. In the meantime, Imperial Preceptor rushed back to the Netherworld Imperial City, but he didn't dare to face the Netherworld Emperor. There was no doubt on his mind that the Netherworld Emperor would kill him if he showed up without any result once again. I know now that the enemy could control thousands of swords, that martial art is definitely out of this world. I have never seen any martial arts like that before. Such nonsense makes things harder for me, Imperial Preceptor said furiously. At the same time, Netherworld Emperor had heard the news of Imperial Preceptor's defeat, and now he was watching the Imperial Preceptor in anger. I never expected the Imperial Preceptor would actually lose the prior battle, but now as I heard it twice, I want to face this enemy myself. They have achieved what none could achieve in a long time. I can't wait to see what they will do once they arrived at this Imperial City, Netherworld Emperor said coldly. Imperial Preceptor began to activate many great arrays that the Netherworld Imperial City had. He was a divine rune grandmaster, making it easy for him to activate and control many great array at once. Now, come, let us see what you can do against these many traps, Imperial Preceptor said with a smirk on his face. Chapter 429. After the Flying Hawk army was annihilated, Heavenly Cloud's palace continued to fly towards the Netherworld Empire Imperial City without having any blockade. No one dared to block Yi Tianyun's path after seeing him destroying one Neuro Zero unit Flying Hawk army single-handedly. Yi Tianyun then called back all the spirit sword that he controlled and sighed in relief. The Swordmaster suit was indeed powerful, but he needed to conserve his crazy points. Yi Tianyun then looked at the pile of spirit swords in the hall and couldn't help but think to upgrade all of them later. He didn't care that the weapons were in fact stolen weapons, as it was from the enemy's territory. But it was a shame that the suit was only capable of controlling swords, but it was understandable since the suit was called Swordmaster Suit. He quickly checked his sin points, and as he predicted, on top of the Swordmaster Suit, there was another suit that was correlated with the Swordmaster Suit, Sword Saint Suit, level 50 equipment. Can use the Sword Saint Array. Controlling all the longsword within high-grade sacred tool rank in 10 miles radius. Can control up to 10 000 longsword. Sword Saint Array consume 100 000 sin points. Price 1 0 in Sin Shop will only appear after buying the available one. With that in mind, Yi Tianyun wondered how strong the equipment after buying the Evil God suit and the Sword Saint suit would be. It seems the reason for buying out this suit keeps appearing, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Prince Yi, how did you control that many spirit swords? Renlong asked as he came closer towards Yi Tianyun. Renlong's question attracted many curious eyes from the Heavenly Cloud's mansion side. I couldn't really explain it myself, but it requires a large amount of spiritual energy. It also requires a certain martial arts. Yi Tianyun said as he rubbed his chin awkwardly. He couldn't say that it was all because of the suit that he wore. Can you teach the disciple this martial art? If you can, they would become so much stronger, Renlong said in anticipation. Other people in the vicinity also nodded their heads as they agree with Renlong's words. I hate to say this, but I can't teach this martial art. In fact, I think I am the only one who can use this martial art, Yi Tianyun said with a slight smile. What he said was the truth. If it was not because of the Swordmaster suit, he wouldn't be able to use the Swordmaster Array either. Renlong nodded and smiled at Yi Tianyun. He didn't pester Yi Tianyun to share his knowledge. After all, people have their own secrets. But some people didn't believe what Yi Tianyun had said, but they didn't voice their disbelief, as it wasn't their place to say anything. After all, the people inside the Heavenly Cloud's palace right now has the utmost loyalty toward Yi Tianyun. But no matter what happened, they knew that Yi Tianyun was overwhelmingly strong. They felt that if Yi Tianyun was here with them, they wouldn't lose any battle. Even if the Netherworld Empire was strong enough to hold Yi Tianyun's attack, they knew that at the end of the day, the Netherworld Empire would lose something greatly. Yi Tianyun then quickly commanded them to get ready, as the Flying Palace was nearly reaching Netherworld Empire Imperial City, a place that was being said to be unbreachable. Sure enough, after all of them prepared for battle, they looked outside, and there it was, the Netherworld Empire Imperial City and all its glory. The people inside Heavenly Cloud's palace could sense that the city was intimidating, even though it was no different from all other cities. Ready for battle in Netherworld Empire Imperial City? Yi Tianyun asked loudly. He was excited about this battle, for he hoped to level up once or twice. But Yi Tianyun received many nods as his answer, as the people on his side were too unnerved to speak. The people on Yi Tianyun's side knew that they weren't as powerful as Yi Tianyun, and so they knew that one little careless move could cost them their lives. On the other side of the battle, the Imperial Preceptor was holding onto a demon staff. He was staring at the Flying Palace with a smirk on his face. "Come to the city if you dare. If you could deal with all of my traps, then I really would kill myself," he said evilly. The next moment, he slammed the ground, and the Netherworld Empire Imperial City's wall began to rumble, and suddenly, a huge black great array appeared with a bang. A dark column of light rose through the skies and slammed the underside of the Heavenly Cloud's palace. Chapter 430. A dark great array suddenly emerged from the ground beneath the Flying Palace, bombarding the Heavenly Cloud's palace from below with a black energy ball. The huge Flying Palace was easily hit. The dark great array kept following the Flying Palace movement, and eventually stopped the Heavenly Cloud's palace's advance. "You are too reckless. How could you think that Big Palace could enter the city without any resistance? I will shoot you down myself." Imperial Preceptor said to himself with his evil smirk, became more apparent as he saw that his plan was working. The Imperial Preceptor constantly controlled the great array around the city and relentlessly shot the Flying Palace in order to knock it down. At the same time, Yi Tianyun understood that he was trapped in the vicinity of the Imperial City to a T. Yi Tianyun also realized that if he forced his way in stubbornly like this, the palace wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The Imperial Preceptor really is cunning. He escaped earlier just to prepare a trap like this, Yi Tianyun said as he looked at the Netherworld Imperial City in annoyance. "Spirit King, I know that these attacks that the Netherworld Empire has thrown towards us are not that powerful, but I am afraid it already chipped away 50% of our defensive walls," Old Ancestor said nervously. This time it wasn't the Jade Spirit Stone that became the problem, but the Great Array itself. It couldn't withstand the constant attack from the Netherworld Empire. Yi Tianyun also knew that if the Great Array was broken, then it would be hard to fix. Everyone looked at Yi Tianyun in anticipation. They hoped Yi Tianyun would have a way to overcome the current situation. "Rest assured, I have already expected this outcome. Otherwise, the Imperial Preceptor will not choose to escape considering he was humiliated in the previous battle," Yi Tianyun said confidently. He then raised his hands, and a huge stone tablet releasing a circle of light suddenly appeared. At the same time, the circle of light suppressed the dark great array. As a result, it could no longer shoot dark energy ball to the Flying Palace. This is the Tyrant Stone tablet that he got from the Spirit Sanctuary. Everyone looked at the Tyrant Stone tablet in awe, especially the Spirit Race. The Spirit Race knew that the Tyrant Stone tablet was able to nullify the effect of any great array within Master-level Divine Rune grade. Even though the Imperial Preceptor was a Divine Rune Grand Master, that didn't mean that every great array that he made would be of the Grand Master grade. Grand Master grade great array was hard to make, and the risk was too high if he somehow messed the Divine Rune up. I almost forgot that the Tyrant Stone tablet was in the Spirit King's possession. "No wonder you look so calm," Spirit Race Old Ancestor said with a smile on his face. "Well, they were well prepared, but so was I," Yi Tianyun said confidently. "I will not let you guys die under my watch," Yi Tianyun added warmly. Everyone became excited as they heard Yi Tianyun's words. They began to exert confidence as they knew that Yi Tianyun would always have their back. What the hell? This is the Tyrant Stone tablet's effect. Don't tell me someone among them can control it, Imperial Preceptor said confusedly. He was surprised to see all his dark great array was suddenly nullified by a circle of light that came from the Flying Palace. He gritted his teeth as the Tyrant Stone tablet was the only thing that he wanted from the Spirit Race. When he was inside their sanctuary, he wasted a full day just to search for the stone, but he couldn't find it. He never expected that it has fallen into someone else's hands. "Imperial Preceptor, what should we do now? Did we have to order the archer squad to shoot them down?" the last army general said curiously. "Did you really think that we could win against them if they already got that close to us?" Imperial Preceptor said annoyedly. The last army general began to think of other options. He knew that he couldn't mobilize the remaining army because the enemy could control 10 W00 swords earlier. He knew that it would only be a waste of manpower. "Did you have any other idea, Imperial Preceptor?" We couldn't just sit idly as they get closer, the last army general said nervously. The Tyrant Stone Tablet only affects the Great Array within the Master Grade Great Array. If we use a Grandmaster Grade Great Array, it wouldn't be a problem. Let them be for now. I will activate the Grandmaster Grade Great Array as they got close enough to it, Imperial Preceptor said calculatedly. Heavenly Cloud's palace continued flying towards the Netherworld Empire Imperial City while nullifying the rest of the traps that the Imperial Preceptor has laid out for them. When they got close enough to the Imperial City, Imperial Preceptor smirked, but he was suddenly confused as he saw that the flying palace began to descend and land right in front of the Imperial City's front gate. Yi Tianyun raised his hands, and 10W0 spirit swords suddenly floated in the air, and with his hand sign, Yi Tianyun immediately sent the swords towards the soldiers on the city wall. Because the distance he was in, the soldier was immediately massacred by the huge amount of spirit swords that was coming towards them in a great speed. This is not good, Imperial Preceptor said. He then released a black light, and he slammed it to the ground, and suddenly, a huge great array and a black aura appeared in the city limit. Suddenly, the aura from the great array began to condense and form a giant dragon. Yi Tianyun immediately tried to attack the dragon with his spirit swords, but the scale was too tough. The spirit swords began to shatter one after another as it hit the hard scale of the dragon. Yi Tianyun immediately recalled the spirit sword, only claiming the life of the city guards within the wall area. This is a great array on a Grand Master level. The famous Dark Dragon Great Array. Yi Tianyun said as he observed the Dark Dragon, he suddenly remembered something, and he got an idea on how to block this Dark Dragon. Chapter 431. The rumor that the Netherworld Empire had the Dark Dragon Great Array has been heard before, but nobody has ever seen it. But surely everyone could see for themselves that the Great Array indeed existed, and it was as powerful as the rumor told. Dark Dragon Great Array, Grand Master Grade Great Array. Exude a dark smoke from the ground and turn it into a Dark Dragon Phantom Shadow. The Dark Dragon Phantom Shadow could spray Netherworld fire as its breath attack. Has the same amount of power as Second Layer Void Spirit Stage Expert. Combat power, 37,000. Weakness, destroy the Great Array, and the dragon would vanish or use a strong, gentle fire to burn it down. This Dark Dragon summoned by the Dark Dragon Great Array was far more powerful than the one that Yi Tianyun summoned with Heavenly Dragon's Secret Treasure. But in his defense, he hasn't leveled up to Void Spirit Stage yet at that time, and the Heavenly Dragon's Secret Treasure was also capable of protecting the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City, while this Dark Dragon Great Array couldn't do that. We are surely fighting the enemy with their full advantages on. No wonder the Imperial Preceptor escaped towards the city once he learned that he would be losing the previous battle, Renlong said with a dignified look on his face. Spirit King, let me break the array for you. If the array is broken, the dragon would be no more. If we don't do that, the Dark Dragon would soon go on rampage, and I'm afraid that we would receive so many casualties, the old ancestor said confidently. This is like the dragon summoned from the Heavenly Dragon Secret Treasure. It will always attack the enemies in its surrounding, as it would always regenerate once it was destroyed. No, I have another plan for this dragon. Breaking the array would take too long, Yi Tianyun said confidently with a smile on his face. Everyone was confused about Yi Tianyun's words. Everyone began to wonder what Yi Tianyun would do in the next moment. Will he transform into the evil dragon? But everyone was once again surprised that Yi Tianyun didn't do anything except waiting for the Dark Dragon to get close. Let me give you the taste of what your Heavenly Dragon has caused me. Let me see you fight against an immortal enemy, Imperial Preceptor said while smirking evilly. He thought that he wouldn't need to partake in the battle himself, for he already had the Dark Dragon on his side. Everyone was ready to stand up against the Dark Dragon, but Yi Tianyun quickly told them to hold their ground. Stand back, I will defeat it myself, Yi Tianyun said casually. Yi Tianyun then moved forward and raised his hands. The next moment, a fire in the shape of a small flower shot out from Yi Tianyun's hands with a slow speed. The fire was very beautiful, but everyone only vaguely felt the heat from it, making everyone a little bit worried that the fire wouldn't be enough. The soldiers from the Netherworld Empire started to laugh at Yi Tianyun as the small fire was too insignificant. It wouldn't do anything to the huge Dark Dragon. They were confident that the Dark Dragon would be invincible as it was immortal. Ha ha ha, he has already given up. What is he thinking, attacking the Dark Dragon with a puny little fire like that? Imperial Preceptor said while laughing profusely. The Dark Dragon then swallowed the fire, but nothing happened, but instead it was still moving towards Yi Tianyun steadily. The old ancestor and Renlong hesitated for a little bit, but they quickly moved forward to save Yi Tianyun. Even though they were considerably weaker than Yi Tianyun, they must try to save him out of loyalty. But the next scene that happened in front of them clearly surprised not only both of them, but also everyone else in the vicinity. The Dark Dragon was suddenly burned. The whole body of the Dark Dragon started to catch on fire. After squirming and roaring for a while, the Dark Dragon suddenly stopped moving, and soon after, the fire died, and the Dark Dragon was left as ashes. The ashes of the Dark Dragon began to scatter by the wind, and soon it also caused the fire as the ashes caught onto trees, building, and even people. The Imperial City soon turned into a sea of fire. The immortal fire was the cause of this. Immortal fire was a strong, gentle fire, the exact weakness of the dark dragon. The immortal fire, as its name suggested, was nearly impossible to extinguish. Even if it was just a cinder, it had the power to burn anything that came into contact with to ashes. See, I don't need help against that weak dragon, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled and walked forward. Everyone on the scene was still too stunned to say anything or do anything for that matter, as Yi Tianyun's power was really mind-blowing. How is this possible? The netherworld fire was supposed to burn anything. How can it lose to a puny fire like that? Imperial Preceptor said as he looked at Yi Tianyun in disbelief. The immortal fire and the netherworld fire were two kinds of fires completely opposite of each other, meaning that the immortal fire would always win against the netherworld fire. Yi Tianyun was too lazy to explain how his small fire could burn down a huge dragon to ashes, but Yi Tianyun immediately used his heavenly eyes instead. He saw the Dark Dragon Great Array in front of him. He studied the divine rune that made the Dark Dragon Great Array and found it not as hard as he firstly thought to fix it. But the only thing that he had to do was to destroy the Great Array, which was the only remaining line of defense Netherworld Empire had. Chapter 432. Although the Dark Dragon was easily burned, the Dark Dragon Great Array was still standing, but sadly, it has already reached its limit. The Dark Dragon Great Array was far weaker than the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, as it was only able to control one dragon at a time, and so at this moment, the Imperial Preceptor was completely screwed. Damn it, this is all just because of a small fire, the Imperial Preceptor said furiously. He didn't expect his favorite Dark Dragon Great Array would be destroyed that easily. Imperial Preceptor then tried once again to create another Dark Dragon, but he noticed that the dark aura that was generated from the Dark Dragon Great Array wasn't as thick as the previous one, resulting in slower condensation to create another Dark Dragon. At the same time, Yi Tianyun already activated his heavenly eyes, actively searching for the array core of the Dark Dragon Great Array. If he finds this array core, the Great Array would be destroyed simply by destroying the core. One of the core is on your left-hand side. Ye Qingxuan's voice was heard from afar. Yi Tianyun immediately moved towards the direction that Ye Qingxuan has shouted. He knows that Ye Qingxuan must have activated her own heavenly eyes to search for the array core. The old ancestor was also doing the same. He also found one of the cores by himself and began to break it. Although he wasn't as strong as he used to be at his peak, but he was still a divine rune grandmaster. He could break an array core of a fragile great array like this easily. Yi Tianyun was satisfied that the people around him doing their part as efficient as they can be. Because of Ye Qingxuan and the old ancestor's help, Yi Tianyun could find almost all the array core in a short amount of time. But the dark clouds began to form again, and this time, the dark dragon that was created by the Dark Dragon Great Array wasn't as strong as the previous one, only at first level Void Spirit stage. The combat power also dropped dramatically. This is one of the disadvantages of a great array like this. Once it was broken, the effect would also drastically drop. But this is not the case for Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure. It wouldn't affect its performance by only break it down unless it was destroyed. But the problem is, a divine tool was impossible to destroy. Yi Tianyun threw the immortal fires once again, burning the new Dark Dragon to ashes immediately. The death of the second Dark Dragon caused another series of cracks on the Dark Dragon Great Array integrity, reducing its effect once again. Imperial Preceptor was getting more impatient. He was completely furious as the Dark Dragon Great Array that he held dear was easily defeated like this. It couldn't even kill anyone from the enemy's side. He thought that he would be battling Prince Yi with advantages inside the Netherworld Empire Imperial City, but it turns out he didn't have any advantages at all. Imperial Preceptor, what should we do now? We could no longer rely on the Dark Dragon Great Array. It would be destroyed at this rate, the last army general said nervously. After all, he has already promised their victory to the Great Emperor. If they lost this battle, the Great Emperor would certainly kill them both. The only option left is to enter the battle ourselves. Imperial Preceptor said solemnly. He immediately activated all the divine rune on his body and released all his spiritual energy. He was ready to fight Yi Tianyun head-on. This fighting technique of the Imperial Preceptor was the same technique that the old ancestor of the Divine Rune Mansion once used. They portrayed the Divine Rune on their own body, resulting in complete burst of power. This also meant that Imperial Preceptor was at his wit's end. There was nothing else he could do to win the battle against Yi Tianyun without using this technique. After all, if he lost here, the Great Emperor would kill him personally. The last army general was also prepared to fight. He burned his blood key, and together with Imperial Preceptor, both consumed a blood divine pill. This pill would greatly reduce their cultivation after the battle in exchange of a power burst. They risk it all. After all, it was still better than dying. The next moment, Imperial Preceptor immediately rushed toward Yi Tianyun with his demon staff, and he also absorbed the essence of the Dark Dragon Great Array as he flew and suddenly turned into a Dark Dragon himself and clashed with Yi Tianyun. The sky was immediately filled with dark clouds and menacing aura. Compared to the previous Dark Dragon, this one was the strongest. With Imperial Preceptor's base combat power amplified, plus the Dark Dragon transformation, he reached 98,000 combat power. This was far exceeding the limits he once showed against Yi Tianyun. Spirit Race Old Ancestor and the rest were unnerved before this Dark Dragon, but Yi Tianyun smiled and laughed as he looked over to the Dark Dragon. Dragon God Fist, Yi Tianyun shouted as he punched the Dark Dragon right on its head. A huge fist appeared out of nowhere and smashed the Dark Dragon down to the ground. The Dark Dragon was slowly dissipating as it lay on the ground unmoved. Instant kill. Yi Tianyun killed the Imperial Dragon over the Dark Dragon enchantment with one hit. Yi Tianyun immediately looked at his status window and saw that his combat power had increased exponentially. He was currently at 176 to W00 combat power. Chapter 433 Imperial Preceptor was smashed hard against the ground, stunning him with his bones all broken. This was all the result of Yi Tianyun's 176 million combat power. With his crazy mode multiplying his combat power by 16, and he also recently leveled up to first level Void Spirit stage, he achieved 176 million combat power while not using his full power. The Imperial Preceptor was dying, and he didn't know what to say after receiving this overpowered attack from Yi Tianyun. Everyone felt the same way. They didn't know what to say after seeing the scene enveloping in front of them. The number 2 person in the Netherworld Empire was defeated with one punch. People started to think that Yi Tianyun could be this powerful, suggesting that Yi Tianyun's cultivation technique must be some overpowered technique too. People wondered, has Yi Tianyun already achieved Spirit King stage, as he could defeat a 6th level Void Spirit stage Imperial Preceptor so easily? Renlong looked at Yi Tianyun in disbelief. He knew that earlier, Yi Tianyun only could compete with Imperial Preceptor after transforming into a dragon, but this time he could defeat Imperial Preceptor with only once punch. He wondered how Yi Tianyun could cultivate that quickly. How can he easily cultivate like this? I am sure that it was a tie between Yi Tianyun and Imperial Preceptor earlier, but this time he could one-shot him. I would make sure to ask for his advice about cultivating later for sure, Renlong said as he got envious of Yi Tianyun's cultivation speed. Shi Shuiyun was already used to Yi Tianyun's overwhelming cultivation speed and therefore didn't question him much about it, and she also let him deal with the enemy until he said otherwise. The next moment, Yi Tianyun walked towards the Imperial Preceptor and coldly stared at him. Now, I win. Quite easy, I'd say, Yi Tianyun said coldly, and he immediately stabbed Imperial Preceptor's chest with the long sword that he took lying around his feet. Ding. Successfully killed Imperial Preceptor. Reward, 33 to 000 XP, 60 to 000 Divine, T to 00, Divine Rune Mastery Points, Netherworld Divine Palm Technique, Netherworld Divine Art, Divine Rune Golden Body Secret Art, Descending Dragon Banner, Dark Dragon Great Array, Netherworld Demon Staff, High Grade Sacred Tool, Netherworld Divine Armor, Netherworld Divine Armor, Netherworld Boots, Netherworld Soul Rare, Netherworld Bone Rare. The total XP that Yi Tianyun got was completely off the chart. But that was expected as Yi Tianyun used all his XP card, multiplying his XP gain by 11.6. It was the effect of X50 XP card, X30 XP card, X20 XP card, and plus the X16 from the Crazy Modes effect. He also wanted to buy the X10 XP card and X5 XP card, but because he has already bought a bunch of it before, the price was not worth it anymore. Yi Tianyun smiled happily as he got a bunch of XP. The possibility that he could level up here made it more exciting for him. Imperial Preceptor is dead. People from Yi Tianyun's side shouted excitedly. They cheered as they know that Yi Tianyun defeated the number 2 person in the Netherworld Empire quite easily. While at the same time, people from the Netherworld Empire was still shocked. Some of them quickly reported back to Netherworld Emperor about the defeat of the Imperial Preceptor, as there was no way that they could win without the Emperor joining the battle himself. Great Emperor. The Imperial Preceptor is dead, and the Dark Dragon Great Array was destroyed along with his defeat. I believe that you are the only one capable of facing the enemy, the soldier said as he reported back to the Netherworld Emperor. Netherworld Emperor sighed as he knew that everything was a mess now. The death of the Imperial Preceptor would cause a negative impact on the soldiers outside, and he was sure that his soldiers were in chaos too. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun was already confident that the destruction of the Netherworld Empire was already at hand. Let's go, people. To the Netherworld Empire, Imperial City, Yi Tianyun shouted to everyone from his side. Everyone from Heavenly Cloud's mansion rushed out of the palace and quickly walked behind Yi Tianyun towards the center of Imperial City. At the same time, Yi Tianyun quickly activated the Dark Dragon Great Array that he got from Imperial Preceptor earlier and summoned the Dark Dragon to defend his people from any Netherworld Empire's attack. The soldier from the Netherworld Empire was overjoyed as they thought that someone from their side was controlling the Dark Dragon Great Array, but as they cheered, the realization quickly hit them. The Dark Dragon was attacking the soldier of the Netherworld Empire. The soldier began to scream as they were burned by the Netherworld fire that the Dark Dragon spewed, while many of them were trying to get out of the city, abandoning the Imperial City that they were supposed to guard. Chapter 434, Ding, successfully killed Netherworld General. Reward 53W00 XP, 18W00, 1500 XPs, Bursting Flame, First Martial Art, Cloud's Power Sword Secret Art, Heavenly Vertical Jump, 100W0 XP Pill, Heavenly Doom Sword, Heavenly Silkworm Armor, Ding, successfully killed the Netherworld Empire Soldier. Reward 5100W0 XP, 16W0 XP, 16W0 CPT, 16W00. Yi Tianyun was attacking the Netherworld Imperial City all out, not only using the Dark Dragon Great Array, but he also summoned all the dragons that he had tamed. The Red Dragon, Black Dragon, and a bunch of Earth Dragons. They all rushed to the Imperial City's guards and killed them as soon as they saw the guards. The two giant dragons that he controlled almost broke through to the Void Spirit stage. If there was no Void Spirit expert blocking their path, Yi Tianyun believed that the dragons would be unstoppable. Both sides looked at Yi Tianyun, bewildered. The number of dragons that Yi Tianyun had was too much to be considered normal. The enemy quickly scattered as they wanted to find an escape route out of the city. But this time, their enemy wasn't only Yi Tianyun. ch301 and the other members of Heavenly Cloud's palace also scattered and started killing the Imperial City guards one by one. Netherworld Empire Imperial City quickly fell as the screams filled the city. But no one gave any mercy towards the soldiers. All the Heavenly Cloud's Mansion member and Renlong with his Heavenly Dragon soldier had a dark past against the Netherworld Empire, and this time they got the opportunity to exact their revenge. They also knew that everyone inside the Netherworld Empire Imperial City was also a soldier. People knew that the Emperor forbade anyone without any military skill to live inside the Netherworld Empire Imperial City, and that was also one of the reasons that the Netherworld Empire Imperial City was always safe from battle. At the same time, Xu Fei led a group of cultivators and quickly rushed towards the enemy to also participate in destroying the Netherworld Empire. Yi Tianyun was very happy that Xu Fei also participated here, which meant Yi Tianyun would receive a ton of passive income from Xu Fei's kill. Xu Fei used his ability to detect danger efficiently. He kept directing his group to defeat the enemy that they could defeat. If Xu Fei sensed danger ahead, he quickly changed his group's route so that they could avoid getting unnecessary death. Yi Tianyun quickly took over the path that Xu Fei left. He easily cleared the path that was too dangerous for his Heavenly Cloud's Mansion's people. Yi Tianyun was satisfied as his prediction was correct. Xu Fei's ability to detect danger was strong. If Xu Fei cultivated vigorously and became stronger in the future, Yi Tianyun knew that Xu Fei would achieve victory in any battle. Like Xu Fei, the female disciples who were led by Ye Qingxuan and ch301 were also killing the Netherworld Empire soldiers ruthlessly. After all, they weren't just any delicate woman, they were also a fighter. They all fought bravely and quickly pushed forward, clearing all sector of the Imperial City from any Netherworld Empire soldier. The team that Yi Tianyun deemed to be the bravest was the one that was led by ch301. She was like a butterfly, dancing on the field of red. She was so beautiful in the battlefield that Yi Tianyun even forgot that she was ruthlessly killing the enemies. After all this time that Yi Tianyun wasn't in the Heavenly Jade Mansion, ch301's cultivation base has leaped several stages. Now, she was at Spirit Core Peak Stage and about to break through to Core Transformation Stage 2. Although she was nowhere near Yi Tianyun's cultivation speed, it was already the fastest that any normal people would gain. She was also very young, meaning that she still had many years ahead of her to cultivate stronger. No one on the battlefield was even close to ch301's cultivation speed, let alone Yi Tianyun's. While ch301 was dealing with any opponent within the Spirit Core stage, the rest of Core Transformation experts was handed over to Renlong. They both quickly joined hands on the battlefield, killing an opponent after opponent efficiently. Meanwhile, Netherworld Great Emperor stayed inside the palace while the rest of his soldiers were being massacred outside. Yi Tianyun felt something was off. After all, no emperor wanted to see his own empire crumbled like this. Yet why was the emperor not here yet? Yi Tianyun began to think that the emperor has evacuated himself from the Imperial City long ago. Yi Tianyun couldn't help but become curious about the whereabouts of Netherworld Emperor, and so he walked towards the Netherworld Empire Imperial Palace casually. But as he arrived at the front of the palace's door, a booming sound and a huge palm came from above. That was the Netherworld Divine Palm, and it was 10 times stronger than the one that Imperial Preceptor used. Yi Tianyun thought that this might be the real Netherworld Divine Palm. Chapter 435. This Netherworld Divine Palm was very huge. It was also very powerful, as its pressure terrified everyone near the Netherworld Empire's palace. Everyone, except for Yi Tianyun, immediately retreated as they know that they would die as soon as they got close to the palace's door. The power isn't bad. Netherworld Emperor surely reached the power of 90 million easily. This power is way more powerful than any enemy that I have been fighting with all this time, Yi Tianyun said, impressed by Netherworld Emperor's power. This huge power was also the reason that the cultivators from Yi Tianyun's side decided to back down. They could sense the overwhelming power in the air. But Yi Tianyun's power has already surpassed the power that Netherworld Emperor's Netherworld Divine Palm had shown. Yi Tianyun quickly punched the Divine Palm with the same technique that he used against Imperial Preceptor, and the Divine Palm was immediately shattered into pieces. But as the Divine Palm broke, the power within it turned into the Netherworld's fire, covering a large area in front of the Imperial Palace. This fire offset Yi Tianyun's attack that should have broken the palace's door. Netherworld's fire, middle-grade Earth-level fire, this fire is extremely cold. Yi Tianyun knew that immortal fire was far stronger than this Netherworld's fire, but the amount of Netherworld's fire on this place was far too absurd. The immortal fire was an extremely hot fire, meaning that this fire could be neutralized by the immortal fire, but it would be exhausting. Now we know that the Netherworld Emperor is still inside the palace, Yi Tianyun said as he tried to look inside the palace from the opened windows. With his 100 million combat power right now, Yi Tianyun knew that this fire wouldn't become a problem for him, so he immediately flew directly towards the palace's door, not even considering the effect of the Netherworld's fire on him. Ding's congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 2-end Layer Void Spirit stage. On the way towards the Netherworld Imperial Palace, the system notification told him that he was successfully breaking through to 2-end Layer Void Spirit stage. He immediately knew that was all thanks to Xu Fei, who has been killing the enemy, giving him a hefty amount of EXP. Yi Tianyun immediately looked at his status to see the amount of ESP that he needed in order to level up once again, and once he did see it, he was shocked. Now he needed to accumulate 400 million of ESP in order to level up to 3RD Layer Void Spirit stage. How could he accumulate this amount of ESP? He needed at least 4 to 5 Void Spirit Expert to kill in order to get this amount of XP, but where could he find that many enemies? But he knew that the Emperor was at least at the Void Spirit Peak stage, so he closed his status screen and immediately focused on finding the Emperor. He also knew that he would have to think about getting XP later. He could search for a bunch of spirit accumulating grass too. There was also a possibility to complete another quest that he had. Now, Yi Tianyun's face was bright from excitement. He was excited to see what will await him after he got the peak level of cultivation. As he approached the palace, the Netherworld's fire around him immediately condensed and turned into a dark dragon that was way bigger than the previous dark dragon that was summoned by the Imperial Preceptor. It was almost as big as the Heavenly Dragon's bone that he fought while trying to save Ren Long earlier. Yi Tianyun immediately looked at the Dark Dragon status and saw that it was at Void Spirit Peak stage. As the Dark Dragon roared, the rest of Yi Tianyun's army fell back further as to not get caught by the Dark Dragon. Yi Tianyun, Shi Xuanyun shouted in worry as she saw that Yi Tianyun kept flying towards the Imperial Palace, not caring the dragon's position at all. She really wants to help Yi Tianyun, but she knew with her current power level, she wouldn't be able to do anything. The Dark Dragon immediately stood between Yi Tianyun and the palace and started to spew its Netherworld's fire, trying to burn Yi Tianyun with it. But Yi Tianyun immediately put his hands forwards and started to absorb the Netherworld's fire. He knew that the Netherworld's fire was just a spiritual energy attack, and therefore the Heavens Devouring Secret Art will be able to absorb all of it. This secret art was different than the Heavens Swallowing Divine Secret Art that he was using earlier. Heaven's Devouring Divine Secret Art was to strengthen the user while absorbing the spiritual power from the user's surrounding, while the Heaven Swallowing Divine Secret Art was to absorb the spiritual energy without doing anything else to the user. But this two secret art could be stacked with each other, creating a stronger and more powerful absorption. Chapter 436 successfully absorbed the Netherworld's fire, conversing to XP 8300,000,000,000, XP 8500,000,000, XP Ezio. Why Yi Tianyun absorbed so much XP at once? This was all thanks to the XP card that was still in effect. Yi Tianyun knew that normally he would only get around 780,000,000 XP for this fire. He knew that he must make sure to get the best as much XP as possible if the XP card was still active. Because of Yi Tianyun's powerful absorption, he did not only absorb the Netherworld's fire, but also absorb the Dark Dragon. After all, the Dark Dragon was only a phantom shadow, not a living creature. The people from the Heavens Clouds Mansion and Heavenly Dragon Empire was shocked to see the scene enveloping before their eyes. They knew that Yi Tianyun was truly powerful, but they never expected he'd be able to absorb the Dark Dragon like this. In the meantime, Yi Tianyun didn't stop absorbing the Dark Dragon. He knew that something as big as the Dark Dragon couldn't be absorbed in an instant. "I will absorb it all. I will take my time for this one, no pressure," Yi Tianyun said casually. He was constantly getting a ton of XP for absorbing the Dark Dragon. After he was done, he quickly checked the total amount of XP that he got and noticed that he almost reached 100 million XP. Yi Tianyun once again felt grateful for the XP card, for if it wasn't for that, he wouldn't be able to get this much XP. After feeling satisfied enough, Yi Tianyun looked at his surrounding and saw that the Netherworld's fire that was once burning the Imperial City down now looked like a weak fire. Yi Tianyun smirked as he accomplished another feat to weaken the Netherworld Emperor. He knew that the Emperor must be watching somewhere. No wonder that you can kill the Imperial Preceptor. You have a strong martial art to back you up. I will make a proposition for you. How about you join the Netherworld Empire? I will give you the position of Divine Envoy, second only to my status as the Emperor. If you work for me, you will be able to control the entire Netherworld Empire. I'm also willing to share half of the Empire's resources with you, so what do you say? Netherworld Emperor's voice was heard from inside the palace, further proving to Yi Tianyun that the Emperor was indeed watching the fight. Everyone looked at Yi Tianyun after the Emperor's voice subsided. The Netherworld soldiers were looking at Yi Tianyun in hope that Yi Tianyun agreed to the temptation, while the army from Yi Tianyun's side was looking at him in horror of Yi Tianyun becoming their enemy. The temptation from Netherworld Emperor was hard to reject, at least that was what everyone thought. Everyone believed that Netherworld Empire would absolutely achieve the Divine Nation status. If Yi Tianyun joined forces with them, the Heavenly Dragon Empire wouldn't become a challenge anymore. What is this? Is this how you sound your surrender? Yi Tianyun said while smirking towards the Imperial Palace. No, this is not me stating my surrender. I simply admit that you are strong. If we work together, the Netherworld Empire's power would increase dramatically. We will be able to achieve the Divine Nation status, Netherworld Emperor said confidently. Okay, but I have one condition, Yi Tianyun said casually. Condition? State it. I will try to meet your condition. Netherworld Emperor said curiously. He was eager to make Yi Tianyun join the Netherworld Empire, since he has longed the Divine Nation status for a long time. Renlong and the others looked at Yi Tianyun in horror. They began to wonder whether Yi Tianyun really wanted to join with the Netherworld Empire. Mansion Lord, I don't think it was wise to join forces with Netherworld Empire. An elder from Heavenly Jade Sect said to Yi Tianyun worriedly as she came with ch301. It's okay, Elder. If he chooses to join Netherworld Empire, then I would gladly follow, ch301 said with a smile on her face. ch301's word worried them even more. They knew that all Yi Tianyun needed was approval from ch301 as his aunt. He would choose the option he wanted after hearing what ch301 had to say. However, Renlong remained silent while looking at Yi Tianyun with an unreadable expression. My condition is very simple. I will join the Netherworld Empire as long as you are not in it, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Are you mad? Did you take me as a fool? Netherworld Emperor's voice was heard after Yi Tianyun finished speaking for a while. Netherworld Emperor sounded angry from the tone that he used to answer Yi Tianyun's condition. Everyone started to smile as they immediately realized that Yi Tianyun had no intention to betray their own goal. ch301 laughed beside Yi Tianyun as she already knew from the start that Yi Tianyun had no intention to accept Netherworld Emperor's offer. Your Netherworld Empire has killed so many innocent people, you've already done lots of things that are completely sick. I will never join forces with you, a sick psycho like you would be better off dead, Yi Tianyun said, sneering to the Netherworld Emperor. Chapter 437, Yi Tianyun's demand was like a slap in the face for the Netherworld Emperor. The Emperor lamented on how stupid Yi Tianyun was as he rejected a big offer like that. It seems that you have confidence on your power. Did you think that you really can stop me? Netherworld Emperor said coldly. Huge phantom shadow of the Netherworld Emperor immediately appeared in front of the palace's door and immediately rushed over to Yi Tianyun. Everyone could feel a terrifying pressure coming out of the Emperor's phantom shadow. This was far more powerful than the Dark Dragon earlier. This was the enhanced version of the Netherworld Talisman that Yi Tianyun encountered while fighting with the Minister of Netherworld Empire earlier. This was Netherworld Emperor's own divine ability, making it far more powerful than any other fake versions from the Netherworld Talisman. The Emperor's phantom shadow immediately waved his hands at Yi Tianyun, and a condensed Netherworld's fire was immediately shot out from the palm of its hand. This was the true power of Netherworld Divine Palm, a palm attack with Netherworld's fire enhancing the attack. The power from the Phantom Shadow's Netherworld Divine Palm reached 120 million combat power. Much more powerful than anything Yi Tianyun has ever encountered. There was no doubt that the Netherworld Emperor was at Void Spirit Peak stage. You are strong, I will give you that, but it's unfortunate that you will die today, Yi Tianyun said as his body began to be covered by the thick scale from his upgraded Dragon God bloodline. He began to channel his power into his fist and then prepared to hit the Netherworld Emperor's Phantom Shadow with it. Dragon God Fist, Yi Tianyun shouted as he punched the Phantom Shadow. He also covered his fist with the Immortal Fire as he knew that the Netherworld's fire was weak to extremely hot fire like the Immortal Fire. Yi Tianyun smashed the Phantom Shadow down and immediately rushed towards the palace. Yi Tianyun punched the door with the Dragon God Fist and the door was busted open, while the Immortal Fire quickly burned the door and the wall of the palace, illuminating the entire area. Yi Tianyun's combat power has reached 180 million, reaching new height and overpowered the Phantom Shadow by quite a lot. Knowing that the enemy would soon reach his location, Netherworld Emperor became uneasy. He was sitting on his throne while a huge array beneath the throne was providing a Netherworld's fire for him to cultivate. Damn it, who is that boy? How can he be so powerful despite being so young? Netherworld Emperor said with horror and anxiety in his eyes. He must get Yi Tianyun out of the palace. At least he had to save the great array that constantly provided him with the Netherworld's fire that he direly needed to cultivate. But unbeknown to the Netherworld Emperor, Yi Tianyun has already done his analysis on him. Netherworld Great Emperor, Void Spirit Peak Stage Cultivation, Equipment, High-Grade Sacred Tool, Netherworld's Fire, Martial Art, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art, Weakness, Extremely Hot Fire, Combat Power, 20W000, Drop on Kill, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art. Netherworld Great Array, Grandmaster Level Divine Rune Great Array, can absorb Netherworld's fire in the underground to enhance its power for cultivation or for attacking. Yi Tianyun has already seen it all. He knew that the Emperor was drawing his strength from the Netherworld Great Array, otherwise the Emperor wouldn't be able to achieve this kind of power. I am very lucky that I managed to level up before reaching the Emperor, otherwise I would definitely have a hard time against him, Yi Tianyun said as he walked towards the throne room. Yi Tianyun also realized that this was also why the Emperor never left the palace, as his source of power was there. In front of the throne room's door, Yi Tianyun once again swung his hands and attacked the door with the Dragon God Fist, smashing down the door with one punch. The Great Emperor's complexion suddenly changed as he knew that he had to buy more time to break through. Old ancestors, help me, Netherworld Emperor shouted nervously. Immediately, 2 coffins popped out from the ground and blood was spilling from every little crevice of the coffins. The coffins slowly opened, revealing 2 old skinny men covered in blood. I didn't expect this world still have such a genius cultivator in store. He is still so young, an elderly voice from one of the old ancestors said. They both immediately raised their hands, and suddenly a tremendous power could be felt from them both. They quickly clapped their hands, and with their power combined, a huge Netherworld Divine Palm erupted with 150 million combat power. Chapter 438, this 150 million combat power was the proof that both of them were at Spirit King stage in their peak. But unfortunately for them, their combat power still fell short against Yi Tianyun. With 190 million combat power, Yi Tianyun still had the upper hand. Yi Tianyun smirked and immediately used the Dragon God Fist to smash the Netherworld Divine Palm once again. The 2 ancestors were startled and immediately jumped out of their coffin to dodge Yi Tianyun's attack that went straight through the Netherworld Divine Palm. The old ancestors' complexion immediately paled. They have used their resources to stay alive, but this time they had to face against an enemy that they couldn't easily beat. This power? Is he the messenger of a divine nation? The old ancestor said as they looked at Yi Tianyun. Meanwhile, the Netherworld Emperor was frowning as he realizes the old ancestors couldn't stop Yi Tianyun's attack. At the same time, Yi Tianyun looked at the 2 old ancestors' status to see what he should do against them both. High Heavenly Netherworld Old Ancestor, Void Spirit Peak Stage, Master of Netherworld's Fire. Martial Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Burning Body, Secret Art. Weakness, Extremely Hot Fire. Combat Power, 100,000, under the effect of Netherworld Great Array. Drop on Kill, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Art. Old Ancestor of Netherworld Empire, Void Spirit Peak Stage, Master of Netherworld's Fire. Martial Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art. Weakness, Extremely Hot Fire. Combat Power, 111,000, under the effect of Netherworld Great Array. Drop on Kill, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art. Yi Tianyun noticed that both old ancestors' data was quite similar. The only difference was the combat power that the 2 possessed. They both managed to stay alive all because of the Netherworld Great Array's effect. If it was not for that, there was no chance for both of this old ancestor to stay alive. Yi Tianyun also noticed that the blood from the coffins wasn't any normal bloods at all. It was mixed with some form of blood essence. But he didn't know what kind of blood essence was being used except for one, the Spirit Race's blood essence. Spirit Race's blood essence was very special. They had strong life essence, and therefore if someone absorbed the blood, they would gain an extended life. It is time to end your life, Yi Tianyun said as he covered his body with the immortal fire. The old ancestors looked at Yi Tianyun and once again felt threatened as they could feel the heat from the immortal fire, and on top of that, the Netherworld's fire couldn't stand Yi Tianyun's fire. Seeing the young man in front of them was ready to attack, the old ancestor quickly connected their spiritual power with each other. Like a fusion, they increased their combat power instantaneously. At the same time, Netherworld Great Emperor had enough and immediately walked behind the throne and disappeared from everyone's sight. He chose to hide underground instead of participate in the fight. Yi Tianyun ignored the Great Emperor for now and focused on dealing with the 2 old ancestors in front of him. Netherworld Divine Palm, the old ancestor said simultaneously, releasing the huge palm once again. Yi Tianyun was already bored of this attack. He began to wonder if the Netherworld Empire's higher-ups could only do this trick as he smashed the Netherworld Divine Palm once again. Is this trick all you can do? Yi Tianyun said annoyedly as he saw that the old ancestors were once again blown away by his attack. Yi Tianyun immediately pulled out the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword and immediately rushed towards the Heavenly Netherworld Old Ancestor and stabbed him in the head. Ding! Successfully killed the Heavenly Netherworld Old Ancestor. Reward, 1622W0000 XP, 42W000, 15W00, 15W00, Rare and Divine Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Great Array, Netherworld's Fire Rare, Netherworld Heart Rare. Yi Tianyun was a little disappointed that he didn't get rewarded of killing an enemy far above his own level, but he knew that the system deemed the old ancestor to be weak, as Yi Tianyun easily surpassed their combat power. Although his current cultivation level was still at second layer Void Spirit stage, but his combat power was already beyond Void Spirit peak stage level. Heavenly Netherworld. Old Ancestor of Netherworld Empire shouted as he saw that Yi Tianyun has killed the Heavenly Netherworld Old Ancestor. He quickly pulled a bloody bone sword and swung it in attempt to attack Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun saw the Old Ancestor's action and quickly swung his Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword in order to attack with an energy wave. The Old Ancestor failed to react and too late to dodge Yi Tianyun's attack. The energy wave hit the Old Ancestor directly and he was blown to the ground. There was so much blood coming out from the wound that Yi Tianyun's sword wave created, killing the Old Ancestor with only one hit. Chapter 439. Chapter 439. What is this power? Old Ancestor said without his lower body intact. It was clear that he was done for. There would be no medicinal pill or any cultivation skill that could save his life at this point. My power? Dead man doesn't need to know about that. After all, your Netherworld Empire would crumble today, Yi Tianyun said coldly. You are right. After all, the story is written by the winner, does it not? Old Ancestor said while laughing silently. That is true, but at the very least, I don't use the blood of the innocents to cultivate, I just use yours, Yi Tianyun said as he smirked evilly and then stabbed the Old Ancestor of Netherworld Empire right in his head. The Old Ancestor stared at Yi Tianyun wide-eyed before he died, clearly still had something to say, but Yi Tianyun didn't give him any chance. Ding. Successfully killed Old Ancestor of Netherworld Empire. Reward. 622W00 XP, 43W0 CPs, 15W0 CPs, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art, Netherworld Great Array, Netherworld's Fire, Netherworld Soul Rare, Netherworld Passage Key Rare. DING. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to third layer Void Spirit stage. Yi Tianyun has leveled up once more. The accumulation that he got from killing the two Old Ancestors and absorbing the Netherworld's fire were enough for him to level up. But there was still no level up reward from the system, nor the reward from an elite enemy kill. It seemed that he had to kill some cultivator in Spirit King stage in order to get that kind of reward now. Ding. X50 XP card times up. Ding. X30 XP card times up. Ding. XT9's the X. The X50 XP card has expired. Yi Tianyun felt a little bit disappointed as he didn't kill the Netherworld Emperor just yet. He couldn't buy any more of this card now, as he thought that it would be very wasteful for only killing one enemy. Old Ancestor of the Spirit Race immediately flew over towards Yi Tianyun with Ren Long and Shi Shuiyun followed suit. They knew that the enemy whom was fighting against Yi Tianyun has been killed, and that was why they were no longer had to be cautious to come close. Spirit King, you are really amazing. I didn't expect you to kill the Old Ancestor of Netherworld Empire and Heavenly Netherworld Old Ancestor simultaneously, Old Ancestor of the Spirit Race said in awe. Now is not the time to talk about that, Old Ancestor. Can you and the other elders of the Spirit Sect destroy this Netherworld Great Array for me? I still need to find the Netherworld Emperor, Yi Tianyun asked the Old Ancestor of the Spirit Race. This Great Array is a little bit hard, but I can do it. If no enemy interrupts me, I will destroy this Great Array soon, Old Ancestor of the Spirit Race say confidently. Okay, then I will count on you on this one. This Great Array constantly provides the Netherworld Emperor his power. I need this down to beat that guy, Yi Tianyun said commandingly. He has seen the extent of Netherworld Emperor's power. With this Great Array active, he would be able to hold Yi Tianyun down, but without it, Yi Tianyun was confident that he would be able to kill the Netherworld Empire quickly. Okay, I will destroy it right away. But are you sure to follow the Netherworld Emperor? Aren't there going to be traps as you follow? Old Ancestor of the Spirit Race said worriedly. That may be the true, but if I don't kill that guy, he can build another Netherworld Empire in another day, Yi Tianyun said optimistically. I believe that he wasn't going down there to escape. I believe he would be plotting something down there. At the very least, he would be planning to break through down there, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Everyone's face suddenly changed after hearing that the Emperor could be breaking through down there. They knew that a Spirit King stage was very powerful. In fact, a Spirit King stage cultivator was only a legend there on Earthly Border Continent and Heavenly Border Continent. If he really manages breaking through to Spirit King stage, why do you still choose to go? Old Ancestor of the Spirit King asked Yi Tianyun worriedly. That is the sole reason that I have to go down there. If he really successfully breaks through, there would be no place for us to run, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Everyone on the room agreed on Yi Tianyun's logic. If they let the Netherworld Emperor broke through to Spirit King stage, what would they do then? Chapter 440. Yi Tianyun didn't really care whether Netherworld Emperor successfully broke through to Spirit King stage or not. He would kill Netherworld Emperor regardless. But his words showed his concern for the Heavenly Clouds Mansion's people was real. Yi Tianyun felt responsible for the lives of the Heavenly Clouds Mansion's people. He would not let any of them die on his watch. This battle, Yi Tianyun was on the front line, minimizing the casualties on his side. He knew that a death in battle was inevitable, but he successfully minimizing casualties on his side. But if he let the Netherworld Emperor go, he knew that the Heavenly Clouds Mansion wouldn't be safe. Mansion Lord, we all know that you need to go down there, but please be careful, an elder from Spirit Sect said worriedly. They all nodded their heads in agreement of the elder's word. But ch301 suddenly stood up and told everyone to shut up. Now go, you can decide whatever you want to do. Look at us. We have accomplished so much all thanks to you. I believe that you will succeed on your mission and return to us safely, ch301 said with a seer confident on her eyes. Surely my aunt is the only one who knows me the most. Yi Tianyun smiled warmly. After all, Yi Tianyun never really felt any parental love except for what he felt from ch301. He knew that it wasn't the same, but he didn't really need anything else. Everyone on the scene immediately backed off after they heard ch301 talk to Yi Tianyun. They know that Yi Tianyun regarded ch301's word the most, and therefore they had to respect Yi Tianyun's decision. Since Spirit King has made up his mind, I will also focus on my task to destroy this netherworld great array. We will wait for your return, Spirit King. Old Ancestor of Spirit Race said confidently. The crowds immediately shouted that they will wait for Yi Tianyun's return and that they would not leave the Imperial City before the Mansion Lord return. Yeah, if the Mansion Lord doesn't return after a day, we will send people to investigate down there, Heavenly Jade Sect disciple shouted confidently. This was all because they were very loyal to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun felt really motivated after hearing the support from everyone. Don't worry, I will kill the Netherworld Emperor and come back safely, Yi Tianyun said confidently with a smile on his face. They started to chant Yi Tianyun's name as he descended the stairs behind the throne to chase after the Netherworld Emperor. Yi Tianyun felt the cold atmosphere as he went down the stairs that made him a little bit uncomfortable. As he went down further, he noticed that the amount of Netherworld's fire on the wall increased. He believed that anyone below core transformation stage wouldn't be able to come down there. But for Yi Tianyun, this Netherworld's fire was only a mild inconvenience, nothing more. Yi Tianyun immediately reached out his hands toward the Netherworld's fire on the wall and activated his heaven-swallowing divine secret art to absorb the Netherworld's fire as he went down. It was better to boost his XP gain while he could. Gaining 70000p, 8000p, 7800 XP, the amount of XP to Berserker. The amount of XP that he got was far too small, but he couldn't complain now as he didn't have any XP card active. The deeper he went toward the tunnel, the more EXP he got as the Netherworld's fire was stronger. Soon he arrived at the end of the tunnel, which was blocked by a thick door with dense divine rune on the door. Yi Tianyun noticed that the divine rune that was used to fortify the door was at Grandmaster level, which meant that he couldn't force his way to open the door. But Yi Tianyun knew with his heavenly eyes, destroying this door wouldn't be a problem. Yi Tianyun immediately activated the heavenly eyes, and as he saw the divine rune's array core, he punched it with the God Dragon Fist. Ding! Successfully broke a Grandmaster level divine rune. Reward 800 EXP, 200 divine rune mastery points. Yi Tianyun felt satisfied that he got a large amount of XP for an easy job. After that, he quickly kicked the door, and the door was busted open with a little amount of resistance. Without the divine rune holding it down, this stone door was not a problem at all. Yi Tianyun immediately walked inside, and he saw that the room was full of Netherworld's fire that came from a big hole on the center of the room. Yi Tianyun also saw that the Netherworld Emperor was sitting on the side, meditating while absorbing the Netherworld's fire madly. Now Yi Tianyun knew for sure that the Netherworld Emperor really came down here to break through to Spirit King stage. Chapter 441, Spirit Race Old Ancestor was still in the middle of disabling the Netherworld Great Array. Yi Tianyun knew that it was an absolute necessity as he felt the immense pressure on this place. The Netherworld Emperor would surely break through to Spirit King stage, and he would surely become more powerful than he was previously. I have to stop him quickly, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately rushed towards the Netherworld Emperor. Yi Tianyun believed that even if the Netherworld Emperor successfully broke through to Spirit King stage, he would still be able to deal with him, but Yi Tianyun didn't want that extra trouble right now. Yi Tianyun quickly activated his heavenly eyes and equipped the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword. This sword allowed Yi Tianyun to summon a heavenly dragon every time he attacked with it. Yi Tianyun realized that the Netherworld Empire was protected by a defense great array after he activated his heavenly eyes. So, Yi Tianyun quickly searched for the defense great array's core to break it. Found it, Yi Tianyun said while smirking pleasantly, and he immediately slammed his Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword directly to the Great Array's core. The sword immediately shone in light blue color, and Heavenly Dragon was instantly summoned, assisting Yi Tianyun's attack. With a bang, the entire defense Great Array was destroyed, but the Netherworld Emperor wasn't injured. Complete to Yi Tianyun's annoyance, the Netherworld's fire from around the room was drawn towards the Netherworld Emperor and started to cover him up like it was trying to protect him. Is this Netherworld's fire your last defense? This would be easy, Yi Tianyun said as he once again swung his sword to attack the Netherworld's fire along with the Netherworld Emperor. He also covered the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword with his immortal fire, since both the Netherworld Emperor and the Netherworld's fire had a weakness against scorching fire. But Yi Tianyun's sword never reached Netherworld Emperor. As Yi Tianyun took a swing, Netherworld Emperor quickly opened his eyes and immediately summoned several dark dragons from his surrounding Netherworld's fire, pushing Yi Tianyun back several feet. From the amount of dark dragons summoned, the Netherworld's fire intensity grew stronger, defeating the immortal fire as Yi Tianyun only used a small bit of fire. Yi Tianyun immediately swung his sword that was covered with Immortal's fire to burn off the incoming dark dragon. His attempt showed results as Yi Tianyun kept slashing and burning the dark dragon that came his way. Yi Tianyun quickly used his appraisal eye and checked the Netherworld Emperor's status. Yi Tianyun knew that this was not the original power of the Emperor, which meant that the Emperor has successfully broken through to Spirit King stage. Sure enough, his guess was correct. Netherworld Emperor's status has changed. Netherworld Emperor was a one-state layer Spirit King stage cultivator right now. Beside that fact, Netherworld Emperor's combat power has also increased from 120 million to 110 million. But Yi Tianyun also knew that this much combat power was attained from the help of Netherworld Great Array, which meant that after the Netherworld Great Array was successfully broken, the Emperor's combat power would be greatly reduced. From the information he got from Appraisal Eye, Yi Tianyun knew that at least one would attain 30 million combat power once successfully breaking through to Spirit King stage. This amount was too high, as it usually increased around 5 to 10 million points in the Void Spirit stage. But Yi Tianyun also knew that the Netherworld Emperor didn't have the time to stabilize his own cultivation, and without stabilizing it, the Netherworld Emperor wouldn't be able to use his newly obtained combat power efficiently. This realization was a much appreciated situation for Yi Tianyun, as he knew that fighting against a Spirit King cultivator could be troublesome. I finally did it. I finally attained the Spirit King status. I have to thank you for this. If it was not for your pressure, I wouldn't be able to push myself to this realm, Netherworld Emperor said as he laughed happily. Yi Tianyun wasn't bothered by Netherworld Emperor's word. In fact, the fact that Netherworld Emperor successfully broke through was not bad either. Now, Yi Tianyun would be able to get his elite kill bonus after killing Netherworld Emperor. Well, if you want to thank me that much, you could always give me some reward for it, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He never feared any enemies before, and now was not an exception. My reward for you is complete annihilation of your faction. Probably that at least would be necessary to teach you a lesson, Netherworld Emperor said happily. Netherworld Emperor immediately absorbed the Netherworld's fire from his surrounding to further enhance his power. The Netherworld Emperor's body was immediately covered by the Netherworld's fire-like armor, and every time he took a step, the Netherworld's fire burst out from his feet. Chapter 442 Netherworld Emperor looked at Yi Tianyun with contempt. This young man has culled his Netherworld Empire's power significantly, and now he even dared to attack the Netherworld Imperial City. It was true that the Netherworld Emperor also thought of inviting this young man to join the Netherworld Empire, but now he couldn't let Yi Tianyun live. Is that it? If that's the only thing you can offer, then I will have to pass, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. It seems that you still didn't realize the situation that you are in. It was a shame that you would have to die in such ignorance, Netherworld Emperor said as his palm started to glow bright blue. Netherworld Emperor immediately raised his hands, and the Netherworld's fire from his surrounding started to condense in his palm, and a huge palm was formed, covering from corner to corner, which meant that there was no place to run from this attack. This was the Netherworld Divine Palm that has been enhanced by the Netherworld's fire. The Netherworld's fire could burn everything in this attack as it was powered up by the Emperor's spiritual energy. Yi Tianyun looked at the Divine Palm with his appraisal eye and noticed that this attack was at 180 million combat power. It seemed that the Emperor was eager to attack Yi Tianyun with everything he got. Equip Heavenly Dragon Set, Yi Tianyun said to the system. Ding, successfully equipped a Heavenly Dragon Armor. Ding, successfully equipped a Heavenly Dragon Boots. Ding, successfully equipped Heavenly Dragon Set, adding X15 defensive power, X15 combat power, X5 speed. After equipping the full set of Heavenly Dragon Set, Yi Tianyun's power increased exponentially. This was far better than the effect of the Evil Dragon Suit, as the Evil Dragon Suit was only a level 30 equipment. Yi Tianyun held the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword tightly, and his body started to glow in a golden light, and a Heavenly Dragon Phantom Shadow also started to appear behind him. Heavenly Dragon Slash, Yi Tianyun said as he swung his sword towards the Netherworld Divine Palm. A sword wave appeared from the tip of Yi Tianyun's sword that also glowed in brilliance aura that looked so beautiful. Yi Tianyun's attack cut the Netherworld Divine Palm into 2 pieces and destroyed it immediately into countless sparkles, and still headed straight toward the Netherworld Emperor as it has overpowered the Netherworld Divine Palm at 200 million combat power. Netherworld Emperor was shocked, and at the same time amazed by Yi Tianyun's brilliant attack, leading to him failing to react in time to defend himself properly. He quickly gathered the Netherworld's fire in front of him, and thus the Netherworld's fire acted as his shield. But Yi Tianyun's attack was too powerful. The Netherworld Emperor was still hit, despite the Netherworld's fire was shielding him. Netherworld Emperor was immediately slammed into a wall after being pushed hard by the sword wave. The Emperor coughed some blood as the attack has severely injured him. Netherworld Emperor immediately looked at Yi Tianyun with horror in his eyes. He used his most powerful attack, plus his power was amplified thanks to the Netherworld Great Array. He began to wonder whether Yi Tianyun was also at Spirit King stage. How is this possible? Are you also at Spirit King stage? Netherworld Emperor asked curiously. Is this question would be any use for someone who's about to die? Yi Tianyun said as he stepped forward toward the Netherworld Emperor and smirked with a satisfied look on his face. Now, you will answer for all the innocents that you have killed up until now in the underworld. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Killing innocent? Did I hear it right? Aren't you also covered with blood yourself? What is this bullshit? The Netherworld Emperor said annoyedly. I don't deny that my hand was also covered with blood, but I only kill people who have already fallen in grace. People who no longer could receive any repentance. I will never kill an innocent person, for I know that I would receive nothing from it. Yi Tianyun said as he started to rush forwards, swinging his heavenly dragon divine sword. The people that I killed were all weak. The weak should cower on my feet, and I should be using them as my stepping stone, Netherworld Emperor said as he equipped a high-grade sacred tool longsword. The Netherworld's fire immediately shrouded the blade, and the power of the Netherworld Emperor rose once again. Netherworld Emperor immediately tried to parry Yi Tianyun's sword to no avail. The Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword was much more powerful compared to the Sacred Tool Longsword that he pulled out in the last moment. Besides, Yi Tianyun's combat power has far surpassed Netherworld Emperor's combat power. Yi Tianyun's sword pierced Netherworld Emperor's body, making him stiffen as the pain was unbearable. Netherworld Emperor never believed anyone if they told him that he would be losing a fight against a teenager, and now he couldn't believe his eyes that he loses to a teenager. Yi Tianyun smirked as he realized that he has successfully killed the Netherworld Emperor. With the Heavenly Dragon set, plus his cultivation technique and the crazy mode, his power has exploded to 200 million, a value that he never thought was possible before, at least not at this level. Chapter 443. How can you, Netherworld Emperor stammered as the light in his eyes became dimmer by the second. Yi Tianyun knew that the Netherworld Emperor's life wouldn't be long anymore. Yi Tianyun quickly pulled out the sword that was penetrating the heart of Netherworld Emperor to quicken the Netherworld Emperor's death. The Netherworld Emperor couldn't believe that he would be dying in a teenager's hand right after obtaining the Spirit King status. Now that the Netherworld Empire would die out as his life left his body, he certainly came to regret every choice that he had done until now, for he knew that he wouldn't be dying like this if he was more compassionate. Now, I have to cut your head as a totem that your wrongdoings were finally over. Yi Tianyun said as he held his sword above the Netherworld Emperor's neck. As Yi Tianyun swung his sword down, a light blue color suddenly blinded his eyes, and Yi Tianyun was suddenly pushed back by a Netherworld dragon that suddenly appeared from within the Netherworld Emperor's body. Yi Tianyun's body was covered by the Netherworld's fire, but he immediately burned it with his immortal fire. But Yi Tianyun still felt the burn during the Netherworld's fire was sticking to him. What is this power? Who are you? Yi Tianyun said as he felt a new power circulating in the room. This new power was different than Netherworld Emperor's power. This one was much more powerful. I didn't expect for the Netherworld Emperor would die like this. But it happens, and now I have to possess this body, Netherworld Emperor said. But Yi Tianyun noticed that the Netherworld Emperor's eyes were dark, like a body without its soul. The blue light that blinded Yi Tianyun earlier started to cover the wound on Netherworld Emperor's chest that was a result of Yi Tianyun's attack earlier. The blue light was healing the wound up at an amazing speed. Yi Tianyun began to wonder if Netherworld Emperor hid another soul on his body so that if he died, he could come back to life again once again? Yi Tianyun quickly used the appraisal eye to check on this reborn Netherworld Emperor, but all he could see was the status of the former Netherworld Emperor. Still, Yi Tianyun was certain that this reborn Netherworld Emperor was more powerful than the status that he was currently seeing. What is happening right now? Yi Tianyun said to himself as he was confused about the current situation. Yi Tianyun immediately rushed forward and tried to slash the Netherworld Emperor once more, but the Netherworld Emperor immediately reacted to Yi Tianyun's attack. A thick dragon scale immediately covered Netherworld Emperor's arm, and he used it to block Yi Tianyun's Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword. Netherworld Emperor was still being pushed back from the impact of Yi Tianyun's attack. However, no injuries could be seen from it, clearly different from the previous Netherworld Emperor that Yi Tianyun easily overpowered. But even so, Yi Tianyun noticed that the dragon scale from Netherworld Emperor's arm was shattered by his attack, meaning that Yi Tianyun's attack was better than Netherworld Emperor's defense. "D already, old man," Yi Tianyun said as he put more strength to his arm power and attacked the Netherworld Emperor once more. However, Netherworld Emperor quickly reached for Yi Tianyun's Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword's blade and held it down so that Yi Tianyun couldn't attack. Yi Tianyun was surprised that his 200 million combat power could be held down by the Netherworld Emperor like this. After Yi Tianyun shook the blades from Netherworld Emperor's hold, he noticed that Netherworld Emperor's hand that held the swords was bleeding. However, the Netherworld Emperor was still showing no expression at all. The blue light appeared once again, and this time it healed the arm that was injured while holding Yi Tianyun's blade. Even after I finally take over his body completely, it appears that he was still weak. I have carefully trained him, but he was still losing against a teenager. Forget it. At least he was already at Spirit King stage, but it's all thanks to you, isn't it? Netherworld Emperor smiled at Yi Tianyun, and his expression was sincere, but his eyes were utterly evil. Yi Tianyun's appraisal eye was finally showing some change. Unknown Soul, 3rd layer Spirit King stage. Powerful soul can occupy any human bodies as its own. Martial art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Burning Body, Secret Art, Dark Dragon Secret Art. Weakness, Extremely Hot Fire, Combat Power, 250 to 000. Netherworld Great Arrays Effect, drops on kill, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Art, Dark Dragon Possession, Netherworld Treasure Pearl, Rare Lower Grade Divine Tool. Netherworld Treasure Pearl, Lower Grade Divine Tool that can control the Netherworld's fire and allow the user to store a large amount of Netherworld's fire for later use. Perfect Divine Tool for Netherworld's Fire Cultivation Technique. This pearl can also store the soul of the user, so that the user can live as long as the pearl still exists. The Netherworld Emperor was possessed by some unknown soul, and he had the Netherworld Treasure Pearl all along. This pearl was the same category as Heavenly Dragon's Secret Treasure, but clearly, the effect of the Heavenly Dragon's Secret Treasure was far above this Netherworld Treasure Pearl. Yi Tianyun noticed that the soul that was controlling the Netherworld Emperor's body was cheerfully gathering the Netherworld's fire around his body. He also summoned a Dark Dragon Phantom Shadow behind him that looked even more powerful than any Dark Dragon that he has fought until now. Chapter 444, Yi Tianyun never expected to find a situation where his opponent held another soul in their body, and worst of all, the unknown soul was far more powerful than the original enemy, and he also held a strong divine tool in his possession. Furthermore, this unknown soul also benefited by the Netherworld Great Array, and now its combat power has reached 250 million power. Yi Tianyun realized that he was way weaker than his opponent now. Yi Tianyun gritted his teeth after knowing that the real boss of the Netherworld Empire was none other than this unknown soul, while the Netherworld Emperor was only a host. Nobody ever had this kind of information regarding this unknown soul. Yi Tianyun would even bet that the real Netherworld Emperor didn't even know this unknown soul would take his body. Who are you? Yi Tianyun asked as he stared at the possessed Netherworld Emperor. Who am I? You are qualified to know my name. My name is Ming Chen. A name that probably no one in this area ever known. I appreciate your power so much as you able to draw power from this weak Netherworld Emperor. I will make a deal with you. As long as you vowed to serve under me, I will train you and invite you to join my divine nation. Ming Chen said proudly. Ming Chen, what is your faction? Why would I join your faction without knowing whether your faction is worth joining or not? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Does divine nation sound like a joke to you? This is just a small fragment of my soul, and I want to build many more segments of it to increase the influence of the divine nation that I am currently in. Ming Chen said proudly. A divine nation, huh? Yi Tianyun said as he squinted his eyes to look at the Ming Chen. This whole time, he only believed that a divine nation was only a part of a legend. No one really knew any divine nation, as there was no one claiming that they were a part of a divine nation, nor did anyone know any area that belonged to any divine nation. Divine nation was strong. Yi Tianyun knew that much as the divine nation was a 5th grade faction, it meant that the divine nation was far more powerful than an empire that was a 4th grade faction. Why did you choose to separate your soul and take the initiative to occupy this side of the world? Yi Tianyun asked the question that he needed answer the most. You don't need to know my reason for doing things. Either you obey me or die. So, what is your choice? Ming Chen asked Yi Tianyun annoyedly. I choose not to obey you, but you are the one who's going to die, Yi Tianyun said confidently as he activated the Dragon God Bloodline and the Crazy Damage mode. After he activated both of these abilities, his combat power reached 240 million, just a little bit short from Ming Chen. Yi Tianyun immediately burned his blood essence, and once again, his combat power rose significantly to 265 million points. Yi Tianyun immediately rushed towards Ming Chen and used his Heavenly Dragon Slash once more. Yi Tianyun's eyes were filled with determination as he used everything. He must defeat Ming Chen in one blow. Wow, you were the first ever to defy me, someone who belonged in a divine nation. This means that your only way is death, Ming Chen said as he defended against Yi Tianyun's attack with a long sword that was far different from the previous sword that the real Netherworld Emperor used. This sword was black with a hint of Netherworld's fire in it. That meant this sword was the Netherworld Divine Sword. Dark Dragon Possession, Ming Chen said annoyedly. He felt that Yi Tianyun's power was far more powerful than before, and he had to get serious now. Dark Dragon Phantom Shadow immediately appeared near Ming Chen while his body was immediately covered by a thick dragon scale. The most horrible thing that happened was Ming Chen's head has turned into that of a dragon. His combat power also spiked to 270 million points, a little bit higher than Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun began to wonder, was this the extent of a third-layer Spirit King stage cultivator's power? Yi Tianyun became excited as he also thought how powerful he would become as soon as he attained that level. Ming Chen immediately rushed forward, and Yi Tianyun immediately held him down as he blocked Ming Chen's attack with his Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword. The Dark Dragon Phantom Shadow also collided with the Heavenly Dragon Phantom Shadow that Yi Tianyun summoned as he swung the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword. An earthquake suddenly broke out with them both as the center of it all. Ming Chen's attack was not over just yet. He kept slashing, while Yi Tianyun gritted his teeth and kept blocking Ming Chen's attack. You've already burned your essence, no? Let us see how long you will be able to keep that up, Ming Chen said as he sneered at Yi Tianyun. At least longer than you would be able to keep up, Yi Tianyun said as he pushed Ming Chen back. Yi Tianyun wasn't afraid of depleting his blood essence as he had the enhanced blood jade that he got earlier. After a while, Ming Chen's combat power suddenly dropped to around 200 million point, far behind Yi Tianyun's combat power. Yi Tianyun immediately realized that the old ancestor of Spirit Race has successfully destroyed the Netherworld Great Array upstairs. Yi Tianyun smirked as he remembered that he wasn't fighting alone all this time. People that he trusted and trusted him back was also fighting with him. Chapter 445. After the Netherworld Great Array was destroyed, the Netherworld's fire in the room that Yi Tianyun was currently in could no longer gather in one spot like before. Ming Chen's combat power was dropping to a level that was much weaker than Yi Tianyun. My Netherworld Great Array, what have you done? Ming Chen said with so much venom. Yi Tianyun didn't really care about what Ming Chen was about to say, and he rushed forward once again, ready to strike Ming Chen with his killing blow. Ming Chen quickly dodged and agilely leaped backward to make some distance between him and Yi Tianyun. After all, Ming Chen was still at 3RD layer Spirit King stage, but it didn't matter right now. Even though Ming Chen was fast, Yi Tianyun was much faster. Yi Tianyun chased after Ming Chen and quickly lopped off Ming Chen's left arm that he used to defend against Yi Tianyun's slash. Damn it, damn you, Ming Chen said as his face gradually paled as he was losing blood. Even though he was possessing the Netherworld Emperor's body, he still could feel the pain or the injuries that the body sustained. Ming Chen immediately used the Netherworld Treasure Pearl in his head to cure his wound. The blue light from earlier appeared once again, and his bleeding stopped, but the blue light couldn't regenerate his missing arm straight away. Don't relax just yet, Yi Tianyun said as he used his after-image technique, and 3 clones of himself appeared. These clones were weaker than him as it only had a third of his combat power, but Yi Tianyun only used this technique to block Ming Chen's escape route, not to kill him. Don't you underestimate me more than this, kid, Ming Chen said as he roared, and the Netherworld Treasure Pearl in his head flashed wildly. Then, a Netherworld's fire flooded the place as it burst out from inside the Netherworld Treasure Pearl. The 3 clones that Yi Tianyun summoned earlier were immediately burned to ashes, as it didn't have as high resistance as the real Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun himself was burned a little bit from the fire that spread so quickly. He immediately knew that this Netherworld's fire was more powerful than the Netherworld's fire that he came in contact with earlier. Yi Tianyun immediately took out a bunch of medicinal pills and swallowed them to regenerate the burns he sustained from the Netherworld's fire. Yi Tianyun looked at the Netherworld's fire with his appraisal eye to quickly assess the danger that he was in, and saw that this Netherworld's fire was indeed stronger than the previous one. This one was a high-grade Earth-level Netherworld's fire, while the previous one was a low-grade Earth-level Netherworld's fire. No wonder why the Netherworld's fire this time could burn Yi Tianyun while the previous one was only a tickle. Yi Tianyun knew that the Netherworld's fire this time was still not as good as his immortal fire, but the amount of Netherworld's fire is too much for the immortal fire to burn. I didn't expect you would have this kind of power, dared to push me to my limit. If my deity is here, he will crush you to pieces with one finger, but as of now, can you become stronger than my Netherworld Treasure Pearl? Ming Chen said coldly. Netherworld Treasure Pearl floated in front of Ming Chen while constantly releasing Netherworld's fire. Yi Tianyun knew that if the Netherworld's fire was still flooding the place, it would be difficult to kill Ming Chen. Yi Tianyun quickly adjusted his spiritual power as he knows he had to prepare his best to beat Ming Chen. You don't have anything to say? Oh well, your life would end soon anyway, and so does the life of all your companion, Ming Chen said coldly. As he finished talking, 3 dark dragons appeared behind Ming Chen. This dark dragon was much different from the other dark dragons that Yi Tianyun has encountered. This dark dragon was full of the Netherworld's fire that the Netherworld Treasure Pearl released, making it far stronger. Yi Tianyun immediately knew that even if he used the heaven-swallowing secret art, he wouldn't be able to absorb all the Netherworld's fire that the dark dragon would throw at him. After all, the Netherworld's fire this time was already out of his level. So, Yi Tianyun stood on the spot, motionless, waiting for the dark dragon to make it move. For Ming Chen, it looked like Yi Tianyun has given up already. Are you giving up? Did you finally understand that your struggle is futile? Ming Chen said while smirking victoriously. But, as Ming Chen ordered the dark dragon to attack Yi Tianyun disappeared from the spot, making the dark dragon lost its target. What? Where did he go? Ming Chen said with a surprised look on his face, but immediately he felt danger from his back. Ming Chen immediately ran forward to escape whatever it was that appeared on his back, but he was already too late. A sword slashed his waist from the back, and the sword wave successfully split his body in two. Chapter 446, Heavenly Dragon, Divine Sword cut open Ming Chen's body. The extremely sharp sword cut through the netherworld's fire that shrouded Ming Chen's body like butter. Ming Chen's body wasn't spared either. His body was cut into two, leaving his upper body spurting an extreme amount of blood. Ming Chen knew that this netherworld emperor's body was done for. There was nothing he could do to save it, as it was already impossible to move. Let's die together, Ming Chen said as he smiled evilly while the dark dragon roared and the netherworld treasure pearl spewed a lot more netherworld's fire. Yi Tianyun immediately realized that Ming Chen was releasing everything he could to bombard the place with an ungodly amount of netherworld's fire. Yi Tianyun didn't have anywhere to escape now, as his teleportability was still in cooldown. Yi Tianyun has firstly thought to use teleport for escaping if something dangerous happened, but he used it to attack Ming Chen instead. Now Yi Tianyun realized that his decision was a mistake. Ding. Situation where player Yi Tianyun currently stands is dangerous. Advised to escape immediately. The system suddenly notified to warn Yi Tianyun from the danger he was currently in. Yi Tianyun realized that if even the system warned him, then it meant that he could die here. Shit. I didn't want to use this, but it seems I have no other choice, Yi Tianyun said as he revealed a divine rune that was carved on his arms. That was the world divine rune that Yi Qingshuan gave him before. Using this divine rune has the same side effect as burning blood essence, if not greater. He knew it after looking at the side effect that Yi Qingshuan felt after using this world divine rune herself. But the current situation was too urgent to think about the side effect. He could die here if he didn't try his best to escape. He still had the extra life on his inventory, but he didn't want to use it now. After all, even if he used the extra life, the amount of fire after the explosion would kill him once more. Yi Tianyun quickly activated the World Divine Rune with his blood essence. The combination of blood essence and World Divine Rune exploded his combat power immensely, reaching 315 million. This was only from the effect of the World Divine Rune and his crazy mode, not counting the bonus that he may get from weapons, ability, and other stuff. Yi Tianyun then activated his Dragon God Bloodline and Heavenly Dragon set, exploding his combat power further to 360 million points. But Yi Tianyun wasn't finished just yet. He clasped his hands around the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword, and a new phantom shadow slowly emerged. Yi Tianyun wanted to use his awakening power. Every cultivator who successfully broke through to Void Spirit stage could awaken their latent power, and that latent power was unique for each individual. The phantom shadow that appeared behind Yi Tianyun was his own phantom shadow. It copied Yi Tianyun's every move while also having Yi Tianyun's combat power. One sword crushes heaven's door, Yi Tianyun shouted as he slammed his sword forward to create a sword wave. The phantom shadow also copied Yi Tianyun's move and did the same thing, creating two sword waves that spiraled all around the room, cutting off the netherworld's fire that shrouded the room. Yi Tianyun's combat power reached a new terrifying height at 400 million points. The sword waves destroyed the dark dragon and neutralized the netherworld's fire. Ming Chen looked at the scene with horror on his eyes. He finally realized that there was no chance for him ever winning against the teenager, whether he used everything from the beginning or not. How can this be? Who are you? Ming Chen asked with horror still clear on his eyes. Yi Tianyun just stood there while waiting for the sword wave to reach Ming Chen. He didn't want to talk to the dead. After the sword waves ravaged the Netherworld Emperor's body, it spun towards the wall and hit it harshly. The heavenly clouds. People at the top felt the violent earthquake that happened below their legs. Ch301 and the others became worried about Yi Tianyun's safety and thus hoped that nothing happened to Yi Tianyun. Many people's eyes were full of worries while the other was still cleaning the imperial city from any trace of Netherworld Empire. Ch301 couldn't help it anymore and turned her attention towards the old ancestor of the spirit race. Old ancestor, Ch301 said, as she didn't know how to ask old ancestor's help to check on Yi Tianyun since that may endanger the old ancestor's life too. It's okay, I get it if you couldn't ask me directly. I, too, want to check on the Mansion Lord's situation. But if I don't come back soon, please evacuate the place, Old Ancestor said with a smile on his face. Chapter 447 Old Ancestor of the Spirit Race had a cultivation base at Void Spirit stage, and that was why he was the only one who could check on Yi Tianyun's situation safely. But as the Old Ancestor was about to go down, Renlong immediately said that he would go as well. Old Ancestor of the Spirit Race wanted to decline at first, but after seeing the determination on Renlong's face, he knew that he didn't have any choice but to bring him along. Old Ancestor, we also want to check on the Mansion Lord with you, a disciple shouted as he saw that Renlong could also go down with the Old Ancestor. No, I can't guarantee your safety down there. Renlong is different. He could protect himself if danger still lurks down there. As for the others, you will only become a burden, Old Ancestor said solemnly. The others realized that what the Old Ancestor said was true. Yi Tianyun's enemy right now was the Netherworld Emperor. Anything could happen down there, and if in any case the Mansion Lord lost, It meant that the Netherworld Emperor could strike them down when he saw them entering the room that he was currently in. This also applied to ch301. She also wanted to follow old ancestor of the spirit race down there, but she knew that her cultivation was too low to enter the place. She felt that her status as the sect lord was for nothing, as she couldn't even check on Yi Tianyun's status. But even so, she didn't say anything to the old ancestor as she was afraid of becoming a burden. As everyone has calmed down after hearing Spirit Race Old Ancestor's word, Old Ancestor and Renlong nodded at each other and descended into where Yi Tianyun headed earlier. They noticed that the path was lit up by the Netherworld's fire, making it hard for them both. Although the Netherworld Great Array has been destroyed, there was still a lot of Netherworld's fire at the place. We've only descended for a few steps, but it's already hard to go on, Old Ancestor said with a sad tone. Yeah, these Netherworld's fire is surely amazing. I believe none below the core transformation stage can enter this place, Renlong said solemnly. They walked down, but as they were close to the bottom, another explosion happened at the bottom, where Yi Tianyun was supposed to be. Both clenched their fist and steeled their determination, for they need to check and help Yi Tianyun if needed. After the explosion subsided, both continued down the path. While doing so, they noticed that the Netherworld's fire has become much more violent and stronger. As they reached the bottom, they looked inside the room and saw Yi Tianyun's figure standing on the side, holding a long sword while looking intently at the front. Renlong noticed that Yi Tianyun's body was burned and sustained a lot of small injuries. But overall, Renlong couldn't see any life-threatening condition. Both couldn't find any more figure beside Yi Tianyun, but they saw that there was blood splattered everywhere, while many pieces of human body scattered on the ground, making the room look disgusting. Spirit King, Spirit Race Old Ancestor shouted. But as soon as they was about to walk towards Yi Tianyun stopped them both. Don't come any closer. The Netherworld's fire around me would hurt you badly. I am okay. Just let me finish it here first, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. At the same time, a system notification sound was heard by Yi Tianyun. DING successfully killed the Netherworld Great Emperor. Reward 90 to 00000, 10 to 00000 Divine, 10 to 0 Divine Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art. Dark Dragon Secret Technique, Netherworld Soul Rare, Netherworld Divine Sword High Grade, Sacred Tool, Netherworld Armor High Grade Sacred Tool, Netherworld Boots High Grade Sacred Tool, Netherworld Boots High Grade Sacred Tool. Netherworld's Fire Middle Grade Earth Level Fire. Ding's congratulation on killing an elite enemy. Reward 100 to 00000, XP 100 to 000, CPs 10 to 000, 1 Super Enhanced Lottery Roulette. The reward was amazing, but Yi Tianyun felt a little bit disappointed that the effect of the XP card has already expired. Otherwise, he could have leveled up once more here for sure. But Yi Tianyun was a little bit curious as he didn't receive any reward from killing Ming Chen's soul. He tried to locate the Netherworld Treasure Pearl, but instead, he saw a flickering shadow crawling towards a Netherworld's fire that he suspected was holding the Netherworld Treasure Pearl. Yi Tianyun tried to look at it with his appraisal eye, and he smirked after knowing what it was. Ming Chen's soul, Cultivation Base 8th Layer Core Transformation Stage. Yi Tianyun has suspected that Ming Chen wasn't dead yet, and so he rushed towards the shadow and trapped him inside his palm. Where do you think you were going? Yi Tianyun said coldly while reaching towards the Netherworld Treasure Pearl with his other hand. Let me go. Let's make a deal. Let me go, and I would make sure that my deity doesn't attack your faction, Ming Chen said nervously. Let you go? Did you ever think I would believe your words? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. You will only return and bring more people that's probably a lot stronger than you and started wreaking havoc in my place. A word from a criminal could never be trusted. Yi Tianyun said as he squeezed Ming Chen's soul. I swear in my soul that I will bring many people here to crush you, Ming Chen said as he was squeezed to death. I will wait for it, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Chapter 448. Ding. Successfully killed Ming Chen's soul. Reward 120 Ni 00 EN, XP 12 000, CPS 15 Ni 00 Divine Art, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art, Dark Dragon Secret Art, Ghost World Treasure Map Rare, Ghost World Secret Order Rare, Ghost World Star Plate Rare. A lot of new items appeared as Yi Tianyun's reward as soon as he killed Ming Chen's soul. From the name of the item, Yi Tianyun thought that it might be more important than any equipment would. But it was still a shame that Ming Chen didn't drop any divine treasure as he died. This is why you need to give up as soon as you saw me coming, Yi Tianyun said as he smirked at the Netherworld's fire in front of him. Yi Tianyun knew that he didn't have any means to prove Ming Chen's word that said he would bring a divine nation to attack Yi Tianyun, but he knew that he had to prepare anyway as he didn't want to underestimate his enemy. Yi Tianyun knew that he needed more power to oppose the divine nation in the future, or he would be destroyed. But for sure, he didn't regret his decision to kill Ming Chen, for he knew Ming Chen would attack him again anyway. After that, Yi Tianyun heard a clicking sound on the corner of the room and found that the Netherworld Treasure Pearl fell on the corner. He walked up to the Netherworld Treasure Pearl and took it from the ground. Because of Ming Chen's death, this Netherworld Treasure Pearl should have no master. Yi Tianyun immediately dripped a drop of his blood to the pearl. The netherworld treasure pearl immediately absorbed Yi Tianyun's blood, and the blood rippled around the pearl's surface. Renlong and the spirit race old ancestor just observed Yi Tianyun from the door, as they knew that the netherworld's fire at the room that Yi Tianyun was currently in could easily burn them to ashes. But both were shocked as they heard Yi Tianyun shouted, "Gather!" And suddenly the netherworld's fire in the room surrounded Yi Tianyun and covered his whole body. Yi Tianyun knew that this was the process for the divine treasure to recognize him as its master, so he stayed calm. After a while, the netherworld's fire immediately returned inside the netherworld treasure pearl, leaving the room with many scorch marks on the wall. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised, as it seemed the netherworld treasure pearl rejected Yi Tianyun as its new master. But Yi Tianyun realized that he must have netherworld's fire on his arsenal first, before he could become the new master for the netherworld treasure pearl. He checked his inventory and immediately activated the netherworld's fire that he got from killing the netherworld emperor earlier, and he immediately shifted his focus back to the pearl. "Come," Yi Tianyun said as he reactivated the netherworld treasure pearl. The netherworld's fire inside the pearl immediately burst out and covered Yi Tianyun's body like before. This time was a success. Yi Tianyun could feel the divine treasure bonding with the netherworld's fire in his body, and that the netherworld treasure pearl itself was shining in light blue color. "Good, now I have my own divine treasure," Yi Tianyun as he smirked in accomplishment. Now he could control any netherworld's fire in this world. Yi Tianyun immediately turned his attention towards the remaining netherworld's fire on the entrance wall and tested the divine treasure's power right away. He reached his hands forward and shouted, "Come here!" And the netherworld's fire on the wall immediately gathered on his hands. Yi Tianyun smirked and immediately put the netherworld's fire inside the netherworld treasure pearl. This pearl could produce its own netherworld's fire, but it was in a small amount. It was better to gather and acquire the netherworld's fire on the outside world to charge the netherworld's fire and thus increase the divine treasure's ability. But the thing was, netherworld's fire was rare. That was why not many people have their own heavenly flames. Yi Tianyun then successfully absorbed all the lingering netherworld's fire inside the netherworld treasure pearl, and then he walked towards Renlong and the old ancestor. "This is great. I got one more fire to use in the future. This fight has a nice ending," Yi Tianyun said as he smirked happily. After all, netherworld's fire wasn't evil in nature. It was the same as any other heavenly flames. The only thing that was evil was the people that used it. "Spirit King, how could you absorb that many netherworld's fire?" old ancestor asked curiously. "This is thanks to a divine tool that I just got from killing the netherworld emperor earlier. Now I can control the netherworld's fire that I can see," Yi Tianyun said to old ancestor honestly. He trusted the people around him. Thus he didn't need to lie about his achievement. "You really killed the netherworld emperor? You even procure his divine tools. You are amazing, Spirit King," old ancestor said excitedly. "Let's get out first. I believe the people upstairs were worried about your safety," old ancestor said as he smiled toward Yi Tianyun. "You are truly amazing, Brother Yi. Heavenly Dragon Empire was very lucky to have a prince as powerful as you are. Now, as soon as we get out from here, I will immediately order the soldiers of Heavenly Dragon Empire to wipe the Netherworld Empire's influence on this continent. There would be no more Netherworld Empire after this day," Renlong said solemnly. "Yes, I agree with you, brother. There is no more Netherworld's Empire after this day," Yi Tianyun said as he smiled happily towards Renlong. Chapter 449. Renlong and the old ancestor walked up the stairs cheerfully as they thought that the battle was over, but Yi Tianyun immediately looked solemn and shook his head. "What's wrong, Spirit King?" old ancestor asked as he saw Yi Tianyun's solemn look. "Things ain't over yet. The Netherworld's Empire sure is done for, but I am afraid we got ourselves a new enemy. The Netherworld Empire has allied themselves with a Divine Nation messenger, and I am afraid the Divine Nation would come after us soon," Yi Tianyun said solemnly. "A Divine Nation?" Renlong and the old ancestor was shocked. They knew that the Divine Nation was the next step after an empire, but they've never heard of the Divine Nation faction, so they thought the Divine Nation only existed on fairy tales and myths. If it really existed, then it meant that the faction would be swarmed with so many void spirit cultivators, as it was said that Divine Nation Place was a paradise for cultivators on Earth. They had abundant resources and so many divine tools to help them grow. I know that this is a serious matter, so with that thought, we have to let the others know what we're going to deal with in the future. But to avoid causing chaos on our rank, we have to tell the Elder rank and above first, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. "I agree with Spirit King's decision. We have to keep the disciple in the dark for the time being," old ancestor said while nodding his head. "But let's go up from now," Yi Tianyun said as he made his way upstairs. But as he walked upstairs, Yi Tianyun looked back for a while, and he knew that he would be back here soon to empower the Netherworld treasure pearl further. After all, the hole in the center of the room earlier was a natural Netherworld's fire reservoir. As soon as Yi Tianyun reached the throne room, everybody immediately shouted and cheered for Yi Tianyun as they felt relieved that Yi Tianyun was safe and sound. But that was not all. They also knew that Yi Tianyun must have won against the Netherworld Emperor, otherwise he wouldn't be coming out this fast. I knew that you would return safely, ch301 said as she hugged Yi Tianyun and smiled at him warmly. Yi Tianyun also smiled at her, and everyone who loyally waited for him to return. Things soon came to an end, and the Heavenly Clouds Mansion disciple and Heaven Dragon Empire soldier cooperated to clean up the mess in Netherworld's Imperial City by burning all the corpses. Yi Tianyun then tasked the Spirit Sect to seek and destroy the remnant of the Netherworld Empire that may still exist in the Netherworld continent to reduce Heavenly Dragon Empire's workload. Yi Tianyun also provided help for the Spirit Sect by sending the Black Dragon and the Red Dragon along to help them if, by any chance, they encountered a difficult opponent. But before all that, Yi Tianyun gathered the elder ranks and above to talk about the imminent problem. The result of that gathering was positive, as it was true that everyone felt a little afraid as they weren't prepared to fight against an opponent that they thought was just a myth. How can we fight against a divine nation? If it wasn't for Mansion Lord's power, we don't even stand a chance against Netherworld Empire, an elder said nervously. This isn't the case. We still didn't know when the divine nation would attack. They may not even come. But one thing is clear. We still must prepare for their attack, whether they truly come or not. And don't worry too much. From the looks of things, it is impossible for Divine Nation to attack on a large scale as it would hurt their pride. I believe we would see the incoming of a small-scale expert from them, Yi Tianyun said, trying to keep everyone calm. Yi Tianyun checked everyone's expression, and he noticed that everyone wasn't thoroughly convinced, and so he reassured everyone once again. I know that we have no chance against them now, but I also know that if we are given enough time, we would be stronger than any divine nation. We defeated the Netherworld Empire that everyone said was undefeatable. We could do anything we want if we got the time to prepare for it, Yi Tianyun said wholeheartedly. Yi Tianyun's word was reassuring. The people that Yi Tianyun gathered began to ponder, and they felt that Yi Tianyun's word was indeed correct. They have achieved many feats together that was almost impossible in ordinary cultivators' eyes. In fact, they realized that their progression through their cultivation was faster than normal. Mansion Lord is right. We must be confident in ourselves. We have our Mansion Lord that would help us get through the enemy. We have to try and brave ourselves, for the future is yet to come, an elder said confidently. Everyone began to nod their head as they also thought the same thing as the elder. Their feelings began to unite as their trust in Yi Tianyun was unwavering, so they will support Yi Tianyun's every decision from now on. Don't worry, no matter how powerful the enemy is, we will be able to overcome anything, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Everyone began to cheer and chant Yi Tianyun's name as they felt the powerful word from Yi Tianyun. After making it clear, Yi Tianyun let them continue with their task to eliminate the rest of the Netherworld Empire. Everyone quickly left to deal with their own task while Yi Tianyun was left behind with ch301. Aunt, I am sorry, it seems troubles never leave me alone, Yi Tianyun said shyly. That is okay, it only shows that you are not a person that could be dictated by anyone, making you more trustworthy and more capable of leading us to glory. But you must know that whatever path you take, I will be there to support you always, ch301 said warmly with confidence on her face. Chapter 450. ch301's expression suddenly became sad as she remembered that she wasn't that much of a help. Yi Tianyun saw ch301's expression changed and thus immediately embraced her. What are you thinking now, Aunt? Why are you sad? Yi Tianyun said endearingly. Tianyun, I feel like I couldn't keep up with you anymore. When you go down there to fight against the Netherworld Emperor, I didn't even have any qualifications to check your safety. You know that all I want is to be close to you, ch301 said, still with a sad expression. Yi Tianyun clasped her hands and looked at her in the eyes. Don't you remember that as every time I came back, you were the first one that I tried to find? Yi Tianyun smiled faintly. He knew that he could neither help ch301 that much about her feeling, neither could he help her with her cultivation. But he knew that he could give her all medicinal pills that she needed, or the martial arts that she took an interest in, or any weapons that she could use to perfection. ch301's cultivation was already good enough, but she still had a hard time breaking through to the advanced level. ch301 was a little bit startled as she remembered that Yi Tianyun always went straight to find her as soon as he returned to the sect. There are only a select few who could work side by side with me, but you are the only person that I would come back to, the person I could say I am home to, Yi Tianyun said softly with a warm smile. ch301 then leaned on Yi Tianyun's shoulder as she didn't want to talk about it anymore, and she just wanted to be with Yi Tianyun for a while. Yi Tianyun let ch301 lean on him. He even made himself float to support their weight. Yi Tianyun didn't know how to appease ch301, but he knew that ch301 wouldn't give up cultivating, and she would one day stand beside Yi Tianyun equally. But for now, she didn't mind with this peaceful day either. That also applied to Yi Yue and Zhu Yun. But as for now, they would help around the mansion by managing the Heavenly Clouds Mansion. Yi Tianyun didn't need to push them to cultivate as he knew that they would do it themselves. After that, Yi Tianyun left to find a thing that he could do while ch301 was busy with various stuff that she had to take care of inside the Heavenly Jade sect. Yi Tianyun wanted to help with eliminating the rest of the Netherworld Empire, but he couldn't let anyone think that he didn't trust them, and so he only appeared when the enemy was a little bit tough to deal with. But he also made sure that anyone who has surrendered themselves would be spared. Those who surrendered wouldn't become a slave either, as Yi Tianyun would simply let them leave the Netherworld continent. Yi Tianyun didn't want to be cruel like Netherworld Empire once was. He knew that those people didn't have any choice as they lived under the Netherworld Empire's influences, so Yi Tianyun only gave them the option to find another life somewhere else. Finally, after a few weeks, only one city was left that was still under the influences of the Netherworld Empire. This city also housed the elite general and minister of the Netherworld Empire, and they were not willing to surrender. "We will never surrender. If you want to occupy this city, you must get it over our dead body," the minister shouted from inside the city wall determinedly. The rest of the Netherworld Empire's people inside also shouted the same thing from inside, successfully annoying Yi Tianyun to no end. "It seems you are determined to have this final fight, aren't you? Did you know that there's no expert left who would save you? The Netherworld Emperor and the Imperial Preceptor are all dead," Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yi Tianyun's words silenced everyone inside. They've already known that the Netherworld Empire has fallen, but as they didn't saw the death of the Netherworld Emperor themselves, they didn't believe the news that has been spreading around the world. "Since you are still so stubborn about fighting my army, then I will give it to you now," Yi Tianyun said as he reached his hands forward as a sign to push forward. The red dragon and the black dragon immediately rushed towards the city gate and busted it while also spewing hot fire to the cultivators inside the city. These two dragons have already broken through to Void Spirit stage. Thus, if the enemy didn't have anyone on the same level as Imperial Preceptor, these two dragons would be unstoppable. After a while, the city was in flames as the dragons burned every house that the enemy cultivators tried to run into. But the sound that Yi Tianyun was waiting for finally came. "We are wrong. Please, we surrender." The cultivator from inside the city shouted nervously. The enemy's morale is already dropped to the ground. Yi Tianyun knew that those people would never fight against him anymore, but he still must give some sort of punishment to these people. "Okay, I would give you one more chance, but if you make a wrong choice, you will die immediately," Yi Tianyun said confidently. This was Yi Tianyun's way of showing mercy and salvation. It could be said that he didn't want to go on a path like the atrocities that the Netherworld Empire has done this whole time.